Yo, yo, yo. What is up, my people? How is everybody doing? What's up, Justice? Corazon? Christy? Heather? Victorine? SW? Firefly? Heart? What is going on, everybody? Cold or covered? Oh my gosh. There's just so many people here just for little old me. How is everyone doing? It is so weird being up here by yourself. I don't know how some people do it. Am I feeling special? I don't know if I feel special, but I have been laughing a lot this morning. I don't know about you guys, but hi, Summer. Mowing the lawn. Which lawn are you referring to, Too Fast? I hope it's your outside lawn. Law is here. Jenny wears plaid. Hello. Typically unique. Driving, be home soon. Well, drive safe. It's definitely not worth getting a crash into or anything. It's all on YouTube. You can rewatch it later. I'm going to message Dinky and see what he's doing. Otherwise, you guys are just going to be listening to me for a while. All right. Well, should we get straight into the meat and potatoes, as Harsh would say? Do you guys want to chat for a bit until more people come? How are you doing this during daylight hours? Well, I woke up early to my phone blowing up. And then I got up and I just laughed so much that I stayed awake. I'm a little tired. I'm like at that like half tired, half awake, like hyper point. So I'll probably say a bunch of crazy shit today. It'll be fun. I'm planning on doing a lot of laughing. I hope you guys are too. Yes, it should be fun. I hope. Do 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 do. Ooh, what's up, golf? Rowie? I have fans. I thought everyone on YouTube hated me. What's up, Sarah? Sarah D. Irish? Why couldn't I solve the case like that one lady in Turkey? Because they already solved it. How can I solve what's already solved? It's like a Rubik's Cube. Like once it's solved, it's solved. It's it's kind of like a puzzle You know, you put the pieces together and it comes out with a great picture. I don't know if you guys saw the thumbnail, but Twiz, when you lived in Arizona, did you go to Sonora? Like in Mexico? I did not. I don't have a passport. And I'm scared because I'm white. Oh, Evie, it's amazing. There's so much in it that's just amazing. I was laughing a lot at others' expenses. But I feel like if you do stuff that's kind of stupid and people laugh at you, like you deserve it. You know, like if I don't want to get laughed at, I don't do stupid things. That was a good live last night. I hope you saw my comments, Golf. I left you a few. What's up, woke up? That was not a keyboard. I don't know what you're talking about. This is pretty much what I've been doing all day, though. The link is there, Brian. What's up, Golf?
Yo.
How's it going?
Oh, good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm just tired.
Same. Good morning to you, by the way.
Did you catch the turkey this morning?
I did.
Oh, God. It's so
Oh,
funny.
no. Sorry, you meant the Drunk Turkey Show.
Yeah.
No, no, no. Sorry, no.
Oh,
I thought you
well,
meant like a proverbial turkey.
no. No,
Okay,
no,
no, I did
no.
not. What was going on? Tell me.
Oh, he was talking with Forensic Frenzy.
Oh, okay.
It's amazingly bad,
Okay.
but
Um,
funny.
okay. Well, I have a surprise. I
What's
reached
that?
out to her. Well, I reached out to her.
Did
And
you?
yeah, I did. Absolutely.
Is she
But
gonna come on your show?
yeah, I did that weeks ago. So she just responded, and I thought it would be cool if you guys we do a show together on that with her, so we can go over because I mean she does have very good points. Um, it's just how she applies it that's a bit different. So
Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely go on with her because I don't care. I'll talk with anybody, but she
yeah.
probably doesn't want to come on with me.
Oh, okay. Why? Why do you think so?
I'm not nice to her,
Oh,
and
come
she
on.
doesn't deserve me to be nice. So
Well, I mean, it's not personal. We
there's
can't.
there's a few things that cross some lines with
Oh,
me, at
okay.
least. And my main point for people like her and Daniel are is if they were falsely accused of committing a crime or someone that they loved, they
Mm,
wouldn't want people like themselves saying the things that they do about Brian. You know what I mean?
I do. I mean, I understand that part. I
And they
really,
say
really
some
do.
crazy shit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, that's why we have a discussion, right? And to see if we can, like, why. I'm always interested in why are people thinking the way they do? What's the logic behind it? And I don't take these things personal, but I
no, I
understand
don't. I'm not
and I
taking it
respect it.
like I don't take. They can attack me all they want. And I would never take it personal, right? Because
Yeah.
I don't care what they think. But it's just like in general,
Mm.
they wouldn't want what they're doing done to them,
No,
and that's
and
an issue.
yeah, and I understand that part totally. Um, I still would like to talk to her and see why she came to because I had a feeling she sort of switched on Brian being, not guilty to guilty. And I would like to know when that happened and how that process happened in her. Because
Yeah,
the way we look at it, the more we know now, the more obvious it is, right? That
yeah,
at least to to that degree that what they have on him is bullshit, right? And that's all that
yeah.
matters because that's how they got to him. So it doesn't really in the eyes of the law, it shouldn't really matter if he's guilty or not at this point because they fucked up. Beautifully
I
said,
mean,
right?
that's like the crazier thing about that too, because even if he did do it right now,
Hmm.
there's so much fruit of the poisonous tree just off of the
Exactly.
stupid shit that they've done.
Exactly. But we have to go by law. That's how we are protected as everyday citizens. So, and if we leave the law behind, then what are we?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I personally don't want to live in the country where falsely or people are allowed to be falsely accused like this
Yeah.
and run through the ringer.
I agree. I agree totally.
And it's like people have never talked to this man. They
Mm.
don't know him.
Nope.
You've never talked to him.
Well, you can't talk about his how he is as a person. Like I think he's like this, or I think that's not possible because none of us know him, like you say. You know, the only thing we can talk about is legally what's happening here, our conclusion, our own logic into how that fits or don't fit. But as I say, the more we learn about this case with all these, you know, hearings and such and document drops, it's becoming very, very obvious.
Oh
So,
yeah.
and I would still like to know someone like Forensic Frenzy, who is, I guess she's learned or taught in this field to a good degree, right? But
Well, you know, it's funny. They say that Brian went to school to learn how to be a killer because he studied forensic. But what did she study?
yeah,
Does she know how to kill and get away with it?
yeah,
I doubt it.
yeah. No, you don't probably study that. I don't know. Has there ever been? I'm sure there's been murderers studying forensics before, right?
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
But that doesn't mean then every university has a bunch of murderers studying that shit. But that's irrelevant because it's got nothing to do with the court filings anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's just like made up shit.
Yeah.
And everybody brings
That's
in
what a
that.
lot of it is.
Yeah.
If you really look at what the guilters say, it's mostly made up stories that they've created, and they keep adding to it, so they think there's relevance and adding to it. And even when something comes out that at least one of your theories is completely false, aka saying that his phone turned on near Blaine or Genesee, they don't change. They keep saying it. When Edelman talks about belief persistence, like we're watching it in front of our eyes.
Well, and the problem is, if you think about it, I spoke about this yesterday too, is that we know now that that's all they have is what's in the PCA because of what came out in the hearing, right? She says the most important part of what you got, like in your arsenal, according to the defense, is in the PCA,
Yeah.
right? So that's all
That's
they
what
have.
Nassau said.
Yeah, exactly. So that's an important point that, and what they do is they're justifying, they put the people that feel that Brian is guilty, even seeing what they see, they just justify, the police must be right. There is no error in their thinking, right? That the police do err a lot of times. And
Yeah.
so what they do is they're like, well, if he did take, because I watched when you were on there, Daniel. I think it was on Dinky's show because I missed that show. And what he was saying is like, if this is the route he took, he must have done this and this and this and this, right? It takes so much explaining and like filling in holes for that to be possible.
Right.
So
But
that's
that's
what I
inserting their fantasy into the
well
story.
exact and an opinion. Then it
Right.
becomes an opinion piece. Then we're no
And then
longer
they
in
base
PCA
a
land.
point later off of their previous point, which they made up.
Yeah, but we're no
It's fiction
longer.
on fiction. Like it's
Yeah,
crazy.
but as I say, we're no longer in PC land anymore.
Right.
PCA land. Sorry, the probable cause affidavit. Then we're like totally out on like speculation land. And I think that's where the big difference is. They don't like to speculate, but that's what they have to do to justify what's in that PCA. You know,
Yeah. I love it when they're like, we only talk about facts and then put in their made up
yeah.
story.
No, but you have to because otherwise this PCA makes absolutely no sense.
Right. Well, you have
And
to make it make sense.
and
They're just being very vague when they write that.
yeah, that's fine. You can be as vague as possible. But the
But they
problem
can't
is
lie.
they can't lie in a probable cause affidavit. And so if they have and they can't back that up, then that shit is gone. Like you can't everything in that is fruit of the poisonous tree. Everything. If you did it incorrectly.
Yep. I can't wait. I literally cannot wait until people see what they did with the cell data because it's just so stupid. Ugh. And these idiots, even after Cy comes out, even after Garrett, their hero, comes out and tells them that Garrett said when he saw what they had, the cell phone stuff, he laughed because of how bad it was. And these idiots are still coming out here talking like it's true. The expert, the one and only expert, only trust him. I don't know if you've seen that interview.
I
But
have, but it was so cut up. Like
yeah,
she
at the end it was very cut up and very
cut it
misleading.
up and yeah. So I don't know where he stands on that, to be honest with you, because we didn't see the full extent of that.
Well, I think the cell phone stuff wasn't at the beginning. That wasn't cut up that bad.
Okay, I haven't seen that. As I say, I saw it on Dinky's.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna look
You
at it.
came in late.
But I did hear about Gary Brucado.
Oh God, get me started.
No,
Get
no,
me
no.
started. Go on.
Yeah. No, like how was he brought into the picture?
Well, he goes on the interview room.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a dumb move
Yeah,
because
he's a moron.
no, I mean the world shunned him after what he did with um, the Gilgil Beach murder.
Oh, really?
You didn't see that?
No.
That was horrible.
What did
And
he do?
everybody laughed at him after that. They were like, "Well, we respected you up until this point." Well, do you know there was a press conference about 2 months ago or something, and we thought we were going to get, some new information come out about the
About
Gilgil
Gilgo?
Beach. Yeah, and what that was the lawyer for the families, the victims, came out and brought out pictures, paintings of his Gilgo Beach murder guy's daughter had done paintings. And then Bricado was like, yeah, she has this and this mind, and this fits the profile of like she was his assistant murderer kind of thing. It was fucking nuts. It was the nuttiest thing. And when the media showed this, everybody was like flabbergasted. Nobody could like utter a word. Like, what the fuck is going on here? How could Gary Bricado put his name to that? He was actually at that press conference
Oh, yeah. Well,
talking with the lawyer.
Bricado is a moron.
He's a fucking hack. He's a
Dude,
fucking
okay, so
hack.
like a while ago, he came out being like, that park is closed at night. Why wouldn't like, let's use some common sense and logic here. The park is closed at night. It says it on the stand or the sign. There's no cell coverage and it's a campground. You really think they're going to lock that gate at
Mhm.
night?
No, of course not.
What if somebody falls and cuts himself on a knife? How would they get out?
Well,
If we're
and
going to
you went
talk
there,
logic and common sense.
and you went there, and you have proof that they didn't lock it, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
It's on video
So
twice, 2 different
yeah.
days, 11ish p.m.
So
after the sign says it's closed.
Yep, yep, yep.
Yeah. Yeah, these
Yeah.
people are morons. Have you seen what they're talking about with Ted Bundy, though?
I have. It's sad.
Ah,
It's sad, but that's when they're running out, of things, and
it's not even just that. You can Google it. Bricado said Ted Bundy attended Washington U
uh huh,
here in Pullman is what he's talking about.
uh huh.
And that's why Brian came here.
Okay, yeah,
You can
sure.
Google what university did Ted Bundy attend. You're going to find University of Washington, which is in Seattle. They're the Huskies. We have
Uh
a
huh.
saying here about the Huskies. It goes something like this: fuck the Huskies. Don't blame us for their bullshit.
Uh huh. But yeah, but a couple of like months ago, they were talking about, remember what's her name up at where Brian went to school? She's the one that recommended him for this school specifically. Um, what's her name? That famous lady who writes books. Shoot,
Ramsland?
Ramsland, Catherine Ramsland,
Yeah.
is the one that recommended Brian for this school. Did we not hear that?
Supposedly, I don't know if it was Ramsland or the other one, but supposedly his aunt or something came here.
Yeah,
So I mean, there's another thing too.
exactly. But I think honestly, even if his aunt had gone to the school, wouldn't matter. He got a recommendation, and he got the job. And isn't that how you do it when you apply for shit? You apply for
Right.
shit all over.
Yeah.
But he had a recommendation for this specific place. So
Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I know
yeah,
like his other professor, I can't remember her name, but I think she's the one that wrote the letter of
yeah, that
recommendation.
might be true. That might be true. I don't know.
I
But
read about it like
yeah.
last week or the week before or something.
So yeah, that's nice. They can say what they want. I mean, as I say, that's when they ran out of shit because at this point they're just making shit up.
Well, it's like Bricato's supposed to be like a criminal pathologist, psychologist or something, right?
Uh,
Like he creates profiles for criminals,
Scary, huh?
right? Guess what Bundy's MO is?
I don't know. What did he say?
He bludgeons and strangles girls, but
Mm,
they're long brown hair. And the
mm,
chick that died here was stabbed 3 times,
I don't think he.
and she's
Yeah,
blonde.
yeah. I don't think he was that specific. He's just, whatever came his way
No, like
that
Bundy's thing is
irritated him.
it's long brown hair parted in the middle.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Like one of the chicks got out of his got released from his car one time because her hair wasn't long enough or something. I listened
Oh,
to her interview.
so okay. All right. See, I don't dig into that. I just think sometimes it's just who irritates that person. And
Yeah.
you know what I mean? That
No,
kind of
Bundy had a type.
okay. All right. All right. I believe you.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
no, no, I just feel that when they bring shit like that into the fold, and misinformation is all it is, but they talk about it so seriously, like they're saying something new, or they're saying something that's relevant, or they're saying something that's fucking real. That's a fact, but it's not that it's funny. So yeah, and then as I say, Gary Bricado, he's just like, what the fuck? He's a
Yeah,
mess.
he's
That
a
man,
moron.
he's a mess. I mean, I just don't
I
see
sent Chris
how.
McDonough a long email the other night.
Yeah, no, he should have not. Like that man lost his status doing what he did.
Oh, good.
So
He's an
now
idiot.
that's why he's on all these shows to sort of gain it back with this case. So he has an alternate, al- ulterior motive as well, doing all this shit. Now you ask him to come on your show, he would never do it.
Oh no, of course. Well, not especially not with me,
Mm-mm.
because I called him out when I was driving by the park, and I was like, "Why is that gate open there, Gary?
Yeah,
Moron!
yeah, exactly. Oh,
These
12 gauge
people
is
are
here.
so dumb." I
I like
know.
12 gauge because, and he was saying yesterday he was called a guilter, which I fucking hate that word.
I
And
love that. I think it's funny.
and I was like, no, having an open mind includes taking everything into consideration factually, right?
Yeah.
Not just like, okay, this is my opinion, but if you look at the facts, and I think 12 gauge is good at that.
Do you want to know what Daniel told me the other day?
What?
You just want to free a killer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Hilarious.
Yeah. It's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with your fucking rights. But I guess being a cop, you have the rights to do everything you want to do, but you won't let other people do the same.
No.
They're like, we're cops. We can do whatever the fuck we want. We can lie, we can cheat, we can steal, but
We'll
you,
violate your rights that we
yes,
swore an
yes,
oath to
you
protect.
have no right to that. If we say you're a murderer, you are a murderer. That's it. And
Yeah,
that's
it's
a
wild.
bullshit. Yeah.
There's never been anybody convicted wrongfully or executed wrongfully. That's never happened.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Oh, these people are crazy.
Hmm. So what did you want to talk about today?
Well, I was going to play Daniel's live from this morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's look. Let's see.
Let's do it. I got it all loaded up and ready to go.
Okie doke.
And they even loaded the chat for us. So nice of them.
Mm.
Pay attention to when they turn it to members only.
Oh, they still do that, huh?
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the
Yeah,
Drunk Turkey Show.
it's
Thank you
funny.
for everybody that's tuning in. Please hit that like and subscribe button. Ring
Thank
that
you for putting
notification
on
bell
the
so you have
show,
notice
Daniel.
all
I
day.
needed something
I
to
know
laugh
we've
about
had
this
a little
morning.
bit of a shuffling of a couple of days. If you guys aren't aware, I do cover my favorite football team, the Pittsburgh Steelers. I have a different channel, a couple of different channels actually. State of the Steelers on YouTube and Still Current Network. I am affiliated with those guys. I come out live on Mondays. Go check them out if you guys want to see me there. And this past Friday, Steelers had a game. I had to cover it. I had to talk about it. I had to report about it. So you guys can go and check those things out. and what comes out about that on Monday on Steel Curtain Network. So make sure you go check, like, subscribe, especially if you're a Steelers fan. But back to today, we have an interview today, one that I was excited to have a couple of days ago. Some stuff came up, and we'll get into what that stuff was, and we had to postpone it to today. She goes by Jasmine. Her channel is Forensic Frenzy. Jasmine, welcome to the show. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well, doing well. It's been it feels like a while since the last time I got on here because of the extended break, so to speak. So I'm refreshed and ready to rock and roll. How's your week?
Hasn't been too shabby. I have a little bit of an electrical issue going on in half of my house, but other than that, went off without a hitch.
Nice. That's awesome. Well, hopefully this electrical issue continues to improve and it gets taken care of to its fullest. So you're Forensic Frenzy. Where does the name come from? Tell us a little bit about yourself, your background a little bit.
Sure. So in 2012, I graduated. I had gone to college for criminal justice, but it was a very specific portion of criminal justice. It covered forensic investigations. So it would have made you ready to be a crime scene technician, leaving out of college. A couple years later, I returned. I got my bachelor, different school, but I got my bachelor's degree of science in criminal justice. So the overall justice system for criminals, be it juveniles or adults. So we covered both juvenile justice as well as, the adult justice system. And then a few years ago, when this actually happened, fall of 22, I was going into my first semester for forensic psychology. So I had just started school when it would have been there. Kaylee and Maddy is like last semester. And then this whole thing happened. So I was drawn into what kind of person would do this because I was, doing school for forensic psych. I had just started. And one of my very first assignments was literally that. What kind of person would have done that to those students? Like, aside from...
Oh, she's a Gary Bricado.
When I say first assignment, I mean like aside from like quizzes and tests and stuff like that. So toward the end where midterms were going on is when...
Did they teach you how to kill people and get away with it?
First assignment
Forensic Frenzy?
Try to profile the individual. And then
Well,
only Brian learned how to do that.
Our first assignment of the next semester was actually right after Brian was arrested. And it was like, does Mr. Kohburger fit this? And I did pretty well on both assignments, but I would say looking backward now, I was wrong. So forensic comes just from my educational background in general. I've never been a detective. I have never been a cop. I've been pretty open about that. I just chose this for my educational studies, actually.
Got you. So initially saying that you were wrong, then at that point, when Bryan Kohberger was initially arrested, based on the profile that you had created before his arrest, you felt that he didn't match. Is that correct?
So I had gone down all the routes that everyone else had, from November 13th up until maybe just a little bit before mid-December. So I'm chasing like the guy at the grub truck and all the Jacks and the Jakes and, everything, the Davids, and I'm chasing all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And then I'm also in the Facebook groups and on Reddit. So I'm experiencing Papa Roger as well, who sparked my interest. And I'm kind of wondering all along, do any of these people that I'm looking into fit this Papa Roger character? And I'm trying to figure out if one of them is this person, who would it be? And then a few weeks later, the police arrested Brian. Looking back on the profile, I had assumed that the person would be cold, callous, meticulous. I didn't assume that they were anyone that was nearly these kids' age. But I did assume that they would have some kind of I don't know how I want to say it. Some kind of issue with blending in with society, fitting into society, some kind of social skill that's not there. Or a lack of a skill that's just not there. Something that needs to be refined, something that would stand out about the person. Then I saw Brian and I was like, I don't know if that's the guy. I don't even know if this could be the person that I thought was Papa Roger, to be totally honest with you. Like, my arguments with Papa Roger got really vicious and out of control. I had to report Papa Roger plenty of times. I am proudly going to say I'm pretty sure I'm part of the reason why he was kicked out of the Facebook group. So I thought when I saw Brian, there's no way that's like I already.
Did she? I want to know if she had arguments um, before he got arrested with Papa Rogers,
It would
because
have to be because when he was arrested, Papa Rogers stopped posting,
yeah,
right?
exactly. So no, and of
She
course he would.
reported him. Just like,
Yeah,
you know that she's saying that she gave something to the prosecution right now and they're looking into it. And it's from the Garrett discovery.
no, I don't
Oh,
know.
God, this is going to be so much fun.
But what I do question here, though, oh, what I do question here, though, is what the hell was I going to say? Shit, I forgot. Oh, oh no, she said initially, yes, initially she said that she didn't think that he fit the profile, and maybe she should have stuck to that. Anyway, go on.
She, she should have stuck to something. I don't know.
I thought that no one else that I had looked into could be the person. But then I'm like, there's no way that this is the guy that knew all the details and was talking crap to everyone online. Like, no way. And now he seems so
He was correcting
docile, so
them.
domiciled.
Not
Just
talking
there's nothing
crap.
there.
He was
just
correcting
seems
you.
like plain. And yet this person that was talking online was brazen. So I actually think I may have profiled him well for what the prosecution is saying he is now. But at the time, I don't think so. No, I didn't think it was that.
Right, and I think that a big component that is there is more information has come out since then. You know, initially, I wouldn't say that I thought that Ryan Kohberger was ever innocent. I will say that there was a part where, and videos out there, you can go back and watch them, where I thought to myself, you know, I don't know. You know, I thought that the PCA initially was poorly written. I can kind of say to a certain extent, I still feel that way. I think I understand a little bit more. As we spoke before the show started, I was in law enforcement, but my law enforcement career was many, many years ago, and technology has changed significantly since then. And I was never like a detective or an investigator, or any of those type of things. So those type of techniques or tools evade me. Those aren't, you know, part of my repertoire when it comes to
A lot
looking at
evades
this.
you.
And to be 100% honest
Why
with
did he
everybody,
stop being
I
a
just look at
cop?
this from a, in my opinion, a logical,
He got hurt.
try to be common sensual.
I think it's literally
perspective,
scary he
so to
was a
speak.
cop, though.
And initially, I had a lot of questions, and a lot of
I
it came
mean,
from the probable
the
cause.
guy, I have to say, I have to give it to him. He does have a good head on his shoulder.
What?
No. Hear me out. Hear me out.
We're fighting. Take it back. I'm just
No,
kidding.
I won't. I do think he does have a good head on his shoulder, as opposed to a lot of. I met yokel cops in my life. There's a lot of yokels, and he's definitely not a yokel. And he was on the right track in the beginning, but I think the more evidence that come out, and this is what I think is problem with people that now have seen all this and still thinks Brian is guilty, is they sort of narrow their thinking down to like, now we have to prove that we're right,
Yeah.
right? Instead of like, okay, let's look at the evidence. There's something not right here. And so that's the process. So I just have to say that, but I do think, I know people probably don't agree with me. I don't agree with the things he does, but he does have a head on his shoulder. He's capable.
I'm not saying like he's the dumbest person on the planet. Like he probably has a higher than average IQ, but that's just because the average IQ is not really that great.
Well, no, it's shrinking by the minute, it seems like.
Yeah.
But it's still like he, as I say, he's more that type that wants to be right than anything.
Oh, for sure.
And let's not kid ourselves. Numbers don't lie. You want to grow your channel, you stick to the guilter part, right?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, congrats, Daniel. You went back over 40K subs. I saw it happen live. Congrats. Doing God's work out there, buddy.
Yeah. So that's also part of this, is what works best, and we'll just stick to that. And what happened to that third guy they had on there, by the way?
On his show?
Yeah.
Jaime or Jamie or whatever?
Yeah. What
I don't
happened?
know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it's just because he's busy, but who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't watch them that often. He used to be on there when I would go on there.
Mhm.
Blue's on there. I don't have a problem with Blue,
Hmm.
but Daniel, I don't know.
I just wish Blue would have his own opinion sometime.
Yeah.
That's the only thing, is like he's following along um, with whatever Daniel is leading him to, which, yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think Blue is dumb either. He might be mumbling and people don't hear what he says, but he ain't a fool. So, I mean,
I've
none of
got
these guys
nothing to
are.
say about Blue. Bad
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. I mean, I don't have anything bad to say about. I don't like the way he's done this, the way he's bragging about having pictures of inside the crime scene and things like that, and having evidence that nobody else seen
If he
before.
does that, I'm not saying that he doesn't, but a lot of what he does is just to like show people that he's some form of authority figure in this
Yeah,
situation.
but
It's
that's some
always what it
bullshit.
is.
That's I don't agree to that. Like I'm very much against that. And anybody who is has
I'm a cop.
followed, yeah,
I
no,
know
I
how to
mean,
do this.
anybody who's followed along this case should be highly irritated by that, because there's a gag order in place. He never said those things before the gag order. He didn't have
Right.
that before the gag order. So that must have, if he was given anything, it was after the gag order.
Well, the funny thing is that he always brings up the picture of the crime scene or whatever that he has, like it somehow implicates Brian. It's always like he always brings it up and frames it in that way.
Hmm.
I've
Oh,
seen it.
he's
I
got
know
it
Brian
down.
did it. I've seen pictures
Yeah, no, he's
of the
got it
crime
down
scene.
to a T. He
Yeah.
knows the answers to, like, if you ask him this, he's gonna say that. I watched that too. Like there is.
Oh, we can watch when I was on his panel.
Hmm.
He talks against himself constantly,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
the funniest thing because when I'm on there, he's like, "Well, why is Brian out there driving? It's so cold and icy. Why is he out there driving?" And then 30 minutes later, he's like, "Yeah, when he left the house, he left at a high speed. Which one is it? If
Mm.
it's icy, how are you driving at a high speed when you're fleeing the scene?" This is
It
in his
wasn't.
own live,
It
out of his
wasn't
own words.
icy. It wasn't icy yet. The ground was, I guess, too warm for it to be that icy, right? It was the first. When you
Well,
get the first.
you need water.
Well, and not just that.
There has to
Um,
be water to freeze.
well, as I say, but not just that. If if it hasn't been that cold outside and you get that first initial frost, first initial cold, the ground is too warm for
Right.
it to freeze, right? So even if it would have rained or any condensation, it would still be the same theory, because that's how the earth works, really.
Right.
That it would have been too warm for it to turn to ice. But yeah.
For sure. I mean, it gets warmer than freezing during the day, and if
Hmm.
it doesn't rain or have moisture come in, you're not going to have ice. I think
Yeah.
what Daniel does is he assumes that it's like Seattle over here, because Seattle, it's always drizzling. Like there's always
Hmm.
water on the road, especially during the winter months. So
Yeah.
you have a huge problem with black ice on the west side. But
Hmm.
this ain't the west side, buddy.
Well, and then you saw, like, those kids were not wearing their winter coats even yet,
No.
which means, like, in the daytime it wasn't that cold. And I don't know. I mean, I never lived in that area. I'm from Sweden. I know what cold is, but I also know how this works. So we know when to look for ice and black ice and all that.
Yeah.
But this hadn't turned yet. So anyway,
Right.
sorry, keep going.
It's so cold out. There's freezing. Do you see moisture out of their breath when, like, they're on camera at the grub truck? Do you see
Yeah.
moisture? I don't.
Well,
Where's this ice coming from?
if it was that bloody cold, people would have worn more jackets, and a lot of those kids didn't even wear one. Like none of them had jackets. As a
Right.
matter of fact, we saw somebody in shorts, right, at the grub truck.
Right.
So what the hell?
Shorts and a t-shirt, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't
But
that
it just
cold.
makes the story so much better if there's ice
Oh
on the
yeah,
road.
of course.
Why would Brian be out driving if there's ice on the road?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They have to throw all these things in there to justify, what happened. You understand what I mean by
Yeah.
that, right? Yeah.
Adding to his fictional story
Correct.
to make it make sense.
Yes. Yeah. But you need to stick to the facts, and you got it, buddy.
I wish people would do that.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on.
Put out there something to the effect like, oh, on the 14th, he connected to a tower in Moscow, but they don't think he was there. But they didn't go into what that meant for the probable cause affidavit.
Daniel, they don't go into what that means for the probable cause affidavit at any point in time when they say he connected to a tower, but yet you always place him somewhere. Moron.
Come to find out later, what that probably means is that they were able to determine, that based on the signal strength of his phone and how long it took from his phone to connect to the tower that he was connected to in Moscow, that although
That's the timing data, Daniel, that they don't have and you don't understand, because I explained it to you on the panel and you still couldn't get it. And I use very small, easily understandable words in plain English, and you still couldn't get it.
No, I caught that part, and I mean, I know, I know that's the point I was making earlier. Is he was trying to explain around it, because there's a cell tower here and there's a cell tower there, and he tried to add in his own opinion instead of looking at the facts on that one.
Yeah, this man is wild. This man, that statement right there is wild. They had the timing. They literally said it in court. They didn't have the timing. I told him that on panel a week ago. Garrett told him that, and he's saying that now.
Mm-hmm.
This man is wild. How anybody believes this fool, I just, like, there are so many stupid people out on this planet. Like, it's mind blowing.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Yeah. No, and did he pay attention to the court hearing where?
No, he doesn't. I literally don't think I literally think somebody just hands him talking points and he comes out here and talks to them because he doesn't know shit about what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, even they said that they haven't given that over, his lovely prosecution. So, yeah, okay.
God, what a moron.
it was connecting to a tower in Moscow, he wasn't physically there. He was still somewhere outside of the Moscow city limits. And, I think that goes to some sort of a testament to accuracy of the locations. And we'll get into those things a little bit further on. But there was that aspect. There was the aspect.
What a fucking moron.
Payne said something to the effect that when...
Hey, Daniel, we still have your fucking live when I was on your panel, buddy.
Potentially could have gone right.
People don't forget.
This route towards Pullman. And I was like, well, why is that even in here? The potential that he could have gone this way if you guys are going to allege later on that, he was over here at this other location. And I think what they were trying to say was that there was multiple ways that he could have gotten out of there. And I think that's what he attested to when he testified. But it was poorly written and, in the manner in which he was trying to explain that.
Poorly written.
I thought
you just aren't smart enough to comprehend it.
That he was innocent, but I thought that, maybe there's more to this. Maybe, it sounds like they were in over their head a little bit. Things of that nature. But I think the FBI has come in and really took over on this case, especially when you realized the hand that they played into capturing him. I mean, they're the ones that handed him on a silver platter. It is what it is.
NPD handled the investigation. They've said it. The FBI has said it.
Forensic
idiot.
As a channel when Bryan Kohberger was arrested, or did that come a little bit afterwards?
So when Bryan Kohberger was arrested, I was actually I was forensic frenzy on Twitter, right? So I wasn't here. I wasn't in this space. Gotcha. But the first 8 months, until about August of 2023, I had held on to some of my discrepancies that I had from the PCA. Okay. And I was listening to Bryan when he said that he was eager to be exonerated and, things like that. And again, on the surface, now looking back, I know I was wrong. So on the surface, he doesn't look like the kind of person that would be like on the internet arguing with anyone. But evidently he may be that kind of person. And, so now looking back, it's like, you may have let the actual...
I don't get that. She don't know if she's right or she was right or wrong yet. We have not done that yet. We're not there yet. So that's a cool statement.
I'll give you a clue, honey. You're wrong.
Well, I mean, how can she say that? Honestly.
How could she say a lot of what she says?
Yeah. Okay.
I talk to Steve. I say what Steve wants. I don't know.
That is the problem.
I have no idea.
That is one of the major issues is don't involve yourself with the families. Leave those families alone.
That would be nice. But look at all these people that just lie to their face.
Because we're watching two creators that both have contact with the Goncalves family, correct? Am I wrong?
Correct.
Yeah. So, okay, there you go.
Hey, Golf, I've got a question.
Mm.
Has the PCA been altered or changed since it came out? Have they made like updates to it, like revisions? Are we on like version 2.7?
No. No.
So the PCA has said the same exact same thing since day one.
Yeah, but we talked about this yesterday. There are two different versions of the PCA. The one that the cops in Washington put out, which is different. And then there is one that Payne and Blaker put out, right?
Yeah, and then there's the Pennsylvania one as well.
Yeah.
But no one talks about those. When we talk about the PCA, we're always talking about the Idaho one.
We do, but we should pay attention to the one that they, the Washington police put out. Because in that, they state that Brian went straight home after the killings. And they thought that the sheet and the knife was in his apartment. That's how they justified getting into his apartment. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, I know the sheath part. I don't know he went straight home, but what does that mean?
Exactly.
Straight
What
home.
does that mean? Like he didn't take that roundabout tour around. Well, because they didn't know.
Yeah.
They didn't know. They couldn't.
Well, actually,
find
they
his car.
did. I'll tell you exactly why that map in the PCA, what they did for that map. There's a reason why he went down towards Genesee and around, because he connected to at least 2 towers on his way home. They had to have that possible route on that route, that possible map on that route, because that's the only place he'll connect to that other tower on that route. He connects to 2 towers. So they had to have him going south on 95 over to that other one, because if they didn't have him go down that far, he wouldn't have connected to that other tower.
Sure. And I believe all that, but okay, but then you have to question. There was something going on with the FBI. They got involved in this investigation. They did their own, investigation into this. There's a reason Brian is where he's at today. I'm not saying he's guilty, so don't get me wrong. But there is something else going on there. And I'm wondering in their operation, like when we were talking about the stingrays. Did they catch something while doing their, whatever work they were doing on those when they were stingraying him? I don't know the terminology for it. So I'm just like, what is it that the FBI has on him? Why was he chosen?
I don't think the FBI has anything on him.
Well, why did Moscow PD choose him then?
Because what happens is like MPD was the head, like the lead investigator. So ISP, FBI, they would hand them their findings, but MPD makes the decision on what to do with them. This doesn't go back on the FBI. This goes back to Payne and his choices and how he decided to use what he was handed him from other people.
Sure, I get that, but how come did you focus in on Brian? Is that the only one that you could get your hands on?
I don't know. I mean, he was out driving at that time, and he did connect to the towers that they're saying he connected to.
But besides from that, if you don't have him on camera, leaving that way out of Moscow to be able to do the route that you mapped out,
right?
Then what? You don't have him on the other camera.
It didn't make sense.
He did not touch. How do you think you were going to get away with this? That's what I'm having a hard time with. Like, how do you think you're going to get away with this type of work?
Well, I don't necessarily think that they thought that he didn't do it right. But a lot of times what the justice system does is they arrest people and tries to get them to confess. Mm-hmm. Most cases don't go to trial. They go through plea deals and confessions. If he would have been like, okay, I did it, they would have handed him a deal and we wouldn't have gone to trial.
Yeah, but this is a quadruple homicide. This is not like, okay, you were driving the
What
wrong
about
direction.
BTK? He didn't really go to trial. And they
Yeah,
had
but
him on 10.
he confessed because they had
That's
so
what I'm
much
saying. They wanted Brian to
they had
confess.
so much evidence on him on BTK, right? So that's a different, like, I hate comparing oranges and apples because it's two different cases. You know what I mean? Like, I hate when people do that. Like, oh, he's like BTK or he's like
Well,
this.
I'm not trying to compare him. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
BTK confessed, so there wasn't a trial.
Yeah. No,
But
I
that's what they
understand that.
want. They arrest
Yeah.
people and want them to confess.
Yeah. But I think there's something else going on here. Besides of that, they thought they had the right guy, right? But how can you think you have the right guy when you have no proof of it?
I mean,
Is my
who
question.
knows? The DNA, maybe. Well, we have
I
his
don't know.
DNA there.
I don't know. I go
Show me
back.
the proof.
The only thing that I can think of, and that makes the only sense to me, is somebody ratted him out for some reason.
That could be
Still,
too.
still not saying that he's guilty, but someone had it in for him.
I
Like
think they might have
the informant.
initials.
Hmm?
They might have initials somewhere.
Initial.
That just happened to be BK.
Oh. I don't know. I just that there's like that gap in my thinking. I don't know if you ever thought about that before, because that part does not really make sense to me yet, but I'm sure it will become clear as we learn more. But I just don't understand how they could have put all their eggs in the Bryan Kohberger basket.
Well, clearly they're not if they have alternate suspects, right?
Yeah, well, I think they don't, but I think the FBI does.
Yeah, that could be true.
And I was questioning that too yesterday. Like, even if they do have an alternate suspect, what does that mean for Brian? Does he still have to go through all this if they find out that somebody else did this?
I'm wondering if the reason why they don't want to hand over that alternate suspect evidence is because they don't want Brian or Anne really to bring up an alternate suspect in the trial, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that makes sense there
Yeah.
to me. But did you read my comment last night?
Quickly, yeah, I was.
So you and Annie were talking about like the 50 subpoenas that Massoth was talking
Yes,
about. But if
correct.
you listen to Jennings' response, she says, we handed over all warrant returns for the 71.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
71 warrants.
Mm-hmm. But
That's
what
crazy.
did she say? Federal? Because
Yeah,
I think okay.
that's what they're talking about anyway.
Well, no, they were talking about both. I think she was, at least. The prosecution lady, she was talking about both. She's trying to mix and match to justify not handing that over. So I think when she mentioned 71, I think it had to do with the other ones, right?
I don't know.
That
Heather said 71 federal, 101 state.
because we only have 50 federal ones, according to Massive.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
That's
So I
just
was
what
like,
Jennings
oh,
said.
she's trying to mix and match here, to like make the judge a little bit like, hold on, make him confused. You know what I mean? I think that's what she was doing. Was to confuse that whole point
Yeah.
that Massive was making. That's her
Yeah.
job. That's her job, is to like throw those wrenches in there, right?
I guess.
Yeah, but
Jennings just sounds dumb to me,
Annie said that you knew when she was talking about the
alternative suspects. I think
no,
the only
no,
time they talk about that is when they're talking about those phone numbers.
no, yeah, no. She said the alternative suspects on this court hearing, but then there was supposedly another court hearing where Massive brought up the gosh, I always get this wrong because I always have alternative suspects in my head. The alternate investigation, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, the it's like dual investigation. I know what you're talking about. I don't know the term.
Yeah. You know what I mean.
Somebody will say it in chat.
Yeah. I'm
They'll
sorry.
set us straight.
Yes. But when did that come up? And she said you would know. Were you there? Did you hear that on any of the hearings?
I don't know.
Because that I want to go back and listen to. Parallel. Thank you, Heather. Good
Yeah,
Lord.
somebody would come up with it.
Parallel investigation. And I want to know which hearing that was in.
I think that's the only time that they talked about it was on that hearing.
But
I
they don't
think.
talk about that. They talk about alternate suspects.
Yeah. They
So
bring in
not
parallel investigation. Is that what?
no, she did not say that specifically. And that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
It is important because obviously that would tell us a little bit more.
It might have been one of the hearings that I haven't watched, because there are times in this thing that I didn't pay attention to the case at all because I was just waiting for it to go to the court so we could actually get real or information. You know, I was tired of all the speculation and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then the alibi came out, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's huge."
Well, and isn't it true that if you go, you pay more attention to what's said? It's almost like you hear it better. I don't know. I'm assuming you hear it better than what you do when you listen to it back, right?
It depends. Like, I couldn't hear her say "shush" in the
Oh,
hearing. The mic did not pick that up.
uh-huh.
Like, you couldn't pick it up in the hearing. I did not hear that at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, sometimes you do.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to tell me that Cy Ray said that AT&T records will be very accurate in the Cas Viz thing, that was never said, and I'm still waiting for that video, Daniel. You promised me. And you also said I'd have to apologize to you when you showed it to me, so I'm waiting for it so I could apologize to you. I'm going to do it like Cy Ray does. Yeah, I'll apologize to you if you give me the evidence.
Yeah.
I'm open to that.
Nah, he's been too busy.
It just doesn't exist. He can't
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah. No,
It wasn't said. And if you knew anything about this technology, you'd actually need the timing data to pinpoint where somebody was.
well, yeah.
You were just talking about the timing data a few minutes ago, Daniel.
And you need it from way back when. You can't just like get a timing data now and compare it. You need a timing data from, he said that would be the first thing he would have asked for, right?
Right.
Would be the timing data because it's important because towers change, positioning changes, weather, all that is a factor, right?
Right.
So he doesn't just need the timing data. He needs that correct one pulled from back in November, December of 2022.
Right.
Which, of course, law enforcement didn't have, so they just made one up.
Yeah. You know that Daniel, like, we know that Daniel doesn't watch these hearings because Cy says it on the stand that in November, December of 2022, most agencies couldn't get that. The FBI could have, but Moscow PD did the warrants, so they wouldn't get the timing data. Daniel, pay attention, buddy. Maybe you won't look like such a moron all the time.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, they should, that's what I'm saying is I think maybe the FBI had it, but they're not handing it over. And of course, why aren't they handing it over? I
Well,
don't
they
know.
did. Moscow, so Mowry had the timing data in his computer,
Not
in
the
his
right one.
folder.
It wasn't
Yes, he
it
did.
the problem that he
No,
had
listen.
the wrong
He
date?
had it. No, he had that data in time for the grand jury. He didn't know how to use it.
Huh?
They had that information in time for the grand jury. He just didn't know what to do with it.
I thought he had the wrong one, meaning he didn't have the right dated one. He just, before the grand jury, he asked for a timing data, but it wasn't the one that came out originally, like way back when. And that's why Sai said, if it was me who have done this, I would have asked for the timing data from as early as possible, close to when
Yeah,
this
December
happened.
1st or whatever.
That tells me that law enforcement, Moscow PD, didn't have that.
They not when the warrants were made, not on December 23rd. Now, how they got them in between then and the grand jury, I don't know. They didn't say.
I'm
That might have
assuming they have a
it had to
later
have came
date.
from the feds, or because he also said in May of 2023, that's when AT&T changed their policy, so all of the agencies could get it. So maybe they like retroactively handed them that information from the warrants because they asked for the timing data in the warrants. AT&T just wouldn't give it to them. So they might have got it that way. I don't know. Either way, it was sitting in Maury's folder the entire time,
Well,
and he didn't know
was
how to
sitting-
use it.
Yeah, something was sitting in his folder, and yeah, and he didn't even realize it until the day before the hearing. So it didn't matter because he didn't use the timing data for the grand jury indictment because he didn't know how to, like you said.
Right.
So
So no, Daniel, they don't have any accurate locations for Brian. Moron.
well, I bet you anything, if anything, Ray does.
Oh, I get. Well, they handed it to them that morning.
Oh,
So
they
Cy
did.
had them that morning, but I would bet that they had it before that.
That's what I was gonna say. You know, he's got his dudes working at AT&T. He still has those people. 'Cause
Right.
that's where Ray worked.
I mean,
obviously they had
Ann can do warrants too.
That's true.
I mean, not warrants, but subpoenas.
Sure, but again, he wouldn't have the one from that. You know, you can't backdate those, can you?
Well, that's what I was saying. I'm wondering if because they asked for the timing data in the warrants on the 23rd of December. So maybe they gave them to them later, or the FBI had to have got them. I don't know how Maury had it in time for the grand jury. I just know that he did, and he didn't know how to use it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, these are important details. I mean, obviously we're hung up on it, but I want to make sense of it all too.
Yeah.
Because if you discuss this shit, you can't let these people railroad you, you know,
Yeah.
with their theories. So I'm happy you're deep diving into this.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It's just because my brain's different, but like this stuff doesn't even seem that complicated to me. And you could just Google it. So much of this stuff you could just Google. What school
Sure.
did Bundy attend? UW.
Sure, but we process information differently.
That's what I'm saying.
And you have I think this took your interest. I don't know if you're in the tech industry or something, but this seems to be something that you were very interested in. And unless you have this grand interest, people aren't really going to pay attention to the details around it, right?
Yeah.
And that's the difference there.
Then they shouldn't talk about it, Daniel.
They should not know. That's another thing.
You know, on his live, he literally says, I know nothing about the cell phone technology, but he's talking about it, and he's been talking about it for over a year and a half. And he's been wrong the whole time. The PCA has not changed, right?
Nope, it has not.
So the PCA has always said he utilized cellular services that cover an area that doesn't place you anywhere,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
It's been like that the whole time. Oh, man, Daniel.
Yeah.
Damn, Daniel. All right, let's go on. Are you ready? You want to talk more? Ready?
No, go ahead.
All right.
Through your judgment. So I think that for a very long time, I just looked at the person and I literally could not let it go. And then he was saying things like, I'm eager to be exonerated. So I couldn't let it go. I actually did believe that they had the wrong person. I thought that there had to have been some kind of overlap connection, something that would explain DNA being in the home and then possibly being transferred to the sheath. I went through all the things that everyone else did. So when people tell me that I'm a guilter and that I don't understand where the Bryan Kohberger is innocent crowd comes from, I literally laugh because I actually was a part of that crowd. So
You laugh. Oh, no. Oh, don't laugh at us, please.
it's literally, I can't even argue with someone who's less fortunate than to know, but I was a part of that crowd. So I held on when he told us that he had an alibi. I listened when he said that he was going to prove that he was somewhere else. I understood when he said that he was going to provide witnesses as well as cross-examine witnesses, and I was still holding on. But I think it was sometime around the waiver of speedy trial that Brian lost me.
Oh, let's pause and look at the chat. I mentioned right here, members only, right here. This is what I was talking about earlier. Don't mention my name. Don't mention my name. Golf, if you're talking, you're muted.
No, I'm trying to see what the hell it says. It's
Oh,
so
I know,
damn
it's-
small.
Let me,
I can't see what that says.
I can't even pop it out. All right, well, I'll just read it then. It says, Christy, Nevada. Says Leslie. Yep, Twizzle Stick. I wonder if who said my name before that? Nevada, are we speaking to Twizzle Stick, right? I don't know. Oh, now it's moving. It's being weird. But as soon as my name was mentioned, it went on to members only.
Oh, okay.
Which is really funny. You haven't watched the interview, but I'm pretty sure we're going to play it later. But when Garrett is talking to Forensic Frenzy, he's like, yeah, you don't want a bad, or you don't stop like a bad person or a bad witness from going on the stand, because then you can just destroy them. So the only way you try to shut them up or talk over them or put words in their mouth or mute them is because you're scared of what they're going to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody go watch when I'm on Daniel's panel and see what he does, because all he does is try to stop me from talking. Why, Daniel, if you're so right and I'm so wrong? I would never stop you from talking. I would let you come up here and open your mouth, and I would just laugh at you because you're an idiot. It would not be in my interest to stop you from talking. But yet, you seem to not want me to talk. But
Yes.
I'm wrong.
Heather says Twizzle facts.
I know. He
I just
kills
felt
me.
like if he had been innocent, like he told me, that there was no way that he was going to waive his right to a speedy trial. They clearly didn't have everything that they needed at that time.
Once again,
to
these
convict
people
him,
do not understand
and
how
it
the
would've
court
been
system works.
a very advantageous point to try to take it to trial and know that they were not going to be prepared. So he lost me there. A couple months later, November 23, I started my channel. And by then I had already been speaking with literally whoever would speak, including any neighbor that was like an actual permanent residential neighbor and had nothing to do with the college out there. So at that point, I was pretty well and convinced through not just Brian's own actions, but some, or inactions in court, I guess. But some of the
Have you-
other
Waiving
that he was
speedy trial is
Hold
now a
on.
sign of
I
guilt.
started my channel
Hold on.
with
Hold on. Have you ever tried to contact a fucking neighbor or anybody who's like out there and knows these people?
Nope. I haven't even been by the house.
And why would you think somebody needed to do that? Like, I don't get these people. Like, you're desperate for like information from neighbors and parents and stuff like that. That's like, leave those people alone. You think they're going to tell you something if they know? They're on the gag too. I mean, this is so wrong. I'm sorry. This gets me upset.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
Morons.
Sorry.
Don't ever apologize.
would speak, including any neighbor that was like an actual permanent residential neighbor and had nothing to do with the college out there. So at that point, I was pretty well and convinced.
Did they
not
tell you that
Brian's
they
own
saw him?
actions, But
Did he drive
some
by?
or
Did he say hi to
inactions in court, I
anybody?
guess. But some of the
Even
other
if they
things
did,
that
they
he was
can't say.
probably at least involved.
They're on their gag.
I started my channel with, was he simply just an accomplice? My channel has, if you were ever there in the beginning and you're here now watching this, then you know that my channel has changed its mind. I started with, was he the accomplice? Then I transformed into, okay, is there an accomplice and he's the freaking mastermind? Like, what is going on? I've been lost this whole time, right along with you guys.
You have been
And
lost. I'll give her that.
Probably, January 24, my channel started being noticed by other people. I got in with some creators who were able to reach like families and stuff like that. And it wasn't until I first contacted Garrett Discovery back in April of this year that I actually spoke to any families or anything like that. So I had been well and convinced, as well as pushing it on my YouTube channel. that
That's
Brian
probably
Kohberger was
about
doing
when
what
she
he did
changed.
long before
And
I
then
actually
everyone
speaking
started
to him,
hating her.
based off his own actions or inactions, whichever you want to call them, and coupled with some of the things that I was digging out of the documents.
I don't like.
No,
I
I
just
understand all
can't.
that.
I
For
don't think
me,
that's
you know, I
justifiable to contact the families. You're not a detective on this case. There's a gag order. Number one, you're not supposed to talk to witnesses, and you're trying to find witnesses. That's wrong. 12 gauge. If you're still in here, are they not teaching you this in school? Because 12 gauge goes to the same. I think is also doing chronology.
Oh, I've heard him talk about that.
And I want to know, like, what the hell is wrong with these people? I'm sorry.
Well,
Like,
I'll give you a clue.
I'm ready
Some
to
brain
talk to
cells
this.
aren't connecting.
I'm
Uh,
ready to talk to this girl, but honestly, I'm going to question these things. What makes you so like? How can you just like contact these people? Who are you, honestly, to do that? You're not writing a book like Howard Bloom, even though that irritates the shit out of me. The way he did it, but journalistic and all that, I can say yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
But just like I'm a YouTuber, I'm going to contact witnesses and the families and no, no, no.
Can we just have like smart people do it? Like there should be a
Um,
baseline.
yeah, I don't know.
It's just mind blowing. Yeah, Forensic Frenzy blocked me at some point in time. She actually made a video about the Park and Ted Bundy connection like months ago, and it had started like 30 seconds in. I was like, "You're not going to say Brian went to the park," and then I commented on another video later, and somebody said they couldn't see it. So I know I'm blocked on her channel, even though when she was going live, like we were cool before she went psycho. But some point in time that she blocked me for no reason because I hadn't even seen her videos in a long time. I was like wondering where she had gone. And then all of a sudden I was blocked.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't like
What? But
I
why?
have
Why are you scared of me? I'm a nice person.
yeah, like I don't get this like um I know people want to block people easily and stuff and I don't know like you can mute them for if they're like obnoxious and stuff like that in your live chat, but I don't know. I don't like it. And I was gonna give this girl like I want to talk to her. I want to see what the hell. And now I'm getting the answers I'm sort of looking for, to be honest with you.
Oh
But
yeah.
I still would like to be like, why would you contact witnesses? Why? Who are you? Are you
What would a
invisible?
Moscow, like just some random Moscow person know about Brian Kohberger?
Yeah,
For one, they're just gonna regurgitate what they are being told,
yeah.
and there's
And
no
you're
proof in that.
lying. You're lying on that information. As I said, anybody who knows anything about this case is under a gag order. All the witnesses. So, what are we doing here, people? Okay,
I have
sorry.
no idea.
Go ahead.
I call them true crime comedy because I laugh a lot. So I think they do it. Maybe they just do it because they're nice and they want to make me laugh. I don't know.
Yes, I think that's it.
I do be laughing a lot.
That's good. That's good.
All right, here we go.
the phone, his phone activity, the fact that he turned it off or wasn't connected to the towers during that specific hour, you know,
Daniel. All right, I have to remove that and then do this. I explained this on his show. Garrett said it right after. I said this and then Garrett said it after.
And did he listen to that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
He played it on his own channel.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But a call detail record, it shows you when calls are made or texts are sent or received. So if I had a CDR record from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. and I had a phone call from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., that's the only thing that would show. Doesn't mean your phone is off. It doesn't mean you're not connecting to the towers. It doesn't mean you put it in a dark bag. It doesn't mean you're in airplane mode. It doesn't mean you're trying to conceal yourself from committing a crime. It just means you're not using your phone.
Yep.
This has been it's been explained to him with simple English on his own show Garrett told him. Cy told him. He still doesn't get it. He's either
He does, but he wants to be right. He's still gonna, draw that conclusion.
so he's
that the
intentionally
dude-
lying.
He is. He's gonna draw that conclusion, non-factual conclusion, that the dude turned his phone off, and that's it. You cannot stop him from doing that. He's gonna keep doing it.
Keep doing it because you look like a moron. Keep doing it, please. Please keep doing it.
I hope you
Moron.
understand he's not factual though in his statements.
I love it.
On an icy cold, cloudy
Icy cold,
night, freezing temperatures. It was below
freezing temperatures.
And
Oh my
his phone was
God.
off. It was the biggest thing that held me to. I thought he had more than likely did something in this case.
Oh,
Julio.
because of the cold
Yeah,
temperatures, he did it because it was cold that night. Is that what he just said?
I don't have an iPhone. It is a really expensive phone, but it's not an iPhone. I have an Android, and
It was so
at
cold.
3 a.m., my phone, I can turn it off, but I don't. At 3 a.m., my phone resets, and any updates that need to happen, and it doesn't turn back on until it's done. So I was a little suspicious of the phone being off, but I remained aware of that.
The phone wasn't
It
off.
did play a role in why I believed him at first.
Got you. Yeah, for me, I just thought that was too big of a coincidence. That's what made me think, because the DNA, Howard Bloom, who's been on the show.
Daniel has a very big brain, like 200 IQ. And he just can connect these dots. He's just so smart. I wish I could be like him. I really hope he sounds bite me saying that and like takes it out of context, so I'd laugh even more.
I'm a fan of his. Actually, I have his book and I read the entire thing. Had him on the show a couple of times. But he wrote in the Airmail article that something to the effect that the DNA that was on the sheath had to be sent to a lab. That the lab had to find it.
Fruit of the poisonous
went through
tree
this whole
anyway,
process of
buddy.
Genetic genealogy stuff. And to me, when he said that it was a very small, graded amount, had to be found in some crazy manner, I thought that was going to be a big question mark. I thought that wasn't going to.
Well, I thought the biggest question mark in this is how the hell did the Washington police in their PCA say that they needed a search warrant for his apartment because they thought the sheath and the knife was in his house, in his home? Where did they pull that shit from?
I think a lot of stuff was pulled out of people's butts, so that would be my first guess. Somebody's butt.
Yeah.
I hope they gloved up beforehand. Hi, Brian.
Hi, Twiz and Golf. How are you?
Hi. How are you?
Okay, Golf, I'm going to behave and try not to interrupt as much.
Oh, you don't have to apologize for that. I know you're passionate about your, the way you look at this, so I don't mind.
Yeah, I think we all are. Okay, I sent Twiz an email, and it's so perfect that Golf and Twiz are here, okay? And all of you all that are here, because it's a smart group. Twiz, can you please go to your email? Because this just absolutely blew me away. This was like a year ago. I sent it to Jules back then, and she was blown away and did a video on it. And then I did send it to Swamp Rose 3 weeks ago. She was blown away. But as we keep going along with all this shit, reading what Dawn Daniels wrote in her search warrant thing is absolutely so telling. Twiz, I am dying to know what you and Golf think about this, because this is really, to me, when I read it, it blew my mind. It is like you are flat out saying, lady, you just got caught ripping off credit cards on your police department, and you do not want to go to jail for perjury. Twiz, do you have the email up?
Which one? The one titled Don Daniels?
Yeah, read it. This is what this woman put in her search warrant to the judge to try to get in to Bryan Kohberger's apartment while they all are standing on his front porch.
Mm-hmm.
Lady, Twiz, is there a way for you to bring it up?
I'm working on it.
Okay, lady, not okay.
Hi, Air Hayes. By the way, he's here as well.
Yeah, I said hi to him in
Heather.
chat.
Okay, Heather, are you saying though? Because I saw your comment earlier about Don Daniels, so I thought, okay, and that makes sense. Heather knows what I'm talking about. So have you? Well, I guess we have to wait for Twiz to bring it up. But have you read, Heather? Have you read the supplemental like note she wrote to the judge in the search warrant? I mean, it was like, lady, you are saying you know darn well this is not valid, and you know darn well you really shouldn't be breaking into Brian's door because of your all's bullshit. She says it in a very sneaky way.
That's why I think Don Daniels was actually good for Brian. I mean, they had the warrant, so they had to do it anyway. It's not up to her. But I think she also kind of knew something fishy.
No,
was
but
going
I
on.
think no, but can you bring it up where they can see it? Because
It's
I
up
think
right
this,
now.
Wait, it's on your screen?
Yeah.
It's up.
Well then,
Brian.
It's
Oh,
in
then-
big letters.
okay, wait, Twiz. Okay, stop. Don't you pick on me.
I copied and pasted it.
No, okay, no, I'm on the wrong screen. Guys, this isn't my thing. Come on. You are writing a judge and telling you that you really kind of know that this shit is bullshit and that it's probably exculpatory and it probably won't be admitted. And then 4 months later, it is not being used and admitted. And yet everybody is just trampling on with this farce. This woman is basically asking the judge, please do not arrest me for perjury. So I'm going to stick these 2 paragraphs in. So if I get caught, maybe I have an out. These 2 paragraphs don't golf. Heather, this doesn't hit you like this. Twiz, how does this hit you?
I
Read
don't
it
know.
out loud because I don't think a lot of people see it.
Oh, I hate reading. This information is being provided to the court pursuant to my duty and obligation to be fully candid with the court. I do not believe this information is exculpatory for the suspect. However, if the court believes it is exculpatory, then the court should consider the supplemental disclosure in its evaluation of the existence of probable cause or lack thereof buried. But I am specifically asking the court to not consider the supplemental disclosure as evidence supporting the existence of probable cause. The reason for this request is that if the DNA test results are held inadmissible at some point, such as a ruling would not impact the finding of probable cause for this warrant, so long as the court is satisfied as to probable cause, regardless of the DNA test result.
Is that not schizophrenic? That sounds like a patient of mine in group referring to something that makes no sense. This woman is all over the place, but she's basically saying, obviously, she has some very serious concerns about what they're doing. Doesn't it
For sure.
read like that? Well, how come nobody cares about this?
Oh no, I think this was brought up when this came out.
This might be
Brian.
why that Bill Thompson doesn't want to use the IgG or says
Yeah.
it wasn't used.
I think we talked about this before, Brian. When this
Yeah,
was,
but why is
this
this all still going on, though?
yeah, well, that's a different question. That's what we're discussing here. The why is it still going
This
on?
will definitely be fruit of the poisonous tree just based on the cell phone data that they used in the arrest warrant, so I'm not too concerned about it.
Okay, wait, say it again to us.
This will definitely be fruit of the poisonous tree based on the cell phone data that they used to arrest Brian, so it won't matter anyway.
Okay. But then how come I feel like all of you all, which, well, not really, but
Hey, don't say
You-
you all. I'm just kidding.
no, you all seem more patient than me because I'm feeling like enough of this already. I mean, set him free. Okay, enough. I mean, like, how long does this go on? And this is America. This isn't Russia.
You would think, but then
They
you
don't
have
have anything.
creators, Daniel, saying
Yes.
that people like me just want to free a guilty person.
Oh, I think collectively, all of us that are in here have from the very beginning shared this with each other. We all never took a stance from the beginning. We slowly molded where we are today based on what information we were giving. It's not like we automatically said he was innocent. In fact, most of us on here absolutely pondered his guilt for many months. But
Well, the
at
thing
some
is, it's
point-
not about like deciding if somebody is innocent or guilty. You should require actual evidence to be shown to think that somebody is guilty.
Yes.
It's guilt or innocent until proven guilty. Well, where's the evidence?
But they can't.
That's what I'm asking
It's
you.
not so easy though to just let him go. The problem with that is that if he is let go tomorrow, somebody will kill him because
Yeah.
people are
See?
nuts. People are nuts. They have this innate belief in what's happened there, and they will not drop that. He will never. He will. I don't think he'll ever be able to prove his innocence.
I 100% think he will be able to prove his innocence, and I think that's
Not
what
in
Anna's
some people,
doing.
not in everybody's mind.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're not going to try and change
Well,
everybody's
okay, no.
minds, but
because people want to be right. But I think for him, the best way, unfortunately, is to go down this route and just like live it out.
But what is the route though? Where are
the
we
route?
going?
Yeah, we're going to trial, right?
Oh, see, no, I disagree with you on that one. I do not think this is going to trial.
Well,
Yeah, which then leaves me, because I don't know as much about this legal stuff as you two do.
I don't know
then
shit
where
about the
are
legal
we
stuff.
going? Where are we going? Okay, I mean, you can't just keep them forever. But what
well,
do
this
you
is the
have?
thing, right? They tried to get it thrown out before, but Anne didn't have the evidence then. Now, the evidence she was looking for is the cell data, which she got the morning of that hearing on May 30th. So she has it. I think they're
Okay,
just
wait.
waiting.
That just happened in May?
May 30th.
yeah.
Okay, is when she got new information where we have some proof of where this poor dude was.
Yep.
Oh,
Correct.
so then why can't we go to court and do this already?
Well, I was explaining that, Brian.
Oh,
I thought you said you weren't going to interrupt. What's up?
I lied. I'm sorry.
No, but the prosecution's deadline to hand over evidence is coming up in like on September 5th or 6th or something, like first week of September. After that, I think things are going to start dropping quick and hard and fast and raw.
However, I have to stick to what I think is, and if he wants to get exonerated, the only way he will be able to do that is to go through the trial process.
I mean, you could do that without going to trial, though.
Yeah, but
Golf.
I'm still saying people are still going to look at him as guilty because that's how
They're
he's
going to do that
told.
regardless.
But Golf, how do you go to trial? His car is clean. His house is clean. They've
Yeah,
got no
I know.
DNA. They don't have a murder weapon.
Well, they make a
have
mockery
proven
out of
that
it.
there's no stalkers. We are now learning from Twiz that they have absolute cell phone proof that where this poor guy was nowhere near where what was happening. Like, I mean, the way I kind of understand it is you have to have evidence to present to a jury.
Sure, but
What
you don't want
do these
you don't
people
want
have?
the dude killed, right? You don't want the dude like
I'm
going
not
out
saying they're
there
rushing
trying
it.
trying to live his life, and then some idiot walks up to him and shoots him because he thinks he's guilty, right? People are fucking nuts, Brian. You know that.
Yeah.
No, I know.
No, Anne's
And
definitely
I-
going to prove him 100% innocent by the time he gets
She
out.
will,
It's just
but
by which date.
Yeah, and I think her best bet to do that. I'm sorry that I feel this way, but I don't think that he's going to be looked upon in the media or by anybody who's like on that bandwagon that he's ever going to be innocent, even if he is. I think his best bet to do that is to go through the court process.
Okay,
And
but
that's
then
very
if we take
unfortunate.
that, but then if we take your theory with that golf, we
Mm-hmm.
are still going to end up with the same group of idiots at the end of the trial
We
that are
will.
going to be at the same conclusion
Sure.
to where Brian could still be in grave danger. So, like when you
Mhm.
first worded it to me, I mean, I got sad in my heart. I'm like thinking, God, she's sitting here telling me that really this poor human being in America
Mhm.
is better off rotting in jail than going free.
It seems like it because they already condemned him to death by arresting him for a quadruple homicide.
And then going out on all the news
Mhm.
shows saying Brian did it.
Yeah, yeah.
We got our guy. Brian did it.
He
We're
fixed the
we're so
profile.
positive Brian did it.
Yeah, and this is why, and this is why, and this is why. And as sad as it is, but that's what happened. He was condemned the day he was arrested.
Okay, but then so why are we going to say he might be safe for after trial?
Because
we still have the
maybe
same lunatics.
maybe you can bring out evidence that we haven't been shown yet that will change a lot of people's minds.
Fair.
So I think maybe that's part of the plan, I guess. Uh, because as I say, if he was let out today, there's still like it's very raw, and he wouldn't survive. I'm just saying, unless he moved to a country where nobody recognizes him. And the
Okay,
poor
but
guy
then
don't
if I
have money.
ask you this, like Casey Anthony didn't get killed. I mean, let's think of some other people where we've
Yeah,
had this
that was
before.
that was like not in the age and time
No,
of
that's
where
fair. No,
media
Golf, you're
was
right.
was this
You're right. That's
brutal
fair.
and
You're right.
twisted.
Sadly, you're right. You're
Yeah.
right.
And you know that, yeah.
People are nuts.
Yep.
Well, the media. I mean, I have to blame the media. Uh, they're responsible for this,
A
for
lot
the
of it. Yeah.
dissemination of
Totally.
this material.
Just wait
Yeah.
until the lawsuits start coming though.
All that stargazing shit, that was Ashley Banfield, my hero of 9/11.
Mhm.
She is the one that turned into alibi into he was out stargazing. That was
Mhm.
her. That's not okay, Ashley. You're
And
a
she's a lawyer,
professional.
right? Yeah.
No, she's been doing it for 48 years. And
I
you
thought she
guys,
was a lawyer too. She's a.
That's Nancy Grace.
I thought wasn't she also?
I don't know
no,
about
think
Ashley
so.
Banfield to be
I
honest.
think Ashley
but
Banfield is a lawyer as well, and she knows that was not his full alibi to begin with.
No, Ashley was just starting out when 9/11 happened, and she was incredible throughout 9/11. And that is the reason why she blew up. And from 9/11, she skipped like all the, basic go be a reporter at a small market or anything. She took off so big on 9/11 that she was immediately offered, anchor positions. And for 48 years, she's been doing it. I've loved her for years. But the stuff she's done the last 6 months with Brian is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You do not. The next day, he was out stargazing. That is not at all what they even said in the alibi. They said he was driving. Okay.
including Wallowai Park, they love to forget that part.
Yeah, he was driving. The PCA even says he likes to drive a lot. It
You
says
can look
that
at
in-
his Carfax and know that he drives a lot.
a hell of a lot.
Well, I mean, that's what we're assuming. We don't know how many miles was in that car when he got it
Oh
from his
no!
parents,
If you
right?
see the full Carfax, it shows you. There's a bunch of mile breakdowns on it.
Oh, okay.
You
No,
can't find the
you
full
have-
He
Carfax
just
anymore
got
though.
that. Yeah, he just got that car though from his parents.
Well, and he
Yeah,
was
exactly.
driving
That's how
back
you
and
know he
forth.
put so many miles on it. That's my
Oh,
whole
okay.
point.
Okay.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of miles on the car. The guy likes to drive. He's got some mental issues. He's got some anxiety. That's proven by the neighbors saying he vacuums at all hours. He's a night owl. Doesn't make him a serial killer.
Yeah, on my laptop, I've got a snippet of the Carfax, not the full thing anymore. I can't find it, but
Mm-hmm.
no, that kid, he put like 15,000 miles on his car, something like that, in like 4 months,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
6 months, something like that. Like
Twiz,
he
I have
drives
a
a lot.
question for you. How and when, how old were you and stuff? In terms of your typing speed, we need to talk.
Uh-huh.
How did you,
Are you really just trying to find out my age, Brian? Is
no,
this like a,
no,
is this like a
no.
game?
Well, no,
You could just ask.
No, no, you didn't catch me, Twiz. I'm sorry. No. You are wrong, my friend. You are wrong. What were you doing in terms of, how did you learn to type that fast? Like it had to be connected to something you were doing.
No, I was born like that, Brian. I was just born
Okay.
with it.
Okay, so
No, I'm just kidding. I played a really nerdy game. It's called like a MUD. I forget what it stands for, but it's a text-based game. I played it for years.
What is it called?
They're called MUDs. I forget what they're called, but it's a text-based game, so you just type a lot. That's how I really got fast at typing.
Okay, so do you know like your words per minute?
The fastest test I've done is 110.
Ooh, good
And for
secretary.
the rest of you guys, is that good?
I guess that's a good secretary.
Like average is like 40 or something.
Oh.
I think the only way you could, there's like two different types of typing, right? Like some people can type like 200 words per minute, but they do it in a completely different technique. And I've never even looked into doing it. But like, I'm pretty sure my fingers can't move faster.
No, but 100.
Like it's impossible. Like I can't move my fingers faster. So I don't know how other people do it.
And okay, I don't know if well, okay, look, I'll ask. He can decline to answer. Yeah, I mean, there is a curiosity on my part about you. Okay, I think you're interesting.
I think we
you're
all know that,
complicated.
Brian.
I know. I think you're bright. I think you're complicated. I think you're Mensa. Were you ever tested for Mensa?
No.
Okay, I absolutely believe you would be Mensa.
Brian, you gotta call me stupid, so then Daniel will still talk to me.
No,
How am I
your
gonna give him any more mic drop moments if he doesn't talk to me, Brian?
No, your fascination with fighting with Daniel is fascinating to me at some level. It is like, why is this?
It's not even a fight.
You're too bright for Danielle Swiss.
I know, but he tries so hard, and it's funny.
I don't get your fascination with fucking with someone 18 times dumber than you. I would rather debate with you.
It's not. It would be one thing if it was just like a random viewer or something like that. Then I could understand. But he's out there telling people shit, and people believe him. So I have to show them how dumb he is. And I don't even try. I literally just get on his panel. He starts talking really fast, trying to talk over me, putting words in my mouth, muting me. He shows his own card.
But do you really think that people are really for lack of a better word, seeing you when you're on his show?
I don't know.
No, and you guys know all this better than I do. What is it called? Shadow banning, shadow whatever. Do you Twiz know for a fact that your stuff when you dance with this idiot Daniel? And guys, I'm sorry, do not get me going on Blue, okay? Because I could become a very mean person.
Well, at least Blue is nice, and I haven't heard him say any stupid bullshit. Like Brian went to WSU to go to the park to visit Bundy's first victim so he could kill people. Blue hasn't said anything that stupid, so I got no problem with Blue.
Hey, do you have another one, Twiz? Because that's great. Do another one of Daniel's. That's funny. It's actually sad.
It's literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. And the thing is I literally try to help this moron out because I told him for at least 3 weeks, more like a month, to Google when that park opened. And he wouldn't do it. It takes 30. This dude is so fucking lazy. He won't even Google it. The park was created in 1979. The chick died in 1971. How do you drop a body in a park that doesn't exist?
I call that a fair question.
And I literally tried to help him. I'm calling you stupid, but I'm trying to help you not look stupid, and you won't even do the work.
Do you know Twiz how to test and see if they have you on that shadow blend thing? Because I think they're fucking with you that way, okay? Because when I was on there, I watched them in the very beginning, and
Daniel couldn't shadow ban me. It'd be YouTube.
Oh,
but I mean, he try. All he does is try to talk over me and raise his voice so people can't hear what I'm saying. But I'm so stupid. If I'm dumb, why are you trying to stop me from talking? I would literally let him come up here and just open his mouth.
Oh no, they won't do that. You know that.
But I would just laugh. That's my whole point. You're only going to try to stop somebody from talking if you're scared of what they're going to say.
Daniel used to hop on panels with people who disagreed with him. He did it all the time. He didn't even look for an
He
invite.
got much worse lately. Yeah, I
Mhm.
watched him in the beginning,
Mhm.
and I thought he was okay. And there was a third guy there. I don't know. Wasn't there a third dude?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jamie.
Yeah, yeah.
I
Okay,
actually just watched a video from Daniel that's like a year ago where he's talking about the cell phone data turning into the fruit of the poisonous tree, and then everything after it wouldn't matter, including the buccal swab and the GPS data. He's like on his knees just blowing GPS data right now because Garrett came out and said that the cell phone data was bad. Now he's all about the GPS data.
Okay, so which one is it to us? Say, I'm not good at this. So the bottom line is they do have actual, like, which you got. I don't have a GPS thing in my car. I don't have a cell phone. You guys, I'm safe. I don't do any of your craziness. But you're saying they're going to have something that's like a GPS thing that you all have in your cars that are going to prove on a little map in a street where Brian was the night of the drug hit.
It depends on if he had his GPS enabled. There's a few things that would stop it from working. What I do know is that GPS works wonderfully at that park because I've been down there and I've tested it. There's also an article. I showed Daniel this the other day, and I bet he hasn't even read it yet. But I showed him an article from January 2nd, 2023, 3 days after Brian was arrested, when he says, I assume that they have my GPS data from my phone.
I
Why
was
would
gonna
he say that if it's
yeah.
going to put him or incriminate him?
Yeah, I was gonna say that because the GPS on his phone, I don't think he had it on his car. I think that was established because
No, he didn't have it
that
on his
year,
car.
yeah, that year didn't have it, but he did certainly have it on his phone. So I think, you know, that's
But
what's
Daniel's
gonna
thing
set
is,
him
well, the
free.
cell phone data is bad, so of course the GPS is just going to show him in Moscow. Why would it show him in Moscow if he was at the park, though?
Yeah. What's the logic behind that? What was the
No, he's literally
reasoning?
like he's just blowing the GPS data because that's like he's so desperate for
Okay.
Brian to be the guy.
Hmm.
Okay, so which expert is going to be the GPS? Is that going to be Cy?
For the defense?
We don't know
No,
yet.
for us. Is Cy going to be the one that's going to do what we're talking about with the GPS? Because see, I'm getting
Not GPS. Cy doesn't do GPS.
okay. Because I'm getting a little lost between the cell towers and what you're saying, Twiz. There's no comparison. You're not
It's
talking
it's
about
two
cell
different
phone.
technologies.
Okay, so it is different. Okay,
Yeah.
that helps me.
So when FFS Viviana comes up and says Cellubrite's better than the cell stuff, it's two different things.
So then we would be fair to say that truthfully, the cell phone data is really a bunch of nonsense. Okay, he lives really close to Moscow. He could be there getting his hands polished or something and not killing people, right?
No,
Whereas you're
the
saying,
cell data is awesome. It
right,
just
so
doesn't fit Daniel's narrative.
no, but I'm saying the cell data is far more important in terms of what you're saying, and it is not related in any way to the tower stuff because in their stupid PCA, they made a ton of stuff about the towers.
Right.
Then they admitted that the towers are screwed up, that he wasn't there on Sunday. So it's like
Right.
when I first read that, I'm thinking, like, what are you idiots doing? I would not put that paragraph in there. Okay. I would not say after 4 pages of carrying on about all this cell phone data and how Brian's car was there and there over and over and over, and then say on Sunday he showed up on the towers, but he really wasn't there. That makes me think your towers are bullshit. But you would agree, Twizzle, that the towers are generally silly.
No, the towers are good. It's the issue is that they didn't have the data to tell how far away from the tower that he was.
But,
All they could do
you
is
get that? If you lived in New York, would we have that?
it depends on the data that they get. They have the ability to get the data. They just didn't have it when they wrote the PCA.
No, okay, but you're saying from the cell phone towers, they can get that data.
Yes.
So then why aren't they doing that?
Well, they are. They just didn't use it when they wrote the PCA.
Okay, so I'm doing time frame stuff different. I'm behind. You're
So
saying
the timing data matters. Like if you were here south of Moscow on I-95, near Blaine, north of Genesee, they'd be able to tell the difference between here and here with the timing data. So it matters to know where the phone is. He could be down here, way south of Lewiston, connect to that tower. They would still say he's utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to I-95 south of Moscow, near Blaine, north of Genesee, but you're nowhere near that area.
okay, so your bottom line is you are saying they are going to eventually be able to absolutely say he was not in the neighborhood of 1122 between 2 and 4 that night. Period.
Yep,
Good. That fits with what I think.
I know
don't
where
think
he
this
was.
I don't think this guy did it. Give me a break. He does laptops. He doesn't do cablers. The whole thing has been ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
I do have another.
You know what else is really funny? This is the Blaine Tower, right? When they
Wait,
say
say it
that
again? The
he
what
utilized the Blaine Tower. It's the tower that's located near Blaine. But they say that he utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to 1122 King Road and Daniel, Forensic Frenzy, that dumbass Bracado, and moron McDonough. They all say that means he was near the house 12 previous times. Right here, Floyd's Cannabis
This is
Shop.
kissing the router, right? This is kissing the router?
No, kissing the router is just when you drive by it and your phone it doesn't connect to it, but like, you know, when you pull up on your phone looking for a Wi-Fi, it'll show you all the Wi-Fis that you could connect to. That's all that means is touching the tower or touching the Wi-Fi. That's all that means. Doesn't mean shit. But my point is this is the airport road. You drive by Floyd's. This is the Highway 270, Moscow Pullman Road or whatever. Every time you drive into Moscow from Pullman, you're connecting to this tower, which provides coverage to 1122 King Road. If I drive to Winco, which is right next to where he got pulled over in August on Farm Road, if I drive to Winco and go shopping, which a lot of people from Pullman do, does that mean I'm stalking the house?
Of course it does. You're a serial killer. You took your garbage cans and your shower curtain out of your house.
Let's just
before you left
execute.
for a month.
Let's just
You're a
execute the
serial
kid
killer.
tonight then.
You're a serial
Clearly
killer.
he's guilty.
You took your shower curtain.
Clearly he's guilty. 1122 King Road down here somewhere.
So we have another month.
I could connect to a tower over here that covers a house. I'm not near the house.
And then still be miles away.
Yep.
I also truthfully don't even believe it's a cable or knife.
Well, and also don't forget when Anne asked Payne, do you have Brian's car on any camera? What was his answer?
No.
I don't believe so.
Correct.
But we do have to admit, okay, he was a little bit more professional on the stand than I kind of thought he would be based on. And I know you guys, I am not allowed to discuss typing with any of you here. I appreciate you all enduring my hands. But he was more professional than I expected him to be.
And I agree.
Okay.
Are you talking Cy-Ray?
No, I'm talking Payne. I expected him to be a little bit more hickey, a little bit more ass.
He was putting on a good show.
Yes, but he was. That's all I'm saying. And there isn't some intelligence needed to know you need to put on a show. Okay. I mean, I thought he was just less hickey than I expected, because prior to all, from reading the PCA, you guys, you know my typing. You've been sweet to me. I'm having trouble. But I mean, as a citizen, when I first was reading the PCA, I am embarrassed. It is like, you can't be putting shit like this out. There's no periods, there's no commas, sentences in, paragraph shift. Okay.
There's that one part where they talk about Johnson, Idaho, when they were really talking about Johnson, Washington.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's endless. Who was it? Doc Terry. What was the name of Doc Terry's other one? Oh, he had another channel, and he was really helpful for me because I can't do directions. And he spent weeks showing just incredible shit. Like the PCA would say, the 7-Eleven at 12th and 14th was headed east, and he would go there, shoot the camera, and show that that camera's heading north. Even I know you all have got a problem. You can't be doing this stuff in a PCA. Okay, there's all kinds of stuff in the PCA that just directions wise is wrong, isn't there, Annie?
There's a lot of directions that are wrong.
Right, totally wrong, right?
That's what's so funny about the guilters is like they worship the PCA like it says anything.
Yes, I'm still amazed that you keep doing the like. Why, Twiz, do you all keep doing the PCA?
Well,
Because
I
that's what
don't.
matters. No,
But why does
but
it
that
matter?
matters
It's
because they
wrong.
arrested the man based on the PCA.
That's where it matters. They used it to justify arresting him. Which, if they
Exactly.
lie in it, it
Yes.
goes bye-bye.
Yes,
Which they did.
exactly.
No, you and Willie and you, Golf, have been trying to explain this to me. For me, the PCA, I don't want to hear it, look at it, read it. It is silly. It has been proven wrong time and time again.
Mhm.
It is meaningless. Now, intelligently, I can say, I get when you say, dude, that's what they're going to use to get him. But at some point, we have to hit cry wolf, and therefore, that is a useless piece of paper.
Well, for Anne, it's not because she's not letting them, slip that one by her. That's, they talk about the PCA up until now because they know what that means. And they know that they have whatever evidence they have on Brian, that's the most important, is in that PCA. So they're not letting that go, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't let that go. Absolutely not. Because that's how they got to Brian. That's how they arrested Brian. That's how they justified putting him where he is today and doing the things they do to him today. So no, 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 no. No throwing that out.
Well, it'll get thrown out just in court.
Yeah.
Okay,
But all these
can I
people
ask-
are just like,
It is
oh,
important.
PCA, it's so good. Morons.
No,
Okay.
it's exculpatory for Brian. So
Yeah,
they should use that
for
information.
sure.
Use
Well,
it
they're
as
going to.
exculpatory evidence. Yeah.
They're
Okay,
definitely
can I
gonna use it in
ask you
court.
to this? Okay, can I ask you to this? Okay, we all know that, like, no, it's easier to just do it this way. Let's pretend like I'm Bryan Kohberger, okay? Twiz, you're my lawyer, all right? If
Yeah.
a prosecution is going to offer me a plea bargain, they are going to give it to you, my lawyer. They're going to outline to you, my lawyer, what their offer is. You're going to, as my lawyer, bring it to me, and you're going to review the goods, the bads, everything else. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So
She would
then,
do that with everything.
right. But what that has to mean, you guys, is all of them, Anne, JJJ, Mammoth, Bill, Santa, the first judge, the lady marshal judge, all of them, you guys, are on court documents dealing with the plea offers offered to the two victims' mothers. They know. Judge is on the court documents for 8 months ago when they were trying to negotiate plea bargains for both Maddy's stepmom and Xana Cora. How is that not a conflict of interest? You know, Twiz, who I turned in for my plea bargain. You have to know you're my lawyer. Prosecutors don't come to me. They come to you to make the offer, right?
Right.
So everybody, judge, they all know the months and months that went on with plea bargains of two of the victims' mothers, which then translates to they all have to know that it was a drug-related hit. How would you not know if a week before the 13th, Maddy's stepmom completed her plea deal, which means she ratted people out because she got her charges reduced? We all know that's how it works, right? We all agree with this, yes? I'm asking.
Yep.
So then we do know that Ann knows Brian wasn't there. We do know that Judge knows exactly why Maddy and Xana are dead. We do know that Santa Claus knows exactly what happened and why. I don't understand how that's not like a conflict. Like, I don't think Ann or Judge, any of them should be on it. They all were involved in the months and months of plea bargaining. How does that line up for you guys?
I mean, quite honestly, the main lawyer is not the one that met with Kara.
No, that's a
She-
falsehood, my dear.
She's the, they deal with, like, maybe Logston or somebody else that's like, she's not going to do that personally, I bet you.
No, but you're wrong, Golf. She was actively involved. And
But
if
how
you
do
go
we know
to-
that? How do we know that?
Well, if you go look at the court docket stuff for all this, you will find the whole cast. Golf, you will find the
Yeah.
whole cast.
I've seen
And
that.
you will
But
find, yeah, you
have
will
you
find.
seen any court hearings where she was present?
No, I've seen
representing
court
her clients?
documents where they're signing off on
Yeah.
the plea deals.
Correct.
So I
correct.
can't sign off on a plea deal unless you tell me who you're ratting out. And then
Yeah,
I've
but-
got to go send my boys out and find out that what you're telling me is true.
Yeah.
Then I've got to successfully arrest them. So then at the conclusion of that, that means that I do know that Kara did give me the proper and correct names of 4 major drug dealers in Moscow, Idaho, that were involved and connected with 2 of the victims' mothers. So I know this is a drug hit. Okay, I don't have to do stalkers. I don't have to do this lone serial killer. I don't have to do a madman running the streets of Moscow. Everybody's in danger. I know exactly the reason why 2 of the 4 people were the targets. They are the children of the moms who just ratted out a bunch of bad people. I know all this. So I should not be on this case. Like when Ann passionately put her hand out and said he's innocent, like that broke my heart in a way. And it's like, of course she knows he's innocent. She was involved 8 months ago when Kara was ratting out people and Nora, Maddy's stepmom, was ratting out drug people, and they're getting arrested. Like, we all know this is drugs. This isn't like me being not.
Yeah, but her job is still not proving who did it. Her job is to prove her client is innocent.
Okay,
Right.
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. But what I'm
But
asking
Sly still
you-
has all the cell phone data, so I still think they're trying to like solve it too.
Well, I mean, they already have, I'm sure. I was talking about Bitonti yesterday. Like you say, he's always there. Bitonti got this, but still, that's not her
Oh,
job.
hi, 12 gauge. I didn't see you.
What's going
He just
on?
popped up.
Hi, 12 gauge.
I
Hi.
didn't see you there.
Oh,
Are
I
Are
have
you
a
done
question
with your
for you.
laundry?
Yes,
Are you
I
done
am.
with your laundry?
Yes,
Well,
I
good boy. So, what is your opinion about all this mess?
What part?
Ah, I
Well, I have
guess
a
my big.
question. I have a question before we go into that.
Okay.
Um, when you study forensics, are you like, do you not learn that you shouldn't talk to witnesses in inactive cases and things like that?
Of course.
Okay. And I'm asking because Forensic Frenzy stated on Daniel's show that she contacted neighbors and people that, knew about the case, right?
Right.
Is
Why
that
would she
not
do that? Why would you do that?
exactly? Exactly. That's my question. That's what I was like, okay, you know better, right? Because you
Of
studied
course.
that. I can see an idiot like somebody else not knowing who hasn't studied this, but you as a studied learned man know this, and she probably does too. So why would she contact the families? Why would she contact witnesses to this crime?
Well, I don't know this person from the hole in the wall.
Hmm.
But I heard a little bit of y'all's show earlier when she was describing her credentials, and she stated that she specified in forensics. Well, if she specified in forensic, what's she doing on the ground questioning people? She's
Yes,
a detective. You know, forensics are different than doing door to door kind of investigation type stuff.
correct. And then she reached out to the families. She also, what else did she do? I forgot now, but I think it's wrong for her to contact those. And oh yeah, and she is basically studying forensic psychology, which would be Gary Bricado, right? That's the
Yeah,
same thing, right?
right.
And again, that's a profiling thing. That's got nothing to do with being on the ground, correct?
Bro Canto.
I would say yes. It sounds applicable. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I was right. I just need to know if that's something you guys study that you don't do by rule.
Well, what I'm learning is not. I'm learning it in a way where it's done by procedure, not by. Um, it seems like people that have criminal justice degrees and things of that nature, at least the ones that I've heard, they they want to speak on this case as if they're experts, but you
Hmm.
don't learn that type of things while you're going through the program. At least the program I'm going through, they're teaching you the procedural way. They're teaching you how to identify crime scenes, how to break down the evidence and things like that.
Hmm.
So,
But they're also killing you how to be a successful serial killer, right? I mean, I
of
certainly
course,
don't want to
of course
forget that.
not. Of course not. Even though he did have a kill kit.
Yeah.
Stupidest shit I've ever heard.
All right.
Maybe he
Sorry.
went to Moscow to slay some. I'm not saying it, but you guys know what I mean.
Yeah.
No, they don't teach you how to be a successful serial killer. I mean,
Well, you're in the
Damn it,
wrong
I was gonna
school, my
enroll.
friend. You know,
I
hey,
was gonna
mine didn't teach
enroll.
me. Me too. So it's damn, we missed our calling.
Hmm.
yes, you did. I mean, I
What
think
do you have a
you
program you
can
could
learn how,
recommend that does do that?
YouTube. You can learn how to be a
YouTube.
successful
That's a perfect answer.
Damn it.
YouTube.
God
You can by
damn it.
watching other serial killers.
It's just so
Did you
stupid.
catch what Gary Bricado did with the Long Island serial killer?
Now I want
No,
to go back and watch it.
no, I haven't. I haven't.
Isn't that crazy?
What happened?
Oh, you didn't catch that?
No, I
What he
did.
did when he stood up there with the lawyer that represented the victims' families, some of the victims' families, and Gary Mercado was there talking about the Long Island serial killer's daughter being part of this because she fits the profile based on her paintings and what she posted online and this and that.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Well, to be true, any of us could fit the profile. If you look deep enough, you're going to find what you're looking for.
absolutely, absolutely.
You know, if I can paint a picture of a serial killer, and then I just go out on the street and find it. You
Hmm.
know, find the person who matches my profile
Hmm.
based on my understanding of what I'm looking for.
Without even like talking to the person, you know?
Well, and look at our search
Yeah,
history.
exactly,
Look at
exactly.
our, like, in this community. You look at our search history, we would be
And we
toast.
all better hope nobody looks at our search histories,
Yeah,
okay?
we
I
would be
love
toast.
y'all. We don't want y'all. We all don't want a big party in the penitentiary.
Exactly, Brian. I agree with you, man. Well, I mean, I work in an environment where I have to look stuff up like that. So if they were to go look at my work computer, you'd see all kinds of weird stuff on there. Would that mean that I'm a serial killer behind the scenes? You know, I mean,
It might.
no, you're the one. You're the one. I've already had this
You
discussion with.
guys, it really
I've
is.
already had this discussion with you, Twiz.
It's Twiz. Come on, Golf Gauge. We all know secretly Twiz is our killer.
Yes, I know. I
I
know
was
this.
in Arizona at the time of the crime, and I was
Yes.
also just in a car
So,
accident, so
hey,
I wasn't really going anywhere.
Twiz has
you
bushy
were
eyebrows,
in
and he.
Oregon driving a white Elantra.
Hey, Twiz has bushy eyebrows, and he's at the crime, or no, he's at the hearing. So you know what they say. The serial killer.
And he plays hopscotch.
Yeah, they wanna reintroduce themselves.
A big trait of serial killers is hopscotch playing.
Hmm.
Did Bricado write that in a book? Is that in the New Evil? Is it a hopscotch like chapter?
What?
Bricado's new book, The New Evil.
I don't
Twiz,
know.
I
I
actually want
love
to
you.
Photoshop his face onto that.
I'm not gonna let the world know that you're the hopscotch killer.
I mean, it's on YouTube.
Hey, Golf, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, since we're talking about this forensic frenzy person, I don't know who she is, so if she watches this, don't take it as an attack because I don't know you. But my thing would be is what would make you go on YouTube and represent yourself in a way that you're not doing in real life? Like, is she a private investigator? Does she work with law enforcement? I mean, what does she do?
I think she's a paramedic,
Okay.
but she still
Oh
studies.
dear.
Yeah, I think she still studies.
A paramedic?
Yeah, if I'm not I could be wrong, but I thought I saw some pictures on her channel that she's a paramedic. But as I say, I
What does
could
that
be.
have to do with serial killers?
I mean, she studies. She got to work, I guess. Not everybody can go to school and not pay for it.
Well, I'm just curious on that. I mean, anybody can be knowledgeable of things. You can go and get some books and read and find out a lot of different things about profiling.
Hmm.
Does that make you a profiler at the end of the day?
No, doesn't. But
Okay, so she isn't legitimately a graduate level student in like criminology, forensic investigation, DNA, fingerprints, crime solving, or anything. You're telling me she's an EMS?
well, she's in school. I mean, she's. Did we not just hear she's still in school when she
I
talked to
think that's what
Daniel?
she said. Yeah.
And then she said, she studied criminology,
No, she studied
forensic,
forensic. Like her
forensic.
undergrad was
Sorry,
in forensics, I believe.
yeah. And
Not an
so,
undergrad for forensics.
sorry.
There's not a specific undergrad for forensics. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, I don't know what she said,
Yeah, no, okay. She's totally talking totally out of her field. Okay,
but
that's
now what she said also is she's still studying, getting her master's, I guess, in uh, criminal psychology or forensic psychology. Sorry.
well, I disengaged with her when Twiz first put her on. When she carried on like it was this big shocking revelation that she could tell that he was alone. I am like, as a retired mental health provider, I am like a give me a break lady. Like that is not this astute, astounding observation. Okay, Brian is hard. Brian is different. Brian is unique. Doesn't make him a serial killer. It makes him unique. But he doesn't come from any of the serial killer stuff. His family is intact. That family system produced 3 advanced degree professionals. Parents are still married. We do not have any abuse allegations in terms of childhood with these kids. They did suffer financially. Apparently, they had financial trouble. But by all accounts, this dude has no signs of being a serial killer. There's no fire, there's no animals. He didn't get in trouble in school. He academically performed beautifully. I mean, Ted Bundy was the exception. Trust me, the Night Stalker wasn't getting A's in chemistry and physics. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's absolutely nothing in Brian's life to indicate that he was a budding serial killer. Did he have troubles? Yeah.
Oh, Brian, you didn't know that he had some conflicts with his professor that he was working as a TA for?
Yeah.
Because that's not normal for TAs or anything.
No. That's a problem, Twiz. That's a problem. And I think it was his first time away from home. I think he was very enmeshed with his mother. I think his father did not want to acknowledge that Brian had mental illness and was struggling. And I think mom was totally aware that Brian was struggling. But bio dad was much more, my boy ain't got no mental illness. He just needs to shape up, that kind of thing. So I think there was some conflict in the house with that. But he performed academically. He wasn't picking fights. He wasn't playing with fire. He wasn't killing animals. He wasn't drawing gruesome things. He wasn't Baker acted. He wasn't psychiatrically committed. I mean, he has no classic signs of a mass killer. I mean, this isn't a serial killer. This is a mass killing. It's not a serial killing. It's a mass killing. But really,
well, Brian, the thing that I have problems with in this whole case is if they're trying to say that he was the one, because I look at everything, if they're trying to say that he was the one that did this was his first kill at 28. The ones that I've covered, the serial killers and the killers that I've been studying and stuff,
way too late. Yes,
it's a
absolutely.
evolution. It's an evolution over time. You just don't
Mhm.
start off
Nope.
doing this type of crime unless you have other attributes before this, whether it be
Totally.
small animals, whether it be hell, there could be
Totally.
other kind of variations of killing. I
There are
guess.
behavioral indicators from very young that indicate we have got a problem. Okay. And they're pretty, and 12, all this. They're kind of classic. Okay, there are classic. There's animals, there's fire, there's also environmental stuff. His parents are still married. Now, I don't know how successful their marriage is, but that matters. But this house produced 3 advanced degree children. Okay, that matters.
Of course it does.
That matters a lot. Okay, we don't have sexual abuse by a parent. We don't have child protective services involved when he was 10. We don't have him masturbating in windows. We don't have him burning animals. I mean, we have nothing. We have an awkward, distressed, mentally ill, depressed young man who at some point, if you think about it, That's pretty amazing. If the heroin is true. Okay, but if the heroin is true, that's pretty amazing, guys. That's pretty
I agree.
amazing.
Well, if y'all watched
Yes.
anything on my channel, I always say, if not Brian, then who? And I don't say that because I believe he's guilty. I'm just asking the question. If not Brian, who? Because I believe that there should be some accountability for this crime.
Yeah, but see, you know what though? I'm totally in a different place, 12. Because to me, all for months and Twiz and golf, you guys know this. I absolutely think this is drug related. I have for probably 15 months. So no one else is in danger. These people sent out a message, and the message was shut up. And guess what? For a year and a half, not one human has spoken. And I feel bad for Brian because I think Brian knows damn well if he talks or he does something, his sisters and his mom and dad could get hurt. These people mean business. At the same level, I think the same crap is going on for Payne and for street cops in Moscow. These people are trapped, you guys. The people that did what they did to those 4 kids in there, they mean business. They are pros. This is not some little fraternity fight. Seriously, fraternities, these kids are rich brats. The boys rape people. The family hires lawyers and get them off. These are not serial killers, murderers. Okay,
Not some random guy from a university 8 miles away.
Yeah, like seriously, all 4 of us here, we're all up here. Seriously, would any 4 of us honestly know how to kill 4 people in 9 minutes and get away with it? I'm waiting. Any of you know how to do that?
I do not.
I could figure it out.
You what?
I could figure it out. I mean, if that was what I was wanting to do, I could figure it out. I mean, anybody that has an ambitious mindset, you're going to figure out how to get it done.
No, but what I am saying is seriously, do any of us really believe that Brian would know, skill set wise, how to go into a house of 6 people and kill 4 people and get out? I mean, it's just so stupid.
Oh, he's the master criminal. He's a super secret ninja assassin.
Okay, Twiz, what games do you play online? It's just so absurd.
A lot of them.
Name some, Twiz. You know I'm fascinated by you. I am. Out of anybody on YouTube, and if this is not gay, okay, and this is not a hit thing, but out of anyone on YouTube, Twiz is the one that I would love to actually meet. And I want to say, well, I guess that's the therapist part of me, but like find out like his past and stuff, because he is a complicated, interesting character. You are, Twiz. You are.
That's a good way to put it.
Oh no, and you've had that all your life. Oh, come on, your teachers have told you for years how bright you are. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that shit too. And that also kind of made it harder for us, because if we didn't care about algebra and the value of X, we got blamed. But the truth is we were just too smart to care. Did you do good in school, Twiz?
I mean, yes and no. I had like undiagnosed ADHD. So unless I was interested in it, I didn't. I wouldn't say I did bad. Like I still got good grades, you know.
See, I flopped. Okay, I flopped. Like, if it didn't interest me, forget it. I'm not doing it. And I mean, somehow in my life at 10, I kind of knew I didn't need to ever figure out the value of X. Somewhere in my brain, I knew I would never need to know how to figure out the value of X. And guess what?
Right? You
I
never
kind of
did it
turned
as an
out to be.
adult.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I kind of just knew this shit. I mean, stuff that I was interested in, I excelled in. My family, I came from money. My family did like what I now look back as a clinician as nasty shit. You know, they did the IQ testing and then they used it against me, on report card day. It's like, well, according to the test, blah, blah, blah. Fuck the tests. But Twiz, you were brighter than most, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I knew so too. But it's also a double-edged sword because expectations like come. I don't know. I got off track.
You're not wrong though.
Well, no, some people. I don't know. It's like some people. To me now, at my age and everything, I absolutely am so grateful that I was genetically born bright. There's a difference between bright and smart. Book smart's one thing, gut bright is another. I'm gut bright. Twiz is gut bright. Golf is smart, I think, on the other side. Okay, I think 12 gauge is the other side. There's a difference between smart and bright. Bright is you're born that way. It just comes with you. I'm sorry, I'm going off on a let's get back on task. Oh, I want to send you that other thing. Twiz, do you know where that thing about drugs was that I sent you on your email?
She might have stepped away because she's muted. I don't know.
No, Twiz.
What?
Do you remember that email I sent you where they finally admitted that drugs were this whole thing?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do I need to send it to you? Because it was
I
incredible.
responded to you on that one. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you did. But you know what was neat today? What I did was first I wanted to absolutely find it again because I'm over this bullshit. So I found it again, and then I thought, I wonder if they deleted it after that. Twiz, they did. They never put that paragraph in any other presser after November 30th. And I'm thinking, that is so smart. Because when this all does come out to be drug related, they can go right to November 30th and say, yeah, we said we believe this is a drug related killing. Do you have that email to show them?
It's probably in there somewhere.
And you're sitting here now telling me you have no inclination, desire to look for it or find it.
I could find it. People want to watch more Drunk Turkey and Forensic Frenzy.
Okay, well, shut me up and proceed.
I'll look for it though while this is playing.
I'm back, by the way. Sorry, I had to step away for a moment.
So yeah,
That's
now
all right.
I'm lost. I don't know what screen I'm on. Okay, wait. So Twiz, what are you gonna play? Where should I be?
It's
Okay, so
StreamYard.
Twiz, you're gonna play. Okay, you're gonna play it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I don't know what's going on. I have two screens open, and I don't know which one is you. But I'll shut up now. Go back to little Daniel. Ugh.
How many
It is
screens do you got?
Well, no, there's only two open, but I'm not sure which one's which.
Look
I
at the
gotcha.
StreamYard one because the other one will be delayed.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. That helps. I don't know where I'm at. But go on. I shut up.
All right.
Oh, wait. No, it's not working. What did I do? No, he's talking, but I can't hear him. Well, who really wants to hear Daniel? Not me, but
I think
whatever.
it might be muted.
Yeah, something. Wait.
Twiz,
Oh, the video?
the sound is muted. Yeah, we can't hear.
Oh,
the
good.
audio.
It is. Oh, thank God, it's not me.
Yeah.
Okay, so there, Twiz. That's your
It
fault.
probably, when I changed it earlier, it
That's your
stopped doing
fault,
it.
Twiz. So don't blame
No,
me.
it's your fault because you made me pull up your email, buddy.
That's fair and accurate.
Big, graded amount had to be found in some crazy manner. I thought that was going to be a big question mark. I thought that wasn't gonna fly. Now, once the results came back that it was 1 in 5 octillion times, whatever, that led me to believe that small, whatever, how much DNA it was, probably was not as small as one would think, or.
And this is why they put that large number in to fool the idiots. Because that's an imaginary number.
Technology has come a long way for the ability to, identify somebody with even that small amount of DNA. Now, I went back and paired it off with the probable cause affidavit. The probable cause affidavit doesn't bring up, Othram. Now, if Othram was the lab that actually discovered the DNA on the sheath, it would have definitely had to have been in the probable cause or documented and logged in chain of custody. And if it wasn't, then we would have already heard that piece of evidence being thrown out. That wouldn't have been something that Ann Taylor's holding on.
Yes, because we've had suppression hearings and Frank's hearings.
No,
we would have heard that already.
So, that information, that sheath, I went back and I read the probable cause affidavit. I'll be honest, I probably read through it the first couple of times a little too fast. And going back and seeing that, no, it was actually the Idaho State Lab that discovered the DNA and entered it into CODIS. So however much there was there, it was enough to enter it into CODIS and not come up with a match with anybody. And that what Othram was doing was doing the IgG stuff until the FBI got involved and took over for him. But I think that could have been.
If it was soaked in blood,
I understand why that
was
wasn't in the PCA. They didn't want to go down the IgG route.
Who
It's kind of
knows?
like one of the big arguments that Bryan Kohberger's defense team has right now. I'm not saying it's a good argument, but it's one of their arguments.
Daniel's so
but
good
when
at
that
knowing
came
the
back as
defense's
5 octillion,
arguments.
whatever the case may be.
They
That was the
went
moment when I
down
said,
the
all right, this guy's phone is
IgG.
off
What
and
are
his
you
DNA is
talking
at the
about,
same
Daniel?
car matches his.
They
driver's
did
license
that
plate.
to crash into his parents'
What are all the
house.
chances of this, being coincidental? It's
It's
just
not
too
the
huge
same
for me
car.
in that sense.
It's the wrong
real
year.
quick, Justine,
They had the
just
wrong
said,
year and
"Okay,
it's
coming to
infrared
congratulations,
camera.
Chapin,
You're
so
never
much."
proving that car's white.
So the alibi for you is kind
Ridiculous.
of when it started, the lack of the speedy trial. What made you think that?
He likes to say, "My man."
Let's fast forward from that. So you mentioned something earlier when you said what kind of person could commit this crime? Who could have done it? Now, there's a few things that we know now.
Why are you
that has
asking
probably
this
changed since then.
person this?
One, we know that the person
What are
went in
her
there silently.
qualifications?
There's audio 50 feet away. We know that there was.
We
no voice
know
entry.
that they
We
went
don't hear
in
any sounds of
silently.
emotion. We don't hear somebody screaming out of rage, whether it be out of roid rage or angry
Oh my
jealousy.
God.
We don't hear. There's no sounds of victims screaming either. There's sounds of whimpers and
We don't
maybe voices, but nothing loud. No sounds of kicking or banging or struggle for
We
life.
don't know that.
Daniel has heard
What
that
are
audio,
your
by the way.
thoughts on the person that
That's
could have
how he
committed
knows
crime,
this.
knowing those things and also
You know.
knowing.
I mean, that's what's in
they
the
didn't leave any DNA
PCA.
behind.
To be fair to
Now
him.
we're done.
Now,
So I initially started with it must have been super meticulous. Now I actually believe that it was a complete disaster. I do believe it was relatively quiet, yes. But nonetheless, I don't believe that this person had any knowledge or
So
skill
whoever
of
wanted to
how
kill
do
four
so,
people,
and I think that
four
they
people,
were well managed
got away
and
with it,
keeping
and that's a
themselves quiet.
failure. Okay.
I think that they were lucky enough to find one victim that remained asleep because she was the first. I think that they failed to keep the second victim in the
Meg,
first
I
room quiet
agree.
because there was some kind of cry out. And apparently at that point, they quieted her. So I think it was a disaster. From downstairs, I think it was a disaster because that's where the crying and the male is talking and everything has gotten even worse on the second floor as far as noise goes. So for me, although there was minimal noise, there was still too much noise for
Where
this
is
to be as
she getting
meticulous
all
as I
this
thought.
shit from?
So it must have been a wreck. That's where I'm at now.
What are you
Gotcha.
talking about?
yeah, I
lady?
mean,
It's
you
not
make
it.
some valid points there. I think you make valid points. For me, I agree. I think that there was a little bit of array. I don't think everything went to plan, obviously, and I think that a lot of mistakes happened during the process of the actual incident. I think that when you look at the fact that there's no DNA in his car, you look at his history, but you see for instance, the Linda Lane footage, and you see
I hate
compare
when
it up
there's
with
no
PCA,
DNA in your
where
suspect's
after 4
car.
o'clock, and he starts to drive weird. And I think this is because at that moment it's go time. You know, up to that point he drove around 3 times around that apartment complex. On that
He
4th
drove
attempt,
around.
He stops in front of, I think, apartment 507.
Who's
backs
he,
up,
Daniel?
turns back around, goes back in front of the house, and according to the PCA, which I'm sure that
It's
there's probably some
Brian.
video of this, even though we don't see it from the window footage
Quiz,
because
of
it's 500
course,
yards
it's
away.
Brian.
But according to PCA, once
What's
he
your
comes back
problem?
into view where it was near the residence, it attempts to either park or do another turnaround in front of the house. It fails to do so. It continues on and goes to the King Queen Road intersection, does a 3-point turn, and then comes back, goes all the way back around. You can see it come back around for the 5th time
Too
on
bad
the Linda
I
Lane
don't
footage.
know
And
that.
parks up
tinted
in the back.
windows.
So mistakes are starting to be made.
We don't know
And
this.
you know,
We
I
know
think you
none
make a
of
valid
this.
point. If let's just say, because I think Howard Bloom makes a valid point. He goes in there and goes straight up to Maddy's room. Yeah, I
Howard
think
Bloom makes a valid
that's
point.
a huge indicator of,
Ah,
you know,
Oh,
who, right now. There's 2 people in there, so automatically that goes against the plan he may have really put out together.
and he knows
so
his plan.
I think that's why some of the mistakes start getting made, and and I'm not surprised that he got caught based on those mistakes. You know, leaving the sheath behind, leaving the DNA behind.
I think you should
when
bring or give him the Mensa
you being in
test.
a study of forensics. How important was that DNA? And what are your thoughts about the size of the DNA? I know I
no
spoke about it a
need,
little
dude.
bit. But the comparison came back, you know, 1 in 5 octillion, I think. What are your thoughts?
1
on
in
it and
5
how
octillion. He
it is
can't even
today?
quote it
My
right.
experience in forensics and stuff is over a decade ago.
So, billions, the number of people we have in the human population,
Mhm.
and octillions, right?
Oh,
We are,
is that
octillions are so much
Ooh,
larger.
Interesting.
With that being said, the chance of that not being Brian's DNA is impossible because
Impossible.
Oh,
the
my
octillions
goodness.
covers every single person on
Who
the
knew?
earth,
Oh
as well
no!
as many, many, many years back of all of our ancestors.
Hmm.
Heather,
So that's
funny.
the DNA. What was the
Well,
other part you
they
asked
got
about?
him. They solved the case.
Sorry, I muted myself by
All
accident.
still
No,
got
no, I was just
tight as a
basically asking
button.
about like the DNA, and you know, I know you said that you were concerned about it in the past. You know, as a possibility of it being transferred there somehow. It was single source DNA inside the button
Somehow.
snap. What made you change your mind that it could have been transferred there by some other means?
Under or next to a victim
So-
who was bleeding out.
Believe it or not, I believed Brian, so I believed his attorney when she said, in the, how would she say, hundreds of law enforcement officers that were in and out of that place or something like that?
Yeah.
That any single one of them could have transferred this DNA from somewhere else. I know
Yeah,
many people
they
believe that Brian
packed
Kohberger did
everything
not
up
have an
and moved it
Instagram.
away.
That's cool. But when I saw after Brian Kohberger in the seconds after the Moscow Police Department announced his name, there was absolutely an Instagram. It was connected to the 2 girls. So I kept telling myself that if he knew these 2 girls, then that would make sense. His DNA could be anywhere. He literally could have given one of them a ride, and maybe there was no one that, you know, left that knows that. You know, like there are a million ways that Brian could have known someone, interacted with someone, anything. And he also could have simply been the DoorDasher, right? So does he leave the food and then one of these officers collects the DoorDash, collects the sheath, and then they go and process it later and Brian's DNA has now been transferred from the DoorDash to the sheath? There's so much so for me, it was definitely his DNA, and it was just a matter of how it got there.
Yeah. I understand that aspect. That also went through my mind as well. I was like, you know, this guy's a teaching assistant in a criminal justice class. Is it possible that he has access to those that have to persons who have access to the criminal lab or police officers that do? You know, those things went through my mind, and then you find out that he puts himself out and about in a secluded area, according to himself, in his car. You know, it's not like, for instance, I know a lot of folks bring up this one case where this guy's DNA was under the fingernails of a dead guy when and it got there because apparently he touched the doorknob that a paramedic touched the same doorknob who ended up going and assisting with this dead person. The problem is Brian Kohberger wasn't near anybody that night, according to himself. He was secluded. He was by himself. He was in his vehicle. And I'm going to think that if he is innocent in this whole glove situation, you know, it would have been something that he'd been doing beforehand. I mean, police literally tried to get his DNA for days, couldn't do so. They ended up having to, you know, be left with his father's DNA to do the comparison. And yet,
Except they didn't know who he was until December 23rd or December 20th, according to Payne.
Cold, icy night,
right?
That his DNA just so happened to get on the knife sheath that was being transported by a guy who matches more or less Brian Kohberger's height and weight. Also drives a vehicle very similar to his, without a front license plate, and is doing this while Brian Kohberger is
total nonsense.
you know, self-adamantly put himself
Appears
by
to not
himself,
have a front license
without
plate.
any
Doesn't
type
mean it
of
didn't have one.
evidence of where he was. And so Yeah, interesting stuff there. Now, I know you mentioned it, and we'll kind of get into some of those things, but you mentioned the DoorDash driver, and I know that you mentioned the I think I can't remember Twilio number. The only thing that my question comes up is
This is the best part right here.
Maybe there's the possibility that Bryan Kohberger was a DoorDasher. Is that true?
Yeah. So I used to believe that maybe he could have been the DoorDasher, and then I let it go. But then I found the Twilio number, and it just reignited it. So I just
This is the best part.
Yeah. Well, just I don't think so, just because it says in the PCA that the DoorDash delivery drivers reported the information about the DoorDash delivery. So I don't even think
no serial killer goes out when it's cold.
The DoorDasher came forward.
So she's saying that Bryan was the DoorDash driver.
Mm-hmm.
But the DoorDash driver reported delivering food to the house that night. Why didn't they start looking at Bryan as a suspect until December 20th then? I mean, he reported himself to the police saying he dropped off food at the house. They would have known the car. They would have known the time he was there. They just didn't look at him?
And remember, he brought hamburgers, or what is it, Burger King?
Well, that's what some people are saying. It's always been Jack in the Box, according to me, or according to like what came out first.
This guy, Daniel, is quoting
Bloom
left and right. Well, Bloom also said that the food was ordered from
Burger King.
And the closest Burger King is where?
Lewiston or something.
And what time did Bryan leave his apartment?
Well, we don't really know, but he was on Nevada Street at 242.
Correct. Would he have time to go to Lewiston, pick up a DoorDash order, and bring that?
No.
Exactly.
But either way, it's literally the dumbest thing that you could ever say. I think Bryan was the DoorDash driver because he had a Twilio number.
Put it into perspective. Sorry.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah.
But I mean, just that.
Yeah.
They know who the DoorDash driver was. They said that early on. They interviewed the DoorDash driver. And she thinks because there's a Twilio on his Garrett Discovery that he's the driver. Mm-hmm. People believe this chick. Daniel just proved her wrong right to her face, and she's just smiling and nodding. Mind-blowing. I think we should listen to it again.
Okay. All for your pleasure.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah. Well, just I don't think so, just because it says in the PCA that the DoorDash delivery drivers reported the information about the DoorDash delivery. So I don't even think law enforcement knew about the DoorDash delivery until the DoorDasher came forward.
So you probably don't know this, Golf, but she says that after she had the interview with Garrett, that the information got given to the prosecution and they told her to not talk about it because they're looking into it. Mm-hmm. They're like actively looking into her tip right now.
Yeah. Yes.
She thinks Bryan was the DoorDash driver.
Yeah. Of course.
There was a DoorDash delivery there at that house. But yeah, I had seen that. And I thought, if he has a second number, what else could that be used for, though? What are those numbers primarily used for outside of Uber? Or is that what it is? Uber Eats, Uber Delivery, stuff like that?
So let's say either one of us, right? We just talked about owning businesses. So we're running a business, and instead of our cell phone number, we want our clients or customers to have like a discrete number where they can still reach our phone at any time, but they don't have to have our actual personal telephone number.
It masks
so
the
we
phone
actually
number.
can use this service, but it's literally provided to DoorDash, Uber, Grubhub, Lyft, like stuff like that. Even like the Spark driver, when they send you the text messages, if you get like Walmart Spark orders, but they're assigned to those kinds of people, and it's meant to keep their identities and their phone private from you as well. So when we're going back and forth with that DoorDasher and they're like, hey, we're waiting at the restaurant for your food. Oh, we're on our way. Sorry, it's taking a little bit longer. We're getting those messages from a Twilio number, not from the DoorDasher's number.
Interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, there's a number of reasons why he could be doing that, but yeah, no, that's interesting that there was also the DoorDash there. I see why those dots could be connected. But speaking with, so
Those dots should
you
not be
began an interview
connected.
with Andrew Garrett. We'll get into that.
Mhm.
There was a document that was out there. It was out there for a while. You had come across it. What was that document, and where did you come across it?
Okay. So it was in the Reddit groups apparently for a while, and my viewers were like emailing it to me. But remember, I told you the other day I don't really check that email that often.
Mhm.
So they're emailing it to me, and then one day I just saw it in there, and I saw it a lot, and I was like, ugh, whatever this is, I don't even, like, so I didn't bother with it. But a few weeks later, attorney Andrew Meyer from the law offices of Andrew Meyer about the law here on YouTube, he actually reached out to me. He sent it to me in an email, and he just said, like, this was given to me by the family, like Kaylee's family. And he was like, I just don't know what it is. And he was literally just asking, like, do you have any idea what this is, how this translates? What am I looking at? I gave him the general synopsis there and left it alone again because, again, I didn't like it. And then a few weeks later in April, I reached out to Garrett Discovery. So I just called the number, like press 0, and thought I got an operator, but it turns out that's not how it works. So I actually got someone who works like, with Discovery and stuff like that. And she's like, yeah, so is it on our website? She's talking to me about it. We had a conversation. And then she said, like, well, if you're really, because I presented, in a manner as such. This is on your website. It's pretty prejudicial. If it's not real, it shouldn't be there. And furthermore, there's like a gag order. So if you guys did work on the case, how are you guys even able to put this out there on the internet and not be violating the gag order? I'm confused. But she ended up saying to me, like, well, can you send me a copy of whatever it is that you're looking at? And then I'm like, well, maybe they did more work than I think they did. And now looking back, I know that that's true because they didn't just do the social media map, they did the cell phone evidence. But anyway, so I'm like, so maybe they did a little more work than I think they did. And I sent her the doc and she's like, oh, thank you so much. And that was it. But 2 days later, I got an email back. So I think the weekend had passed. So it's like Monday morning. And I get an email back from Mr. Garrett. And he actually provided me like some knowledge as to, I guess, how he ended up working for them. He didn't actually work for them because he wasn't paid and he didn't take the job. But so essentially he more or less told me, like, don't worry about the gag order because I'm not actually under it. I didn't take any money. I wasn't retained. I don't work for anyone. He did tell me that because he is neutral to the situation and he technically is supposed to report with expertise regardless of who hired him, that he doesn't have like a party that he's in, cahoots with. I was hired by the defense, but regardless of what happens, I'm going to report the truth. Or I was hired by the prosecution, and regardless of what happens, I'm going to report the truth. So he explained that to me and, told me that he didn't actually end up taking the job.
Who?
Huh?
Did you say something about a witness?
No, I said he'll never become an expert witness because he's blabbing on the case. They're not supposed to blab on the case.
Oh, yeah. I don't really think he blabbed on it, but he actually didn't even know that much anyway. But it's funny because he tells everyone that the cell stuff they use in the PCA was literally laughable. And these people have been out here for over a year and a half worshiping it like it's the word of God. Funny.
He told me 2 things back then that stuck with me. The social media map was more than likely real, and that the cell phone evidence was going to be problematic for the defense. And then since then, as we've seen it play out in court with all the testimony from everyone, and believe it or not, I actually do believe Cy Ray. It was problematic for the prosecution, and that's why he talked about it. But the Garrett interview more or less explains that what to do to correct it is something that's like a specialty to, it sounds like, actual, I guess, experts is how he tried to explain it. Like, that's not an actual expert, but actual experts have this specialty that can do the work that needs to be done. But he did not deny that Mr. Ray knows exactly what is wrong and just doesn't know how to fix it. But he did say he knows exactly what's wrong. I didn't want to take the interview at first. It was offered to me in April. To be fair, I tried to get it over to Chris McDonough and Karen McDonough. They didn't bite. I never heard back from the defense when I reported the document to them, and I did report it to them first. Believe it or not, I know everyone thinks I'm so against Bryan Kohberger, but in actuality, the first person that I reached out to was Ann Taylor to let her know that needed to be taken down and that she needed to file some kind of cease and desist because it's making him look like he's guilty. But she never answered me. The message was left with your assistant, Ann, so if you hear this, she may need to be fired. I called the prosecutor's office. They actually did answer, so they listened. They heard me out. They were like, "What is that?"
And your assistant needs to be fired because she thinks that Brian was a DoorDash driver and she sent this to your assistant and they didn't pass it on to you to respond. Crazy. Am I right, Golf?
I mean, Anne is not going to respond to anybody.
No.
She has no obligations to.
They've literally said that in the court that they don't respond to people.
Of course not.
I should have my feelings hurt because she didn't respond to me either, right?
Hey, I sent in 2 things to her, and I've said it on my channel, so I'm not even ashamed of it. I was never expecting anything from that. I wasn't going to be like holding my breath on getting like, oh, thank you, you cracked our case. That's some bullshit.
By saying he was the DoorDash driver.
I did not send that in. No, I sent in a tip about Kopaka's phone number, which was a T-Mobile.
Oh, interesting. Because
Yes.
in that hearing, they say T-Mobile numbers.
I know, exactly. And I sent her, and before that, because she was so against, cameras in courtroom, I thought, I wanted to send in my thoughts on that. That's the only way to exonerate Brian, is to keep cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah,
And
I
then
don't really think she ever wanted cameras not to be there. They just wanted it in a better way.
No, she was very against it in the beginning, and I think she sort of realized she was trying to keep it out.
In like
But
the beginning,
you can't
beginning?
you can't silence the media
Yeah.
on this case, unfortunately. Like they're just gonna keep hammering about what they hammer on about. So I think she realized that, not from my email, but I mean it might have helped. I don't know, to give her perspective. Those are the 2 things I reported to her or gave her, an email about.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, they've said in open court they don't respond to people.
Mhm. Well, yeah, of course. I wasn't expecting it. And if the prosecution came back to her about, yeah, don't talk about it, don't discuss it, what is she doing right now? She's talking about it.
Talking about it.
Yeah. So isn't that a little bit wrong?
It's something.
If they even did that, I don't know. Like I don't know if that even happened. If they respond, that's crazy, by the way. Number 1. And number 2, they told her not to talk about it, and here she is talking about it.
I really, it would be so funny if watch Anne's assistant reaches out and be like, no, Brian was not the DoorDash driver. It'd be so funny.
Yeah, yeah.
These people kill me.
Or just an email saying, you are wrong. Thank you.
I
And then they
can't.
told
I
me,
don't know.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to report this to the tip line. So I ended up calling and reporting it to the tip line. I never heard back from anyone. And
When did you report? Around what time was this reporting to the tip line?
I'd say the 3rd week of April. So probably a few days after Brian's alibi came out, I called and told Anne that the document existed and that the whole entire thing was going on. And then when she didn't answer me within a few days, I also called the prosecutor's office. Mm-hmm. And then that day I called the tip line as well. So in between calling the defense and the prosecution, a few days went by, but all in the same week, I ended up calling both sides to let them know. So as far as like everyone not understanding, like, I guess that the document was there, like the prosecution, the defense, whatever, I guess I'm a little, maybe they're behind on tips, but it was there. And it was also relayed to both offices in some facet. So that's just really how I ended up deciding a few months later, just a couple of days ago, that I was going to take the interview. I didn't really know if he was even going to do it, especially since I called the police on his document, but he did take the interview. And in fairness, it was fully questioned. Like, I had this whole thing worked out and he took over the interview. I mean, I don't mind, but he took over the interview. I don't know if the questions that I even had ready like not every single one of them would have dug out the information that we ended up getting. So the interview ended up providing more than I actually was seeking, but ultimately he didn't mind speaking, so I just let him talk. I did have like, questions that came from when people knew that I was going to do the interview. They would send me questions. So I did have people, send me questions, and I asked specific questions for certain people at certain points throughout the interview. But my main goal was to find out. I know that, I think I told you, I thought Kaylee's family had been like given her Instagram account through Legacy, but that's not the case. I asked, it's not. So of all the victims right now, the only Instagram that you can find that's up is Kaylee's. And I assumed her parents and, brothers, sisters had been keeping it active for sentimental purposes, that it had been legacy to them, but it's not true. That's the police. They are keeping Kaylee's Instagram active. And then I was also told that the prosecution was having a really hard time
Probably
making a
hoping
social
for the
media
stalker
connection.
to come back.
So those two things together, the Instagram is still up and they're still trying to make the social media connection, led me to want to do the interview. I asked, he accepted, and that was pretty much what he just provided to us. That's why there are some periods where I actually ask a question and other periods where there is no question. It's just what he's saying that you hear. It's because what he's volunteering, there may not have been a question before that.
Right.
We were literally just talking and fluffing it a second ago, and then we jumped into this. And I want you guys to hear what he
They
says.
were fluffing
So I cut
something.
out the fluff, the in-between stuff. But for the most part, he just took over. He had, a lot on his mind. He put it all out there. I did not in any way just pick and pick and pick until he said those things. He just volunteered them. So.
Yeah. And like Holly says, I suggest downloading that interview because who knows how long it's going to be up. Now you mentioned the April, third week of April is when you notified everybody. You did the interview. You didn't hear anything back from anyone until after you did the interview. Is that correct?
Correct.
And
So it was like no one believed me. No one was interested. No one cared what Garrett Discovery had to say. None of
There's
that.
a
The whole
reason for
time,
that.
The Goncalves family is like, there's this document.
There's a
this
reason.
document. They're telling them over and over and over again. They're ignoring all of it. And it was something about me actually posting the video of the interview. Now everyone's interested. It's got everyone's full attention.
Yeah, I'd actually seen that document some time ago as well. I also speak with the Goncalves family, and Christy had told me that prior to Bryan Kohberger's arrest, this is, on their way, I think, to the celebration of life, right towards the end of the year there in 2022. And right before his arrest happened, they got notified by the police department or law enforcement there that they were going to make an arrest, and that the person that they were arresting was Brian Christopher Kohberger. And they immediately went to his social media. They found, I think they said they found a couple, but they found at least one, I think, that was associated with one of his email addresses, and they had folks that were following back and forth, I believe, that were members of his family, and on there were Maddy and Kaylee, that he was following them. And so to me, when Bill Thompson came out saying there was no evidence, I went back and listened to it. It sounds like he's alluding that there's no evidence, but I don't think he necessarily directly is saying that, but it does sound like he is saying that there isn't any. I was dumbfounded by that because I was like, well, maybe perhaps it got leaked out somehow that Brian was going to be arrested. And then I thought, well, maybe there's a situation about timing. Everybody followed those, students after their passing, shortly after. A lot of people did. I did myself. And I was like, well, maybe he's followed them after the fact. But according to your interview there, it sounds like there's the possibility that they followed him back, which would indicate that would have happened before their passing, obviously. Is that how you took that interview?
So I actually took that part of the interview a different way. I think I took it as him saying, well, someone who's deceased can't follow you back. And that's why I asked him, wait a minute, but what if he actually said you can't follow and get a follow back from someone who's deceased. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, what if the profile is public? And then he said, well, then in that case you can. But it's not so much, I don't know if he actually knows that the follow back exists in the follow back list, if that makes any sense to you. Remember, he said there's following and the people that are followed. And I actually think it goes in that order. And they would be in one of the two sections because the girls didn't appear on that list twice. So if they followed back, they should be there twice if they were also followed, if that makes sense to you, because both lists were there. So I don't think he actually had that part pinpointed in his memory. I know that he's correct in the idea that they were there, but I don't think he remembers exactly where they fell in the document and what part that is. Again, if he's correct about there being following and followed, then that also explains why the document goes A to Z and then starts again alphanumerically 0 to 9 A to Z. It would be followed in numerical and alphabetical order, and then following in numerical and alphabetical order, or vice versa. So
If it was
the
this
two girls
easy,
only exist in one.
if it was this easy, then we wouldn't have that document saying there's absolutely no connection between Brian and the victims. If it was this
Yep.
easy.
This document came out like January 10th of 2023.
hmm
But she's just now finding the connection.
So, and Bitonti's statement was made after that.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, all right. Just all right.
It's so funny. I can't do anything but laugh.
Mm.
It's crazy.
Mhm.
These people are nuts.
One portion of that. It's either this or it's that, but I don't think it's both.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I'd like to see the result of it. I know it ended up not being completely completed, right? He hasn't
Yes.
verified things and stuff like that.
Yes. So I had questions too as to like, when was this following happen? Well, you know, like when did that happen? Was it before? Was it after? Was it just a follow or a follow back? I had all those questions and stuff like that, but there were some.
Kate, that
I
was
just decided
until
I
she
probably shouldn't ask,
revealed it to
considering the fact
them
that he said he didn't vet anything.
last week.
Like,
Right.
what does it matter if you think it was before or after when you didn't actually vet this? So I just didn't ask those questions. But what he is saying that he did vet is the information that built the social map. So the social map itself, no. But what went into creating it, yes. So yours or mine, he used like our credit and like a credit check, all kinds of like background checks, including like a TSA background check. But like he uses all these things. They pull out little identifiers for one of us. And then those identifiers are given like a confidence range, you know, 0 to whatever. The higher the number, the more
My
confident
confidence
they are.
range is
And
a
that
like a
attached to
2 when
or
they
I.
talk.
And they're using those identifiers based off how high the confidence is, and they're inserting those. That's the Shadow Dragon software that he was showing me. It builds the map. He verified everything that he put into Shadow Dragon to build the map. He did not verify what came out of Shadow Dragon. Separately, though, there is a man named Daniel Clemens. He is the owner of Shadow Dragon. And I do believe, if I am not mistaken, that he did the verifying of his own work and reported back to Steve Goncalves as such. I know that what's in the map is correct. And there's two parts to why the family believes that this is true. Because Andrew Garrett believes that what he put in to make the map is correct. And then the man who made the software to make the map also said, I did the work, and it backs up what Andrew Garrett says. He actually has like this whole thing on, I didn't even know LinkedIn was like a forum where you can post posts and stuff, but he actually
Can
has
you
this whole
pause
thing
that?
on like LinkedIn.
Of course.
So I wish Lana with Truth and Transparency would put out, she's got proof that Brian did not stalk or follow any of the victims on social media. And I wish she has recording of that. I wish she would put that out, number one. That would be important, Lana. So if anybody knows her, can you please notify her to do that? And number
She
two,
has a recording of it, or
I think somebody did a screen recording of his account in the, right after he was arrested. And they screen recorded all his friends and who he follows and stuff like that. So or at least that's what she claims. And I'm hoping that she's got it. Number two, my food is coming. So I'm going to pause for a moment and eat my food.
yeah, do your thing.
I'm not going to, jump off. If you're still here,
I think we're going to be here for a while.
Okay. All right.
We might go 12 hours today. I don't know.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
And it talks about how his Shadow Dragon software was used to create the connection between the defendant and the victims. And it goes on, he has an opinion as to what kind of person Brian is. He compares him to like the Vegas shooter and the Austin bomber, someone with no motivation at all to commit these crimes. And this was all the way back in January of 23 that both of these things were existing. So it's not just that Steve saw this document and held on to that. It's that he's had a conversation that I have not had with another person, the man who made Shadow Dragon. Meanwhile, I had the conversation with the person who owns Garrett Discovery, who used Shadow Dragon. So if you were pulling together pieces, and it's kind of saying that the document's likely to be real, but he can't get anyone to pay attention.
Yeah.
And that's where that came from, basically. Now I know that this other person is also saying, I did my work and due diligence with my program as well. So I had a little bit more reason to reach out to Garrett Discovery, but I didn't really want the interview myself. I actually thought that someone else could probably do it better. So I tried to give it to the interview room, but.
Well, if he's still interested in interviewing anyone, I would take that interview as well.
The interview room was smart.
A lot of
enough not to
interesting
do
things.
it.
A lot of interesting things to unpack there. I
That's
wasn't aware of the
crazy.
Shadow Dragon or the confirmation or any of those things. That's highly impactful there. You know, and I think that when you look at some of the claims already made by the defense team that there was no connection, you know, I think this kind of waters down what they believe a connection could be. It's kind of like when they were saying that whole exculpatory stuff. Like, oh, we have exculpatory things that they're hiding or whatever. And then we find out that it's they're looking for cameras that were in the corner of I-95.
Oh, that's what they were doing.
In Moscow and Palouse River Drive.
Oh,
right there,
Daniel's so
heading south to
smart.
Moscow. And they're saying that, oh, because there's no video of this car going through that intersection, that screams exculpatory, even though it's been reported there's multiple ways to get out of there without going through there. And so to me, it kind of waters that down
Daniel,
a lot.
he's so
As far as
good.
what their claims are and their statements are. That's crazy. I mean, I would have thought that would have been found, though. I mean, that's the one thing that bothers me the most about this is, one, that it wasn't discovered, that it took somebody outside of law enforcement that doesn't have access into these things, typically, to locate, find this, and the fact also that it took, from the third week of April till here recently for them to finally start to investigate it. But that seems like what's the situation at hand, right? You were reached out. We were supposed to do an interview earlier. We had to reschedule it because you were reached out. And what happened with that, in your own words?
So it's actually a really brief story. So someone reached out to me and they're like, hey, just so you know, they actually warned me, download your video because they're looking at it and they're going to investigate that discovery document. And they didn't tell me if it was, one side or the other side or if both sides were interested. I had no real information. Mm-hmm. But they're like, but maybe you should probably just refrain from talking about this because you don't know. And I don't even know who I would be doing a detriment to by talking about it. If everyone's investigating it, then I'm harming everyone. You know what I mean? So, and if it's the defense that wants to go back and look at it, I could be harming Brian's defense. If it's the prosecution, I could be interrupting the actual justice that I'm trying to help the families find. So I just decided, like, maybe you're right. I'm going to refrain from talking about it. But at the same time, I didn't really know if they were serious. And I'm like, we'll see. Then I got the second message, which is the one that I sent you. Mm-hmm. And that's when I knew that, okay, the person that told me this earlier today is actually telling the truth. Mm-hmm. So at that point, I took their word for refraining a little bit more seriously. That night, my fiance came home and I'm telling him what happened. And he's like, yeah, if I were you, I would exercise a little bit of respect. Give those attorneys a chance to get their shit together if they don't have it together. And if you don't hear back, don't assume that doesn't mean nothing's coming from it. So even moving forward, still watch your mouth because you don't know what's going on. So right. I'm just trying my best not to, like,
she didn't listen very well.
Or do too much that causes Brian to be railroaded. Okay. Whatever happens from this, I accept, whether it's that there is or is not a connection. My goal was to get somebody to look at it and make sure if there is or isn't before we move forward. I've done my job, so that's the best I can do.
Yeah. And everything that they were, I guess, in question had to do more or less with the connection aspect, not so much with what he was saying, referencing phone pings and cast. Is that correct?
Yep.
So going to go ahead.
It sounds to me like the defense was already aware. Remember, he did the cell phone stuff at the defense's request. So they knew what they were looking for. They already knew what had gone wrong. They knew about, the fact that they needed to do more work.
This was early January 2023, by the way.
A specific place. The defense knew that. The prosecution was literally behind, which is exactly what Andrew Garrett said. The defense has the upper hand because they don't even understand that they did their work wrong. So the cell phone portion, I don't think we're anybody's benefiting from it except for the prosecution at this point. The defense already knew. They were on game with that. The prosecution was behind, and now they're benefiting from that. But at the same time, if there was a social media connection, even if it existed in the past and say before the attacks, it went away, like it was untethered, and Anne doesn't know about it, that's something that she now knows about. That's something that she can look into and make sure, was there a connection and you just unfollowed these people?
Because
Are you lying to me?
Brian
Do
wouldn't
I
have
actually know what's
said
going on here?
anything.
As his defense attorney. So in both aspects, everybody has something that they could be digging into right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. My question though, when it comes to like what he was saying, so first and foremost, going to what he was talking about as far as I know a lot of people thought that he may be taking shots at Cyree. I thought that may have been not so much the case. I think he was just being honest. But his honesty didn't just affect Cyree and his testimony. I think it also affected the prosecution in the way that they also used the equipment to locate somebody and how they locate people through this evidence. However, my biggest thing about this situation when it comes to the cast is and pings and locations is
he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's the biggest thing.
That was used for the probable cause to arrest him. Right? And probable cause, you don't need proof beyond reasonable doubt. You only need, more or less proof, right?
But you also can't lie. And if you did lie, it turns everything afterwards into fruit of the poisonous tree. So goodbye to your buccal swab and GPS dreams, buddy.
And so that's why I thought that was important for the PCA. When I've been, ever since his arrest, and I knew they downloaded his phone, wouldn't the GPS from the phone be more important than the cast information? And why is there such a huge spectacle on the?
Has anyone actually heard him say that before? That the GPS is going to be way more important than the cell data? You guys answer in chat, and I'm going to continue playing the video.
Cast stuff if there's the GPS information from his phone.
We should get back to that.
Okay.
She don't know
That's
either.
one we need to get back to. All right. Understood. We had a conversation.
We should get back to that.
All right. Yeah, because I mean, and I don't expect you to answer any of these. These are just kind of the things that I've put together in the past. I was like, look, when the Strava app came out and there was a warrant for the Strava app, I looked up what Strava was. And apparently Bryan Kohberger his profile was still attached to it. He was utilizing that tool in Pullman, Washington. It marked him running a mile in about 6 minutes, which isn't unimpressive. That's an impressive feat. I mean, he's run a mile in 6 minutes. That's pretty good. At the same token, that was a GPS location device on his phone. And so that I thought to myself, well, whether it be the 12 times that he's allegedly around that area or any of the movements that they have him recorded on using the cast would indicate that his phone was on. And if his phone is on, that means that the GPS stuff would be on and those things track. And they're already doing the Strava stuff. I don't understand the big question behind this, but the only thing, and this is just go ahead.
So I won't say what, and I won't say who, told me. But I will say I was told that there was something done with the device that created a hardship in tracing.
How would she know that? That's
GPS
definitely
location.
gagged.
Interesting.
So I believe that plays a role in why Mr. Garrett, when he talks about GPS locations, specifically talks about the chip that's in all of our phones, that he helped with, the development of the software and creating the whatever it is that transmits the radio frequency. I can't even remember all of the detail, but there's a chip in all of our phones that his company has something to do with. And he did actually say that he would use that. That would be what he would use, the chip itself, to find GPS locations. So if they're not using the chip, I assume they're using something else. And whatever was done with the device is causing a hardship in the area they're trying to search for GPS locations. Mr. Garrett was specifically saying that would never be a problem with my chip. So they can't be looking at my chip. Also in the interview, I guess it kind of came out, but not necessarily straightforward. So we won't get back to that. I'll answer it kind of sort of now. There may have been something there that was causing some sort of deletion of information that is required to be able to find your locations. So that's kind of why at the end of the interview there, he says, I wouldn't be worried about deletion. I would be worried about overwriting the material. If you go and you download an absurd number of hours of video intentionally to override your phone, then I won't be able to find information. But anything that just deletes things, I can go back and find them. But there's something else that they're doing. They're not looking at their little chip in the phone. They're looking at something else, maybe information off of paper documents, but something that was done with the device has caused a hardship, and it wasn't done by law enforcement. So something that was done with the device causes some kind of problem. They can't find GPS locations, if that makes any sense to you. It blew my mind. And for the entire week and a half that I was waiting to do the interview with Andrew Garrett, I had that like sitting on my mind. Like, what are they talking? What is this person telling me? How can that be? How can this person be told that and actually believe it? Like, I was losing my shit. But then he explained to me that there are things that exist that can delete pretty much everything you did on your phone. And they're utilized for when we get rid of a device so that we can make sure all of our personal information is gone, so that we can pawn it or sell it, give it back to the phone company, whatever. But again, he said that literally shouldn't be a problem for the police. And because it is, that was another issue. That was another hot button subject that I think may have been extrapolated from that interview that people are now looking into.
Yeah. Yeah, no, most definitely. But wouldn't that, evidence of that type of activity also be kind of somewhat evidence of somebody trying to hide something?
Yes.
And so, I mean, even though if it's not there, then you find out also that his phone wasn't connected to the towers. And I'm sure they're going to be able to find out how or why. If it was manually turned off, there's a set of buttons that need to be pressed. I'm assuming that those would still be recorded, even if you overloaded things. If it was put in airplane mode, those buttons also need to be pressed. If you put it in like a Faraday cage or something like that,
A dark
I think
bag.
that would have an effect on it as well, where, and that may have been what he may have done, in my opinion. It's probably the smartest thing to do, because it would still show that your phone is on, just not connected to anything.
Correct.
So it would mimic being in an area without service. So
You could also just not call or text anyone, so nothing shows up on your call detail record, which is why Payne would say he might have turned his phone off, which is what criminals do so they can't be tracked. He might have just sat his phone down in his passenger seat and drove to the park. Weird.
that's what I'm assuming that he had done that. And there's a lot of things that I've kind of assumed, and I'll be honest about them. They are assumptions. These are my thoughts, theories. In fact, I probably should have done this earlier, but here's a disclaimer: I'm the Bryan Kohberger is presumed innocent until proven guilty and things of that nature. Drink. But you mentioned like overloading with pictures and videos and things like that. I think there's two things to that. And I think I may have picked up on one of the things from the interview or maybe another interview that I saw, that a person can make it appear that you took a photo on a certain date or time by downloading it at a certain date or time, or whatever the case may have been. But you also just mentioned right now that a lot of photos, well, their deal in their alibi statement was that Bryan Kohberger took a lot of photos and took pictures and videos of his hikes and stuff. Wouldn't it also be odd
that in the interview when Andrew Garrett also said, I know there are pictures and photos, they're not from the 13th, they're from other nights. I believe that was a part of the cell phone information that he has seen as well. So if he's seen it, then I believe it came from evidence, from the prosecution, from the law enforcement officers. So they should have known that those photos existed too. So I just wanted to know if you caught that he actually said that, and I believe he's seen them. I believe he's actually seen the photos, and he looked at the metadata and stuff like that, so he knows the times and dates.
Yes, which made me believe that, and this is just my assumption of me putting two and two together, is that there was at least some sort of attempt to make a picture appear that it was taken that night. That was my take of it. And so even in that instance,
he told everyone what to look out for at both sides. He literally told them exactly what they needed to look out for, and I agree. He was saying that in some way, shape, or form, there was some kind of photo that was either, because technically you can also do it this way. If I took a picture, say I flicked a picture out in the park 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
And now today, I want to look like I was in the park. Pull it up on your phone and take a screenshot. And although it may say screenshot on some phones, it doesn't on all of them. It just provides you whole new metadata as if you had just taken that picture. So.
All right. When you take a picture, it creates the metadata. So if I took a picture today, it would say the picture was taken on August 11th at about 3:13 p.m. If the GPS location is turned on, it would give you the GPS location. This is all metadata attached to the picture. You actually can't try to make that picture from 2 days ago because the dates and the times would be wrong. You also can't take a screenshot and give that metadata because it puts the metadata on it when you take a picture, which is why, fun tip, if you send a picture to somebody and it somehow gets out that they know your location, they were able to get your metadata off of it. So you screenshot it and that metadata is gone, and then they wouldn't be able to track you with it. Just a fun tip for everyone. I'm trying to understand what Daniel was trying to say, but that's hard sometimes.
Yeah.
And now today, I want to look like I was.
That was my take of it. And so even in that instance,
Told
even if
everyone what to.
me putting two and two together is that there was at least some sort of attempt to make a picture appear that it was taken that night. That was my take of it. And so even in that instance,
Told everyone what to look out for at both sides. He literally told them exactly what they needed to look out for. And I agree. He was saying that in some way, shape, or form, there was some kind of photo that was either, because technically you can also do it this way. If I took a picture, say I flicked a picture out in the park 2 weeks ago, right?
Yeah.
And now today, I want to look like I was in the park. Pull it up on your phone and take a screenshot. And although it may say screenshot on some phones, it doesn't on all of them. It just provides you whole new metadata as if you had just taken that picture. So I think that was a part of what he was saying. Be careful. There are going to be some pictures in there that aren't even from the nights that you think they are, because the
And actually what he was saying is somebody could take a picture and send it to you and it would have their metadata on it. So what would have had to happen is somebody went to the park, took pictures, and then sent it to Brian, and they'd be on his phone for that scenario to work. I don't know.
phone won't put him where that picture was taken on those nights.
Yeah. No, exactly. I saw that. And when I heard that, that's exactly where my mind went to. And then I went to what Ann Taylor's statement was, that there was pictures including in November. They specifically left out November 13th, though. Or they specifically left out the fact that it was on that specific night. Just the fact that there was in November. So that tells me that I think they're going to try to say, if they can get away with it, that those pictures were that night. And if they can't, they're going to just say, oh, well, this is just proof that he took pictures, that he does go out there late at night. He's been in that area. So this is a pattern of his behaviors, so to speak.
Yeah. And I know that when it came down to the NDA and stuff like that between Mr. Garrett and the defense, we didn't know until I reached out and asked, but he did sign one, and it covers the defense's work strategy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
If they're going to try to say that old pictures were taken that night, that's a part of their defense strategy. So he wasn't allowed to come out based on the NDA and just straightforward say that, but he could have been beating around the bush, because he is allowed to ambiguously make these hypothetical statements, even if they fit directly in line with what her work strategy is, as long as he doesn't come out and say, this is what she plans on doing. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if we're picking up correctly on that.
I doubt it.
Here's the thing. I guarantee this. The pictures, if there is pictures that ended up being said, this is my psychic thing that's happening. I like to tell people, because I can put a couple of things together and make things.
His psychic ability wasn't able to detect how bad the PCA was with the cell data, though, which is why he's been talking about it for over a year and a half. And then Garrett comes out and says that he laughed the first time he saw it, and now he says cell data doesn't matter. We only care about GPS now. Let's go on.
Predict things that are pretty accurate. These pictures are probably not going to be of anything in the sky, probably of the ground, probably of nothing that are going to be something that you can indicate date and time based on, star formations or satellite positions. So these pictures are going to be of the ground, probably of his feet, maybe even himself in a selfie where you can't see any of the sky or any of those type of things. Those are the type of pictures that I would expect to see. If you see one of the sky, I think that would be very, I think it'd be pretty easy to determine whether or not the time and place it was taken is accurate. Which, he's claiming he was stargazing, so you should expect to see pictures of the sky. So
he was claiming he was stargazing that night. You heard that here. Not the world reveal, because he actually said this a few hours ago. But Bryan Kohberger was in fact stargazing that night.
I hope that ends up being the case. We have 49 girl with a $2 super chat saying both our teams lost last night. Yes, it's true. My team lost as well on Thursday night or Friday night. It was horrible. But it's just preseason. Last year, my team did really good in the preseason, and we stank it up in the first half of the season, so it don't matter. Are you a football fan? Not to judge too far or fall too far away.
Oh boy, yeah, I watch football.
Who's your team? What team do you go for?
Jesus. I actually just like the Packers, and I get a lot of shit for it, but I like the Packers.
Well, it could be worse. I'm from Texas, so I'll tell you, I'm a Steelers fan. So there's a specific team that is my least favorite. I'm sure it won't be too hard to figure out. So you said he signed the NDA. He isn't allowed to talk about their defense strategies. He spoke about, let's see. Oh, one thing I wanted to talk to you about, since we mentioned about the profile thing. Some of the things that Bryan Kohberger has stated about himself in his past. One of the things, lack of remorse, lack of feeling like himself and everybody else are an organic sack of meat. Would that fall in line with what you expect from somebody who would have committed a crime like this? I know that a lot of people tell me, oh man, just because he felt that way when he was 15 doesn't necessarily mean he's going to transition into this. Which I agree, but how do you think that could play a role into this case?
I think that his personal views of himself is reflective of his lack of remorse. I don't think that his personal views that we heard of so far, like his own words, whether it be through the tap talk or whatever, I don't think we've really fully grasped anything that says, I'm going to turn into a mass murderer or I'm going to turn into a murderer. I'm not someone who thinks that just because someone who, has mental health problems that they're bound to be a problem themselves. So even though I was like learning those things about Bryan as we went along, and I still think I was like, I don't care. Like, okay, so he has some problems with himself, or he and his family didn't get along in his teenage years. Like, do most teenagers and their families get along in their teenage years? Like, so it was those things. And then I'm thinking about the fact that like now he's older, mom's concerned about him going across the country. So clearly their family life has gotten better, or it really wasn't all that bad to begin with. Dad's literally flying across the country to drive him back across the country. So it's got to have been an improvement, or it wasn't as bad as he thought it was to begin with. But as far as like when I generally got an idea, once I got off the Jackson, the Jakes, and the Joe Video and stuff like that, and I actually grasped what was going on here, it was December 10th of 2022 when they came out in the press conference and they said they had FBI across the nation looking into this. And I'm like, what? For the smallest town in Idaho? Like, are you kidding? Like, that's got to be a joke, right?
Bryan was still in Pullman.
So immediately I thought, this person's either transient or they left the area. Mm-hmm. And then I started thinking about those two options. Either you're transient and you didn't belong there, or you had somewhere else to go hide out. And why were you even there? And then that made me think, is this person someone who doesn't know these people? And they just went in and attacked these kids. So my overall profile, I think, would pretty much describe just that, like a transient individual who didn't know these kids and they didn't know their attacker. But that was back then, before they arrested Bryan. Because when they arrested Bryan, I was like, I gotta have this wrong. He doesn't look like just a psycho. He doesn't look like a mass murderer. He doesn't look like a serial killer or the individual who was even talking all that crap.
Welcome back.
Behind the name Papa Roger. So I literally developed and grew many, many times. That's just where it all came from. My profile was like a freaking a rando, just a random, and of course it was a guy. I'd hate to say that, but the strength behind it, and then the swiftness of taking on not just the three individual girls back to back to back, but then also hitting Ethan and not being like so injured yourself that you're leaking on the way out. Like I would imagine that if I were the attacker, little old me, girl, I probably would have at least had a boo-boo on my way out. Right. So for me, it was like, this has got to be a guy. It's got to be someone who doesn't really belong there, was there for a short period of time and had a reason to leave, or went there to do this and then left. but overall cold, callous, calculated. I told you I thought they were meticulous, but apparently looking back now, maybe not. But I thought they had been very meticulous. I didn't assume that it took like a super ton of training, but some self-training to maybe teach yourself, where do you need to strike in order to make this possible, so that these people aren't jumping up, running out the room screaming, alerting other people, so that you don't end up in a situation where even though you have this massive knife, you're getting jumped by everyone in the house. I assumed that this person was a little bit more meticulous than they were. But other than that, now what I think they're saying about Brian, that profile probably does fit. But back then I didn't think it did. Got you.
Yeah, for me, I took the same approach everybody else did right off the bat. I thought it was Jack Core. Showalter is the guy that the grub truck, stuff like that. Not so much. I did think the ex-boyfriend, that's usually who it is. It's usually somebody scoring out of love, things of that nature for people, stuff like that. It just seemed real in that direction. And as the case prolonged or continued to go without a suspect, I continue to tell people, it's like the longer this goes, the further away this person who committed this crime is to the victims, because it would be pretty apparent if it was the love-scorned boyfriend, or if this was somebody who was a teacher who was afraid to lose their job. They got their phones, they got things that they're going to go through. There's video of the area. If somebody was visiting that area multiple times throughout a couple of weeks that were leading up to him, or there was some sort of secret relationship, stuff like that, those things become pretty apparent fairly quickly. And so after a couple of weeks go by, I'm like, well, maybe this is somebody a little bit further out. And by the time Bryan Kohberger got arrested, I was fairly positive the person that was going to be arrested was somebody we had never heard of. I was like, it's going to be,
there goes his psychic abilities again.
This is going to be somebody that's not one of everybody's favorite suspects, blah blah blah. And when he came out and he got arrested, I started looking into some of the things, and then over time, I want to say, probably took me about 5-6 months, maybe a little bit less after his arrest, that I think I finally had, in my opinion, put almost a lot of the pieces together. I thought this was a guy who struggled with remorse and feelings. I don't know. I'm not familiar if that doesn't go away. Yes, not everybody that has those struggles turn into a mass murderer or any of those things, but I'm pretty sure most mass murderers have struggled with remorse or feelings of those type of things. So it's just, to me, it's not necessarily everybody that is has those problems. It ends up being, but those that have those, they end up being usually have those problems, and that added to it. But to me, the pieces of information that bothered me was, first thing that they used was the DNA on the sheath. That told me that there was no DNA anywhere else. There was no DNA underneath the fingernails. There was no sweat. There wasn't an eyebrow hair. There was nothing. So for somebody to go in there with a knife 4 times and commit this crime 4 times in close proximity to people without leaving any DNA told me that they went through a lot of planning. Second thing I hear is that you have the back sliding glass door was left open. Now, I know a lot of people said that it was the front door, but Chief Fry have said it on 2 different occasions that when officers arrived, that the door was still open. And when he was asked on 2 different occasions about the front door, and he says he has no idea of the front door ever being open or closed. So if it wasn't the front door that was open, it must have been the back door. And my conversations with those that are close to the case, from what I understand, is that when the back door was open, it wasn't ever closed again. The killer went in, left it open, and left, and never touched it. My thought went immediately to, all right, well, there's no DNA on the victims. There's no DNA anywhere else. If this guy's doing that, it's probably because he's limiting the amount of times he's going to touch something to limit the amount of times that he could leave DNA behind. So whoever did this, really planned this out, very meticulous, found out about the audio 50 feet away, no sound of emotion, no sound of any of those type of things that I would have expected to hear from somebody who was love struck or roid ridden, those type of things. And, that started to make me think, okay, this person here, this is a serial type of offender, or at least the beginning of, the BTKs, the Ted Bundys of the world. Maybe not so much the motive in the essence of sexually motive, and maybe perhaps in some weird way it is sexually motivated. But
I think Daniel is sexually motivated for it to be Brian.
You might
finding
just
out some
be
of the
right.
conversation.
What's that?
You might just be right.
Yeah. But I love Brian.
Conversations that he had, and as far as the Reddit questions and some of his interests and things like that, I honestly thought that this guy wanted to get into the mind of the criminal and know what it felt like. I mean, I think that's a lot of it, what it had to do. I don't think he had I didn't think he followed any of the girls. I'm actually quite surprised that he did. I thought that, choosing somebody that you don't know, that you may have met by happen chance somewhere, and following them from a distance would be the best way to keep yourself out of trouble. But so would not taking your phone or leaving the sheath behind or taking your own car. So those things add up as well.
How about not finding any DNA evidence in the car afterwards?
I wonder if, as Brian progressed through his schooling, he was doing really well, and he was learning about the criminal mind, but he was also learning about the why. So he was learning about the socioeconomic factors, the psychological factors, both the internal and external forces that create these serial killers and all kinds of criminals. And I wonder if he learned. I have that feeling. That one too. I also feel like that sometimes. And maybe he started relating very much to the likeliness of serial killers because he felt like he has a lot of those same feelings.
That's highly plausible. Highly plausible. I didn't think about that. One of the things he wrote when he was younger about having grand delusions or grand whatever delusions of grandeur.
Grandeur, yeah.
Yeah, he also, there was some text messages that were released between himself and a buddy of his, referencing him being in criminal justice and stuff like that, and his goal was to be involved in high profile murders.
Has anyone seen these
He wanted to be
texts?
the detective. He spoke about how it was going to be difficult, that those jobs are difficult to come by, but that's what he wanted to do. His
I'm
life was
listening to
falling apart.
Psychologist A.
He didn't become a
Psychologist
intern
B
police.
here.
What's that?
I'm listening to Psychologist A and Psychologist B here.
Yeah. Do you think that they're credentialed?
I do.
Are they qualified?
Yes, of course.
Me too.
They can make those assessments for us. Yes.
Police officer twice for no reason. I think he had a lot of background issues. I think that played a big toll into the fact of why he did become an intern police officer in Pullman the first time around in the when he applied in the April of 2022. I would assume that he didn't get the job because he applied again in the fall, and it's been reported since then that he didn't get the position then either. A position that I think is a prerequisite or a requisite of the courses that he's taking. And he starts to lose his TSA job or TA
Every
job
single student has to take.
And so I think that also played.
Every single student has to do that as a prerequisite for the program. Is that what he just said?
Then he
yes,
didn't get the position then either.
Yeah.
A position that I think is a prerequisite or a requisite of the courses that he's taking.
There's one position like per semester.
Mm-hmm.
It's a prerequisite, I guess. I don't know.
And he starts to lose his TSA job or TA job and things of that nature. And so I think that also played a huge pivotal role into why
Isn't that
committed the
interesting?
crime when he committed.
They keep regurgitating that he lost his job as a TA, but none of this. Well, that student interview, that one radio show or somebody did with a student, she didn't even mention that.
Well, Daniel says that he murdered them on November 13th because he was fired December 18th.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, I'm not a specialist. I don't have a degree in timelines,
Makes perfect sense. You don't
but
even.
I see some issues there.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Yes.
Yeah.
You're right, Daniel. Perfect sense.
Crime, but if he was going to be stripped away from being in those high profile crimes as being the detective, so to speak, well, there's only two other roles that exist, and it's being the victim and the killer. And
What about a witness?
I don't think he wanted to be the victim. So that's kind of where I took a lot of what he was doing. I thought I think the fact that this case is so high profile was an aspect of this. I think that there was a motive behind
Yes.
the high profile part being a motive behind this case as well.
I agree. And I also, I believe that there is a social media connection. I don't know if that necessarily means that there was an actual connection between two parties or if just one was linked to the victims. But aside from the social media connection, I do believe that these or this, depending on the situation, these victims or this victim was specifically targeted for effect. They were specifically targeted because they were young, because they were beautiful, because they looked like the women that we pay attention to when they scroll across our screens and they're like missing or, she was murdered. They look like the women we pay attention to.
He was not
And I think
fired.
this person wanted this. So they specifically
That
chose
came
someone
from
that they thought,
Gigi on
if you
Twitter.
die, the world will pay attention.
But he had to kill him because he looked like those girls that we swiped by.
Yeah, I just want to point that out, that information about him getting fired came from Gigi on Twitter. If you know Gigi on Twitter, well, you
Heather
might.
knows Gigi on Twitter. By the way, that's the chick I was calling psycho yesterday.
Uh-huh. Then you know. If you know,
Yeah,
you know.
that's why I was calling her psycho.
And she even explained it in a YouTube video how she did it, how she
Really?
sold the story to to News Nation.
Funny.
Oh yeah, you can all go
And
watch it.
Daniel's psychic ability, didn't see that one coming, I guess, is what you're trying to say.
He just knows.
We all,
just
we all
knows.
did. And we all did.
100%. 100%. I'm going to answer a few of these or pull up a couple of things. We'll have a few minutes. I know we've gone a little bit longer than expected. So if you guys have any questions for Jasmine, please bring them up. Put a couple of stars. One of our newest members, Granny Ann is traveling, says the location of that house is awful for driving, stalking perspective. They typically like more than one entrance exit. Correct. Not necessarily. I mean, I think that if we put ourselves in that position, right, where the house is located, it's a one way in, one way out. So you know who's coming and going. Two, there's an elevated area that's a parking area right behind the house. And there's two ways in it. You can get in from the front of the back sliding glass door. And from the parking area in the back, if you were to just go sit there and park, one, it's just disclosed, not many traffic going in and out, like I mentioned, one way in, one out. So you're not going to see a lot of traffic there unless those are the folks that live there. And it's not weird to see a car parked back there. So I actually think that its location was pretty, it was in favor of the suspect than it would have been for the victims. What are your thoughts on that?
I believe so as well. I've always told everyone, I live on a cul-de-sac, just like the students lived in a one way in, one way out. Technically, it was kind of supposed to be a circle, but they put those apartments up there. But I live on a cul-de-sac. We all know each other's business. There's only one way in and one way out. You can't pull onto our street without people noticing that you did. You can't leave my street without people noticing that you did. And there were a number of exits in the actual house. If
Her
the
question
vehicle
was
in the
about
back,
driving.
I mean, yes, they had to drive back down the hill and past the house. But there were at least a number of ways out of the house. And I think that was the focus. I don't think this person's focus was even on how do I get off this street. I think it was how will I get out of this house? And there were many exits, many floor level windows, front door, back door, the upstairs slider on Maddy's side, low enough to jump off, so I think that there were a number of exits out of the house, and that was good enough for them. And they didn't think about the actual neighborhood. Off that street, though, there are a million ways to get out of there. Hence why we now have this problem in court where they're like, well, we thought he went down US 95, but obviously he didn't because we don't see him there. So that's how that happened. He left himself a number of options.
That's how that happened.
He left himself a number of
He
options
didn't know which way
but
to
in
exit
middle
the
there,
house. That's why they
he was
can't
kind of
figure out
reluctant. And in a
how he
situation
went
where in
on
most cases, I feel like
I-95
many
south.
many people would have
Hey, someone's
seen, heard
backstage.
something.
What the
maybe no
fuck,
one did.
bro?
What's up, Willie? I
What's
didn't
up,
even
bro?
see it.
I know.
This is like my third live stream or something.
Bro,
I'm
how
not-
many times have you
I'm not
watched this
pro.
fucking? How many times have you watched these two talk to each other?
This is the first time.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you right now. If I had some information that somebody needed, and you put me in a room, and put this fucking shit on over and over, I'd tell you everything you want to know. Everything. Everything, bro. Like, what? Like,
Are
she's
you
making no
saying
sense to
it's torture?
Yes.
That's actually a good thing. She shouldn't be able to make sense to you.
It does. Like, it's like all I hear is I, me. Like, that's all I hear when she talks.
Yeah.
Like,
Did you
I don't
miss
know
the
what the-
part how this is her big thing, that the Twilio number connects Brian to the DoorDash because he was the DoorDash driver. And Daniel even says it on this. Well, the DoorDash driver reported to law enforcement that they delivered the DoorDash to the house that night. So she's
Brian told
basically
him so.
saying, exactly. So On November 13th, 14th, 15th, whatever, whenever the DoorDash driver said that they delivered to the house, it was Bryan Kohberger, and they didn't find him as a suspect until December 20th when he was on the other side of the country.
God. This chick thinks she's cracking the case fucking 2 years later.
They both cracked the case. Daniel's also a psychic, and he knows everything.
Yeah,
And
that's why sorry.
I put the link out for you there in back chat, and
shit.
that's the link to Gigi's channel where she explains how she did that.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like it's a whole nutcase episode. It's featuring her fiance or husband or whatever he is.
And I guarantee you the prosecution hates this shit. There's no way in hell the prosecution is like, you know.
No, they contacted her and told her not to talk about it anymore while they look into it.
There you go.
And that's why she's out here talking about it.
Yeah,
Jesus God, Oprah.
yeah.
And then she expected frickin' Ann's team to answer her after that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the first thing on their list when they get in. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's wild.
Maybe it all worked out for him in that aspect.
Yeah, it could have. I'm not sure if I ever showed you, and I want to say real quick, thank you to James Hollingsworth for being a newest member and his $5 super sticker. He had a great comment also a little while ago, but I wanted to thank him for his comment and his donation. But let me show you this real quick. I did this. I'm not sure if you've seen this. So this is a map that I created, and
This is a wonderful
exculpatory
map.
evidence that Ann Taylor claims that's out
He did
there.
a very good
This
job.
here and right here that all show this highway. I think it's 95 down. And
Now, keep in mind, I was on his panel 2 weeks ago to the day talking about how the PCA says that he utilized cellular resources that cover south of Moscow near Blaine, North Genesee, not that he was there. And just listen to what he says right here.
And the probable cause affidavit states that he connects to a tower, around 448, somewhere between Blaine and Genesee, so somewhere around here. And they suspect that he's.
Where in the PCA does it say he connected to a tower in between there?
It doesn't.
Oh, okay.
On this highway.
After I told him that, after Garrett laughed, Cy said it's all bullshit. He's still saying it.
Yeah.
Now, they're saying because there's no camera footage here that this is exculpatory and that he would have had to have traveled there. But there's
You're
multiple
trying to
routes.
poke
You can go
holes
this direction.
in his talking points.
There's multiple routes. Like Brian knows where the fuck to go, and these back roads only being there 5 months. Get out of here with this shit.
Yeah.
There's no way.
And the crazy thing about going this direction,
The crazy thing.
one, it's only I think 3 minutes.
Also, he said that Brian wouldn't have been out driving that night because it was so cold and icy, but he's going to drive away from the crime scene at a high speed.
That's
Oh.
But not
longer than if
everybody's
it would've just
Daniel.
Gone straight.
Like,
Stayed on the highway.
Yeah, I don't know. I think people confuse Moscow and the size of the city with like maybe San Antonio. I think that this is miles apart.
I want to ask you what you think of this as the discrepancy with Blaine. Okay, so this whole route, it does tell you that at about 4:48 a.m. he's supposed to be somewhere near Blaine, Idaho.
Nope.
Right?
Not what it
That's
says.
8 minutes down the road, and it took him 28 minutes to get there.
Mhm.
He's not near Blaine, Idaho. He's just on the tower that's near Blaine, Idaho. He's actually 28 minutes out.
Right. I mean, that's the way I
She
see it,
actually-
there's some time missing here.
He thinks that there's time missing there.
God.
It took him 28 minutes to get there.
Mhm.
He's not near
His
Blaine,
psychic
Idaho.
abilities came
He's
up with
just
this.
on the tower that's near Blaine.
This is what it sounds like when they got the wrong guy.
Right. I mean, that's the way I took it was that there's some
Holy
time
shit.
missing here. Now, I'm assuming because the following day he goes back and his phone turns off around Johnson again for about 5
There you
hours.
go.
So my
Yep.
assumption
His
was
phone
that he
turned off
pulled
in a place where
somewhere,
you don't have
disposed of his,
service.
the weapon, his clothes.
Also, when his phone turned off, he was in Clarkston, not even close to Johnson. But
He got hungry. He needed to eat.
good job, Daniel. He might have gone back to White Park.
Whatever he may have had in a bag, hid it somewhere, properly cleaned up a little bit, whatever may have been the case, and then taken back off and gone back on the road and still been, here within that, 18-minute time frame. Now, I highly suspect that the reason why his phone came back on or whatever the case may be is I think he I don't know if there was Dylan or something. Maybe he knew, maybe he heard somebody yell, whatever.
Daniel, his phone reported to the network that a call was made or a cell phone was sent or received. It's
let me
called a
ask you a question.
call detail
When
record.
Brian was arrested, okay,
Yeah.
and they seized his fucking cell phone.
Yeah.
I have one question.
Yeah.
Was it the same cell phone? Did Brian
I don't know.
upgrade or change phones from when the murders happened until they seized his cell phone?
It hasn't been reported.
Okay, so it was the same exact fucking phone.
Well, I mean, all we know is that it was the same phone number. I guess he could have got a new phone.
But, well,
Then there
again,
really wouldn't be GPS location. So
that's what I'm saying. If it's the same phone that he had the night that they're saying he did this, and Cy has information that can put him over here, then there's no way that there's not a ton of other more information from, I don't know, man, just little shit like, passing by something that your phone hits up on or this or that. There's no way all that shit is not in that phone if it's the same phone. Because remember, like with the Karen retrial, how Higgins and Albert destroyed their phones?
yeah.
So they destroyed their phones. So whatever shit they didn't want to be found wasn't found. So Brian didn't destroy his phone. So if he had the same damn phone when they picked him up, yet he's this cloud-based forensics genius, whatever. Come on, bro.
But that doesn't even matter.
At least he would change his phone.
But that doesn't even matter. There are cameras, Willie, that go in and out of town. So
I know, but he can't help the cameras. He can help getting a new phone. He can help getting a new number,
They don't have him on cameras going
I know.
out of town that way. They don't have him on cameras going in and out of Moscow on any camera.
No. Well, they actually have him on camera taking a right. They just don't know where the fuck that video is, I guess.
That's not in Moscow. That's in Pullman.
Yeah. That's all they got.
I'm just saying that the phone at this point doesn't even fucking matter if you don't have the car on camera going in and out of Moscow at that time.
Well, I'm just saying from a killer's like mind, right?
Yeah,
like, you do this, you realize you had your phone on you the whole time, you get rid of your phone, you get a new number, you get rid of the car that was on camera. This dude did none of it. He re-registered the car and fucking like everything. He did everything he was supposed to. Everything.
Yeah.
Almost like he follows the law.
Almost like he was. Yeah, exactly. Almost like he was just living his life.
But
like we all do.
You know, people who knew him. This was not a dumb guy. He's not a stupid guy who would just like, oh, I accidentally took my phone with me. How stupid am I? But I'm
especially if you plan. Yeah, especially if you plan it. Like like rule number 1: make sure your phone's not with you. Yeah. And that's what he does.
And
he takes
you turn it off. You turn the phone off like an hour and 20 minutes or something before the crime, right?
Yeah.
In Pullman. Yeah. But then you turn it back on 20 minutes after the crime.
Yeah. And then if I was Brian, I would feel disrespectful. Yeah, but I'll tell you what, dude. If I was Brian in there, I'd feel very disrespected the fact that they would even think I would drive around for a fucking hour and change or however long. Dude, even 10, 20 minutes before doing this and not just there and back. Like, that is wild to me that they think that he was driving around at this time and he's over here at that time. And then he does the crime and then he's driving down here. He's driving over here. My ass, dude. He would have went there and back. That's how he would have been done because he's in a foreign area. And when you're in a foreign area and you get lost, what do? You take out your phone and use your fucking GPS, don't you? And Daniel's sitting here acting like he's taking back roads that Brian knew like the back of his hand. He's not up in the fucking Poconos where he knows everything. That's where I know all the back roads and shit.
Oh, well, Daniel knows that those 12 previous pings, near the house was him driving that back road practicing, right?
Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
That's what he said.
But he wasn't on camera any of those 12 times.
No, because that's why he specifically picked that route, because there are no cameras.
So what camera was on the Linda Lane footage?
Linda Lane camera, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he's picking routes where there's no cameras, yet they're saying he's on camera, fucking turning around the middle of the road.
He's not on any camera. They don't have him on a camera going in and out of Moscow.
You can't make this shit up.
It doesn't even matter, like the phone, this, and that. Bullshit. Boo-hoo. You don't have the evidence. I'm sorry. Yeah. You don't have the evidence. You have to ultimately prove that this dude did it.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to prove shit.
Daniel's sitting here giving hypotheticals 2 years later. Should tell you everything you need to know. Like, imagine a jury hearing this shit that these two are talking about right now, trying to make sense of it. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. Sorry. They should cut their losses while they can.
Daniel said on his own live he doesn't understand the cell phone technology, but he talked about it for a year and a half prior. It was always wrong.
Well, he knows stuff based on who he talks to. Like, he'll talk to fucking probably like Chris McDonough and get a sliver of information. All of a sudden, he's a genius on it. That's how Daniel. I can see that's how Daniel operates. So
Yeah.
let's all go to the interview room. What the fuck?
Whatever the case may have been. But I think he knew that somebody was aware of his presence there.
Gary Bricado.
And I think he was
Oh.
trying to power to, or maybe he had on his phone, or maybe he needed a hotspot for some sort of dispatch. Reason being is, one,
I'm an idiot.
dispatch goes through Pullman, through Whitcomb, and him being access in criminal justice through the TA position there in WSU. I wonder if he had any access to some of the things, maybe even perhaps a radio. But I think that he needed to hear what happened. I think his curiosity killed the cat. I think that's why he took his phone out there. But if you travel this road here, there's no cameras until you get to Unionton, way over here.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's if you travel this road. I don't think they even indicate that he's on this road. They're just saying that this is the area that he most likely took. But
He
if
was
he
just
turns
so
his phone on the
curious.
next day and he's in this area for 5 hours, I mean, isn't it plausible that he went back to go find the stuff he hid?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's I think we're kind of
Oh
saying
yeah,
the
he's
same
going to
thing.
risk
So
that
from
two
1122
times,
King Road to
getting
Johnson.
more DNA
absolutely.
in his car.
Oh, just
He's gonna
wait.
go
It gets
back.
better. It gets better.
Yeah.
And this
It gets
this
better.
chick sitting here egging on the bullshit doesn't help either, dude. Who's this chick?
Well, she talks to the Goncalveses too, so
Oh yeah,
she's
everybody
probably in
fucking
like the
does.
same
I talked to-
misinfo group.
I talked to him too. How's that? We all know the same shit. Nothing.
But do you spread the
I don't spread
the
nothing, dude.
misinfo?
I know information and shit that fucking, I haven't blurted out. Do you think I fucking show all my cards and shit? No, I'm just laughing at all this, bro.
I know. It's the
Jesus.
true crime comedy show.
Come on now.
To Unionton, way over here.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's if he traveled this road. I don't think they even indicate that he's on this road. They're just saying that this is the area that he most likely took. But if he turns
he
his phone
changed
off
his
the next
tune a
day
little.
and he
Yeah, because he knew that they had the timing data earlier when he said earlier in this live that they had the timing data when he connected to the tower in Moscow but didn't go into Moscow the day after the crime, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now they don't know. Now they wouldn't be able to know where his phone was at because they don't have the timing data now. But they had it earlier, Daniel. What happened?
Everything gets lost. Nothing. No, I'm sorry. I
And-
forgot to say that.
He's a psychic. He should know exactly where Brian was. Come on,
Oh.
Daniel.
He's a psychic now too.
That's what he said.
Who trained him? Fucking T-Rev? Sorry, go ahead.
he's in this
Onward.
area for 5 hours, I mean, isn't it plausible that he went back to go find the stuff he hid?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's I think we're kind of saying the same thing. So from 1122 King Road to Johnson, Washington.
You know what's really funny? They say that his phone is offline for like 5 hours the next day, and then it comes back online and travels the same way that it did the night before.
Amazing, isn't it? Or is it just in the same fucking radius? And he just went back that way towards the
just wanted
grocery
to make
store.
sure. Brian just wanted to make sure to be on camera.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this right
During
now.
the day too. Wow.
I'll tell you this right now. The next day, he went back to White Park, and then he drove home the same exact way that he did the night before, because that's how he drives home from White Park. And it just happened to connect to the same towers and everything. So according to the network, the cellular network, it would appear the same way, right?
Yeah. I don't know, bro. If I was on a jury, I'd spit on the prosecutor. That's all I'm saying for doing this to somebody for 3 years on this bullshit.
The prosecutor needs to get thrown in prison.
Is about
Yeah.
40 minutes. So when I tell you that at 4:48 a.m. he's pinging off the Blaine Tower, but he's somewhere else, I'm telling you he's somewhere near Johnson.
Isn't that what I had been telling him since April, before Psy?
You don't listen to me.
Was I not on his own panel telling him that? You could connect to that tower and not be there?
He don't listen to you.
In Washington.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's
I mean, you
real
can get there.
interesting.
Obviously, look. So I drew in these lines here because I was like, he's heading this direction, and if his phone turned off, if he needed to get back over here, are there roads that travel from Johnson back this way? And there are. I mean, and this wouldn't take that long to get from here to there. You're absolutely right. It's taking about 10 minutes. That's 18 minutes or so. There's plenty enough time to get to Johnson.
And then be back there the next day. Like you said, it's just, there's no reason to go back, you know, and I wonder if they know that that might be the area he was in, and they just haven't told us that yet. They told us later in the PCA. See, in the PCA,
He wouldn't have jogged though, right?
They state that
to
he
go
was
check
in
out what
Johnson,
happened.
Washington, and that it is the same area he was in immediately after the murders, but they had never told us that before. They had never told us that he was near Johnson, Washington immediately after the murders until the end of the PCA when they made that one statement. And this makes it make sense. At 4:48 a.m., he was near Johnson, Washington. And then again the next night at 5:36.
I can't wait
talked
till
about
I can
being,
show these towers.
About forensics in the cloud and technical stuff. If he went hiking and he did all these things with these pictures ahead of time and all this other stuff, right? He did all these things, and
Her doctor
as you can see,
has
White Park
to
isn't that far away from Johnson.
lower her Adderall dose.
I wonder if there's anything on one of those hard drives that shows him trying to see what coverage looks like on his phone if he's up in that park hiking.
Hey, Daniel, there's no coverage at that park. We've established this for months, so you wouldn't have to look up coverage at the
You
park
don't believe you.
because it just doesn't exist.
Nothing we say holds any water to this guy. We don't know
Well-
nothing. Even though you live there, and I know the dude's fucking like
That's probably true.
he doesn't want to believe us, bro. You gotta understand.
I
Then
know.
that shit's
That's
on
why
everything
it's
he
so
says.
funny. Belief persistence. I think we should get Edelman to do a whole video just on Daniel afterwards.
I'd be interested in seeing that.
I'm
Because
sure
it
you
is- it's
would.
weird.
I know Brian fucking
But, all right,
sues
so
it, dude.
if he turns on his phone though
Oh, it's gonna happen.
at 4:48,
Well, I'll push
and let's
Brian to
just
do
say
it.
he's not over here by Unionton, and he's not
I'll,
doing this
I'll
big
be
old
standing
loop,
in Brian's
and he's
fucking
over here
driveway
by
when he gets back,
Johnson.
bro.
It takes him quite a bit of time to get from where they think he turned on the phone over here. to
That's
get to
not what
Johnson.
they've ever
It's not
said.
that long of a drive. So what I'm saying is, it wouldn't have taken him from 4:48 to 5:26 to pull into Pullman from Johnson, Idaho.
That is correct.
You know, that's a significant amount of time.
But I do have
Super
I'll send it to you
significant.
I guess in the aftermath, because I don't really have that much longer either. But I
Okay.
do have an entirely different map route. It goes straight through Johnson, straight into the park, and then back to WSU, and it takes an hour and 10 minutes.
Who wants to see that? I could do it real quick.
What are you gonna do?
That map that she's talking about from the house to the park and back. She acts like this is really hard to do. I'll send it to you. I'll
Is this
send
shit
it to you
just found out about
offline.
the case or what?
No.
Because I heard her say before, she's like, everybody thinks I think Brian's guilty. Well, I mean, nothing she's said so far has shown me that she thinks he's innocent. So, yeah.
This is really hard to do. I wish you guys could time me.
Time you? Go. Oh, boy. Lost my drone today, bro. Fucking wind took it.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah. Lost it.
There's no
Like
way
contact-
to track that?
Well, this one didn't have GPS. The one I have coming in has GPS, but I got Timu to give my money back, though.
That's funny.
I was like, yo, it took off by itself. They were like, oh, okay. They're all Chinese and shit, so like they don't care. They're like, fuck it, here's your money back. Oh, like, thank you.
Yeah, look. 1 hour, 8 minutes. This is really hard to do on Google Maps. She's just so clever.
Oh, so clever. Smooth criminal. I'm talking about if Brian did this shit, which he didn't, he's the dumbest criminal in the world ever. Like ever.
Oh,
But
that was really hard. I don't know how I did that, guys. I showed him going from the house to the park and back in about an hour and 10 minutes. Really hard.
Do you need a cookie?
I might.
these
Do you have
times-
one?
Do these times match up? Like those, like that time right there, like him driving the YYY and yada 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 and driving.
You know,
back.
that actually wouldn't make any sense whatsoever because he left the house at 4:20 and got back to the 1300 Johnson Road at 5:25. That's an hour and 5 minutes. So not even an hour and 10, but maybe she's talking about him getting to his house or his apartment or something. I don't know. I can't make sense of what she says.
I don't know.
You're expecting way too much of me.
Hey man, you're playing this shit.
Yeah, you're right.
Which is exactly how long it took him, from 4:20 until 5:30.
Interesting. All right, yeah, I want to see that. I appreciate that. I'm just gonna just kind of
So
go through this real quick,
interesting.
make sure I don't see anything that anybody's asking real quick. No, I don't see anything there. Let me thank you so much, Jasmine, for coming on. I appreciate if you're not following Frenzy, here's the channel. 3.73K subs. Let's get that up.
Everybody subscribe if you want to watch her.
I'll be honest with you. I called that almost a year ago.
Oh yeah, this part. I almost forgot.
What did you call?
Be honest with you. I called that almost a year ago, if not further. Just want to let everybody know.
Did I not go back far enough?
Mr. McDonough, you should give me credit for that. And 3K subs, let's get that up. A lot of good stuff. Talks about the homage paid to Ted Bundy, which I'll be honest with you, I called that almost a year ago, if not further.
He called it almost a year
Just want to
ago.
let everybody know. I've called that one. Mr. McDonough.
Good job, Daniel.
Credit for that, sir.
Good job, Daniel.
From you or anything like
What
that.
did-
Everybody give Daniel a round of applause. He called that Bryan Kohberger went to White Park to visit Ted Bundy's first victim.
Contact me, Chris. I want to be on the
Okay,
show.
okay. I have a question about that.
Yeah, go.
Yeah. So the park was built in the 70s,
Correct.
and this murder took place before the 70s, right?
The murder happened in 71. The park opened up in 79.
Where was she found?
10 miles south of Pullman in a ravine.
So not even in White Park.
No, they just think that because it was dumped in White Canyon, but White Canyon is a big place. There's also not a ravine in the park.
Okay. All right. That's all I need to know.
Yeah. But they're genius. They cracked it.
They did, and he needs credit for it, definitely. So let's
Should
give
hire
him
him.
that credit.
I'm
Steve should
trying
hire
to
him as
right
a
now.
private investigator.
I'm trying. Daniel, you did a great job calling that.
Mm-hmm.
Ted Bundy's MO is definitely stabbing blonde chicks and then leaving them somewhere. That's Ted Bundy's MO. Blonde chicks and knives.
Yeah. Brian's MO is anybody.
You didn't watch the interview room the other night when I told you to, right, Willie?
Fuck no.
Gary Bricado said that Ted Bundy attended WSU, and that's why Brian came here to visit his first victim.
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
And McDonough had like a hard on talking about it. He at least said that there's nothing connecting it and there's like no proof of it. So good on him for that.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like this shit's stupid to me because the prosecution's not going to bring it up. So like, it's just again, this is the shit you hear when they have the wrong dude. Right here, this circus, this fucking whatever, this information that's being put out that isn't even correct this is what happens when they have the wrong dude. Right here. Because if they had the right dude, all the information would match, and there'd be nothing to argue about.
Yeah.
But unfortunately,
What do you want to say to everybody?
Crazy. These people are
In fairness,
idiots.
I think I've said plenty. I am.
Oh,
the
you've
guy.
said
I'm
plenty.
These
just
people,
like everyone
like,
else and just like all of
you
you
know,
guys.
could-
I didn't do anything special with
be
the
a juror in the future.
Willie, did you know that Daniel was a cop?
Really?
Isn't that
What?
scary? Isn't that scary? Like this dude had like power over people's freedom.
I still don't believe it. I don't care
That's
how many
crazy.
times people
discovery
tell me.
document that other people couldn't have done. I even waited various months hoping that somebody
No one else could have done that.
Oh boy.
Bryan Kohberger, the DoorDash driver, you heard it.
The
Not
ex-cops
here
did real well
first.
on you.
Not here first. You didn't hear that first, but Bryan Kohberger's the DoorDash driver. Not Ted Bundy was a brunette lover. Yeah, don't tell
I've
them
heard that so
that.
many times that Brian's a fucking DoorDash driver. Like, it is the craziest thing to me. Like the DoorDash, because they said the DoorDash driver came forward, which means Brian came forward.
I think this is what Daniel's next play will be, is that he's going to say that Bundy and Bryan were working together long ago. Bundy took a blonde first victim to throw off his like normal pattern so that Bryan could come here later and follow in his footsteps.
My fucking God.
What year did Bundy die?
89?
Oh, okay.
Yet Bryan had no interest in any fucking serial killers or nothing like that in school. Well,
And how old
I
was
mean,
Bryan in 89?
Bryan wasn't born yet. However,
Bryan
was
was
2. I was 2 years old.
Uh-huh.
yeah, Bryan was like negative what? -6.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I was -4. So yeah.
I really got to give them props, though. They really cracked the case today. Daniel did it a year ago with his Bundy idea.
Anyone else would, jump in and do it. I am only here to help, and it's not intended
I still
to
have yet
make
to ask
Bryan
my
Kohberger
sister
look
about
like a bad
Bryan.
person. I do
The
just
hell
try
you
to
been
report what
doing,
I
bro?
find as truth. So
I don't know, bro.
it's not to shun him. It's
The
just
fuck
to
does it
report
matter?
my
Everybody I
best
talked to
truth that
said
I
that Bryan
find.
was normal. So it's like,
When it comes down to
I don't
people that
expect.
are like, is she some kind of FBI agent? I laugh at that because absolutely not. I'm just a regular person. Then there are some that are like, well, is she part of the family? I've actually been accused of being Steve's niece through the brother who's in prison. I'm not related to the families. None of that. I have put together a lot of information over time that I think has slowly been introduced to law enforcement, the FBI, the prosecution, and I think that over time, they just decided to go back and look at some of the stuff that maybe they didn't look at to begin with. But none of it was like I dug anything out or anything like that. I just kept harping on the things that they weren't paying attention to. And that's how I got their attention. I'm here.
Oh
This
my
is the only thing
God.
that I do talk about so far. But down the road, someday, our channel will grow into many other things.
Thank
I do
God.
have a dedication to seeing whether
Do
or
it
not Bryan
sooner.
Kohberger is found innocent or guilty, so that I can find out if he's innocent or guilty of being Papa Roger and stuff like that. But there's
Oh Jesus, fuck.
there's still a good amount of me that, although I insist that most of the evidence makes Bryan look guilty, there's still a good amount of me that is actually open
There's
to
no
whatever,
evidence.
What
None of that is
evidence?
evidence.
whatever
Bro,
she has to
what
say. If it sounds
evidence?
ridiculous,
Please
I'll just take it as
please help
she's
me here, Twiz.
making, the best
Help
argument
me.
for her client. If it sounds decent,
I
and it
can't.
is something
Somebody
that we believe
fucking
in,
I
help me.
can't. I
don't think
can't.
I won't, heed it and at least consider
I
if Bryan
can't.
Kohberger did or didn't do this. But as for right now,
I can't.
But
I can't do it
I
anymore,
personally don't
though.
think there's going to be something out there that
God damn.
Oof.
All the evidence points to Bryan. What evidence?
What she put together. She put it together.
She
She
put
put it
something
together.
together.
Yeah.
She
all
put
evidence
something
points to
together.
Bryan. No,
That's a hypothesis.
I still want to have this Jasmine on my show, to be honest with
Do
you,
it.
because
I'll
I
go on
wanna-
there. I just might call
will.
her
I
a
want
cunt.
you to. I want you to. Absolutely. And I'm
Okay,
not going to
but-
hide, I'm not going to hide it from her. I'm going to tell her exactly who's going to be on the show. And I'm not going to go, how I am. I'm not going to go hard at her. I can be
Well, can you
nice
just
to
do me
her.
one favor for just please ask her, because this is, again, for the people who actually think he did it and the timeline's all correct, still nobody has explained to me the 3-minute timeline. So when you talk to her, if you remember, just ask her, hey, listen, okay, if you believe the PCA at least, can you explain how from 417 to 420 Bryan got the fuck out of there in 3 minutes and was able to hit a camera down the road and no DNA in the car? Because still anybody that believes he's guilty has not been able to explain that 3-minute window to me. They always
Well, that was the
veer
wrong
off.
car going the wrong direction at the wrong time anyway.
But that's
because
what they
don't
put in.
have-
But that's what they
They're
put in
all
the
the wrong
PCA's
car
evidence.
going the
but-
wrong way in the wrong
Yeah.
direction, though. Every
No,
single
but
They're
we
one
know
of them.
now-
they're saying
we know
that car was
now.
on Walenta. That same car was on Walenta.
We know now, though, that they didn't have him on camera in Moscow that night at all. At all.
Yeah, but they said they did at
They
420.
said they did, but they didn't.
So they have. Well, that's fine, but they have to
Yeah.
explain why the fuck they said they did.
I mean, that's another thing. And verbatim asked Payne in that last hearing, not the before last hearing, and he said, nope, we don't have him on camera.
There's a reason why the possible route has to go down this far, though, because he's going to connect to a tower that covers this section.
Yeah. Bro, I'm never taking like late night drives ever again. Never.
Why not?
What the fuck? Why not?
Just like make sure your phone. If
Because
to
the
be
dude
fair,
I know went for a
if his
fucking
phone
midnight
was
stroll,
actually off,
and
they
he's
would have
been in jail
never been
for
able
3
to track
years.
him.
That's
If his
why.
phone, just turn your phone off. They'll never be able to track you.
Fuck
If his
that.
phone was
I need
actually
GPS.
off.
I still need GPS everywhere I go, and I've been living here for fucking ever. This is my point. If Brian got lost, the dude's using GPS. Like, no, I'm not buying this whole Brian knew all these back roads. He knew to go this way. He knew to miss a camera here and miss a camera. I'm not buying none of that shit, dude. None of it.
I will guarantee you 100% Brian was on camera, not where MPD checked. And I don't know if the defense got the footage, but the cameras exist.
Yeah. Like I'm telling you, dude, if I veer off my routes that I know, like in my area here, I'm fucking lost. And I need to pull out my phone and I need to figure out where the hell I am. So there's no way this dude's driving around 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning in a foreign area, not knowing his path of travel. There's no way, dude. And the reason he knew the path to YYY Park, even if he didn't use GPS, is because he probably took it a million times. But to say that he went another direction and then down here to hide evidence here and over here to visit whoever's first victim's gravesite here and then back up here, fuck out of here. That's
I love
bullshit.
the part where she said that he buried his clothes and the knife and stuff that night and then returned the next day to unbury them.
Did he have dirt in his fingernails?
Well, the question is, why would you go back the next day? Who the fuck would do that?
In the daytime, bro. This is the shit I'm talking about. If they're saying they don't have him on camera at night, right? And then they're saying he went back the next day. You're telling me they don't have him on camera during the daytime too? So these cameras just flat out suck, huh?
Yeah.
Is that it? Or is Brian
I don't
just
think it's the
immune?
camera suck. I think that some people's brains suck.
Something's fucked. I think there's footage of him going to the grocery store at different times, and they just, again, I think footage existed that doesn't exist anymore.
Well, that's part of the problem is because most places only preserve their camera stuff for like 30 days. I'm not even talking about Idaho State Department of Transportation. I'm talking about like businesses, households. Like that's usually what people do. About 30 days. They arrested him long after that 30-day period had ended.
Mm-hmm.
So I know he drove by cameras that night. I don't know if they got the footage.
But in all fairness,
it's not going to matter because they're not going to be able to make the drive times add up to be.
But in all fairness, there's no way. If you go back and you watch all the press conferences and all the heat that was put on them, there's no way they didn't go to every single business and get the footage, bro. I just think they got footage that showed them that they didn't, that they were wrong, and they got rid of it.
Oh,
and that's what Ann wants.
Where Brian actually was, they wouldn't have checked.
Yeah, but if he made a right onto right there.
Well, you're talking about Stadium Way in Pullman. I'm talking about at 448 when his phone.
I'm saying where's the footage? But I'm saying where's the footage from Stadium Way? If there's a camera,
they should have that.
Okay, well then that should show Brian going towards the park.
Yeah. His phone will still track to the park.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like I get that shit gets overridden, but they investigated this murder, these murders where they didn't have a suspect. So you would think they'd go business to business, house to house, getting every piece of video evidence that they could find, and then put it all together and try to figure out who the hell did this. But yet, we found out they only went to 10 houses or some shit, right? What was it, 10 houses or 10 businesses or something? Not a lot. So, yeah. I think people are going to be very, very let down. But I think he knows. I don't think Daniel believes what he says. I'm convinced.
Either he's a liar or he's dumb or both, and I say both.
I just think he doesn't believe what comes out of his mouth. I think if you actually like sat down with him outside of this YouTube shit and said, he'd be like, yeah, just fucking, I gotta keep. If I just stop talking about it, then people aren't gonna stop are gonna stop listening to me. I get it, but it doesn't do you any good in the long run. People are gonna find out you're fake. You're slandering, putting out information about people's parents, sisters, this, that.
So you're saying like defamation and fraud.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, listen, if he's going to keep talking about this shit, at some point it has to become defamation. I mean, when you have thousands and thousands of people, seeing this shit, spreading this shit, and it's all lies. How is that not defamation? I mean, at what point does it become defamation? I don't know how it works with criminal cases.
Well, let's talk about Nicholas Sandman.
Nicholas Sandman.
Just a kid walking around the capital of the U.S. or Washington Monument or something. Some Native American dude walked up to him and started beating his drum, got up in his face, and the whole media turned and said it was Nick Sandman that initiated all this stuff. He was a minor, by the way. He was 17, and he was getting death threats all over the country, blah, blah, blah. Turned out the video was edited. All of those media companies got sued. That kid probably walked away with a couple $100 million.
Couple $100 million?
And his publicity was nothing near Brian's.
Oh yeah. They shattered Brian's character. Like Brian couldn't even go to like South America to fucking buy something if he wanted. Like they're gonna be like, yo, here they go, he's on it. Like he can't go anywhere. So yeah. It's just a matter of who gets sued, not if they get sued.
Yep.
We'll see.
I sent an email to McDonough the other night, and I added a link to a defamation website.
Oh shit!
I told you haven't watched it, but like towards the end, he's like, "I'm gonna need some people to explain how these footprints coming out of the pool aren't footprints out of the pool. 12 pings by the house, blah blah blah." Talking about the evidence, So I explained.
I found a glove.
Yeah, I gave him a couple of tidbits about it, and then I talked about the Bundy thing, and then I kept on adding in this thing, like, fuck no. But after like everything I said, I put in like, I thought you were an investigator, because these things, like a lot of it is just easily Googleable. Like you could just Google it, 30 seconds later you'll know the answer. So everything they're saying is bullshit. And then I put that in, and I was like, seeing how you need somebody to explain what the PCA says in like plain simple English to you, like let me know.
Yeah.
But I told him, I was like, you better start everything today. You better start putting out some apologies and fixing some of that misinformation you're putting out there, buddy.
and like Chat GPT and shit, dude. Like you like if God forbid you need to file something with the law or something like that, did you just ask that shit and they'll tell you exactly what to do? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I called Legal Shield and told them to fuck off because of. Dude, oh yeah, they were mad. They were like, but Chat GPT. I was like, yes, they can. Everything you guys fucking tell me to do, I can find out on fucking Chat GPT. So fuck off. They're mad. Anyway.
Yeah. There's like, I've heard that they're going to start having like AI legal companies or whatever. So you just like go onto the AI and then.
Well, yeah, because I have to call my lawyer. Yeah, like I have to call my lawyer, and then they call me back, and then they like guide me like what to do, yada yada yada, do this, do that, and then I figured out I can just figure out the same shit online with ChatGPT. It's like, what the fuck am I paying $30-$40 a month for? So I called them. I'm like, cancel my shit. They're like, you're with us for like 15 years. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Cancel it. I don't need you.
It is wild.
Technology's taking over. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, nobody's gonna tell me 2 years later, all of a sudden they have a connection. Like all of a sudden, Brian followed this. I don't want to hear none of that. I don't want to hear from anybody that all of a sudden there's a connection. All of a sudden he knew one of these. No. It is what it is. He didn't know none of them, and they didn't know him. That's it. Leave it at where it is. I know it's not ideal, but it is what it is. Don't fucking try to change it. Like we contacted Israel to look into his phone to. Find out more information that the United States couldn't find out. Fuck out of here. Not listen to it, man. Not listening to it.
That's probably how Forensic Frenzy came up that, he was around there.
Yeah.
Just a quick map thing. No big deal.
Not doing it, bro.
They're just so clever.
They're delusional.
I wish I had a brain like them. All right, I have to pee like a racehorse, so I'm gonna be right back. You guys keep chat entertained.
Word.
Do you want me to put something on? You guys got this?
My word. Huh?
You guys got this? Should I play something?
Yeah, bro, just go piss, man. What the fuck?
I.
The fuck? I ain't gotta piss that bad. So how you been, Golf? All right, I guess I'll fuck off. Boy, I still here. Is anybody here? I'm all alone. No one here beside me. But you gotta have right. Oh boy. Golf, are you live? Oh man. So what's up, everybody? Who's here? What's up, Heather? Merc? Summer? How come nobody ever comes up on panel? This is some bullshit, Golf. You left me out to dry. You fucked me. That's all right. Golf went to eat. Well, I'm going to shower. Oh, fuck. I'll be all right, Kayla. Carla, Kayla, KMZ. So who's all here? So Heather was here. Merc. Hark. What's going on? I saw Jody was here earlier. What's up, Jody? Hey, Leslie and Billy. How are you and your daughter? We're good. You're doing real well. She starts school in a little while, and yeah. I saw the floods in Pennsylvania. Where at? Where in PA? Can't be here because like I live like this is a mountain, so all the rain just kind of what washes down somewhere. But it rained like a motherfucker the past before yesterday. It rained for like 3 days straight. It was disgusting. It's terrible. Must be some good stuff. Nah, not really. I'll tell you what. I switched to the gas station shit, and it's the same shit that's sold in the dispensary. So I've been saving like a lot of money every month, and it doesn't give me like the downy effects, and I want to go to sleep. And yeah, are you back, bro?
I'm back.
I had to fucking sit here and talk to myself.
I know it sucks.
You can both went and eat. I didn't even know she left. What's up,
Me
Angel?
neither.
Just put down the bong. It ain't a bong. It's a little vapey thing. I don't
Angel's
smoke
back?
flower anymore. Yep. Where's fucking Dinky, dude?
I don't know. I told him about it.
I was texting him and shit, and I saw he was going to go live about the riots, and then I saw it went away, and I was like, fuck.
The riots must not have been going on. He said he was going to eat and like he'd be home in an hour or something.
Big up, boy.
I don't know.
It's only like 12:20 there. So it
I
ain't
know.
that late.
It's not like later than he usually goes on.
Yeah. I've been fucked up recently, but I've been falling asleep at like 6, 7, waking up at like 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, and then falling back asleep at like 4 a.m. I'm all fucked up, dude.
That's
I don't know
what
what's
I keep
wrong.
doing. That type of shit too.
Killing me, bro.
Do you want to watch? You haven't seen the Garrett interview?
I saw.
Forensic Frenzy and the Garrett guy?
I mean, I saw some of that shit. I really didn't understand. Like what? Okay, so the touch DNA aside, what are all these people's like other? Because remember when we tried to like make a list of as far as like what we think they're going to use, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as far as evidence goes, and we started with touch DNA, and then we had nowhere else to go. Like, where are they going?
I don't know.
Without going into a fucking fantasy map or fantasy world, like in this reality that we live in, where are they going? Like, what are they saying? I don't watch these people, so like, what are they putting together?
I mean, it's gonna end up just being the sheath DNA, maybe.
That ain't enough.
Well, here's the thing, right? Okay, so you haven't seen the Garrett Forensic Frenzy's interview with the Garrett guy,
No,
right?
I don't know who the fuck Garrett is.
Okay, so
Fuck
he's up
Garrett.
there and he said that the defense hired him first and he looked at the cell data that they used and he just laughed because of how bad it was.
So the defense hired him first.
Yep. But again, what he did was laugh at the cell phone data that the prosecution used to arrest him, right? Because of that's how bad it is. Because they lied and they used bad information with the Franks hearing, that arrest warrant's going to get thrown out. The GPS data is going to get fruit of the poisonous tree. The buccal swab will get fruit of the poisonous tree.
Oh, so okay. So I thought this person was like this chick that you just played. Like he thought Brian was guilty. So he's more like has a fucking clear head. Garrett.
Well, he's not saying that Brian is innocent or guilty.
Okay, cool.
But
that's what I like.
Yeah. No, he wasn't that bad. He went after Cy a little bit, but at the same. So remember when Cy first came out and all these guilters were like, "Oh my gosh, he's just trying to sell his product and make money." Blah blah blah. He charges.
Man, huh?
No, but listen. So Cy sold his company. Cy's doing it pro bono. Garrett is doing it for money. He actually turned down the prosecution because they wouldn't pay him enough.
So Cy's doing it just to fucking do it. He seems like somebody like that.
Garrett's up there like, well, we have the real experts. You need to buy, like, everything was like, buy his product, buy his product, buy his product.
Oh God, mercy of soul.
Yeah.
I hate people like that. That's kind of why I like Cy. Like, I don't even know what fucking system he made, because like when I listen to him talk about stories and shit, he doesn't always bring up whatever the fuck his name of the company is or whatever.
Yeah, ZX.
I just think that Cy doesn't seem like a person that would like put his reputation on the line if the information showed something different, because he sat up there and said that he's open to changing his mind if information changed. But as it stands, no fucking way is he gonna, say that Brian was over here if it's showing he's over here. And I like that.
He said, prosecution, give me the evidence, and I might change my mind.
Which is scary because, like, this is his first time ever helping the defense. And that is what should have spoke volumes to people, but instead they attacked him with, oh, well, he has a YouTube channel with he got this and he got that. But if he worked for the prosecution, everybody would be sucking his cock. Oh my God, they have him dead to rights. This guy's amazing. He has the best software ever. Yada yada yada. That's what we would have heard. But we didn't hear that because he's on the opposite side.
Well, you remember how I was on Daniel's panel, right?
Wrong. Yeah.
I was telling him all this cell phone stuff. Mm-hmm. And then Garrett came out and said that everything they used was junk, which is what I've been saying for months. So now he doesn't even care about the cell data. He's all about the GPS now. So I showed him that article from January 2nd of 2023 where Brian said that he assumed that they had his GPS information. Mm-hmm. Why would he say that if it would incriminate him? Daniel's a psychic, though, so maybe he's right.
Okay, where did that come into play now? Because this is new.
Where'd what come into play?
He's a psychic. Did he say? Did
he
do
said
that
it.
Spirit box or some dumb shit?
I don't know. It's just what he said. He's a psychic and he's very good at predicting things.
Gotcha. Yeah, just like fucking Brian got fired for stalking somebody at Pleasant Valley High School, right?
Right. And also remember he promised me a video about what Cy said on the stand. And now he doesn't care about cell data. He's all about GPS now.
Oh. Amazing how that works. Amazing. Fucking, I'm telling you, man, he should just stick to talking about football like that. That should just be his forte. But I think he sees the money in the true crime world. And that's why you don't want to leave.
Yeah, I mean, he's come up with a story, a theory. Some people watch it, which if you listen to what he says, like none of it makes sense. He talks against himself all the time. Like he literally talks against his own arguments 20 minutes later and people don't figure it out or something. I don't know.
But like if I'm Steve though, I'm telling him to shut up. Like, cause he's saying he says some shit that like could fuck up this whole thing if it gets to the wrong, and I don't know. I saw Steven, what's her name on the news again.
Yeah.
Like I personally, bro, I think that Steve knows that they got the wrong guy. I know he won't admit it, but like, if he thought they had the right guy, why would they still be like going on news and like all this shit? Like the trial date's set. They have their guy. If you believe that this is their guy, then like that's it. So like, what are they still talking about?
Let me say something here about Daniel.
There you are.
Here I am. Sorry, I had to step away for a moment. About Daniel. Do you guys know when exactly he changed his tune on guilty versus innocent?
Yes.
Probably when he started talking to the family, but I have no idea.
Exactly.
That's
It
what
was
I
at
figured.
that moment. It was at that moment.
Yeah, because when he came to Dinkies for 5 hours and shit, and we were all, we had a conversation, he wasn't this extreme. Now you say something, he jumps down people's throats and all kinds of shit. So, yeah, it seemed like as soon as like he started talking to the family, then the whole tune changed.
He had the mother on, Mrs. Goncalves there.
Mm-hmm.
He had her on his show. That was like more than a year ago now, I remember. And after that, I couldn't watch his show anymore, to be honest with you. I
used to watch his show all the time when like, it was when like all three of them were on and stuff. And like, it was cool because like he like kind of thought Brian did it, but then his wife like thought Brian was innocent. So they would like go back and forth. And I thought that was pretty cool. Now it's completely different. Like Brian is a piece of shit in both of their eyes, and you can't say nothing about Brian being innocent or else she'll kick you out the fucking channel. Like the whole thing changed. So you're 1,000% correct.
And no, this was not when Kim appeared, Heather. When Kim appeared, he was still on. He was supporting Kim, very much so. And he was still, he was like, he said he was 50-50, but a lot of conversations revolved around like, well, this sucks and this doesn't make sense. And it was still like that. But as this whole thing changed first when after he had an interview with Mrs. Goncalves.
Imagine that.
Yep.
Which, I mean, again, I don't know how I would be like if I didn't know, like I didn't know shit about Brian, and then I talked to the victim's family and shit, and I got close with them. So I don't know, but he just goes too far with shit. Like I understand thinking he's guilty.
Why would you get close to them?
Why what?
Why would you get close to them?
I don't know. If they reached out to me and they wanted to speak and they found comfort in talking to me, I'm not going to turn them down.
No, that's not how that happened.
But I'm not going to come out on panel and be like, or come on channel and be like, I just talked to the guy. Like, no, that's not. Like, I wouldn't tell everybody. You know what I mean?
No, I mean you wouldn't want to put them on a panel, and she didn't want to be on his panel. So what he did was he made a recording.
Oh boy.
She did not want to be on a panel. So she agreed to a recorded interview, and that's all. But he put her on his channel. That was the prerogative, right? That was what he wanted. And all I'm saying, I'm questioning all these people that go after the families, after the neighbors, after the, everybody. What's the purpose here? Are you the investigator? What's the purpose?
Well, my purpose was to find out who the fuck Brian was, and like, if this person that I, in my opinion, no way in hell I could have seen do this, could have done it. That was my motive to start asking questions to people that knew him because I have access to that, that information. Now, if I didn't know these fucking people from a hole in a wall, I would not go out of my way to start contacting individuals to try to get information. That I don't agree with. So yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. Yeah,
But
you're right. Like if he knew them before this, yeah. Like if he knew the family before this shit happened, or like knew one of the families, yada yada yada, I completely get it. But like he didn't know anybody.
No.
And then, so would he feel? Would he change his tune if he spoke to Brian's parents? We don't know.
I don't know.
No,
How do you know?
because it's Daniel.
That's what I'm saying. Daniel goes with whoever the fuck's in front of him. So if he's offered more money, but it's somebody's paying him. Somebody has to be paying him for him to be going.
You'd think.
Like, yeah. I mean, because if I'm Steve, I'm telling him to shut his mouth. Like, dude, relax. It's a child date. Stop fucking putting stuff out there that could potentially like jeopardize this.
What happens when the lawsuits start falling and the discovery's handed over, so you get all those conversations? That'll be interesting.
Now, for full transparency, I have talked to, I don't know if you're familiar with the Sebastian Rogers disappearance case. For full transparency, I've been on panels where the parents were on. I never contacted them myself. I never done that, any of it. I was on a panel. I talked to them both. I talked to this, stepfather, and I talked to the real father of Sebastian Rogers, but never once. And this is a little bit different because we're talking about a missing child, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to like a quadruple homicide, why would you contact the parents wanting any information from them or wanting any contact like that so that they're on your channel? Ask them to be on your channel.
Views.
That never ends good, by the way. That's sick.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
And just to say that, like, oh, and I talk to them all the time, and and I know Harsh did it too. He and I know Andrew Myers did it too, because we hear it. Now, none of them have put them on their channel.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't know who
That's what I'm
reached
saying.
out to
If
who
I
first
spoke to
either.
Brian's parents and his sisters and shit like that, y'all ain't knowing. You kidding me?
No, why would you be like, do you want to come on my channel and talk about, your loss? No.
Yeah, no. Fuck
No.
that. There's no way. Like, that's a stupid question to ask.
Yeah.
I'd rather ask you information from my own personal knowledge, and then, again, that's it. I don't have to sit there and parade it for views and subs and money and shit like that. And that's why, I find that stuff sick.
I sent a message to the Goncalves family with my condolences. That's all. I reached out to them, and I got a response back. Never once would I've asked. I didn't even have a channel back then, but that would have been like the last thing I would have thought of. Is like, hey, since we talk, can you come on my channel?
Yeah,
Fuck
like regardless
no.
of what they've done, they still lost a child. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't even fucking even think about asking or recording or any of that shit if I spoke to the families, and they just put shit out there like it's regular news.
Yeah, they are, because none of these. This is like solicited. This is all solicited. Never once have I heard like, okay, they reached out to me because they want to be on my show and tell their side of the story, kind of situation. Never.
Well,
once.
that's what I thought. Like, I thought, because again, in the beginning, I thought that they reached out to Daniel, and
that's what he wants you to believe. That's what he wants you to believe.
Yeah.
And I bet you that's not what happened.
Fuck no.
I have a hard time believing that's what happened.
I guarantee you his wife reached out.
Unless Brat pushed them in his direction or something.
Brat wasn't on that train yet.
No?
Brat was like,
I thought she was there early.
Where the hell was Brat?
Was there early, but she was against them having Kohburger arrested.
You know too many people.
So she wasn't. Yeah, she wasn't on that train yet. She was on the dot and all that bullshit. That they have the wrong guy. She changed her tune after what's his name? Bloom offered her a position in his movie. hmm That's why she
What
changed.
what kind of movie?
About like he's, I guess,
Oh,
producing. He's part of producing this
oh,
book of his into a movie.
gotcha.
Well, that'll be
So she
fun.
got some kind of accreditation in it, because of course she's his main source for that book. One of his main sources for the book.
Right.
I'm gonna write a book too.
Yeah.
It's
Get
gonna be
Brat
about
to
6 pages.
ask Brat what to write. She'll
Huh?
give you all. Ask Brat Norton what to write, and she'll give you all kinds of good information. She's a TikToker, by the way, just if you didn't know.
It's gonna be like chapter 1. Brian was not a cannibal. He was not fucking crazy. The end.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
I've got a fun story about Bryan Kohberger.
Go
What do
ahead.
you got?
He drove to WSU, was seen on the Nevada street camera at about 2:42 a.m. He either ended a phone call or received or sent a text message at 2:47. Left the campus at about 2:53. Probably took a right at Main Street and Stadium Way. Now, because his phone wasn't turned off and AT&T pings your phones every 15 minutes, he does have some timing data that would track him towards the park. He arrived at the park, hung out the park for a while, drove home. It's a pretty fun story.
And
But
we
during
should
all
all
that, he killed
say
4 people.
we should all say who is Bryan Kohberger, but we're not. And law enforcement made sure about that.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, the way they made it sound and shit. Like, at first, I was like, "Fuck it, Brian snapped, and he did this shit." Like, I'm thinking like he knew these people. He, I don't know, was jealous of the guy because he wanted one of the girls. Yada yada yada. And then I found out he didn't know any of them. Like, no,
So he was
no.
jealous, so he went in and killed 4 people. Yeah.
Jealous of people. That's like you being jealous. Okay, that's like Twiz right now being jealous of a creator that hasn't even made a fucking channel yet, that Twiz doesn't even know about.
Mhm.
And Twiz just going and attacking this person that he doesn't even know exists. Like, this is all a circus.
Yeah, it'll
You
be
don't even know
nuts.
these people.
I think it'll be really nuts when we actually hear the truth, either in trial or after trial or something, when the gag order's lifted. I don't know. What I do know is when people actually see the cell data that they used to arrest this kid, their minds will explode.
Yeah, they're fucking lucky there's a gag order.
I've been saying this since before Garrett. I'm not a cellular expert. I haven't even seen what they used. He has. And he said he laughed. And I just know what they did, and I laugh. It's bad. Every single American should be upset by what they've done to this kid.
I'm looking forward to the day you can tell us about what you did discover here. Dang it, and hurry up so we can
Yeah, it's
hear.
wild.
So we can
It's
hear
literally wild. Daniel the other day said that I just want to get a guilty person set free.
That's crazy. I'm telling you, it's just
nuts.
scary that like these motherfuckers can wind up on jury panels and decide
They
possibly
get to
your
vote. They get to
Yeah.
vote.
Wild.
and they get to have children.
Daniel was maybe a cop at some point in time. He had like arrest powers over people.
They reproduce too.
It's wild.
I'm not gonna lie though, dude. Like, I give people credit where, it's due and shit. But like before this mess, like Daniel was chill as shit to talk to about like sports and stuff. Like he was, in a normal conversation, like he was chill to talk to. Now he's so fucking far gone. This is all like it's like it polluted his fucking personality.
I think he called me desperate the other day too. I can't remember, but I think he did.
Desperate. Dude, you have like 700. You have like 600 subs. I have like 1,000. What the fuck are we desperate for?
No, I'm just like desperate to like set a guilty person free.
Oh,
doesn't even make sense because you didn't even think he was innocent until the fucking
No. I've never thought he's guilty.
Well, you thought he was 100% innocent when the shit came back about where they said he was driving because you live up there.
When the alibi came out, I looked at that and I was like, what the fuck?
So the timing of you thinking he's innocent is spot on. Me thinking he's, I didn't know whether he was guilty or innocent, and then the PCA came out, and then I thought he was innocent. Like, it's not like we were just like, oh, fuck it, this guy is a murderer, but yet we want him back on the streets. How does that make sense? I have a fucking daughter. I have a kid. I don't want murderers on the streets. Like, if there was any inkling that I thought Brian could have done this shit, like, I'd be on the fence. But I've been on the fence. I was on the fence for like months, and when I shouldn't have been, and I still gave this shit, some kind of leeway. And now, the more and more that came out, the more and more it showed me that I shouldn't have fucking even gave it a thought.
I mean, before the alibi came out, I was like, all right, he drove by the house, but that doesn't mean he did anything. Like, I needed more evidence from them too. I've always been waiting for the evidence.
Yeah. Well, I just called a couple of people that I know that knew him, and we just kind of like, talked it out. And we're like, that's just, we talked about the whole thing, like the timing and then how fast he did it. And like, we're like, there's no fucking way. Was it Bryan fucking Kohberger? Like, no. He wasn't this fucking ninja. This fucking fighter in high school that beat everybody up and could take 5 people on his own. No. What the fuck? It's the complete opposite. Jesus.
It makes no sense.
He's a fighter. Yeah, where? Where did he box? Somebody fucking tell me. Give me a name.
I think he did Taibo to lose weight. That's what I think. He kickboxed. Yeah, Taibo. Do you not know what Taibo is?
Oh, I don't know what the fuck Taibo is. I mean,
it's like a workout. No, it's like a workout routine that they used to sell on like VHS. It was just this black dude like kickboxing to lose weight.
Okay, listen to me. There was Jesse Harris, okay, who had the gym right there next to the Imagination Zone. It was boxing. Then Judd taught Muay Thai. Okay, me and Steve, my best friend, went to the gym. Not one time did I ever see Bryan Kohberger in there. Now, if he went there maybe his senior year, okay, that doesn't mean he was a fucking boxer. Just because somebody does workouts to lose weight doesn't mean that they know how to fight. Sorry to burst people's bubble. I'm not like I boxed. I never boxed professionally. I never got paid to box. No, so I don't say my hand. I don't come out as this tough guy boxer because I wasn't that. You know what I mean? And people are saying Bryan boxed and he kickboxed and he did all this fucking hand-to-hand combat shit. And I'm just trying to figure out where, because the only building, bro, in that small town there of Broadheadsville, PA, don't even start looking in Effort and around there because there's fucking nothing out there. There was one gym. One gym to go to learn to fight. Only one, bro. And Bryan Kohberger was not there up until my senior year. So that's all I'm saying. Yeah. People bring up Albrightsville and bring up A Harts over there on 903. There's no fucking boxing gym over there on 903. I don't know why people are even talking about that plaza. Okay, I know the area like the back of my dick. All right, there's no fighting arenas up there except where Jesse Harris's gym was. That is not even there anymore because it kept changing hands. It was boxing, then it was MMA. So yeah, fuck out of here with that stupid false narrative of he was a boxer and a fighter and fought everybody all the time and a bully. It's all bullshit, dude. Don't believe none of that shit, Twiz.
You don't have to tell me.
I'm just saying, dude, don't believe that shit. Don't believe that shit.
I believe none of it.
I'll bring Steve up here to fucking tell you too, because my best friend's the one who actually boxing and shit and fucking, I would never fuck with my best friend. But yeah, dude, we never saw Bryan there. Ever. I saw Bryan after school, running on the track and shit like that with, that's how he knew Skylar. Because Skylar was on the track and field team. Jacobson, the one that said he went jogging with him. You there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Skylar was on the track and field team, and he was fantastic at sprints and what's the long distance jogging shit, cross country. right? Cross country shit. So I'm wondering if Brian did cross country. I wonder if I could go back in the records and see if he was on the cross country team at one point. Because it seems
that
like
would be interesting.
Well, yeah.
When did he lose all the weight? I thought that was in high school.
Well, it was.
Was that like 15?
Well, it wasn't grade school, so it must have been. It was between 9th and 12th grade. 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th is when, he had like the transformation. Because in grade school he was bigger. There wasn't, and there's not a gym in the middle school for people to like, work out and shit and fucking change your physique. But at the high school, it's completely different. So probably 9th grade, I'm saying 9th into 10th. But yeah.
Yeah, that's
like the
wild.
picture I have of him in the yearbook, he was bigger. He's bigger looking and shit.
I've recently heard some new info that's like goes completely against a lot of the narratives, which is pretty funny.
What'd you find out?
Cannot say. But it's literally wild.
Yeah. All I'm gonna say, without actually saying it, is if you hear that his family thinks he did it, or his sisters turned him in, or his sisters think he did it, don't fucking believe it. Now listen, you can believe me, you cannot believe me, but I'm just saying, don't fucking believe it. That's all I'm saying.
Might have been on the topic that I also heard, and I can't confirm nor deny that.
And that's all I'm saying about that. But yeah.
But I've always said that's pretty stupid. It's pretty stupid to even believe that he bleached his car, because cloth seats, bleach, don't mix. Rugs, bleach, don't mix.
Yeah, I don't know nothing. I'm just saying, don't believe this shit. I didn't talk to nobody. So nobody go and fucking run and tell anybody that I spoke to anybody. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I hate this shit, dude. I can't wait till this shit's over. I can just fucking spit everything out.
Yeah.
So annoying. Because I don't want to jeopardize. I don't want to jeopardize. The case. That's why I don't say some of the shit that I know, and that's why it amazes me that he just fucking blurts out whatever he wants. If it fucks with the case, if it fucks with the tainting of the jury pool, he don't give a shit, dude. He's asking to get fucking sued. It's crazy.
Well, there's one of his lives where he said that Brian could try to sue him and it wouldn't work or something.
Oh yeah, of course. Nobody can do anything to Daniel. He's so smart.
He might be a genius.
Don't sound like it. He's very easily manipulated. Me too, Jody. Anyway.
All right, let's watch this.
Another hit.
Phone off, but I don't know if that's something they're willing to put out in court. Did the Murdaugh case, did they have that data while the phone was off?
I don't know, and I don't know if they're going to use that. They don't want to use the IGG. They don't
just listen to his tone of voice,
but
how he's acting.
Kohburger could have taken a microwave with him and tossed it in there.
He's pretty calm right now.
That way, his phone doesn't show that he manually turned it off, nor does it show that he manually put it in airplane mode.
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback. Thank you. This is starting to look like it's a collection of circumstantial evidence, and I know the collection is supposed to count, but with OJ's passing, I've been looking into that case, and the defense is really coming out of the Cochran playbook at this point. So anyway, thank you for your feedback.
No problem. But I will say this is still a 10-component question where we only know about 4 components of the question. And components that we do know is that Bryan Kohberger had his phone off during the commission of the crime, or at least it wasn't.
What the hell are you doing on there?
During that time, a vehicle that matches his vehicle was seen in the area. A person that does not exclude him is seen inside the house. And by that, I mean that Dylan didn't describe a Hispanic male, an African male, a female, or a short or a chubby person. She described somebody that matches vaguely Brian's description, so it doesn't exclude him. His DNA is inside the house underneath the body of a victim.
Daniel, I've been on these message boards. I have been echoing you. I wish you were the guy trying.
But do you see how calm he is?
Just showed himself to be petty and underprepared this week. So I'm concerned. But you do a great job. You do a great job of trying the trial.
No, I know. I mean, when it comes to Bill Thompson, I just think he needs to chill a little bit. He's taking things a little bit too personal, and just kind of rely on the actual evidence that's there. But hey, I actually have somebody coming in. I appreciate you. You have a great one. Thank you so much. That was going to be the last one, but I do have somebody in. Twiz, you're on the air. How's it going,
What's
Twiz?
up, buddy? How are you
doing? I'm doing well.
Hey, I didn't know you're getting off right now, man. My bad.
Yeah, no problem. I'll
What's up, buddy?
What you got going on?
Oh, just chilling.
Good deal.
Chilling on Dinkies, having a good time.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, what are your thoughts, man? What are your theories here?
I think Bryan Kohberger is 100% innocent.
what makes you say he's 100% innocent?
I think he went down to Wawa Park that night and hung out.
And why do you think it took him so long to say that?
I think Ann Taylor's a smart attorney.
So, do you think that she would purge herself? Would she commit perjury?
I don't know.
So, I mean, do you think that would be smart of your defense attorney to commit perjury?
I would say not.
So when Ann Taylor said in 2 different courts not too long ago, when they didn't know where Bryan Kohberger was, and now they know where he's at, supposedly at Wawa Park, the defense there, they didn't know where he was. He didn't know where he was until recently, according to Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor came out saying he hadn't said more than just driving around that night. So now all of a sudden, a year and a half later, it comes out that he was at Wawa Park. And why do you suspect that he waited so long? Is it possible because if there was any trail cams in that area that could have captured him there, are no longer, there anymore? Or maybe any other cameras? Because if he was there at Wawa Park, don't you think he would have been telling everybody, including those van lifers and YouTubers and anybody else that parked out there to check out
you
the
just
videos,
talk so the people that you're scared of
why wait
can't
until
talk.
it's possible that all that evidence that could have proved he's innocent be deleted or recorded over?
Did they give him a chance to, or did they just arrest him?
No, they gave him several chances. There's been several motions to ask for his alibi. So I don't understand. It's not just like, hey, I'm going to ask you before I arrest
understand.
You have the opportunity up until now. I mean, he can call in and say, hey, my alibi is this. I mean, not to me. He can call into the law enforcement and say, hey, my alibi is I was out there. I got at this location at 3:45, and nothing's stopping him.
Well, I mean, the issue would be, right, they just arrested him. They didn't bring him in for questioning. And then there was a
Do you have to question people? Do you have to question anybody to arrest someone?
I mean, typically in an investigation, if you think someone was there, you would ask them where they were rather than just.
But I'm asking you the question. Do you have to investigate? Do you have to ask anyone questions to arrest somebody?
No, you don't.
Okay.
But if they wanted to know where he was, why didn't they bring him in for questioning?
No, they did. They asked him. He asked for a lawyer.
Exactly.
I mean, like,
you don't know what he said before that either, right? They could have been like, where were you? He was like, I was at the park. I didn't even go to Idaho that night. And they just said, oh, well, we're going to arrest you anyway. You think they're just going to let him out?
Oh, so the Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, they did this why? They heard his alibi and decided not to put it on paperwork. Why? To assist Moscow? To help them with some kind of corruptness that's going on across the nation?
Well, I mean, the arrest warrant was like to get them back to Idaho, right? Pennsylvania didn't have anything to do with it.
No. They're the ones that set up something when they talked to him. It was, what did they say that that he asked a couple of things? They asked where he was at and he asked for a lawyer. I believe that was what it was.
That's what we've been told.
Okay. So who do you think committed the crime then? You don't know?
No idea.
You just know it's not Bryan Kohberger at all.
So
what do you say about the DNA underneath the body of a victim?
Do not care about the DNA. You can have it.
Oh. I mean, I can not care about a lot of. I mean, come on now, man. I can go into any case.
100%.
I can go into
100%
case and say
DNA.
I don't care about the DNA either, man. All right, so
100% his DNA.
So how do you explain it being underneath the body of a victim inside of a knife sheath, which just so happens that he's missing a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath from an Amazon
not proven he ordered an Amazon. Not proven he
ordered.
What the
fuck are you talking about?
Okay.
So just because you don't know it doesn't mean that it's.
How would you know if it's under a gag order, Daniel?
Well, there's a lot of things that have been leaked, my man. And in fact, I've been able to prove that,
My man.
that I know some of these because I've talked about several things, even that the
My
defense
man,
were gonna
he's
do weeks
angry
ahead
at
of time.
you,
So
my
yeah, I
man.
can tell you with a fair amount, and I have the evidence and proof and receipts to show you.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
just listen to his tone of voice change.
Is that sheep a movable object?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I don't know if you know this, but I live in Pullman. So
Okay.
I could go get a K-bar right now,
Okay.
pick it up on campus, just rub my DNA all over it, just lather it up. Every square millimeter of that knife is covered in my DNA. I could leave it somewhere. Somebody could pick it up. Somebody could go commit a crime with it. My DNA would be all over it. It would be on the victim. It would be at the crime scene. Did I commit the crime?
All right, so your story is that Bryan Kohberger was playing with his K-bar knife. He forgot it, and the real killer, who just so happens to be his height and weight, just so happens to have the same eyebrows, just so happens to commit this murder while his phone was off, and just so happens
eyebrows,
to be
right?
in the same area.
Bushy eyebrows are very specific.
Yeah.
You see,
Bushy eyebrows are that specific?
Here's the thing, and this is the one thing that I find hilarious, and I've mentioned this the last time when I said that pro-burgers will either answer the first one or the last thing that you say in a question. Never will you hear them answer the entire question. So I'll either say that there's. So explain it all. Explain it all. Explain it all. I want a real story from you that is believable on what happened with Bryan Kohberger, how his DNA ended up on the knife sheath, how his phone just so happened to be off during that time. I want to hear all.
Was the phone off? Show me in the PCA where it says his phone was off.
Well, show me where it's. Well, you know what? It may not have been. It could have been on airplane mode. You're right, but I will say that it was not this. That it was not.
What time did it not connect to the network?
It lost connection at 2:47 and connected back about 2:48 or something like that.
Okay.
I mean at 4:48.
What was he doing at 2:44?
He was in the middle of Pullman.
Nope, incorrect. What was he doing at 2:44?
He was in the middle of Pullman on Nevada Street. They have
Nevada
him.
Street is not in the middle of Pullman, but you are correct. He was on Nevada Street. So what did he do? He drove north on Nevada Street 2:44.
No, according to the PCA, he went south towards 270.
Nope, that's at 2:53.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm talking about after the fact. He headed
Okay,
south.
and I'm saying at 244 he was going north on Nevada Street.
Okay.
247 he lost
He's going
connection.
south, and then he's coming back.
Okay, what could have been happening at that point in time?
He could have been gathering all his. I don't know, dude. I'm not in his head. He could have been.
Does he
planning
work
some
at the
things.
university?
I'm sure he does.
Could he not walk into a university building?
Yeah, he could have.
Is that university building brick?
Sure could be.
Could you lose connection if you walk into a brick building?
I don't know, my man, but don't you think he had to leave that brick building? Don't you think he would have connected back
Yeah,
to the thing?
yeah, absolutely, I do.
And
I
so
also think Moscow PD forgets to put a lot of things in the PCA.
well, they don't need to
Let's
put
go look.
everything in the PCA. But
No,
let's break this down. Let's break this
finish,
down. No,
finish,
let me break this down. Let's break
Okay,
this
go.
down because you're over here and you're saying that he was over here. Okay,
He
so let's
doesn't
bring
let
this
you
down.
say
He's
it.
in this general area.
He's asking
Nope.
you to say it.
Right here, near. It's right here. So
He's gonna
he
show you.
is seen in this area and then heads back down. Now in
He's
this area
gonna
is full of
drop
cameras.
the
Now, you need
mic.
to tell us about the ones that are pertaining to what they're trying to say.
Okay.
Now we know and we found out recently that there's another Floyd camera that was never in the PCA. So just because it's not in the PCA doesn't mean that it's not there.
Was he on
Right.
a Floyd camera?
I don't know. Now, if he
I'll tell you a
headed this
camera
way,
that
so,
he was on
so
that hits
hold
on
on, hold on.
the PCA.
If you're right here and you're going westbound, doesn't that mean you go through Pullman?
I mean, you have to zoom in. I don't know exactly what you're
If you're over here on Nevada Street,
Yeah.
and you're traveling westbound through Pullman to get to the YYY Park, don't you have to kind of go through Pullman?
Oh, yeah.
And they're like,
absolutely.
so he's driving through Pullman, and he's the only one that has service issues.
Just because they didn't say he connected to the tower doesn't mean he didn't.
Oh, so then why don't
See how
why doesn't
funny this is
Irene
now,
just
though?
say, hey, at 4:00 this is where he was.
Well, I got a question for you, Daniel.
Go ahead,
There
my
are
man.
5 cameras that cover that Stadium Way and Main Street 270. Why isn't
Yep.
that in the PCA? If he took a left, why would
It
they
is.
say it? Why don't they say he took a left?
On 270R this way?
Yep.
Because the last camera that they capture him is right here.
Okay,
And this is
but
the camera that goes this way.
No, that's
or
Bishop.
this way.
That's
This one
Bishop.
right here. And so
No,
let me
they
pull
have
up,
him
hold
on camera on Nevada Street. They don't have.
They have him on
Stadium
camera
Way.
coming up this direction. They have him on
Are you
camera
talking
coming
about
up this
coming home or
direction,
leaving?
coming home.
I thought we were talking
Hold
about
on,
leaving.
let me finish. So if they have him on camera coming up this way, don't you think if he headed down southbound and he didn't turn off in 277, if he would have turned off onto Bishop, that they would have captured him on camera also going this way?
Well, they have 3 cameras on Bishop Boulevard. They have 4
No,
cameras on
answer that
Stadium Way
question.
and Main.
If they have a camera here where he would have,
What does Bishop Boulevard have anything to do with what we were
because he
just
headed
talking
towards 270 south, right?
about? Okay, from
that's what
Nevada
the
Street,
PCA
correct?
says.
From
Yeah,
Nevada
From
Street.
Nevada Street, yeah.
Where did he turn?
I don't know where he turned, but if he turned down this
Why
direction,
isn't it in the PCA, Daniel? They have it on 5 cameras at that intersection. 5 cameras. Why don't they tell you where he
listen,
turned?
hold on. What
5
cameras
cameras,
do they have?
Daniel.
And like I said, dude, just because they don't have it in the PCA doesn't mean that it's not there.
There are
It's
5
not there.
cameras.
This
that
is the
cover
camera
that.
that goes this direction, and this
That's
is the
Bishop
one that they
Boulevard.
say.
That is
Yeah, and
Bishop Boulevard.
this is also the one that leads to 270. That
No,
starts
that
270.
Main Street is 270. It's the same road.
World, the time has come to push the button. World.
This is not. Hold on. So let's see. Let me pull up. I gotta pull up my fucking. Give me a second. I need to pull up the where I have it all drawn out. Give me a sec. Open. But yeah, and like I said, just because they don't have it to the PCA doesn't mean that it didn't happen. The only thing that they have to put in the PCA is about 10%. It's just the bare minimum. And the fact that they have 19 pages of bare minimum, man, does that 56 terabytes sure does sound like a lot.
Oh, it sure does, Daniel. But why do they say that he drove towards 270 from Nevada Street, alluding to him going to Moscow, but they don't say anything about the 5 cameras that cover Stadium Way and Main Street? And if he did take that left, he would be on the Bishop Boulevard intersection too, which has 3 cameras, but they don't say it. So they're going to allude to make you think that he went to Moscow, but they don't put it in there. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, they're waiting for him to talk about it. But why don't you think that? So here it is. So this is the road that they're claiming that he went down because this one connects towards Moscow. Is that not correct? This one right here.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay, so here's your camera where they say that he heads down south towards this 270.
They don't
right?
say he goes
right?
down south.
Right? What doesn't it say?
They
that?
don't say he goes down. No, they don't. All they do is say he headed towards 270 from Nevada Street. They don't say which way he turned.
Well, which direction is 270, my man? From Nevada Street.
270
It's south.
is Main Street. It's the same road.
So you think that he headed north? Then he headed north here. So when they say
No.
that he headed this direction, he headed north towards
Okay,
Moscow.
towards the road. Correct.
So-
he
so-
did. That's not a lie. But which way did he turn?
If
You
they're
think that
saying
they're-
that he
they
went
write the
towards
whole-
Moscow,
The whole probable cause affidavit is to
it takes-
justify arresting him. If he
it takes a little bit of common sense to realize when they say that he's heading towards Moscow.
Common
towards 270,
sense.
that he's heading southbound. I mean, you have to kind of fill in the blanks there. You know what I mean? You know, if you see somebody say, hey, you know, a guy's running around with a handgun, and you see him, he runs behind a wall, you hear a gunshot, you see him run behind the wall, there's one person down behind the wall, and he has gunshot residue on his hand. You may not have seen it, but you have the evidence to show that it's probably the one that did it, that pulled the trigger. In this situation here, you have them saying that he went south on, him heading towards Moscow, towards the street which connects to Moscow. This is the street that connects to Moscow. This is the direction that they're saying that he headed. Like, come on now. You just got to fill in the blanks between the words there. It doesn't take
It's
much.
to fill in the blank convenient for us to point the fingers at Brian, right?
No, it's not about it being convenient to point the fingers at
It
Brian.
actually is because there's 5 cameras down there that they left out.
No, I
And then
don't
the
think
three- then the
that,
three
just
at
because they left them out in the probable cause affidavit doesn't mean that they've left them out in the case. So you're assuming that they're not in the case at all.
Well, you're assuming
they
he took
did.
left.
I'm assuming no. What they're saying is that he headed south towards this street here. I'm not saying
South
that
is towards that street there.
Where they
Does
said that he's headed
Could he have
towards the
taken a
street
right
that's
and not gone towards Moscow?
Yeah, he could have. But don't you think he caught on those cameras if he did? And don't you think that Ann Taylor would have had those cameras or subpoenaed those cameras as well?
How do you know she doesn't have them?
Well, because she hasn't filed anything with them. The only thing that she's arguing right now is still the IGG.
No.
And maybe next week she'll go back to 1880 because right now she went back to the IGG.
Hey, Daniel, you live in Texas, right?
I do live in Texas.
So you like your freedoms, right?
I love my freedoms.
A lot of your freedoms were written in 1775, 1774. Are you going to say that those aren't valid now because they were written back
I'm not saying that, my man. What I am saying is the law that she's referring to has been done over multiple times. And now she's going back to 1880 when there was a law that was in place that no longer
dispute the validity of it. Don't say the year.
Well, the year does matter. The year does
actually
matter.
Doesn't. Yeah, 1775 laws were good.
Yeah, because when you go into a trial like this, nobody's arguing his fucking right for free speech here. Nobody's arguing the right of press. Nobody's arguing the rights that were given to you in 1776. The argument that he's arguing is one from 1880.
But you're going to argue a law that's invalid because it's from the 1800s.
No, I'm not. What I'm doing is I'm going back that he has to go that far back because he can't find it. That's how much mud he has to throw on the wall and hope for something to stick. Like the thing is, at the end of the day, yeah, I do know that for sure. At the end of the day, this guy, he has his DNA in the house that he says he has no connection of, underneath the body of a victim, in a brass knife button sheath, right? Which supposedly degrades DNA quicker. Which tells us what that DNA had to have been applied relatively close to when the murders happened. Well, according to Bryan Kohberger, he was out driving around all damn night. So how did somebody else get his DNA while he was out there driving around all by himself? And be able to match it. And also, do you think? Right? Oh, a week earlier. So what's the point?
When the DNA got there?
Because I just told you it was on the brass.
But
sheet.
how do you know?
So the brass degrades.
You can bring up when he came on the deck.
A lot of the scientists say that it takes 2 hours to degrade, not 8 hours.
So in your magical, the only way that this can work for you, and you really believe that this is believable, is that somebody decided to frame Bryan Kohberger. They got his DNA a week earlier. And they were like, hey, you know what? We're going to go kill these 4 kids because, man, they have too many loud parties. Or you know what? They consume drugs and nobody else does in that college party town. Or they do something that nobody else does. We're going to kill them. And you know what? Let's frame Bryan Kohberger, the PhD student, instead of the countless.
Hey, Golf, can you say that a little louder?
Yeah, this is a dumb. Like, he's trying to make you look dumb, but he's fucking dumb. I'm sorry. This is dumb. D-U-M-B. Dumb.
I agree.
Suspects that we can have in our database of people that we've arrested. Those guys look way better for somebody, to throw the crime at. And don't forget also, I thought that the Kohberger said that Bryan Kohberger was only chosen because they were pressured to arrest somebody. They needed to arrest someone. Well, that doesn't tell me that they had somebody already in mind. If they needed to arrest somebody and they panicked and they needed it to happen before the end of the semester, then that doesn't mean that they planned this beforehand. That means that they did something after the fact. Well, if it's after the fact, that piece of evidence, that knife sheath, was in the ISP State Lab. And the ISP State Lab isn't like 1994 gridlock where you have a movie where the evidence room is a cage and you go in there and you just sign and you can walk back there lollygagging and pick up any piece of evidence you can. It's not how things work nowadays. It's freaking 2024, man. When this happened was 2022. So, things have changed. That's not how it works. You got to be able to put some things to plan. Like, all right, why? Why would somebody frame Bryan Kohberger? Like, who is Bryan Kohberger to be framed? He's an outsider. He's nobody. 80% of the people from that area are also outsiders.
Who was framed?
Why him? What makes him so special?
Say that,
were they afraid that he was going to go?
I sure did not.
Chief of police at Pullman or Moscow, and that he was going to take everybody's jobs. Did the FBI also go into this frame job?
You'd have to ask him. We're
going to help with this frame job. We're going to help little Moscow.
He's on a tangent
town
here.
in the middle of nowhere. We're going to help them with their.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he muted me.
Framing this PhD student because what? What is the reason behind that? There's absolutely, that is the most obscene thing. The next thing I'm going to hear is what? Everybody in that house was gay or transvestite? Is that the next word you're going to come up with too?
Are you assuming that I believe in these conspiracies simply because I don't align with you, Daniel? Because you just put a lot of words in my mouth.
No, I'm just saying, man, these are the things that I hear. And I'm wanting to hear something that is believable.
From me or
I want to hear something that's
from me
believable.
or other people.
Well, that's pretty much the closest thing to believable that we've heard from anybody. So if you could give your 2 cents and give me a story about Bryan Kohberger or about somebody else, and tell me who really.
I don't care about anybody else. I just don't think Bryan did it.
Well, that's fine. I mean, you have your opinions. Nobody can change you from doing that. That's your opinion.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you like the PCA, right? Go to page 8.
What about the PCA in page 8?
It says that approximately 5:25, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington. Now, I want you to count out the cameras and tell me if you end up on 5.
Well, I mean, I don't live there, obviously, but I'm sure that there's a few.
No,
here.
it's in the PCA.
Right. No, and I think I went through. There's one there. There's 2, 3, 4. There's one right there. That's 5 that you'd be pulling in. They put them up here.
6.
That's 6, 7.
Him turning on the bishop. That's 7. They have on 7 cameras, but they say there's 5.
Yeah,
that's how perfect your PCA is written.
I mean, even if it's not perfect, my man, doesn't mean that this guy is innocent. Just the thing you got to understand. Like,
I don't have any.
This document. Here's the thing: is you also have to remember this document was produced before his arrest, before they had all of those cameras down. That's the other thing. Like, a lot of folks think that everything is just bundled up right there on a table. All the evidence. This is what you need to find. The chances are that they didn't even look at the cameras in WSU this closely at this time until after they got Bryan Kohberger's name on December 19th. That's probably when they went back and looked at this. And so from the time that they arrested him, created this probable cause affidavit, there's nowhere near enough time to go through all of the cameras and find all the cameras to pinpoint him in those manners.
They said they had 5 cameras and they listed 7.
I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying is you have to also realize that at what point in time are those reports being written? Maybe there's a good chance that report was written at one point and finished at another time when there was more more cameras available.
Me?
So
Yeah.
a lot of things are moving very
He just
quickly. And just because
said
somebody gets
they
arrested doesn't
didn't
mean
have
that the
time to
investigation stops.
investigate him.
And just
No,
because you
I
have
totally
somebody
get
in mind that the
He
investigation
just
stops. So
said that.
after his arrest, I would be 100%
That's what he said.
that you'd be pulling in.
Johnson,
They put them up
that's
here. That's
6.
6, 7. They
Him
put them
turning
up
on a
there.
bishop, that's 7. They have
Yeah,
on 7
so-
cameras, but they say there's 5.
Yeah,
That's
something
how
like that.
that's how perfect your PCA is written.
I mean, even if it's not perfect, my man, doesn't mean that this guy is innocent. Just this is the thing you got to understand. Like,
I don't have any.
this document.
disagreeing with
Here's
that.
the thing: is you also have to remember this document was produced before his arrest, before they had all of those cameras down. You know, that's the other thing. Like, a lot of folks think that everything is just bundled up right there on the table, all the evidence. This is what you need to find. You know, the chances are that they didn't even look at the cameras in WSU this closely at this time until after they got Bryan Kohberger's name on December 19th. That's probably when they went back and looked at this. And so from the time that they arrested him, created this probable cause affidavit, there's nowhere near enough time to go through all of the cameras and find all the cameras to pinpoint him in those manners.
They said they had
I know
five
what you're
cameras
saying.
and then they listed 7.
I know what you're saying. But what I'm saying is you have to also realize that at what point in time are those reports being written? Maybe there's a good chance that report was written at one point and finished at another time when there was more cameras available. So
When
a lot of
they
things are
knew
moving
that he
very quickly.
wasn't
And just because
fucking
somebody
the
gets
one.
arrested doesn't mean that the investigation stops. And just
Oh, I
because you
never
have
thought
somebody
that.
in mind that the investigation stops. So
Never thought
after
that.
his arrest, I would be 100% positive that they've probably found him on multiple cameras, more than that's on the PCA, because the investigation continued. So I get what you're saying. I mean, you can go look at typos and things that maybe are different because of what time things happen, but that doesn't change the fact that you have a guy whose phone is not connected to the tower during a specific time.
Hey,
a specific
I've got
time
a
is during the
question
time
for
of the
you.
murders. What's the
Is there
question?
cell service down at Wallawai Park?
I don't know, but I'm sure there's cell service getting there. I mean, do you
there
lose
is,
cell
yeah.
service? Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. He had service down here in the most ruralest area of Idaho and Washington, and yet he loses service right here, and it doesn't come back until he's
The Moscow
over
police.
here.
The Moscow police
Over
say
here.
it doesn't come back.
So so Moscow police also, you're one of those, you can't believe what the evidence says. I mean,
There
at the
is
end
no
of the day,
evidence. You haven't seen
the
evidence. You're
evidence is
believing
that
what
he
Moscow PD tells you. What evidence have you seen?
Okay, well then I guess in every case, then we're just believing what law enforcement says. We're just believing what the lab says. We're just believing what the cameras show. We're just believing what his phone says. It's just all belief. It doesn't mean it's real.
Have people been framed before?
I'm sure they
Have
have been,
innocent
but
people been locked
has
up
it happened
before?
here recently? Like, I mean, come on now. And the thing is too, when there are frame jobs and those type of things that occur, those are usually when it happens when there's only one law enforcement agency and it's a small area. This is multiple law enforcement agencies. You have FBI involved, Moscow Police Department, Idaho State Police, you have WSU Police, you have the Commonwealth Pennsylvania law enforcement also in on this. This is multiple law enforcement agencies involved in this. And do you really think that they're going to cover up for one crooked cop in Moscow? Come on now,
Yeah, but
man.
who wrote the PCA?
That's probably the worst thing
What the fuck is he talking about?
Moscow? I don't think Pennsylvania.
Oh, so Washington State Police, the police officers there in Washington didn't find Bryan Kohberger's car in November. They didn't turn it in. They had nothing to do
Were
with
they
anything.
asked to?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were.
But were they involved with framing him?
I don't know. I don't think anybody framed him.
Well,
I mean,
of
the
course
question
not.
is,
That's
why
fine.
would they frame Bryan Kohberger? Why would somebody frame him?
Why
Why would they? Why not? Oh, well, I mean, everybody can say why not.
I don't even necessarily think that they intended to frame him, right? They could have thought that he did it because he wasn't connected to the network. It's possible.
So they what did they do? They went and got his DNA and somehow snuck in
So, I mean,
Mission
again,
Impossible
they're
style.
telling you it's his DNA.
placed
It hasn't
it.
been proven in court yet, right?
And that's been proven in science 5.8 octillion times
Oh,
that it's his.
yeah, that's more than every single human that's ever existed. You think that's
Exactly.
a valid number?
Exactly.
That's a valid
That's
number to
crazy.
you.
That must tell you that
I say it's
more
crazy
than
to
just a
listen to
little
that
bit of such DNA. It might be quite a bit of skin cells under there.
Could be. You can have the DNA. I don't care about the DNA.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, DNA is underneath the body of a victim.
How
I
did
mean,
he
you may
get to
not want to
Moscow?
care about it, but come on now.
I don't
How did he
care.
get to Moscow? I mean, there's
How
clearly
did
a
he
white
drive?
Elantra without a front license plate.
There's
I mean,
white Elantras all over the place here.
Yeah, but how many? All right, so put it this way. Let's look at that. Brian, there's 22,000 white Elantras, right?
Nope,
Out of those white
incorrect.
Elantras,
Incorrect.
how many white Elantras are there?
There's 22,000 in the state of Idaho and Washington.
Okay, so there's
about
22,000
1,000 of them registered. At the time, I believe it was like 1,000 registered to U of I and WSU. Most of the students, there might have been residents that had more too.
Okay, so let's put it at 1,500. Out of those 1,500, how many do you think are male? That operator have chances?
Do we
of?
know who was driving?
Well,
that
let me.
car that night? No. All those cars on those cameras, you don't.
So, how many of those do you think were male? Let's break it down. I'm going to mute this guy because he doesn't want to hear this. So, if you have 1,500 cars out there, how many of them are driven by males? Out of those that are left, how many are being operated?
What are you talking to? He doesn't want to hear this. Like he's fucking
front-wheel drive cars.
Fuck him.
Oh, he's dropping the mic.
4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Out of those cars that are driving around that are male at that specific time, how many of them don't have a front license plate?
I'll fucking drop his.
Out of those without front license plate, how many of those cars have Bryan Kohberger's DNA inside of them? The chances are
He's a little cocky
astronomical.
motherfucker.
I mean, I think I'd have to get Neil deGrasse Tyson to come in here and explain
I'm
to you
definitely muted
how
by now.
unlikely that is. That all those
And
things
then
happen.
watch him-
And the reason why you don't
watch
want to
him
hear
drop
it is because
out.
it's the truth. I appreciate you being here. You have a good day, Twizzle. Everybody, I hope you have a great night. That was fun. I'm out.
Pussy.
Dang, somebody was mad.
What a pussy, bro.
My man. He's called, like, when he gets mad, he's using that word.
He starts talking
He's
fast.
so fucking transparent. It's transparent, but he's here's the problem with Daniel, and I respect him, what he does, but he's very transparent in how he does
Respect him
shit.
for what?
Hey, what are you doing there? Oh, you got a mask on. I was like, how
I don't respect him.
V
I don't
for
respect him for
Vendetta.
shit.
I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to be mean. But he's trying to make you look like an idiot by saying you believe in conspiracy theories, which
Exactly.
you didn't even talk about that. And that guy just like railroaded the conversation, like trying to paint you like an idiot.
He got roasted in the comments and by all of his people. Like, I had people coming into other chats, names I never knew, telling me like, "Good job." It was hilarious.
That's crazy. Like, he's like, so he never used to be like this, is what I'm saying.
But he has these open line shows. He's asking for this shit, and then he gets the shit, and then he fucking bitches about it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but you remember Willie? He was on fucking Dago's show. He's been on many people's shows, and he was calm and collected, and he could see it from both fucking sides. Now he's adamant about him being like, there's absolutely no discussion of Bryan Kohberger being innocent. There's absolutely
That's what I said. When he came on the Dinkies, it was 5 hours of an actual fucking discussion. He was open-minded. He completely different person than what I just heard from what Twiz just played. So I don't know what the fuck happened to him.
I don't know either, but this is not healthy for him. He needs to take a break. This doesn't look healthy to me. He's going to have a heart attack.
He needs to stop talking to fucking Steve and shit. That's his problem.
I don't know. He needs a break for sure.
He needs something.
Yeah.
But isn't it just funny how I said at 2:47 his phone stopped reporting to the network, but that didn't mean his phone was off or anything like that. This was before Cy. This was before Garrett. Who was right?
Well, obviously Twiz.
God damn.
Yeah.
Yep.
You didn't watch last week either?
Who? Me?
Yeah, when I was on this panel again.
No.
Do you want to watch it?
I only saw what I saw from. I have to go.
Dinkies?
I have to go. Yeah, on Dinkies.
I mean, you've been up here for a long time.
I have. I've been supportive here. You come on my channel, okay, Twiz?
I certainly will.
All right, gentlemen, and chat. It was real pleasure.
Later.
See ya.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Willie, you haven't watched the Garrett thing yet?
Hey, listen. The guy didn't fucking do it. I don't need to watch any of these fucking people. All right?
Dude, it's so funny.
It's like, I know he didn't do it, so I'm not going to watch these people to try to be convinced that he did do it, because none of these people know anything more than fucking law enforcement, so fuck them.
I agree.
I've been chilling, bro. I've been fucking finding new fucking hobbies and shit, you know? I've been bird watching. I fucking bird watched a bird today, dude. You believe that shit? I bird watched a bird.
With your drone?
Fuck no. I got these binoculars. Yeah, but it's a screen. So like you don't look into the binoculars. It's a screen. And the opposite side looks like the the part where you actually put your eyes in, but that's actually the part that fucking you zoom and whatever with, and it has night vision, bro. So it was like 9 o'clock at night, and I got this bird in fucking perfect HD fucking video at night, bro. It was so cool. You know?
That's sweet.
That was the first time in my whole life I ever fucking cared about looking at a bird, you know? So I was like, huh. You know, I'm starting to find new hobbies and shit. Camping.
You go camping?
Oh, dude, listen, you don't understand the shit that I got a 6-person tent, air mattress, everything you need, bro. I got it, everything for me and my daughter to create a whole fucking, little camping site that I'm going to put, cameras up on and shit. So, you know, make sure nobody's fucking with it. And then, you know, have, a fire pit out there, hang, a clothing line and shit. And then me and Leah go out there for a couple days, teach her how to live off the land, do some fishing. You know what I mean? So I got a telescopic fishing pole. I got the e-bike, the electric bike, so we can just take the e-bike fucking right back into the trail. And then I can figure out how to run some electricity back there somehow, you know what I mean? that's the shit I want to do. You know what I mean? I want to go enjoy fucking my days and, my time and, worrying about this shit, the phone all day and internet all day, just wasn't doing it for me, man.
That's good.
I don't know what it is. It's just, I got sick of the fucking phone, bro. It's fucking, that's why you don't see me a lot. I'm like,
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh,
Camping's fun.
I'm just trying to fucking enjoy the time we got left because I don't know what the hell is going on in this world. Iran's trying to get their ass kicked. Like fucking this whole world's crazy, bro.
You take your e-bike out yet?
No, I'm waiting for the upgraded seat to come before I even put it together. I'm one of those people where like I won't like do shit until like I have the full set. So the original seat that comes with the bike I have sold already to somebody in like California or something. So I'm waiting for my upgraded seat to come, and then I'm gonna put the whole thing together, and then I can sell the original seat. And I'll send you some pictures and shit and some videos from Ryan, but I can't wait to take it back on the trails, bro. My daughter, it's gonna be fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'll be sick.
You're going like 35 through the fucking woods, dude. Just fucking no gas, no oil, no fucking bullshit you got to worry about. It's just a battery.
Yeah.
Which is crazy because like you would think that, like I'm sure you were young back in the day, right? Like you're not fucking Benjamin, but like we had, how we drove those trucks and the chicks had the pink trucks and shit, and they were electric powered and they had the battery in the back, and you remember that shit?
Yeah, they still have them.
That's what I mean. But like that, at that point, everybody should have realized that an electric vehicle is possible. It just the gas, it was the oil companies that just wanted, they wanted to make that money, or else electric would have been fucking made how many years ago?
Yeah.
I mean, the concept is already there in the fucking little Tonka trucks and shit. So
I think the issue was just, they had to get like better battery technology for one, but then like getting enough power to move like an actual car just because they're so heavy.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying the concept itself was, was there. So I don't know. When you have something that's gas and shit, you need to register it. You need to have you need to do a whole bunch of shit. When it's electric, they don't give a fuck out here in PA.
Yeah. No, it's wild for sure.
Yeah, and then
there's a lot of people rolling around here with electric bikes and scooters and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, I didn't want to be a person like riding around with a fucking scooter. To me, I'm not that kind of dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'd rather have a bike too, because then you can pedal if you need to, or your battery runs out at least.
Yeah, like I can get 52 miles with the original battery that comes with it, and then I got an extra battery that gets like 62 miles. So it's 100. I'm not running 110 miles anywhere, so that should be enough.
Yeah, if you go camping or something, you at least have like a spare.
That's what I'm saying. So
a solar setup.
Need to go get so exactly. So I got a 60,000 mAh battery home, and then I have two 20,000s. So I have all this, and then everything I have is all battery operated. Like the shit I was telling you about with the binoculars, that's all USB-C. All my flashlights USB-C. Like everything I have is all like plug-in. And I have nothing's battery except the walkie-talkies.
So I've got some like battery fun. Or flashlights like that too. Those things are sweet.
Hell yeah, and they don't give off any heat. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff that's come out, especially since like we were kids. Back in the day, your flashlights would run out fast.
Yeah, dude. Like I'm addicted to fucking. Like I've never been addicted to like Amazon or any of that shit because all that shit to me is expensive. But like Temu, bro, and like AliExpress. Bro, now that I know how to like fuck with the system, I shop on that shit every day, dude. I'll buy like 3-4 things, and then I'll wait till they come in the mail. I'll send back like one thing, get all my credit back. It's crazy. Once you figure out the system, you can fucking just get a whole bunch of free shit whenever you want.
That's crazy.
Well, I told you, I lost the drone today, and I called them and told them the fucking drone took off by itself, and they gave me a full refund.
Are you gonna order another one or what?
No. Well, actually, they sent me another one, so I have a brand new one. I have a brand new one already. They sent me as a replacement for the one that I just lost. So yeah, again, they're all fucked up because they're like Chinese and shit. So like they don't know what company is selling what. So you just tell them like, hey, this shit happened. They're like, fuck it, here. As long as you're like shopping with them, they don't care, dude. They'll give you all your money back. It's crazy.
They're not gonna come out and verify it,
No, well, it's all wholesale. So like, dude, I'm telling you, like, all this shit on Amazon is all like 5, 6, 7 times marked up. When you actually like find the non-branded shit that these companies just throw their brand on, it's disgusting when you actually see how. Like, my dad is addicted to Amazon. Like, the money he spent, dude, you could probably buy a new house. And like, if he knew like how to buy wholesale, it'd be way different. I'll be right back, bro.
Alrighty. Tara, give us the news. Cancer doctors.
Are you gonna play the one? Are you gonna play the one where you were up on his panel like a week ago, or whenever the fuck it was?
I don't know. We can. Some people in the chat wanted to. Do you want to? And he just bounced. Cancer doctors. Did they have a cure or what were they doing? Is Giles still here? Let's see what if Giles wants to watch it. Yeah, they definitely don't want to cure cancer. That's a big money-making scheme. This says they made $103 billion in 2019 from cancer. Don't want to lose that cash cow. What, like wireless charging? Did they say how the plane came down? Because I saw something yesterday that just said like it stalled. So I thought maybe they had like too much weight on it or something. Wade Wilson can't drive stick? What a loser. I'm not saying they wouldn't do it, but it'd be kind of weird if they took a whole plane down with 30 other people on it just for some doctors. But they also did that in Russia with that one dude. And some of the footage, it looked like part of the wing was taken off of one, but I can't tell.
Herman's lawyer said you should have a third category. You got guilty, innocent, and there should be completely innocent.
Yeah, I guess maybe it does happen. I just never had one that was willing to take my side and stand up boldly and say, hey, by the way, we believe this kid. And maybe it's because I was a liar and a deceiver at that time of life. But, you know.
What's the repercussions? You know,
or maybe it just wasn't high profile enough. You know, there's when you have cameras watching and millions of people watching.
I mean, and the thing is, like, what's the repercussions? You know, I can believe in a lot of things. You know, I can believe in Santa Claus. You know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Does it? You know, unless you find out that I lied about my belief, what's the repercussions of that? So, I don't really hold anything there. But when it comes to, like, is he a possibility, like an accessory to this? Was there somebody else? I mean, they have his phone. They have all of his stuff that they forensically downloaded. He'd only been in that area for a short period of time. I'm not sure who's going to be making contact with, and it's going to be, you know, in that type of relationship that they're going to go out there and commit a crime like that within that short amount of period of time. And then not only to do that, but to hold on to some sort of, you know, value or virtue, not to give him up or her up. I don't know. I don't know about that one, but
maybe you guys would all know. Don't they have like 17 computers and a bunch of cell phones in evidence? Like I've heard that. I don't know if that's true or not. That they've got a lot of other technology as well that they've taken into evidence, don't they?
Yeah, they got like 3 towers, a couple. I think it's one phone.
A couple of hard drives.
Yeah, there was some hard drives. Yeah, that's right.
Laptops.
So, yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know, like, even just outside of the cell phone that they confiscated a ton of other stuff as well. And I don't even think it's possibly just all his. I'm sure it comes from the roommates and everybody else too. But I know there's a pile. So
yeah. Welcome to the show, Twiz. How's it going, my man?
What up?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
Doing well. Just having a pretty good conversation. How long have you been tuning in? I know you've been backstage for about 4 or 5 minutes. Were you tuning in before?
Not long. I was trying to get my mic to work.
Got you. Did I hear you have your own channel now? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Nice. Congratulations, my man. I hope it goes well for you.
We'll see.
I guess I can congratulate you.
I mean, it helps if you put effort into it, right?
Oh, you're not doing anything on it?
Not right now.
Got you. So what are your thoughts on the change to Boise? You for it, against it? You think it's the right decision?
I'm for it.
Okay. I mean, what do you think the benefit is? Just he's going to have a better, you know. Well, you're from the area. Is everybody that you talk to from that area think he's guilty?
I don't really talk to people about it.
Oh, got you.
I talked to like a few people. I talked to one lady who lives in Moscow. She thinks that he's guilty, but she wasn't really following the case very much either. And then there's a few other like moms that have been going to the hearings, and I talked to them a little bit, and they're not convinced that he's guilty.
Yeah. See. I wonder if they got the survey.
No, I think they both live in Pullman.
Oh, got you.
But at least one of their daughters goes to U of I.
Uh-huh. And what is the daughter's thoughts?
I don't know. It's kind of interesting. So her daughter works on campus. I don't know what she does, but it sounds like she walks around on campus like sometimes later, and the mom goes with her, like with her gun, because she doesn't want or think that her daughter is safe. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Her daughter, or the mom, at least isn't convinced that Brian is the dude.
Yeah, and some people aren't. You know, some people are waiting for jury or for trial and everything to come out. Nothing wrong with that.
Nope. That's how it should be, really.
So you have I've heard at least that you have an interesting theory that you've spoken with Cyree. Is that correct?
I did speak with Cyree, yeah.
And that you think that he knows where Brian Kohberger was during the exact time of the murders. Is that correct?
We didn't talk about that, but Cy told me that he knows exactly where Brian was.
During the murders or just at some specific time?
That's really all he said because he can't go into specifics. But
that's cool.
Knowing where he was, he couldn't have been there to commit the murders, if that makes sense.
So does he have like it sounds like he might have some sort of inclination where he was at some point in time that would make it impossible for him to get to Moscow at 4 o'clock. Kind of sounds like that.
Yeah.
Got you. So it doesn't have anything concrete during the time.
Well, I don't know.
Gotcha.
I don't know. He can't. I mean, everyone is under the gag. They can't give you specifics.
Right.
Well, just remember though, Cy can't tell you where Brian was. He can tell you where his phone was.
That's true.
Yeah, but no one is arguing that him and his phone and his car weren't together all night.
Nobody.
No, I don't think so. I think the argument is that Brian's phone wasn't connected to the tower or connected to service during the time of the murders. I think is the argument, and then the argument is that when he turned back on, he was near. I guess I'm assuming near I-95 and around Genesee, somewhere around there. I think what the accusation is.
Yeah, the issue with that is you guys watch the hearings, right?
Yeah.
So then you know what kind of cell records they had when they wrote the PCA, right?
Right.
Well, we know what the defense is saying they had.
No, Mowry and Payne both said it on the stand.
All right. The cast, the AT&T locations that they put in the cast viz or whatever it's called. Is that
but all they had were the call detail records.
Right.
So like, they can't even say that his phone was off.
Right. I don't know if they're saying that his phone was off. I think they were saying that it wasn't connected to the network. And I think that when you look at things, when you break things out, yeah, you can't say exactly it wasn't, purposefully turned off. But to think that on accident or by some divine intervention that his phone would lose service in Pullman.
It's not divine intervention though.
Or whatever. That
it's call detail records, right?
Right. What I'm saying is that
what do you think a call detail record is?
A record of where you were at a certain point?
No.
What is it?
Not at all. It's a record of your calls and your text messages.
So what you're saying is that his phone was on and he just wasn't receiving calls or text messages between that specific 2 hours, and that the
Correct.
PCA, when they say that his phone wasn't connected to the tower, is inaccurate.
It's misleading what they put in the PCA. Yes.
I had actually heard exactly what Twizzle was saying. I don't know because, obviously I'm not an expert, but I heard they had the phone records of incoming, outgoing phone calls and texts, and that's what they utilized in writing the PCA, and that's why there was such demand for the CAST report in the early going. And like I said, I know nothing about cell phone technology. I don't know anything. But Twiz, I do remember exactly what you're saying, and I'm glad you're able to speak upon it because you know more about it than I do. And
all you have to do is Google it. Google what is an AT&T CDR.
But what about the part where Cy says that all you need are the cast, are those call records to do exactly what it is that they did in the default settings of CastViz, because that's what Detective Maury testified to, that he put in those cast records or those CDRs, whatever they're called, into the CastViz on the default setting, and so.
Yeah. So what a CDR tells you is the phone number you called or you were on a phone call with or texted, and then the tower that you connect to. It doesn't say where you are. It doesn't pinpoint your location. They have no clue how far away he was from the towers at those times.
Maybe from the early on stuff, but they have a lot more things to determine where location is, especially like stuff with like Strava and GPS and the phone. And so when it comes down to what happened with the grand jury and what was testified against when it came to the probable cause affidavit and what's in there is with the evidence that was at the time. And I get what they're arguing. They're arguing that, at the time they were using this, but since then, in which I think that's why a lot of people, get the misconception when they say, well, the PCA really isn't relevant anymore. It's because the information in the PCA, whether it be that or like, for instance, Bryan Kohberger's dad's DNA, it's no longer relevant because they have Bryan Kohberger's DNA. And I think they also have some other stuff that's going to be able to point where he was. From my understanding, the Strava app is going to be a huge component into this case. We've seen that warrant, and we've seen that he was utilizing that app in Pullman during around the time when, he was living there, obviously. So, I'm not familiar, to be 110% honest with you. I don't know anything about these cast logs or whatever these things do or don't do. I don't know, but I do know that there's been a lot of cases that have been tried here in the last, I don't know how many years, that have been able to determine location with quite a bit of accuracy
of where somebody is, whether or not they're getting a phone call or not. AR, you said that you were discovered within 45 feet. I don't know, during that time, were you making a phone call?
They had my GPS pinging. Like they were able to track my phone via GPS. So, and actually my phone was on getting text messages, also social media. They said that they could utilize Facebook, they could utilize different things, and that was all in their report. So
that was after they got your phone, though, right? After they physically had your phone? Exactly.
Yeah, after they got my phone, they could pull all the extra stuff from it, and then they could determine based off of their analyzation of my phone. They were like, okay, look, this is what was happening on Facebook. This is what was coming in via text message. This is the timing of it. Then they were able to go to my cell phone carrier, get like a whole printout of what my phone activity was, and then they could utilize that in some manner. I don't know what they did, but like I said, it got them to 45 feet, in a they nailed me. I mean, they did nail me. They had me there.
Yeah, and you can do that with cell phone records. They just didn't have all of the data when the PCA was written or when the grand jury was done.
Right.
Now, Mowry did have the data that he needed in time for the grand jury. He just didn't know how to use it.
I also must say, Daniel, it took him a year and a half.
Which is why I said, right. Which was why I said that Bryan Kohberger made a mistake, but by not choosing to go with the speedy trial. And you're absolutely right. This happened after they had possession of your phone. Well, they didn't have possession of Bryan Kohberger's phone until after they arrested him. That was after, obviously, the probable cause affidavit was written. So the stuff that they're arguing in the probable cause affidavit and the cast viz and this, that, and the third is stuff like I mentioned before. It's not 100% going to be like the end all be all when it comes to the information that they're using to locate where he was 12 times prior, any of those type of things. And so.
No, but the timing data will show that. That's what they didn't have.
Right, but the timing data that they wanted was from Moscow to Pullman, and yet his phone.
No, the timing data is from all the towers. Every time your phone.
So are you saying they have exculpatory evidence for Bryan Kohberger and they're covering it up essentially?
They had it. They gave it to Ann. Now they gave it to Ann the morning of.
So you're saying his defense has exculpatory evidence, and they're not saying anything about it. They're not trying to get bail.
They're doing.
They can't do a bail.
They can't get bail.
If they have exculpatory evidence.
No, in Idaho. In Idaho capital cases, they don't do bail.
But why not use it as an alibi by now?
I understand.
Why do they have to do it by now?
Capital cases.
I mean, because at the end of the day, this isn't a game, right? This isn't a game. This isn't I got you first or who got you or I got you. At the end of the day, this is real life, and this is, hey man, if you have something that says you weren't there, well, we need to go find the SOB that did this. So you can sit in jail and lollygag and play with yourself all you want, but if you have something that proves you're not there, come up with it so that way they can go find the right guy.
Yeah,
so this whole thing, like, I'm going to play gotcha at the end, or, we're going to go all the way to trial and I'm going to pull the rug underneath you. That doesn't happen in real life. Like, I'll be honest with you. That don't have that. That's drama. That's Law and Order, SVU, or whatever that is.
Well, it seems to be happening in this case.
I mean, you're perceiving it to have happening in this case. The reality is, if they had an alibi for Bryan Kohberger, they would have come up with that alibi a long time ago. And
what was his first alibi?
Well, the thing is, his alibi was that he was driving around and he hasn't given anybody any specific location, time, or place or direction that he went. That was his first alibi.
He also said that they would prove it based on the state's own witnesses.
Right.
Which is the cast
say report. Which ones? You can't even say which witnesses.
You don't have to.
Like, and the thing is, why do you have to? Why can't you say where you were at and still use the state witnesses to prove it?
How do we know that he hasn't told people where he is?
Yeah, I have a feeling. Just in my opinion, I think that they're going.
Well, hold on. So, like, if you're saying that the defense has done this secretly, told the judge, prosecution, somebody that where he's been at, and this is where he was at. And they are refusing to put that out there for the public or for whatever reason, right?
No, they said he was in Wobbly Park the second.
No, they actually didn't say that he was.
No, they actually do. It says including Wobbly Park.
They said that
you can pull it up
at a specific time, but they don't say during 4 o'clock. Does it say at?
It doesn't have to be at 4 o'clock.
I think it does make a difference because who cares where he was at 2 o'clock?
All right, well, let's say around 3:20, 3:25, he gets to Wobbly Park, right?
Okay.
What if at 4:48, when his phone reconnects to the tower, he's at a place where he couldn't have been, the 1122 King Road?
I mean, you can say what if. I mean, we can what if all day. If my brother was born different, he'd be my sister. I mean, that's just the way it is.
I'm not saying what if. I'm telling you right now, at 4:48, he was in a place where he couldn't have been in Moscow.
Well, I mean, how so? If he's pinned at, and let's just say, all right, let's just say that it's that we have to wait until trial to see how close it is. But if they have exculpatory evidence, my man, this thing would not be going to a change of venue. There would be some motions and some things that are being drawn out. It would not be going to a change of venue. That would not be the next step.
When was the change of venue scheduled?
It wouldn't matter when it was scheduled. The moment somebody has exculpatory evidence, I would expect to see that thing out there in front of the judge, or at least entered into within 10 business days. Within 10 business days.
So that's what you would expect. That's you playing what if.
Right,
so,
right.
So
right.
your what if. She's just going to keep collecting that paycheck.
No, because
like taxpayers. No, I'm agreeing with you, Daniel.
No,
they would bring this to light because.
No, I know you're agreeing.
This trial is costing a lot of money, right? And if they're just going to hide this evidence that would result in no trial being needed, that makes zero sense. That's the whole point.
Do you know what a Frank's hearing
That's
is?
the whole point of discovery. Discovery
do
is to
do you know what a Frank's
hash it
hearing
out
is?
at the beginning so that they can determine if there's enough to take it to trial. There's reasons why they work together, the prosecution and the defense.
Okay,
right.
and they were withholding the evidence until that hearing.
What evidence?
You're assuming
evidence?
What evidence is there that they were withholding it? There is, they did turn it over within the time frame in which the judge gave them.
The judge ordered to hand over that evidence in July of last year.
Yeah, but they also ordered the alibi to be turned in a long time ago.
The alibi was turned in. The alibi was turned in.
Not an alibi, and even the judge said that was not considered an alibi, because an alibi in the state of Idaho, you have to give it a specific place, location, and time. And he specifically stated in his quote-unquote alibi, he's like, I'm not giving a specific location or time that I was at anywhere, just that I take long drives throughout the middle of the night. And then at some other point, he talks about that, on other trips in November, he's taken pictures of stars and skies and gone hiking, but not that specific night, just other nights in November. So that alone also.
How could he prove the exact time he got to Walla Park?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen anything proving he was there.
Okay, that doesn't mean that he wasn't there.
I mean, there's quite a bit of evidence that proves where he was.
No, there isn't.
Hey, Twiz, just real quick. Daniel, I just want to throw something in just real quick. Okay. And this is just based off of my background. Let's just say I'm a lying criminal. Okay. I'm not really that believable. And I'm not saying Bryan Kohberger is a lying criminal or anything of that nature. But when it comes to an alibi, would you believe somebody that's standing trial that just gives you a document, they handwrite it all out that says this is where I was at, this is what I was doing? Or would you believe if the cast report with the exact details of location, time, movement, everything was laid before you? So in my opinion,
but I'm asking, what difference would it make if you wrote down that information and they go and do the cast report? If you're not lying, shouldn't it match? Shouldn't you say, hey,
do they have the cast report?
Not only did I say, no, hold on. Wouldn't it be stronger to say, hey, not only did I say in the beginning I wasn't there and I was at this location.
No, let me tell you, from a guy that's been to court time and time again, you don't think I had to give an alibi? You don't think when I fought my cases and I pled innocent and I said I'm not guilty, I didn't do this. All right, give me your alibi. Okay, I got to go through all of this. I got to prove that alibi. I have to prove it. They don't care that I submitted an alibi. They said, okay, now we have your alibi. This is the alibi you're going to use at your defense at trial.
But
I'm sorry, we're not going to release you.
If you're telling the truth, would it change?
But all I'm saying is Bryan Kohberger, all I'm saying is the defense said, we're going to rely on the state's evidence and their testimony to prove our client's alibi. This is going to be our alibi.
But that is so backwards. I mean, that's like, and it's not even saying it's a plan. They don't even know which state witness because they haven't put him as their own witness.
Well, it's going to be Nick Balance.
Right. Well, they didn't put a name on it because it could be Nick Balance. It could be more. It could be Payne.
Well, it's not Mowry because Mowry doesn't know what he's doing. They tried it with Mowry. Cy told me that the only reason why he went to that hearing is because Mowry screwed up so bad the week before.
Mowry, yeah. Well, I mean, Cy can say a lot of things, but at the end of the day, I think it was Cy whose work was thrown out in court, not Maury's. And so,
you mean at the time when they took his evidence back into the hearing?
Sharing information.
Like I said, it was thrown out. Either way,
and then it was brought back in.
Like I said, it was thrown out, and he himself has said. I mean, I've never heard an expert on the defensive side ever say something to the effect like, "I have the right to change my mind about this."
Well, I just want to get this straight.
Really and wait, one last thing though, if he was so sure that he knew where Bryan Kohberger was, that it was impossible for him to be somewhere else, why would he even have the right to say, I have the right to change my mind that he could be 100% guilty? It doesn't sound like whatever he has is very concrete, to be honest with you.
Right, because Twiz is like you're more convinced than Cy is personally. You talk about
also in your opinion, because what Cy told me after the hearing to my face is different.
Well,
who's this
you're
fucking
judging
dude?
it by what he said on the stand. I'm judging it by what he told me to my face.
He doesn't sound very credible to me if he's sharing details about this trial with.
What detail did he share with me?
The other thing too is I'd also have to assume that you perceived what he was saying, and he himself
who's Daniel's
some of the
boyfriend?
things that were going on, because I think they didn't have all the
true crime time.
But let's give.
They were fighting over talking.
What were you gonna say, my man?
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, no, I was just saying it seems like Twiz is more convinced and solid in his belief than Sai is. I mean, it sounds like Sai has left the door open to be wrong, but Twiz is like convinced. It's and I don't often hear Twiz talking too much about other aspects of the case. It's all often just, and I don't know if you put all your eggs in one basket.
There's no other evidence, jackass.
Data, the expertise of the defense's expert. I don't know. It's just where my mind went. I'm tired. I can feel it. Sorry.
No, I haven't came out, but I know the tower that he would have connected to.
And didn't you say with the phone info, the data, that it shows the tower he connected to? Doesn't that also kind of lend itself to revealing location a little?
It puts you like in where that tower covers, but without the timing data, they can't tell you how far away from the tower you are.
So is this something you think that VK could have investigated while, in jail? Found out the location of the tower, the proximity of Wawawai Park.
I don't think you
done
would
any
have
research that Wawawai Park's got no cameras.
You can't.
His layovers really show it, Tara.
The cell data though. There's no way to spoof that.
I've heard of VPN. There's ways you can move.
VPN is your IP address. I'm talking about
no, what I'm
the
saying
phone.
is there's some things. I can't.
There's nothing. There's nothing that can change the radio frequency traveling from the tower to your phone and back.
Well, we talked about it earlier, like the involvement of another person, right? Isn't that, I think AR brought up that, is it possible another person had his phone?
At the end of the day, though, to be honest with you, we don't know. I mean, I would be speculating to say one way or the other. The one thing that we do know is that the probable cause affidavit states that he didn't connect to the towers. That's what their claim is. Now,
based off of call detail records.
Right. And I also heard Cy Ray say that you can do what you need to do with the call detail records if you do it in the default mode, which is exactly what Detective Maury testified to. In fact, I've done it multiple times, and I'm not going to do it right now because I don't have it with me, but I can go back and tomorrow, time and everything, where I have separated both testimonies where Cy Ray says you can do the CDRs or whatever, you can use it. And all you need to do is copy and paste it in there as long as it's in the default mode. And in fact, the prosecution at the end of that hearing testified to say that is exactly what Detective Maury testified like a lost tourist. What he had done. And he
will also say that that's inaccurate, though.
No, he said it was very accurate, that you could accurately.
Why was he asking for the regional tower list? Why was he asking for drive tests? Why was he asking for the timing data?
Because he's assuming that they were done in a different manner. He's assuming a lot of things, to be honest.
He's not assuming anything. He's actually seen the draft report that they used.
True crime talk thinks he's like fucking Joe Rogan.
I'm saying that he's saying that he knew, for instance, when he talked about how the FBI pulled out a warrant, right? That there was a warrant to find Bryan Kohberger's location. And he says, well, I knew for a fact that they knew where he was and yada, yada, yada. Like, why would he know what the FBI knew? Why would he have to be privileged to where they knew where he was at, or any of those things, the warrants that they had? He's not privileged to that. The only thing that
isn't Ann privileged to that?
Yeah, Ann Taylor is, but Ann Taylor's not going to go to a witness and show them the entire case, my man. You only show the part that is relevant to your expert.
I'm going to disagree with you on that.
I'm sure you.
Cy Ray said that he doesn't get involved with cases unless he gets handed over everything, because of that Colorado case where his testimony was thrown out and then later was put back in and the judge was reprimanded.
There's laws against that. You can't. It's like need to know. There's stuff that you can't do. So if he's doing that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Or when we put this, I think somebody should report that, because that is not something that should be done. When it comes to an attorney, it's only supposed to be the stuff that is relative to what their expertise is. Like, you're not going to bring a blood splatter analysis and give them phone records. What could
his expertise isn't in cell site simulators and the warrants behind them?
I'm not saying that those aspects weren't, but what I'm saying is what he was brought in to testify, and according to Ann Taylor, was something referencing the cast viz and all that other stuff. So we'll see. I mean, I appreciate how confident
who's the other guy used to be there with him,
and how confident.
Can you turn this shit down, bro?
I just don't see.
Turn it down.
Yeah, dude, can you turn this shit down a little bit? Just fucking, like, I'm gonna hear this dude's fucking voice in my sleep, for fuck's sake. Dude, his voice is so fucking annoying. Like, no chick has ever told him he has a good voice, nice voice. Never. Fucking never, I guarantee it. Jesus
they were
Christ.
Drunk.
It's tough to listen to, bro. But anyway, who was the first fucking dude? The one with the red beard that fucking got out of there?
Jamie.
Jamie. Yeah, Jamie said fuck this, and Blue probably said fuck this.
Because they're probably getting shit.
Still, I haven't seen Jamie in a while, but I mean, I don't.
Yeah, but when he's around, Blue don't really say much. You know what I mean? Blue says what he knows, which isn't much. You know, which is what fucking Daniel should be saying. He needs to, like, he talks so fast, but he talks about nothing, and it just pisses me off.
Gotta spin the story to confuse people.
He really. I want to know what he does for a living.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
There's no way he's in sales. I want to buy a fucking thing from him.
And just kind of say,
No way.
Man, you know, his DNA is there. That means everything. You know, there's more than just his locations.
Yeah, but if he wasn't there at the time of the crime, then what all does any of it matter?
Yeah, but if he wasn't there at the time of the crime, I have a strong suspicion there'd be a lot more noise being made about that.
He seems like
as per size statement.
Probably a guy that
reserves the right to change his
like
mind.
a repo guy.
Why would you even say that if you thought that there was no way in hell? If you
saw like a repo guy or like
watch his whole statement. He says, "When I'm handed all of the evidence."
Right. No,
does he have all the evidence?
No,
like a fucking.
But do you need all the evidence?
You know, security guard at like a fucking
40 minutes away during the time.
Yeah, because
Macy's or something. You know.
I don't know. I think he's got a desk job.
You think so?
Yeah. I don't know where it was, but sometime recently he said that he's still going to physical therapy for his back.
From when he was a cop?
Yeah.
Did you ever look into, like, you know, how the fuck, like, how long he was a cop, where he was a cop, what the fuck he did, anything?
I haven't. He said it was at like another university town too, which is kind of funny. But I don't know how we would ever find out.
Yeah. I
could ask around.
He's a public fucking servant, so he should be public information. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it was a while ago too, though. So who knows?
It's all right. We found shit about fucking Johnny Boy. What the fuck happened to him?
How long ago was that?
He spun his narrative to fucking Mars, and he went nuts with it.
Yeah.
That's gonna happen to them.
Crazy.
You don't have to. When you say a test, when you go up there to give your alibi.
Well, what's the chick in the fucking the mimes fucking take on this? What does she think? The mute there in the bottom right. I waited. This is the second time hearing this fucking panel. I haven't heard her say a word.
She doesn't say much when I go on there, because Daniel had to attack me, right? They were just waiting.
Yeah, you probably are going to want to prove all those things, but that has nothing to do with what your statement is referencing to where you were. So, and my question is why would it change? Like, if, to me, it seems like me saying, hey, I'm going to tell you where I was at, but I first want to know where I was at first. I mean,
no one has said that, though.
But that's what it is.
That's your assumption.
That's not
no one has said that.
That's exactly what it is. We'll tell you where we were when we get all the locations, and we get all these things, and we want to know exactly where we were. And then
the first alibi says that further details of the alibi will be revealed through cross-examination of the state's witnesses.
But that's not the way it's supposed to work, my man.
It doesn't matter if that's the way it's supposed to work.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the way it's supposed to work. I mean, there's law. You want to come in here and say it's innocent until proven guilty, and only want certain rules and laws to apply to Bryan Kohberger, but yet not also say it to the same.
What rules and laws are they asking for?
No, what I'm saying is that he shouldn't oblige by the rules of the alibi, for instance, where
he is 100%.
Date and time. Well, he is, but he was. What happened to was?
Okay, for one, they gave the date and they gave the location. They have to have some information to prove the time.
No, you don't have to have information. You can't. You couldn't say that I went to Wawa Park the first day.
How do you know that he didn't?
That's what I'm saying.
How do you know that he didn't?
Because his alibi says that I was driving around with no specific location or time or direction. That's exactly what is freaking out.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the day that he was arrested.
Oh my God.
You're just saying, well, when he was arrested, why didn't he tell me? How do you know that he didn't tell me?
I'm not talking about when he was arrested, sir. I'm talking about. Hold on. I'm not talking about when he was arrested, sir. I'm talking about when they asked him for his alibi. Where was your location? Why wasn't at that point he didn't say I was at Wawa Park? Why does he need to see what the evidence is before he can determine where he was?
Is that what's going on?
Yeah, it is.
That's your assumption.
I mean,
how do you know Ann Taylor, being a smart attorney that she is, said we shouldn't tell him that until we can prove it?
Well, that would also be violating the Idaho law. And I mean,
what law would that violate?
The protocol. I mean, it is statute there in Idaho.
You haven't even read it, Daniel, and I already know you haven't read it. So actually read it.
I have read it, my man. You
always skip over the part that says they can bring in new evidence during a trial.
I'm not saying that they can't. What I am saying is what an alibi is by definition is a specific location and time during a specific
and he doesn't have the specific time because they don't have the data to prove it.
Look, Twiz, he didn't even say
I'm watching his mods fucking disagreeing with him, dude. This is great.
Oh yeah.
They're like, look, this one here. There's never a requirement for a defendant to give an alibi unless it's being used as the exact. Like, that's fucking his mod saying that shit, dude. What the fuck?
He just has to have those mic drop moments with me.
Yeah, but they ain't working.
Well, I mean, you don't have to tell me that.
Because I can zoom into, like, I can make out the words somewhat of what's going on in the chat here, and it ain't going fucking well for him.
Nope. You're reading the alibi that Ann Taylor wrote, not what Bryan Kohberger said.
Okay. So, well, we'll hopefully hear and see what Bryan Kohberger says. I doubt he'll take the stand, but if he does, we'll hear and see what he says. And if they had exculpatory evidence, it wouldn't even get to that point. It probably wouldn't even have gotten to this point. But true crime time. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just gonna say I don't think they necessarily have to prove where Brian's phone was when the murders occurred. I don't think that's part of a key thing that the prosecution is required to bring to the table.
Let them prove him guilty. The fuck?
The information in the PCA is more proving their investigation and the validity of the evidence and what led them to Brian. It's not necessarily what's going to be presented at trial.
Right.
Okay.
And like I said, I mean, if they had something, I mean, you can say it all you want that they do. It's just.
Do you know what a Frank's hearing is?
I know what a Frank's hearing is, but
did you hear Massaw say that the Frank's hearings are coming?
And did you? Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're going to have anything to do with anything. They can say a lot of things. I think they even said something to the effect that if this happens, well, maybe or maybe not. I mean, it doesn't matter what they say, bro. Just because they happen doesn't mean, or just because they file a motion for something doesn't mean they're going to be granted anything.
But what if they are?
And just because they say Bryan Kohberger did the crime doesn't mean they're guaranteed to.
Happens, then we'll talk about it. But I don't understand why we got to be like, all right, hey, you know what? Yeah, there's a Frank's hearing. That must mean he's innocent. Like you're going.
Did I say that he's innocent because of a Frank's hearing, Daniel? Come on. You're telling me. Come on.
Why do you think he's innocent?
Well, because he wasn't in Moscow that night. He wasn't in Moscow that night. He wasn't in Idaho at the time of the crime.
So that's it. So how does it?
How do you?
DNA on the sheet?
That's it. If it is his DNA, that doesn't even place him in the house.
Just place it.
If I held a knife in a sheath and I handed it to somebody and they walked into a house, my DNA is on that sheath. Did I kill anybody?
So your story is that he handed a knife in a sheath and went.
That's not my story. That's called a possibility.
I'm not asking for possibility. I'm asking you for a reasonable explanation that covers all the evidence, because that's what it's about. I mean, you can pick and choose certain things. Like my biggest complaint about this is when I come across somebody who has these, like, oh yeah, it's easy to do this, it's easy to do that. That's like me saying that 10 plus 10 plus 5 plus 5 equals 30, and you telling me no because 10 plus 5 is 15, and that's only a fraction of the problem that I'm talking about. You're not putting in all of the components into what this case is. And so yeah, you can pick and choose, like, oh, there's 20,000 Elantras, there's this, there's that. All right, put them together and tell me, does that story make sense?
They've already said that's not his car driving by the house.
I mean, they can say whatever they want. They said he's innocent.
No, I'm talking about Payne, the prosecution, the state.
That wasn't his car not driving by the house.
Yeah, it was.
When did he say that?
During the hearing.
See, there again, this is the perception aspect. When he said,
perceptions work both ways. So just because you perceive it, whatever you're about to say right now can go straight to your face.
Right. Let me.
That's how perceptions work.
Ask me if I'm correct. You're referring to the aspect of when he said there was no evidence of stalking, right?
No, I'm talking about driving by the house that night.
Right. But the reason why you're saying that in the hearing portion of what you're saying is because of what Bill Thompson said. Is that correct?
No, I'm talking about Payne. I said Payne 3 minutes ago.
So then what did Payne say that said that he wasn't driving by the house 12 times?
We're not talking about 12 times.
Or whatever.
We're talking about that night. His car is not on camera.
Oh, going on I-95 towards Moscow. That's right. See, that's when
how is that by his house?
I took all this exculpatory evidence bullcrap that Ann Taylor talks, and I thought that I took that weight.
This guy needs fucking help, dude.
Hold on. What she's saying is that there's no video of Bryan Kohberger leaving Moscow off of I-95 when there are multiple ways to get to Genesee on I-95.
He thinks lawyers lie
through that intersection. You want me to pull it up? I can pull it up real quick.
Pull it up real quick, and I'll tell you this right now. The reason why she was asking for that is because if he was on 95, he has to go around 95, which adds distance and time, making it even more impossible for him to be where his phone reconnected at 4:48.
I love this, man.
You got nothing, Daniel. You got nothing.
I mean, you can pound the table if you want, but I can pound the facts. Let's see.
You have no facts.
What
We'll
fucking
see.
This is all opinion, buddy.
We'll see, buddy. We'll see. Because I've measured it out, and in fact, you can go in opposite direction, and it'll literally take you 3 minutes longer. And in fact, that from the time that he left from Moscow to where he could have been to get to Genesee, there's about 18 minutes there of gap.
He wasn't in Genesee, though. He wasn't in Genesee.
Like the location nearby.
Hey, Daniel, pull up the PCA and read what it says.
Hold on, my man. Stop panicking. Let me pull this up.
Oh, I'm panicking?
You won't let me pull this up?
Hey, while you pull that up, Daniel, hey, Twiz, I wanted to ask you, do you think there's any evidence at all against Brian's guilt or pointing to his guilt? Or do you think they don't have anything at all?
You tell me, bro.
I mean, if you want to call DNA evidence.
So you concede that they do have evidence pointing
I don't think it's his DNA. They haven't proven it's his DNA.
So do you think that's the
See how they play like these word games, though? Well, you concede. They have a story. They haven't even shown evidence.
All right,
well, they have, because I think what you're forgetting is a grand jury reviewed the evidence.
That doesn't mean
what happened?
I think
that's exactly what they reviewed. They have insight.
Okay, so they showed them the cell towers that he connected to, and the time he connected.
We don't
to
know
the
what
cell
they
towers.
showed. We don't know what they showed the grand jury, but whatever they showed the grand jury was enough for a jury to determine there is enough evidence for Brian to stand trial for this murder.
No, that's in order to get an
remember
arrest.
when Kiki said earlier that
it's in order to stand trial for a capital case.
Hold on, guys. Remember when
you
Kiki
can't
said
try?
earlier?
Yeah, really quick. You can't try somebody in a capital case unless a grand jury determines they need to stand trial.
So in this situation, though, like Kiki mentioned earlier, there's a syndrome about with Dr. Ramsden said that if you don't see something, you don't know it. And it's the same thing that goes with that. Just because we haven't heard about all the evidence that comes out from the prosecution doesn't mean we don't know. Now this route right here, guess what? It only takes 3 minutes longer than if you would have gone straight across, because there's not really a lot of turns and curves, right? It's not that far. It looks far, but in reality, this is like 3 miles.
Okay, but his phone was nowhere near Genesee at 4:48.
Right. This is where Genesee is.
You're basing that ping off of bullshit.
Right. No. Now you're saying that, this is no. Here's the thing. The question was, and Taylor asked, you said that my client was on I-95 on Moscow, but there is no camera that is showing him. She says that screams, exonerating evidence, but yet there is.
She didn't say that at all.
Yes, she did. Yes, she
no,
did.
she did not. She did not scream exculpatory anything.
Yes, she did.
She didn't even say exculpatory. Oh, dude, Daniel, I was in the courtroom. I know what she said.
Well, maybe if you stop staring at Kohburger so hard, you'd hear some things. Now, she said that this screams, I believe, and the word is screams, and I'm going to put it tomorrow
How
out
you
there.
not jump down his fucking throat?
He muted me. I'm muted right now.
Evidence that he was not going down this direction, and yet there is a clear path right here that doesn't come into a camera.
I'm going to shit down his esophagus if you would fucking talk to me like that.
Drive, one by one, and this is your first camera that you come across. It is right here in Unionton if you're traveling down on this road. Now, obviously, if you're not traveling down on this highly wide traveled road, this is the road most people would travel, and there's no cameras on these roads, on this highly traveled road. I highly doubt if he was somewhere in this backwood area driving around that you're going to come across some cameras there too. So when they say there is no footage of Bryan Kohberger traveling on I-95 on camera, if he did not go this direction right here to this side, then there wouldn't be. There wouldn't be. And you know what? I figured this out, Twiz. You know when I figured this out?
He figured it out.
Shoot.
Figured it out.
We're still looking for his ass, because the most obvious way that I knew that they knew that he wasn't going this direction is because police didn't go and look outside of Moscow until that damn picture of that car on the garage on the gas station came out. Then we started hearing word that they started looking outside of Moscow. So it's pretty obvious that up until that point, they had no idea where he went or that he left town. And as you can clearly see, there are cameras here that would have.
Why was he in Genesee?
Well, I don't know why he was out here in this area.
Well, he wasn't in Genesee. So why do you have a ping there?
He was burying evidence.
As being the general location of where he came out at. Yeah.
Okay, but if you actually read the PCA, what it says is he connected to cellular services. That cover doesn't mean that he was there. Doesn't mean he was close to there. All it means is that the tower covers that area.
So wait a second.
Because it was a call detail record. All they could
I just realized Brian would have had to get back in his vehicle with the knife bloodied. So
yeah,
what the fuck, dude? Something. No. Like, I mean, Dan was just talking a whole bunch of bullshit here, dude. Like, he hasn't. Like, he just keeps saying the same shit over and over in different ways, and it's idiotic. But like, if dude's walking out with the knife dripping, I mean, he's not going to put the knife. He's not going to risk putting the knife in his fucking pocket, cutting himself, and then bleeding on the floor of a crime scene, right?
You would think.
So, He walks out of the house with the knife in his hand, which is not described by the witness. Okay. And then he now has to do something with the knife as he's opening his car door. Then he needs to get in the car and do something with the knife. Yet he has all this shit ready in bags and yada yada yada, where he's stripping down outside of his fucking car and leaves no DNA in its location, one drop anywhere in a location to where they can pinpoint where his car would have been parked. That's crazy.
There's
bro.
no trail out of the house. There's no bloody footprints. Nothing.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, it's literally wild.
The fact that people can honestly believe that that's even a possibility is beyond fathomable. To think that a jury's gonna believe any of that shit, it ain't happening unless they're fucking biased. But you know, let's hope he gets a fair trial.
Coverage area of that tower.
Well, I mean, now they have
without the timing data, they have no idea where he was.
Right, but now they have his phone too. So we'll see what they have. We'll see exactly what they have when court comes. But this here, right here, buddy,
that's a prayer and a dream.
This path right here is 100% no cameras. And this is 100% not going to be so far out of the way that he's not going to be able to get from here to here in 18 minutes.
You're right, but he wasn't there. That's the issue.
And a piece of not one piece of Murphy's hair.
Well, of course,
fuck out of here.
What tower covers that area?
The defense hasn't come forward saying, "Hey, this is where he was at." All we have,
and the prosecution hasn't said that's
he
where
was
he's
jumping
at
all over the fucking bed.
Quite a bit of things.
And blood makes shit sticky, right?
He was in Genesee,
so like,
Genesee.
Hair's sticking to everything. Murph's hair's sticking to fucking everything because there's no way Murphy was never on. Whose bed were they on? Kaylee or Maddy's? Where they're saying were
they're on Maddy's.
Okay, so there's no, but it was Kaylee's dog, right?
Yeah.
So if so,
well, just think about this: a house with 5 girls living in it. There's no hair coming out.
That's awesome. Yeah, I'm saying, if she's laying on, they're chilling, watching a movie together, having a girl, whatever the fuck college chicks do, and like you're telling me Murph's not always on the bed all the time, to where if Brian's rolling around on this bed because Steve's that the bed's the size of the room and there's blood everywhere and now there's hair all over the mattress and now it's sticking to fucking Brian's face, shoes, his whole body. None of Murphy's hair is transferred into fucking his vehicle and then into his apartment.
Nothing.
Dude, that is fucking impossible.
According to some of us.
If you watch any cases, fucking documentaries, anything, you would understand, like, there's always something. And here you have nothing except transfer DNA, and he's sitting here jumping down your throat because you're thinking a man might be innocent. That's fucking insanity, bro.
I think the lady on the interview room said something like that too. She's like, they always miss a crevice somewhere, like you're never gonna get that car cleaned 100%.
No, man, there's always a partial, there's fucking something. And yet right away they have transfer DNA, and that's the only thing they found in their whole investigation. Like, I mean, everybody kept saying, when it all comes out, just wait. Yeah, where the fuck did all those people go?
Well, when you get that car, it's gonna be a roving treasure trove of DNA evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I say too.
How'd that go?
Yeah. Well, not good for them.
Do you want to look at the map? Should I point you the map, the route?
The map that says possible route of travel. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, because
the possible route of travel.
See, what you don't understand is the timing and things. This was before his phone was picked up.
Okay.
Now, I can pretty much guarantee you they have a pretty exact route of which way he went. And I can pretty much guarantee you that if this route was some impossible route that they couldn't get to, that they weren't going to just say, you know what, screw it, let's just still go after Bryan Kohberger and leave this quadruple homicide maniac out there and these victims just to suffer. Because you know what, at the end of the day, come 2 years, we're going to end up being in court. We're going to look real stupid.
And then all
He's
the
going to
hair
end
on
up
the
walking. We're going to
carpet.
find somebody at that point anyways.
Like you said, 5 chicks in a house.
If literally, if that information
yeah, there'd be hair
was
everywhere.
access to the police
dude, when I'm with a chick, there's fucking hair everywhere.
Plus all the girls that would come over.
Yeah, man. There's no way they fucking clean that fucking house every goddamn right. So, and if they just had a party and it was, a whole bunch of chicks there the night before, and you got these 5 chicks, and fucking Brian's in the rooms and in the living room, and he's walking through areas with blood on his shoes, that should be, making all the hair stick to fucking his bloody shoes, yet there's no bloody footprints. I mean, god damn, bro. I just want to see them explain this to 12 people that don't know shit about nothing and make it make sense. I can't wait for Bill to attempt to do that. It's gonna go as good as a Karen fucking Reed trial, maybe worse. I mean, at least they had, at least they fabricated some fucking evidence in the Karen Reed trial where they tried to, make her look guilty. Here, they don't have a damn thing except transfer DNA. I mean, you gave Daniel that, and he has nowhere to fucking go after that. He's sitting here fucking jumping down your throat because he doesn't have another piece of evidence to harp on. Nothing.
I heard if you talk a lot more, it makes you more right.
Again, this guy's been talking for hours, and he still has made no sense. Even his fucking chats, he's not making sense to. I'm reading all this fucking chats down there, in his during this panel. I'm like, they're all like, what the fuck? I don't know.
Right.
Good luck.
I know. It's wild.
Like this.
Well, that's what they're doing.
Highly doubt it. And
you can highly doubt it all you want.
Not wild.
It's just scary.
It's just scary. That's what it is. It's scary that if me and you, God forbid, we get in a position where we're in the wrong place, wrong time, and a person like this winds up on a fucking jury panel, he could fucking pollute other people on the jury. Like, dude, it's just scary that people like this exist.
And he was a cop.
Well, yeah. Which again, I mean, actually, he probably should be, sounding like this because, all the ex-cops that I can think of that have channels don't really ever say they think anybody's innocent. So, but just the way he does it and the way he just attacked you and shit like that and fucking disrespected you when he has an open panel like this is just very, it shows a lot about his character.
I mean, that's the thing. We'll show it later when because Garrett's like, yeah, if you have a bad expert on the stand, you don't want to get him off. Like, if I'm so dumb and everything I say is so wrong, why stop me from talking? I would just expose myself, kind of I let him do to himself.
So after he said to you, if you wouldn't have been staring at Brian the whole time, he immediately muted you?
Yeah, and I literally said, why would I stop staring at him when I want to have a boner? So he killed his own sound clip.
Yeah. I can't. Yeah, but to mute you right after disrespecting like that and then muting you, that's some pussy shit.
Yeah,
and Dana, I hope you're listening. That's some pussy shit, bro.
He's right.
End up walking. We're gonna have to find somebody at that point, anyways. Like, come on now, man. If that information was out there and it was access to the police department, you think they would really put their face into it like this?
Well, that's what they're doing.
Highly doubt it.
And you can highly doubt it all you want, but show me the tower that covers that area.
There's a lot of towers, dude.
Where else could he be?
Bro, I'm not a tower specialist. I'm not a tower expert. And you're acting like you are because you had a 10-minute conversation with a guy who is. And that's just kind of weird, to be honest with you.
That's okay.
It's very reminded. It reminds
all right,
me
so now can we rewind and show when he fucking came on to Dinkies and the type of fucking conversation we had to compare? Because now we have hours of this fucking idiot talking. I want to go back because I forget fucking.
Yeah, we could totally do that. There's a really funny clip coming up though.
That's fine. I'm just saying I want to compare it to a couple months prior to when he came on and talked for 5 hours. I don't want to listen over 5 hours a day. I just want to hear 10, 20 minutes of how the fuck he sounded then compared to now, just to show that him talking to the family changed everything.
Yeah. No, we could do that. We'll do that in a bit.
It's crazy to listen to him right now, dude. It's crazy. Because if this motherfucker would have talked like this at all when he was on fucking thing, I would have shit on him, dude. It's crazy. And it's amazing what you put up with. I commend you for it, bro.
Because I just laugh.
I know.
I'm serious. Again, all he's doing is exposing himself in so many. It happened after this one too. Like, people are just like, "Good job." I don't know who you are, but thank you.
Debating and shit, but when you start getting disrespectful and fucking, throwing jabs and shit, I can throw jabs.
But I'm desperate. Okay.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's wanting to go buy some toys, and they're not letting him into the toy store.
Brian was making a bomb. This guy makes up a whole bunch of shit. So
that right there is a fucking more information Brian can add to his defamation case to sue his ass. He's fucking out here saying, remember, and all this shit's recorded.
Yep.
It's dumbass. You couldn't even say you didn't say shit. Like,
nope.
Oh my god.
There's lots of people recording a lot of stuff on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh my god. People are so dumb. Like the criminals that record themselves doing a crime. Like, what the fuck?
There's toy cartels and there's all these things, and he justifies it because he spent half a semester in junior college in psychology. That's kind of what it sounds like here, my man. I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that, but you're coming in with a bunch of things saying this, that, and a third from like a 10-minute conversation you had with a guy.
Did Sai tell me about this? Did he tell me about the towers? Because I was on your show talking about towers before I talked to Sai. So,
right. And I've had some people on the show with towers. I've actually had somebody on the show with about towers who thought Bryan Kohberger was innocent. I think it was called Thought Riot, and they thought he was innocent. And in that show, they didn't leave very happy.
They didn't leave very happy.
So I mean,
cool. Is that supposed to be somehow evidence that somebody's incorrect?
Probably because you're an asshole.
Of anything else than the fact that, like I said, I'm not an expert in phone towers. I don't really think you are either. I mean, unless correct me if I'm wrong.
No, but he talked to somebody that is, jackass.
Just like the prosecution comes to trial,
like what the fuck,
I don't have to be an expert to understand that the circumstantial evidence points in one direction.
Just the circumstantial evidence that you have read. That doesn't mean it's evidence. That's a story you've been told.
Oh, now it's a story.
Well, that's a good point, because what if the prosecution comes to the trial and they don't even say that's the route at all that Bryan took? What if they have a completely different route?
Mowry said that he had, or not Mowry, but Payne said he had no idea the route he took. There's just multiple of them.
Exactly.
And there's two.
He's not the expert.
So what happens in that situation? Does Ann then refer
says, you know what?
to what the PCA originally says? Like, how does that happen? Like, if the prosecution starts saying something different than what the fucking PCA says, does Ann then bring that up?
I mean, she would, but the thing is, if they used that evidence to arrest him or use in the grand jury, it gets thrown out. That would be a lie. It'd be a false testimony or something. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I'm saying. So how the fuck?
And everything after it's fruit of the poisonous tree.
Okay, so how the fuck is this guy sitting here saying, "Well, if they change the story, what?" Like it's like this guy even knows what the fuck he's talking about.
You want to see something funny?
Fuck, dude.
I'm going to play this for a few seconds. I'm going to look something up, but I'll show you something that's really funny.
He took this route, and it's completely different.
Okay.
Does that change anything?
I know the route that he took.
The route doesn't matter that he took.
The route does matter.
Unless it's going to prove that he couldn't have been there.
Correct, because at 448, he was too far to get to the spot that his phone turns on or reconnects to the tower. It is too far away to get from the house to where his phone was at in time. There's not enough time.
I think that's where you get experts who are kind of testifying to their expertise, and then you have the other evidence backing up what they're saying. So you can say you're making a statement as if you know that as a fact, but you don't know what the prosecution is going to present.
With
corroborating evidence, they do have Bryan Kohberger on video and setting certain points in that night going into and out of Pullman while his phone was on and on camera to determine accuracy of their pinpoint location. So
they didn't have any pinpoint location. All right, watch this. This was a comment on one of True Crime Times Live.
Yeah.
So True Crime Time went live, and Daniel said good stuff on his thing, and he said thanks, and then Daniel says, "How could I get a hold of you? Do you have an email?" And I just went, LOL. Because that's a really good sign. Like, if Daniel starts agreeing with me on something, I'll start second guessing it. Because I was just watching this dude's show and laughing anyway.
Oh my god! How do you not smoke and survive? I need to know. Like when you wake up in the morning and shit, right? You're just chilling.
Pretty much.
Bro,
did they have the timing data?
When you go to bed, you just fucking
they were able
fall
to determine
asleep. Like,
this is
what
where
the
he was
fuck?
at and corroborated with footage.
Sometimes
so we do know
it
that
takes
where
a
there
while.
was footage, there was corroborated evidence. So I mean, we would have to believe that where there wasn't footage, that at that point, and only at that point, once the cameras, he got out of camera range, that's when it started to malfunction.
Feel like a new man.
Again, that's
the cameras didn't malfunction.
No, I'm not talking about.
Yeah,
that.
how
I'm
you like
talking about
that
the accuracy
fucking
of his
beanie I have
locations.
on, bro?
No, they didn't have any accuracy at all. They saw the
but you
tower
can-
that
like
he
that.
connected to.
That's
But you can determine.
what's his
they put
name?
on
When
there-
the PCA was written, they didn't have it.
When the PCA was written, they had the
fucking
passports.
clown
And
dude.
when that PCA was written, they also had the cameras of him going into Pullman, and then the cameras of him going and traveling through Pullman before his phone was off. They also have him on camera and located in Clarkston, Washington the next day, and Albertson, and then they have that corroborated with cameras. So what I am saying is, and what you're saying here is that it is accurate up until the point where the cameras are no longer there. Once he goes out of camera's view, the location accuracy goes.
When did I say that?
Well, I mean, that's what you're saying. He's not.
No, that's
there,
your
he's not
assumption.
there.
You're
No,
putting words
saying-
in my mouth.
No,
I never said that.
What are you saying? You're saying that he wasn't where they said they were.
They didn't say he was anywhere. They said the tower that he connected to, and they drew a map.
You know exactly where he was at.
Correct, I do.
For him to get to where they said he was at.
Yep,
Right.
and the tower that I'm talking about.
What you're basically saying is,
it's like fighting with a fucking chick.
Where they have him in video.
What
going
you're
into Pullman
basically
and they have him
saying
there
is,
and in Clarkson. Would you agree
Jesus.
that that's accurate?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is where it's not accurate is where the cameras are off.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so then you're saying they are accurate when the camera is off.
Well, you'd have to be looking at what evidence are they talking about. You're talking about MPDs.
Well, that's what I'm at. No, I don't care about that.
For one, they didn't. It's not evidence. They said a possible route. They have no idea where he was.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying
it does matter.
What I'm saying is, if they're accurate when there's a camera there, but you're saying they're also accurate when there's not a camera. So then they would be accurate where they're saying that he's at. But then you're saying,
can anybody understand what he's saying right now?
So you're
I
contradicting
don't know what the
yourself
fuck
here.
he's doing. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I don't know why the fuck you're still listening to this shit.
You should not know what's going on right now.
Folks here.
So they have him on camera at 5:25 in the morning.
Hold on, let me panel everyone.
You guys are going back and forth about
Do you
fucking.
think that he said that
He's talking about his theory and shit the whole
I'm not understanding
time.
what Twiz is saying if it wasn't. Do you think it is?
That he's mad.
He can't even tell people.
Above my pay grade, but I think this is a situation of agree to disagree. I don't think there's
Here
any,
comes fucking the mediator.
You know, I've always felt it's going to come down to expert versus expert. Twiz is convinced, and there's no changing that. And
I'm not
and we're
trying
just we're discussing it. And
I'm convinced,
I think
though.
it's a
Just show me
discussion,
some
but I think when
evidence.
you're convinced of something, and there's no changing it, or what's.
Shut up. Go put a fucking overlay on something.
Right.
All right, so let's play a game.
Hold on.
Sorry. I'm a dick.
You can ask all your buddies to say I'm stupid. I don't give a shit, Daniel.
What do you think? Do you understand what he said? Because I still don't understand what you said. Are they accurate?
Of course
or are
you
they not
don't.
accurate? Are they accurate? Yes or
What
no?
is accurate? What are
You
you
won't
talking about?
shut the fuck up.
Brian Kohberger's phone, when his phone was turned on, that are on the PCA accurate. And I'm including the ones where he's corroborated on video.
They don't give any locations based on his cell phone data in the PCA because they didn't have the data.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. I don't think you
Really
understand.
quick, just
See, look, he's mad now. He's mad because they don't have the data.
The tower coverage.
They're
It's your
saying
fault,
that
bro.
That's the whole reason why they put the whole cake cup of coffee.
Always
was to
my
show,
fault.
and then even also when they say that he connected to a tower in Moscow and that he wasn't in Moscow, it's to show the level of accuracy that determines that they are able to determine the approximation of where he's at.
Okay.
And so that's the whole certain purpose of it. So for them to put that in there and to show that their locations
And like,
are
does his
accurate because
wife
they
really
can
say you
corroborate
did
with
a
video
great
evidence.
job, honey?
Right.
Okay,
Like
when
after
they're
he gets it, like
corroborated with
no
video
fucking
evidence.
way.
What that
5:25 in the morning.
What that means is that one should be able to suspect that even though the camera's not on, that it should still be pretty accurate. Why? I mean,
Yeah, the
unless what
towers
you're
don't
saying-
change. The
Right,
tower
unless what
coverages
you're
don't
saying-
change.
Unless what you're saying is that at the moment that the cameras or he's out of reach of cameras,
That's not what I said.
that's the moment that things go haywire because you're saying that he wasn't there. This is where police are saying.
No.
Law
You
enforcement
need to pull up the PCA and read page 13 where it says what happens at
This
448.
is what the police are saying.
and that he's in near.
Nope,
proximity.
it says it reconnects to the tower and he's south of Moscow. It's
No, Daniel.
something
This is
along
what
the
you're
lines of he could have
saying.
been south of Moscow on 95 near Blaine, North
I don't know if
Virginia.
it says could have been.
Pull it up.
Where could have been is in there.
Pull it up.
All right, we'll pull it up. And in the meantime, Kiki,
Are there any
yeah,
cameras?
Hold on. I have other people up here, my man. Let me let everybody talk.
Hey, I just wanted to add really quick, guys. It's really difficult to dispute a redacted.
See, like that
PCA
shit right there,
determine
man.
How
Fuck
how
you,
valid it
Daniel.
is. We're only seeing a portion of the information
Fucking
from that
pussy.
document. So just keep that in mind.
I don't like how he disrespects
we're
you,
also
bro.
debating evidence that we don't know. if
Just
you or
let
don't
him.
have. So that makes it
Nah,
difficult.
fuck that.
Wiz, I
You have to
admire that
value
you're willing to
people's
come on here
opinions for them to bother you. You know
present
what I'm
your,
saying?
your theories. I think that's great. You
I don't like those
you're
little shots he
focusing on
does to fucking.
one piece of evidence, which is exactly what you would expect somebody who's defending Brian to do, right? You want to break down each individual piece But sometimes you also have to step back and look at everything as
making
as a
you
whole,
the fucking bad guy, like he wasn't just fucking coming at you.
Disputes the entire thing instead of like breaking down the cell phone evidence by itself.
Well, if he wasn't in Moscow, the entire thing doesn't matter.
Right. So here it talks about his phone leaving, and then later on it talks about the cameras, and it's talking about pinpointing his phone and the cameras at that specific time in Pullman at approximately 2:47. So let's go down to where it comes back. So it says here that the at approximately 4:48, it utilizes cell phone tower resource provided coverage of Idaho State 95 Moscow near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee between 4:50 and 5:26 a.m. The phone utilizes services that are consistent with the phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, Idaho, then traveling west towards Uniontown, then north back to Pullman, approximately 5:34.
I can't watch a fucking second of this, dude.
Could be, could, would, should.
Correct. Go back up.
I'm going crazy here.
Now, are you talking about where he exits Palouse River? And he's
so
talking about that there's multiple routes that he could have gotten to Pullman.
Can we go back? Can we just fucking? I just want to see how the fucking his tone sounded on fucking Dinkies.
Yeah, we will. I just want to wait till he tells me he's going to give me a video.
Phone does not,
which I'm still waiting for.
Until approximately 4:48 a.m. in which time it utilized.
Him and True Crime Time both said they're going to give me videos of what Sai said during the hearing.
That's all that means.
But they back it up here with a freaking map of the travel.
That's not back. It says possible. They have no idea where he was.
Oh my gosh.
They also didn't have the timing data to tell how far away from the tower he was.
Okay.
So is it possible that the tower covers that area and it also covers?
Didn't Cy Ray testify that you don't need the timing data if you have it in default and cast this? I believe that's
not what he said.
Oh my god, I'm gonna find.
That's literally the stupidest thing you could ever say after watching that hearing.
Because that is exactly what he says.
I'll be expecting quite a few apologies too. Then
you do not need to have the time data. This is right before he says I can change my mind about things. He says you do not need to have the time data if you're performing the cast viz in the default setting, and then it is very accurate. That's exactly what he said. And then
that's not what he said at all.
It is.
That's not what he said.
Hearing, the prosecution says that Cy Ray testified.
All the cast viz, the graph that they use for that is going to show the towers and the coverage areas. It's not going to show where he was. It's not going to show possible locations. They looked at the tower of the maps and they wrote a possible route from Moscow to Pullman. That's all they did.
Right. I'm not saying that they didn't, but the thing is, that was what they had before they had his phone, my man.
Okay, but we're not talking about what they have now.
Let's find out what they have now. We'll find out what they have now in trial, and we'll see how happy you are after the fact. But I'm going to have to move to the other folks to talk on the channel. I'm not saying you have to go or anything like that. You can have your time as well. Again, but I do need to ask some other folks some questions. So, Kiki.
Go ahead. What the fuck are you going to ask?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been asking you for your opinion for a while, and it keeps getting stepped over. What are your thoughts?
Kiki, you're muted.
Yes, you are.
Twiz. No,
Here we
but
go.
I understand why everyone's really passionate about this and you guys want to get all of your stuff out. So, but I just had a couple points I wanted to bring up because it's just been a little while since I responded and there were a couple things I wanted to respond to.
She knows me already.
When we first started talking about this and we were talking about Cy Ray and I heard some rather critical things about him. And I just want to step back and say I had the privilege of actually,
don't tell me how to fucking think.
I had the privilege of actually corresponding with Cy this weekend. And I have to say,
here's the thing.
Just an incredible person. He was so nice and helpful to me. And I just want to vouch for his character because I just heard some really cool things about him, and I just think he's a great guy. So I just want to get that out before I said the rest of my piece here. And so back to the PCA, like I just heard Crime Time talking about the PCA, and you said that it's only a fraction of the document, but from my understanding, it only has a few redacted reports. So the PCA isn't a fraction. It's really the PCA. It's missing the autopsy report and a couple of other things, but it hasn't been redacted. I think the misunderstanding is we call it Exhibit A.
He thinks that page 2 is redacted when it's flipped over and you can see the redacted going through the page.
Because I used to think it was just a fraction. It wasn't really the PCA, and I was wrong from what I've been explained. That it's really only missing a few reports.
I like your earrings.
So that one is one point that I wanted to get out. The other thing is, I am really confused about this whole why aren't we asking BK for bail yet if he has an alibi? I am like, maybe it's me because I don't come from this world, but the fact that we're talking about someone who could possibly have committed a quadruple homicide asking for bail, does that really happen? Do quadruple murderers get bail? Like, does that happen? I don't understand like why bail is even considered in such a heinous crime, but it was mentioned earlier, so I wanted to bring it up
only if you're a fucking pedophile.
I think I can clarify that. What I was saying was, if there were evidence to support Brian's innocence, why aren't they fighting to get him free more? Why wouldn't they be? If back to the exculpatory evidence, if you have exculpatory evidence, would you rather sit in jail for 2.5 years and watch your life waste away, or would you want your attorneys fighting for you to get you free during your trial if you had evidence to support your innocence and you were actually innocent?
Oh my Especially with his background and his understanding of
like nobody watched the fucking trial in Massachusetts. Nobody
will be heard.
I believe they did. I believe they tried to get it dismissed.
You can scream innocence all you want. Your lawyers can bang on the table. The judge is going to make rulings based upon where the case is standing at that point in time. And the prosecution has every opportunity, even if, they go ahead and dismiss charges, you walk out. The prosecution can draw them up before you leave the courtroom and just bring you right back in. You're not innocent until you go to trial and get found innocent. So I'm not going to fight to get released from jail if you're not going to dismiss my charges to where you can never bring them up again. No, you don't. Have you been to jail? Have you sat there for 7 years waiting for trial? I have.
No, I haven't.
No, I haven't.
I have. I've also been released and arrested before I made it to the door in the arms of my wife.
I disagree that Brian would sit in jail for 2.5 years. If he had evidence, that would get him.
And I think your lawyer that Brian doesn't have other charges outside of this case. And I think you had, like as you mentioned before.
Yeah, I did.
Brian doesn't have that. So if he wouldn't be, he would be 100% unjustly being held in prison right now. I mean, there's one thing about having multiple, like let's look at Alex Murdoch, for instance. Let's take everybody out and look at Alex Murdoch. He was in jail. He did a lot of things, like those criminal things, the theft and stuff. That wouldn't have changed the fact that he was in jail. So him not fighting it or arguing it is one thing. It'd be a different thing if somebody could argue it and be free at the same time.
Well, you got to also understand too, Brian's not a lawyer. Brian is a PhD student studying forensic, criminology. He is going to listen to Ann Taylor, Massoff, and his other attorneys. And if they come to him and they say, hey, look, this is what we're fighting for. This is what we're doing. This is the amount of time it's going to take. But at the end of the day, if we accomplish this, guess what? You walk scot-free, and they're not going to bring up more charges against you. Because let me tell you, it's one of the most painful things that you can ever experience in your heart and soul, to feel as though you are walking out, that you just won a battle in the courtroom, and at the end of the day, you won nothing. You get to just start to put your arms around your wife, and you get the cuffs put back on, you get walked right back to the same cell that you left that morning. And now you're deflated because you don't ever feel like you're getting out of where you're at. It doesn't matter if you are completely innocent. I'm not saying, look, guys, I'm not stepping up here saying I know what Bryan Kohberger's mindset is or why he's doing what he is. I'm only giving you a perception of what I experienced. So there's a wide variance out there of what people go through, and we don't know why Bryan Kohberger's making the decisions he's making. If he committed the crime, we don't know why he committed that yet. And if he's fighting his case in a specific way that he's fighting right now, he has a reason why he's doing it that we don't know. We can share our opinions and we can discuss that, but it's like the affidavit that got him arrested. It's a theory. It's a thought. This is what we think happened. Here's what the details that we're willing to put into this to get the arrest warrant. Then we're going to allow it to go through the process to the grand jury to see if they're going to indict, and then we're going to try to take this to trial. Well, Bryan Kohberger has to combat that with his lawyers fighting the system in a manner that they know and think could win. And just at the end of the day, and I want to thank all of you guys for your time.
Account the outrage
I get worn out.
that would happen if they just fucking.
And I really appreciate all of you guys letting me be here and speak with all of you. You're all amazing. Twiz, I love you. I love all of you. So I thank all of you for that. And I just want to, we just don't
live
know
in this
at
fucking imaginary
point. We all
land.
have our opinions, we have our feelings, and we have our thoughts, and a lot of that's based off of experiences, things we've seen that we're going through. And my opinion's gonna be different than yours, Daniel and Swamp and Jeff, and all of yours are gonna be different. But I'm gonna say goodnight because I love all of you. I respect all of you. I appreciate you guys even keeping this case in the eyes of everybody and relevant. Because at the end of the day, whether it be Bryan Kohberger or a group of other individuals that we're still looking for, we need to find justice for not only the victims, but their families and their loved ones. And hopefully, at the end of the day, this case gets solved. So,
yes, sir. Thank you so much, AR. I appreciate you coming on. Guys, this is his channel, AR Hayes, of Convict's Thoughts. Make sure if you go and subscribe to him, go subscribe to him. Make sure you let him know that we sent you. Thank you again, AR. We appreciate you, my man.
Take care, AR. Get better, buddy.
AR. I hope to talk to all of you again soon. Have a great night, okay, guys?
You will, brother.
Bye now.
Hey, Swamp Rose, I wanted to circle back to that topic we were just talking about, and the fact that if there were evidence proving Brian's innocence, what are your? I didn't get your thoughts on that, on how you feel. Would Brian be okay with just watching his life waste away if he were on camera showing him somewhere else?
No, I think that maybe maybe I didn't articulate my terminology. I was confused why we were asking why Anne wasn't fighting for BK to get bail. And I'd never even heard people saying that BK could possibly get bail. And it shocks me that and I think maybe it's a misunderstanding. Like maybe I thought it was.
Everybody has a right to bail. Now, the evidence that's against you is going to be determined whether or not you're going to end up having that right revoked or not. And, you know, some cases, yeah, there's certain things. Sometimes it takes money. I mean, look at OJ, look at Casey Anthony. They all got bail, you know, bond, and they were charged.
You can fucking bail for quadruple murder. What the fuck?
In this scenario here, the reason being is because of the fact that, hey, they're you know, if something were to come out, I would assume if it was truly exculpatory, and none of this like, oh, you know, there's no video of him going down this one street when there's multiple ways to get to this one place. Like if there was legitimately something there, I would have anticipated seeing a lot more movement and a lot more things going on versus this, like, you know, all right, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and we're going to testify that he was here and with cannabis, he wasn't there, and then it just doesn't happen. And so that's just kind of where I'm at on that as well. But like everybody has a right to bail, and if there's some sort of evidence that is exculpatory, I think she can bring up that and say, hey, you know, he's a PhD student. He has a clean record, yada, yada, yada. First time this. And we have this evidence that says he was somewhere else.
I don't think he'd take bail anyway, because in bail, you have to stay in the state. He doesn't have any family in Idaho. He doesn't have any friends in Idaho.
Yeah, I mean, I would rather get the hell out of there and be in a hotel than anywhere else. I mean,
in a hotel.
And Taylor can let him in. I think it didn't Casey Anthony's lawyers let her stay? I mean, why not Ann Taylor? I mean, she believes he's innocent. Let Bryan Kohberger chill at your house, just like Casey Anthony's lawyers did.
I'd let him stay here.
Yeah, but that was bad.
When is this part coming up,
saw the
bro?
documentary. That was.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's the only person, and then you can take all that other stuff out of it, right? Is there a Casey Anthony's new lawyer? Isn't the private eye some older guy that she's?
You're lucky I smoke, Ralph. I wouldn't be able to be up here this long.
I want to circle back and just say crime time.
I don't know how you listen to this shit.
That people,
I'm more paying attention to the chat.
Put out on bail for that. I was just asked. That's what I was asking, and I was more asking than telling anybody, is because I didn't think as a public safety issue, as a citizen, I just always assumed quadruple murderers stayed in jail until their trial. I didn't realize, but then you guys brought up some examples, and I don't know, but that's something.
And I think that there's a judge, right, who's going to review the case and the evidence and make a determination on that, and that's kind of my point. It depends on the evidence. And that's the key. If there is no evidence showing his innocence or casting doubt on the case, then they're going to hold him there. But if, again, this is in response to the exculpatory evidence angle of well, there's something showing Bryan didn't do this, and if that were the case, I would assume that they would be bringing that up more, right, and trying to get him.
Lack of evidence is usually one of the biggest components to why a defense attorney would ask for a bond or bail. And saying that there's a lack of evidence here, or we have this amount of evidence. We want our trial. There's no evidence of him being a person that's going to run or do any of those things. And so, again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm going to actually bring up. You know what? I have a lawyer friend. I'll bring him on. He's a defense attorney. And I'll ask him some of those questions because
please don't.
A much better, accurate answer to that.
Just bring me on so I could tell him the truth.
I'm not a lawyer, so I wouldn't know.
Can I ask you guys one more question though?
Yeah.
It has to do with the same subject: exculpatory evidence, alibi. So whenever I hear this, my impression from everything I've heard is that this alibi and discovery is like a tit for tat between these two parties, the defense and the prosecution, because the discovery hasn't been met yet either. So they still have, it was like 5 or 10% of it that is still due, not due until September or something. And so I would say if the discovery was supposed to be provided before the alibi, I would say they're playing, it looks like to me, they're playing a legal game of chicken or tit for tat. Like they're saying, well, I'm not going to give up all of this until you give out all of yours. And it seems like it came that way when we saw the scheduled hearings coming up, because the alibi hearing or the deadline for the alibi is after the deadline for discovery. And again, I'm asking, I don't know, but these are just the perceptions. And perceptions, like Twiz was saying, are everything they go both ways. So the perceptions that you guys have of the evidence might not be the same perception that we're having. And that's why the conversation is great. And I love listening to Twiz talk because I do know, he's not in
casting. For real though, if anybody ever needs their citizenship in Greece, let me know.
Subject.
You know what I'm saying?
Somebody put it into terms. So I do appreciate
get you in that bitch.
Your technical
explanations,
Twiz, because I do have
with
some
the visa,
doubts in my mind when I see that
get you
moment
that
at 4:45. And I shouldn't say doubts. It makes me want to know more when I see that map of BK's phone coming on at 4:45, because the round trip just doesn't look like you can get that done in the 35 minutes or whatnot that there is. So not saying that, it proves anything, but I am saying right there as a regular citizen who wants to make sure the evidence is correct, I'm going to ask more questions, or it's creating some sort of reasonable doubt for me. And again, that's all I have to say. I'll shut up now.
So I want to point this out real quick. So
they came out. Remember, they were like, "We're gonna fucking retaliate."
So that's about right here.
Do all this
and
shit.
It's at 4:48 that it comes back on. So we're looking at a total of 18
they
minutes.
saw the F-22s
so
and they
I'm
got
just going to draw a
PTSD.
line so we can measure roughly.
I don't know if you know about the story with the fucking
this would be
drone that we had over Iran.
I mean, how long do you think it would take you to get?
A couple years ago.
Right here. So there's about 15 minutes.
But they had a few
Could you drive this entire route and get 15 miles and
a few planes up in the sky
in 18 minutes?
And a couple F-22s came like right underneath them without them knowing, bro.
And I mean, if we were to take this off,
I told them to go the
and
fuck
let's do the
home.
conventional route that that Ann Taylor is saying.
Iran knows they don't want to fuck.
They act like it though.
So from right here.
Oh, of course.
So this is the route.
It's just crazy that a country wants to retaliate against a country for killing a terrorist.
This route right here, I think, was a total of 6 miles. Right here, it's 5.4.
What the fuck?
So even though it's this appears to be longer, it's about the same distance, and so
it adds about 8 minutes of drive time if you do it on Google Maps.
So you're looking at 11 miles versus 15. So you're looking at 4 mile difference. Okay, so 4 mile difference. You know, how long would it take somebody to drive 4 miles if they're doing, I don't know, 50 miles an hour through there? And you're probably looking at about 5 to 6 minutes on top of, you know, it took well, like I said, it only took 15 miles here. I mean, you're looking at probably 20 minutes. That's well within the amount of time that it takes to drive here. It's not that long of a distance. It looks long because you're looking at a map and you're seeing all these different towns and things of that nature, but this is not that long of a difference. I mean, this is only 11 miles away. Genesee right here is only 11 miles away from Moscow. That's not that far, or probably about 12 to 13 when you add the extra little bit here, but
still not where the university is,
fucker. From, you know, one side of Los Angeles to the next or anything like that. It's relatively close. And, you know, I think it's more than highly likely that or possible that somebody can do this route within the time frame that is there.
Oh, never mind. I thought he was talking about
at 50 miles per hour. Is that what you said?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Chat GPT, my new friend, says 4.8 minutes.
So
that's the speed limit, but there's turns and stuff though at that time.
Right, and then if he's driving at a high rate of speed, and you know, whoever's committing this crime, regardless if it's Bryan Kohberger or not, whoever's committing this crime, if they're traveling through there, their adrenaline's going high rate of speed. It appears that the vehicle seen on Lynch Drive was driving at a high rate of speed, above speed limit. So, you know, I mean, even if you give them another minute, which is a lot of time, a lot of people don't think so, but a minute is a full time. Even if you added the 6 minutes on top of whatever it takes here, it's well within the 28-minute time frame that he has from Lynch Drive to where the area where Genesee is. So it's quite possible, you know. It's not impossible. It's not something that is exculpatory, in my opinion.
It's possible.
How much crack do you smoke? Yes.
We can agree to disagree on that one. You know, like I said, the reason why I assumed
that's probably why he won't show his eyes. You know, he's fucking geeked.
Somebody who committed this crime went to the detail that they did to not leave their DNA behind. Probably did some recon on some cameras, and I don't know if
bro, you gotta turn your camera on now one day, bro.
Intersection. So if somebody was leaving,
I don't have a camera.
They would not be traveling through this intersection.
Yeah, don't fuck with me. I fucking shut my face on fucking thinkies and shit.
Unfortunately, but you know, there's no way.
So now you got to do it.
Yeah, but I don't have a camera.
Dude,
I never thought
I gotta hook up my phone.
I never mapped this out. This map that I did, I think Jeff can attest to it. I made this map a long time ago, like years ago.
Well, then order one on fucking camera.
It's not something that I made soon. I made this map because I thought this was the route that this person went a long time ago to avoid these cameras.
For like fucking $3.
Was in. There's no incentive for him to share any additional information. I mean, it seems like he's there to just answer the questions asked and to not expound upon anything, right? Am I correct on that? Or, I mean, that's just
100%. You are correct in that.
Okay, so when Anne asks him about A and B, if he knows there's some info regarding C,
I was trying to show my cat.
Be very interested in. We'd all be
you
interested
weren't there, but I was trying to show my cat, and then fucking.
Right?
Don't you think that it's kind of?
I accidentally
when she says,
turned my fucking camera the wrong way, so I was like, "Fuck it."
I think she got what she wanted.
That's kind of what
when your face came on.
Said to Edelman too.
Yeah,
like,
so let's fuck it. I'll just fucking.
You know, there's no stalking, right?
Stay on my fucking camera.
What did I just say? It sure looked like I think there's no stalking by what I said, but it's just a question. It was a question to somebody on the stand.
Yeah, but Edelman wouldn't know that. He wasn't privy to any evidence.
Well, but he answered the question, and everybody thinks that Bill Thompson thinks there's no stalking based on the way he asked the question. I personally think that isn't.
They clarified it. So after every court, majority of the court stuff, especially the stuff that they're asking about and stuff that they want to get in the future, there's court documents that are associated with it. And the court document associated with that hearing specified that Bryan Kohberger was not following anybody on social media.
And that was something that I had thought from the beginning. You know, when this
it's his psychic abilities.
And it took longer and longer and longer for somebody to get arrested. The further and further I thought that the person who committed this crime was away from that circle of victims, right? You know, the inner circle is going to be family, boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, girlfriends, yada, yada, yada. And then it gets friends and then neighbors and so on and so on. You know, you start going down one at a time. Now,
right? Isn't that when
once you
her phone stopped connecting to the network or some shit?
If that person committed the crime or not, they have to do certain things, like
but then who the fuck
their house,
using Xana's phone at 4:20 something
into another weird hour? You know, those type
4:13.
And so
Xana.
You can kind of pinpoint and figure out, all right, this is your guy pretty quickly.
But I'm saying, okay, for the but people think that these crimes happened earlier.
I just think that they got their guy in this, and when it comes to like, what you're saying, Twiz, you know, this, that, and the third of the dots. I don't know, man. I'm not an expert in it, but I'm excited.
Yeah, but that was the initial report.
I'll tell you that. We'll see what happens.
It will be interesting.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of things that come out that are going to be interesting. Like a lot of things that are going to come out that are going to be interesting, much more than what we are aware of. You know, receipts, things of that nature. You know, I think
cell phone towers.
Right. But that's, I mean, at the end of the right. But at the end of the day, too, if he bought something like a K-bar knife that can't be found, and it came with a K-bar knife sheath, and there's a knife sheath under the body of a victim with his DNA on it, it is pretty suspicious.
Maybe somebody stole it from him. Maybe he sold it. Maybe he gave it away.
Yeah, that's a lot of maybes. That's a lot of maybes. We'll find out exactly what.
Maybe he killed him. It's all maybe.
The worst luck ever. All these things that just is like they should make a movie about his awful
luck.
Where's
the fucking cleaning agents?
When you see the cell phone tower at
Where's the
448 that covers, including Moscow, including 1122 King Road. No,
the
not that
original
part
timeline was 2 to 3.
But it covers I-95 south of Moscow.
So that's what I'm saying. Who the fuck's using Xana's phone at 4?
Where he's coming from. That's why the timing matters, because then they can tell how far away from the tower he was.
And is that always 100%?
Unless somebody used their phone.
Wait a minute. So what you're saying is because
that's a diversion.
He could have been there, but he also could have been way over here, right? That's not definitively saying that he was somewhere else.
It 100%.
Keeping options open. No, that doesn't. That's not definitively saying. If all you're going by is the fact that he connected to a tower, and that there was this other tower, and that it could be some like.
Does he realize you don't have to prove
that
shit?
Covers where he came from.
All these places, you know. Then you're saying that he just connected to this tower. He could have been there. He could have also been over here where he says he supposedly was at, which is White Park. That's like saying the radius is 27 miles. So yeah, he could have been here, but he also could have been there.
Let me show you a tower.
Go ahead. And then I do got to drop this probably in the next 7-8 minutes. So while you do that, I'm going to get final words from everybody real quick. Crime Time, I know you said you had to go here pretty soon.
Hopefully they ask questions
on the, you and stuff. And do you have any final words?
On the juror questionnaire, like,
to join
the
panel and
were you ever in law enforcement or some shit?
You should join more often. Hopefully we'll see.
So he's never on a fucking jury panel, dude.
Panel in the future.
I'm always around.
Yep, and it's always good to see you in the chat. Yep. So no, my channel's it's True Crime Time 007. Come check me out, help me out, appreciate it.
And the entire channel name is one word, guys. So when I tried to search for it earlier, I put True Crime Time separated, and it didn't come out. So if you want to find it, just put True Crime Time. I'm going to put this into the description at the end of the show as well. And so, Jeff, I have a couple of questions for you after the show, so don't go anywhere before that's over. Kiki, do you have any like last? What else do you have to like say? Any last words?
Sum it up, Kiki.
I just want to say it was really fun being on panel tonight. I actually learned a lot, and it was really interesting listening to all of you guys debate. This is my first time meeting True Crime Time, so it's a pleasure meeting you, and I can't wait to go check out your channel and subscribe. And
she learned never to come back.
You had to say was really interesting, and the maps you drew, Daniel. I'm gonna go try and replicate my own because now I wanna be able to weigh out this new understanding of the casting from tonight. So I don't know if that's what you wanted for me to say, but yeah.
No, it's quite all right. Everybody go check out Miss Kiki, her channel. Let me try to, oh my gosh, I'm moving things around and things are going crazy. All right, there it is. So this is her channel. It's called Swamp Rose. The official Swamp Rose is how you can find her. Make sure you let all these guys know where you found them through us. You found them through us, the Drum Turkey Show.
Where does that name come from, Kiki? Swamp Rose. I can't believe I don't know that all the time I've known you.
I mean, I actually had a business with that name before I started my YouTube channel, but I always liked the name because it's like a term of endearment. And it's just a term of endearment that I knew from growing up. And yeah, so it kind of fits me and I took it. And now it's mine.
Hi.
What's up, Robert?
Oh, hey, how are you doing, Robert?
Real quick. How's it going, True Crime Cult?
It's going okay. How you doing, Daniel?
I'm doing well. I think this is the first time we actually get to talk in person.
Yeah.
Who's this guy?
It's good to meet you, man. It's good to meet you.
Robert.
Nice to meet you too.
Real quick before we get into it real fast. I know it's going to be brief though, but we'll get to. I want to see what this is that Twiz is bringing up real fast.
So this is a tower. This is the Blaine Tower. This is Moscow up here.
You called him by his first name? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Connected to a tower, basically, that covers south of Moscow.
True crime cult.
But this isn't the tower, by the way. I'm just using an example. I could be down here connecting to a tower that covers south of Moscow, near Blaine, north of Genesee. They'll be way down here, and the only way they could tell is the timing. The timing up here would be a lot shorter than it would be down here. So the timing matters.
Right. I don't connect. Is that what you're meaning?
What's that?
I'm not quite following you when you say the time. The time to connect between those 2 points that you just talked about?
So it calculates the time it takes for your phone to receive a connection from the tower and send it back to them.
Okay. Like a ping.
And it goes by like the speed of light. So let's just say, I'm just going to use round numbers down here. Let's just say it's 1 second. So it would calculate out 1 second, but it would divide it in half because it's there and back. So it'd say half a second here based on that distance. They're this far away from the tower. Down here it would be like 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the timing is what is used to calculate how far away a phone is or whatever's connecting to it from the tower. So what I'm telling you is that where his phone was at 4:48 connects to a tower that covers south of Moscow, near Blaine, north of Genesee. It also covers where he was, and the only way they'd be able to tell the difference is from the timing data.
Dude, if a tower's fucked up, your phone will connect to a different
where
tower.
His phone is where that tower is. It's about 37 minutes to get up to that 13.
You know how I know?
Camera.
It just happened to me yesterday.
How many moments of
and the woman,
is it
the woman that like on the customer service shit, she taught me how to get your phone to connect to a better fucking
a text message. I
tower.
don't know how it calculates the timing. Like at
You
what,
put your phone in airplane
intervals, like
mode,
during a phone call, like if you're an hour long,
and then
phone
you
call, I don't know
shut
how
it
many
off,
times,
I'd be curious to
and
know
then you
if there's,
turn it
say, there
back
were 10
on,
pings and
and
one
then you
was,
turn
like,
it, and then you take it off
drastically
airplane
from the
mode or
rest.
some
I mean,
shit,
does it ever glitch
and then
or
it'll
give an
it'll
incorrect
connect to a better tower.
reading just for a moment?
Yeah,
Like,
it searches
I'm
the whole
thinking if I saw
network to
9
get you your
pings that
best
were in this one
connection.
area and then this
Yeah.
one ping. It's kind of like when I do motion tracking.
So now
in
I'm an
After Effects,
expert all of a
it's tracking
sudden,
perfectly, and all of a sudden
Daniel.
it gets confused because it's a computer and it puts the tracking
Because I
point way over
spoke to
here.
somebody
You
who
gotta
knows
manually pull
something.
it back in. I just don't know if it's any. If
Yeah,
there's
it's
any
like you would
possibility of
talk
something like
to people that know more than you and learn.
It calculates the time.
Interesting.
So what I
like, the only
do-
way I could really think of that happening is if it gets like some weird reflection, like because
That's
it's
why I
not
ask
always
a lot of
necessarily, like, a line of
questions.
sight to where the phone is or whatever's connecting to it. It can bounce off like
I don't pretend to
mountains
know
and
shit.
stuff.
I
Apparently,
don't.
a lot of weird reflections in this case.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why the drive test is so important because you drive out and you test the network and see where those weird spots are, you know. But that's why like the drive test is so important.
So for me, the first thing that would come to mind is that it's a matter of interpretation by two different parties, but it's also a matter of accuracy with the data. If it's always 100% correct, or if it ever does glitch in any way.
Yeah, I don't think it glitches. I don't know how it could because it just calculates the time it takes for the radio frequency to get from point A to point B back to point A.
All right, when's something gonna
If
happen,
something were
bro?
to like pass between the 2 points, like
What do you
said,
want to
a
happen,
reflection or
Willie?
Something that
I don't
I don't know
fucking
if
know. You
weather
said you're
has
waiting
any
for something to
effect or,
happen, and
you
then
know.
we can fucking
Yeah, I
listen to
think,
this fucking tone
elevation-
on fucking
It's
thinkies so I
coming.
can get the fuck out of here. It's like you're going on 7
But
hours
then
here,
they'd be
bud.
able to
What do you
calculate
just want to watch it and then you're,
You're
gonna
going
bounce?
outside the hill or something.
Well, I don't fucking know.
The
I just
interesting
can't
thing
fucking
is,
listen to
on
Daniel's
AT&T,
voice
it,
anymore.
Pings your phone.
I'm gonna
to
bang
get
my
the
head
timing
off a
data
wall.
every 15 minutes when you're not on a cell phone call or texting
I
anyone,
think
right?
it's coming
So
soon.
like the 247,
But I have no
they say that his
idea when
phone stops
exactly it
connecting to the
comes.
network, but all they have is the call detail records. So all that means is he either texted somebody or received a text or ended a phone call at that time. But in between him going from campus on WSU to Bubble Way Park, his phone pinged either once or twice. And that'll be the timing data that they need. So it'll show him driving towards the park. And then what I assume will happen, because there's no cell phone coverage at the park, when he drives out and gets to that tower that he connected to, he probably had a text message waiting for him. So his phone searches for signal, gets that text message.
Like I
receives that text
guarantee you,
message,
if I
that's when
would
they
if
get
I
that
would have took an
CDR
IQ
record
test 7
at
hours
4:48.
ago and right now,
And
I'd
there is a
lose
tower
points.
That's
Listen to
37
this
to
fucking
41
idiot.
minutes away.
But you get to
from
hear
that
me.
1300 Johnson Road camera.
Yeah, but I know what you. But I know your take on everything. Listen to this
I think
fucking
with,
dude.
you make valid
Talk
points
is
on
just
how
fucking
this works,
wild.
but I think that the data that you're
It
referring
has
to
to
is
be
going
right
to be
now.
presented in this case by the prosecution, and it will prove exactly what you're saying. The data and the way
And
that
this
they do
dude
this, I
just
think,
is
is
fucking
actually
echo.
going to show Brian could have committed the crime rather than could not have committed the crime. I think there's more layers to this data than we're aware of, and I would assume that the FBI expert who's processing this data knows what he's doing as well and is going to
Yeah, because they're
be very
real
convincing
fucking
in
in tune with
their
this.
side of it.
Don't you think that's why Anne keeps asking for the cast report? Why would she ask
Absolutely,
for
yeah.
something that's
No,
going
yeah,
to
I'm not
incriminate him?
disputing that. I'm not disputing that they're asking for data. But
They're
what I'm
asking
saying
for
is
they're asking for
data
the
can
cast
still
report.
be being processed. Yeah, data can still be being processed right now. That's why there's a discovery process here that they're working through. But when it comes to trial, I think that data is going to be on point. And if it's not, I don't even think they're going to present it. And I think that they're going to prove his guilt without relying on that information.
Well, if they don't present it, Anne will.
Go pack the pipe.
She can do that, but if it's not what the prosecution is arguing, I don't know how effective that would be.
Well, the problem is that in the arrest warrant, they use cell data that's completely inaccurate. And what you're going to have, most likely, is a Franks hearing that gets that arrest warrant thrown out.
That's the strategy. I agree with that. That's what I've talked about in some of my videos. Is I do think that that's their best bet. Now, just because they're going to attempt
should be
that
thrown
doesn't
out.
mean it's going to happen. And I would expect that they're going to pull every lever that they can in Brian's defense, and they're going to exhaust every motion that they possibly can. I don't necessarily think that means they're going to be successful in those motions. Again, I think there's more data out there than we're aware of, and you make valid points on information they're still waiting for and the way the cell towers work, but we don't know exactly what they have tying Brian to the case.
You're right.
Well, they told us fucking 18 pages of it.
We do know that a jury of 12 reviewed that evidence and determined there was enough to put him on trial.
There was also 6 people on the grand jury that wanted more evidence, and they were denied.
Yeah, but you don't get all the evidence in grand jury, my man. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Like,
That's always like there's always more.
To prove that this guy has enough.
There's more.
Report. So just the fact that somebody wanted more evidence isn't evidence enough that they don't have enough evidence.
Where did we hear that information? Where did we hear the information that the grand jury?
And Taylor
said it in a hearing, and it's also in a filing.
Jay said it in a hearing. Where's the? I'm just curious. Like, where's the filing that says 6 jurors requested more information?
I'd have to find. I don't know it off my hand. Off the top of my head.
That.
But
where would that have come from? Where would that information have come from? Would that have been from the jurors' mouths themselves?
I think they got a grand jury.
So the grand jury is just coming out and sharing this information, huh?
No, they got a transcript, I think.
They said it in the hearing, right? That's when they came out, because we were discussing this the other day. Didn't it come out in the hearing?
Yeah, Jay Logsdon says it at some point.
Yeah, Logsdon said it.
What does he say, though?
He said that 6 grand jury members wanted more information, right?
It might be 5. I don't know.
What does it mean?
They wanted more evidence. But the thing is, grand juries need probable cause, right? That's it.
Right.
They can indict a ham sandwich. That's a famous saying.
It's actually a little bit more than probable cause. I think when you get to the grand jury, they see a little bit more of the evidence, but
it's ironic. I just ate a ham sandwich.
Probable cause.
Dude, ham sandwiches are the best.
Probable cause is what you're referring to with the cell phone data here, as far as securing the other warrants that are going to give them deeper insights into the cell phone data.
I think that Bill Thompson rebutted the grand jury at some point in time and said, all you need is probable cause. You don't need anything further.
Well, that's up for debate. And the judge ruled that wasn't valid. So I think that's behind us.
What wasn't valid?
They brought that up already, didn't they?
Oh, like a motion
as far as the grand jury instructions, they've already addressed that in the pretrial.
Yeah, but I mean that's why they were saying it. It was based off of.
But the judge already ruled on that, right?
Yeah, we're not talking about that. So yeah, you're right. I don't understand the relevance.
You just said that the Bill Thompson instructed the jury.
Yeah, he said that all they needed was probable cause. They didn't need anything further in order to get that indictment.
Yeah. So what's your point on that?
All they needed was probable cause.
Well, they had probable cause, right?
According to the jury.
Correct.
Yeah. But probable cause is like a very low standard.
I think there's a little bit more than just probable cause that they saw, is what I'm saying. Regardless of the dispute from the defense saying
they fucking did not
like the way the jury was instructed, the judge didn't see any issue there.
Okay, but why did Bill Thompson say that probable cause is all you need?
Because that's just legal. That's just how the prosecution and defense says things. They say things in certain ways. That's just how it works. Just like when you said Ann Taylor said, "Thank you very much," you can read into that however you want.
Yeah, you can, for sure. You can read into everything how you want. That's why they're opinions. During the hearing, Bill Thompson said, all you need is probable cause, because the jurors were asking for more.
Right. So I'm listening to Cyray's testimony real quick. I'm trying to get to that part. I got to the part where he said that AT&T CDRs are extremely accurate because there's 100% connection to it, and that the test driving, which is what they're missing, is only to, I guess, further accurately pinpoint where they're at. But that it doesn't say that those AT&T CDRs aren't accurate. But I'm going through it at like supersonic speed, going through it. But I'm going to get to the point where he says that you don't need the time stuff or whatever if you put it into the default mode, because that's all you require. In fact, that's what the prosecution says at the end of this trial here, or this hearing here, stating that that's what Maury had testified last time, that he put it in the default mode. The only thing that he had changed was to specific standard time. So I just wanted to give you guys like a little bit of a heads up of what I'm doing over here. Real quick, True Crime Cult, welcome to the show. Well, what are your thoughts on what we've been talking about thus far?
Well, I agree. I agree with some of the things that Twiz said when it comes to the cast report, because if you look at it, I mean, even Cyrus stated that Maury left out the AT&T records, and he even held up the cast report and said, without those AT&T records, this is just a piece of paper.
That's the regional tower list that Cy was talking about. The AT&T records show the towers that the phone connected to. It doesn't show all the towers in the area. That's the problem that Cy was having with it.
What he was telling me, or not telling me, what he was saying right now was that the fact that what he wanted to see with the test drive data is how the phone acted and transferred from one tower to the next as this guy was driving from Pullman to Moscow, or how he was inside the house because of the walls and all these other things. And none of it says any of the things that you're arguing, to be honest with you. But, you know, all of it is just saying that it would make it more accurate. And that he even says something to the fact that there's some error, that he doesn't know if it was operator error, or they just weren't paying attention to it. But the machine was running when they drove, I guess, from Pullman to Moscow, but they didn't test any of those things. But again, in the probable cause affidavit, they clearly specify that they don't have Bryan Kohberger's phone connected to a tower during those specific times. So I'm not entirely sure how you're going to be able to determine how Bryan Kohberger's phone moved and transferred from one phone to, or from one tower to another. If the specific time in which that they're referring to is only from the drive from Pullman to Moscow and how the phone acted inside of the house. Because he talks about all the other test data from outside of the neighborhood, from outside of the house, from outside of all these places, but the two specific ones, and he even states that, you know, if there was ever a case he wanted to map, you know, how long it's going to take you to get from Pullman to Moscow, it's this case. The thing is, his phone wasn't on during that time, and there's nothing to compare it to. And so that's kind of weird, don't you think?
There's nothing that says his phone was off.
Like I said, there's something, I'm not saying that was off, but it wasn't connected to a tower for something to show.
Right, so he wasn't making a phone call, or there weren't texts being sent in and out. Are you calling somebody on your phone right now or sending a text message?
No, but I'm constantly on my phone. And what he said was,
so my point is this.
But he said, no, what his point was that AT&T is really good because there's continuous connection. Is exactly word for word what he said. I can rewind it for you.
I know what you're talking about.
So there's continuous connection between those things, those pings, and whatever the case may have been.
Yeah, the towers record it, but they only had access to the CDR.
Right, and he testified, I'm going to find it real quick, where he says that all you need is the CDRs if you're putting into the CastViz in default mode, that because the accuracy of the AT&T specific AT&T CDRs are extremely accurate. So, yeah, man, I mean...
When you have full access to the data...
No, he just said all you needed was the CDRs, and that it was 100% like accurate.
But he also says they don't have the timing data. The timing data was missing.
But that's because he's talking about that he said he saw a tree that was this font and this other font and this letter over here was this letter. So that told him that they used a specific program which required the time, whatever, right? Those time drives. However, that's not what Maury testified to.
The timing data and the drives are
it's
two
not
different
very
things.
difficult. It's not very difficult to show how he got the points and the map that he was able to procure for the grand jury. He said he can do it within seconds. So I don't understand why it's like, oh my God, the biggest deal in the world here.
Well, I'll explain it to you.
The prosecution's not even going to use this data in proving their case. The defense can try to bring it up all they want. They can absolutely. They stated in the hearing that they aren't going to use this. They didn't seem worried when.
Why would Jennings be?
They didn't even cross-examine Cyrus.
Why would Jennings be worried about the cash report if they aren't going to use it?
Prove their case. The defense can bring it up all they want and try to cast doubt.
Show me the timestamp where the prosecution says they're not going to use this data, please.
It's at the end. It's at the end.
Please, no, show me it.
It's at the end.
I was in the court. I was in the room. I've watched it 5 times.
Watch the video.
Show me the timestamp.
I'll have to look it up. I don't have it in front of me, but it is in the video.
I didn't ask for it right now. I'm just saying, show me.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I like it when you say it like that.
But my point is, I don't think this is even going to be used in proving their case. I don't think.
Of course you don't, because you think he's guilty.
Well, I think he's guilty based off of what I've seen.
Okay. I honestly believe that the IgG and the DNA isn't going to make it into court because you're going to have suppression motions coming right before the trial. You know, suppression of evidence motions.
The DNA ain't even going in.
The IgG DNA.
The DNA is not going in.
Oh, that's a bunch of bull. You know it is.
Is it?
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, you guys can claim and all this other stuff, and until it does,
it's always us claiming, though.
But the fact is, it is.
Has it been admitted in yet?
Yeah, that's what they used to arrest it.
Did they start the trial? Did I miss something?
I mean, it's been admitted in. That's what I'm trying to say. They used it. They used it against them.
Has the suppression hearing started?
I mean, it hasn't, but I mean, has the hearing for when the death penalty is going to be given, has that started yet? No. I mean, we'll get there, but when we get there, just because even if they argue that they're going to and they get one, doesn't mean they're going to win a trial in any of those things. There is absolutely nothing that says that they've not given anything that says they should be thrown out. Like, what was it mixed? Is it like what's the problem here? Is it so like small that you couldn't determine who it was? Did it come back that it was 1/1000th or 1 in 1 million, or did it come back 1 in 5 octillion times? I mean, there's a big difference there, and I think that I think a lot of people are misunderstanding that the fact that technology improves over the years, and people are looking at, oh man, touch DNA back in 1990, throw it away, wasn't enough to put somebody behind bars.
There's also a flip side of that where people are too reliant on technology because technology has become a religion to some.
Well, I mean, not to me, but at the end of the day, when you have it's not just the technology, it's not just the DNA, it's the car, it's the phone issue, it's the fact that he's out and about at the same time that the murders are happening, and it just so happens if this guy is innocent, if he's innocent, at the odd hour of the night that he chose to drive around during freezy, icy conditions, just so happens to be the same time that a murder happens.
Where was the ice that night?
On the road, man. You can even see it in the back. It was 20-some odd degrees. It was
okay. Do you know what is required to have ice?
Precipitation. And dude, do you know what happens in the middle of the morning, especially in places like Washington?
Oh, you mean the place that I've lived at for several years of my life? I'm pretty familiar with it.
So you're saying there's no dew in the morning? Is that what you're trying to tell me? There's no humidity there? There's no dew at all?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Not in the winter.
Typically on the west side. This isn't Seattle.
So if you were to go and you see the fact that there's like there's a good indication there that there was ice on the floor was the drone footage when they went to go pick up the
days later.
No, it wasn't days later. You can tell that it was the same day because there was police officers there directing traffic for that area, and that was only happening
by the house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
where there's like holes and cracks in the road.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about where the sun doesn't hit, where the shadows are, the shade is up against the back area there of that complex. That area is not very well lit with the sun. So because of that, and because of its area, you can see the snow and the ice and stuff there. You can see where in the Banfield, for instance, it's
where
not there
the sun doesn't melt it.
I mean, in the light and in the sun. So there's a difference there. But yeah, during that night, I guarantee it was. It said it was overcast. Typically.
You're damn right, Steelers.
Isn't there a what do you call it? When you have overcast, what is a symptom of overcast? Isn't it dew, humidity? Like those are the things that happen when you have those things.
You know what also happens when there's dew and humidity?
What happens?
You see people's breath. You see anybody's breath in the grub truck?
Probably.
Do you see people bundled up like it's freezing?
Yeah, actually there is. There's a guy that's like, man, you're crazy. It's freezing out here.
One.
In fact, he's like this, and there was some other guy.
There was one cold person there.
Oh yeah, there was one cold person.
Jeff, you're on mute.
So, but anywho, I appreciate you, Twiz. I appreciate what you come out here to do and stuff. I'm gonna be tagging you here pretty soon on this hearing stuff that I get to.
Please do.
Will do.
Where's it
at? It's gotten way longer than I expected. Colt, I'll let you get a couple of words that I know you just came in last, and then Kiki and then Jeff, I'll let you finish that.
What do you want to watch, Willie?
Nothing. I just want to hear his fucking tone when he was on fucking Dinkies saying whatever the fuck. I can't remember what the fuck his tone was, but it wasn't fucking acting like an asshole. I'll tell you that. I don't know what the fuck his deal is. And then muting you right away. So I guess that's some pussy shit, bro. Like if I start up say some shit to you, I'm letting you fucking say something back, So I don't want to hear like when he first comes up all the fucking.
I know there's some small things, but I mean, do you think that they've been shown something that is like?
Can I want to see the chat now.
That's a bad way of putting it, but you know what I mean.
It was in there.
Yeah. As far as a nail in the coffin, something that puts Kohburger in there, I haven't heard from them, and I've actually talked to more than just one of the victims' family members. It's been a couple since the last time when I spoken about Christy, and the stuff that I've been told. There's a few things that I know that isn't out there. There's some things that I have seen that isn't out there yet. Some stuff that was inside of the rooms and things of that nature, and I've seen pictures of certain things, and but when it comes to like a definite like, hey, they have Bryan Kohberger's DNA somewhere. No, I have no idea, none whatsoever.
So, I mean, the stuff that I guess there's been some speculation about videos that family might have seen that nobody else has really been privy to.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think that would go as far as to say they've seen pictures that would be convincing enough to change people's minds that don't think Brian had anything to do with it?
Well, I think that what they do have, and the videos and pictures that they do have, can kind of narrow down the timeline of when things happen to between 405 and 420.
I just want to hear his fucking tone.
It does narrow
you see how
down
different it is?
that aspect.
Yeah.
They went to go get Thai food
talking
or
like
wherever
a
the hell they
normal
went,
person.
and he took out six people in that Thai restaurant.
Look at Dinky's
and now
hair.
They investigated, and it turns out they pulled him over 2 times.
Yeah, before his haircut.
That happens, my man. That's happened
That's
multiple
wild.
times where somebody got arrested and they're on their way.
And bring the
You can
sheath
cut
in.
yourself with it too. You mean you can cut yourself with it as well.
Dang,
And
he's all calm the whole time.
Because he
why bring it up?
so much. I mean, there's also a situation where he was doing so much and planning over so much shit that he overlooked something small.
Like this is why
that's
I'm
possible
so
too.
irritated
I'm
because
just saying,
like,
why bring in the?
No,
I don't know.
and I'm explaining that to you. Isn't it possible that he overlooked that he did so much planning?
He did a lot of shit wrong.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of shit that went wrong. So I think that there's an actual possibility that happened. Now, this right here is an example of a shoe print and a latent print. And this is with the booties on. And this is what it looks like afterwards. So if you had a latent print here, right, and it's hard to see, you can't see shit on that one. Once you hit it with luminol, this is what you see.
That's what I'm saying. You're telling me 8 hours after people are stabbed in a manner like that, you can barely see a print?
Well, the good thing is that it was 8 hours because if somebody would have ran in there within the first couple of minutes, it probably would have destroyed these prints. But since they dried in that situation there for 8 hours, also in the cold, that probably assisted that. They probably did dry. Remember, it's cold, and possibly the doors open. If they dried, it would be kind of difficult to see. But the good thing about it is that there would be. I mean, yeah, of course. But the latent prints. I mean, this is considered a latent print right here. This one right here is considered the one to the right. And it's very difficult to see. You can kind of see it, but this would be considered a latent print. And this is something they probably saw. They probably saw some kind of something there that was barely visible, which is why they took a presumptive blood test to ensure that it was blood.
So let me ask you this: Where's the second? Where's the second one?
Oh, they're all over the place. I mean, if you go and look at this, let me see.
Yeah, but why say a latent and not a set of latent prints?
Because they're talking about corroborating Dylan's one and only one. Her situation.
Well, great, corroborating with somebody that that's two-legged.
Right. This guy's walking out. So if you have a latent print, let's look at this. Hold on. Let me show you this. This print right here was taken earlier. Right. This print right here was taken earlier. If the person had committed something, a crime, and stepped on the ground, and this was what was visible, and then you have something next to it like this, one can deduce that this darker print was put there first, that this lighter print was put there later on. And so if you have a latent print heading out in the direction that Dylan said that this person left, if it's the latent print and not one of the ones that you can see, that more than likely means it's one of the last ones that left, which is corroborating what she's saying, that this guy left in that direction. So that's the reason why they only bring up one. It's not that there's only one. There's no way in hell there can only be one. Oh boy did this test, and this is with booties on, and he stepped in the blood with booties on.
Why not? Can there only be one? They don't mention any other footprints in the PCA.
They don't need to mention footprints.
Why not?
They only need to mention the ones that they're referring to.
Why would they just say that it was led to believe that the murderer left the scene and not that latent prints were found leading outside of the balcony door, whatever the hell they want to word it. Why wasn't that put like how do we even know that he left the house when Dylan saw him walk out of her view? How do we know? How do we know he didn't make himself a fucking sandwich? We don't.
I knew you were going to say that.
Well, I'm just saying we don't.
I was just thinking the same thing. It's like we don't know shit.
Dude, without her account of all this shit, the timeline don't happen, and half of this shit don't happen. Like I said, the only reason we think that the person on the third floor was a target is because she saw somebody walk out on the second floor. If she didn't see that, who knows? Ethan could have been the target. Xana could have been the target. Right. We don't know.
I don't think anybody thinks that that's the reason why they were the target. I think that the reason why they believe that somebody on the third floor was a target was because they were the ones that so happened to be the first ones to pass.
Yeah,
now, I'm fairly positive because there's other evidence. I mean, just because we don't know that doesn't mean that there isn't blood that was.
Yeah, but how do we know that they were the first to pass? If, like you just said, both doors are open, that could affect body temp and all that.
Because are you going to find the second group of victims' blood and the first group of victims' bodies?
You're talking about minutes apart.
Right. I understand that. But if you kill, for instance, if somebody were to take the life of myself and somebody took the life of Dinky here, and you had both my blood and Dinky's blood on my body and only Dinky's blood on his body, would that tell you which one was killed first and which one was killed
made
second?
them all sandwiches.
So you're saying
take one to go.
There's other ways to determine. No, there's ways to determine.
Where the sandwiches at?
But you see how it's a conversation. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Compared to the fucking hours and hours of what the fuck I just listened to, it's like, this is what I'm saying. Like, he used to be chill, bro. And I don't know what the fuck happened. Something polluted his fucking mind. I mean, I don't know what it is. I'm not gonna keep saying the shit about the families, but you know, you could just see it's night and day compared to how, as far as being open-minded, compared to he fucking did it, and you know, nobody's gonna tell me otherwise, and I'm a psychic or whatever the fuck he's saying now. I mean, he went from talking like this about, you know, shit in the PCA, yada yada yada, to Brian's a fucking bomb maker, bro.
Yep.
So something went wrong somewhere, and that's all I wanted to see for myself, because I don't go back and watch fucking shit, bro. So I haven't watched this. Actually, I never watched this like again. I just watched it when it was happening, you know. So
yeah.
But yeah, it just seemed like we had a normal conversation for many hours, and you know,
I went on his show like what, a month later.
I don't know what the fuck happened, dude.
Who knows?
But yeah, he's not like, you know, he's not jumping, he's not throwing shots, he's not jumping down throats, he's not doing the shit he's doing fucking now, and that's why I just, he's lost. He let this shit get to his head.
Something.
Well, what else would it be?
I don't know.
He doesn't have a horse in the fucking race.
Unless there's money on the line for him or something.
That's what I'm saying.
There could be something behind the scenes that we don't know about.
Something changed along the way. We are Legion. What the fuck did they used to say? We are Legion. Those motherfuckers are crazy.
No, what's that group? The hacker group?
Yeah. They were cool though, you know?
Anonymous.
We are anonymous. But I like this. I like this match because of the movie. V for Vendetta is a fucking badass, top 10 movie, 100%.
It's one of the best.
Absolutely.
No, it's wild. I mean, even if you go look at what he's said over the past week, like it flip-flopped like 14 times.
Really?
Yeah, they're not going to use I'm pretty sure at the end of that, when True Crime Time's saying they're not going to use the cast data to convict Brian, that Daniel agrees with them. And then later on, he's like, the cast data is going to totally convict Brian. And then now they're not even going to, or the cast data doesn't matter because they're using GPS. Like, it's just funny.
Yeah.
But I mean, he even admits he doesn't know anything about the cell stuff. So why you been talking about it for a year and a half?
He went off his fucking rocker, bro. Thoughts on my question. What did you say, Miss Potts? I don't think the defense did their own work. I hope so. And I hope somebody knows who the fuck one of those DNAs are. And I hope it's somebody fucking sketchy, too. And I hope it turns into a fucking, what's it called? The third party fucking defense. And everybody shits themselves.
Yeah, it could be. Who knows?
What's going to happen then?
I don't know if they ever, well, like, what would they even do with those 3 DNAs? Because they submitted them to CODIS, didn't get a hit. Like, what they do with them afterwards? Is there even a profile?
I don't know.
Like, but I mean, that's why the defense has always been like, you put Brian in to CODIS, didn't get a hit. You did the IgG on Brian, but they didn't do the IgG on the other ones, but they knew they were male. It just don't make sense.
It don't add up.
Nothing about it does. But I love how these dudes are just lining up to have their little go at me.
Well, when are you gonna go talk to the other fucking dude?
Who?
The
True
fucking
Crime
other-
Time?
Yeah, the dude with his fucking
Anytime.
camera showing the back of his fucking head.
I'm not scared of any of these people.
That's what I'm asking you. When the fuck you're gonna go talk to him?
Who knows?
When the fuck did I say you were scared of anybody? I asked you a question, sir.
No, I'm just saying. I don't even know if he like goes. He hasn't been going live that much.
I
But
wonder
he
why.
ain't gonna invite me on. Let's be real.
Pussy. And if you're offended by the word, too fucking bad.
I think they had more than probable cause. Why was Bill Thompson saying that's all they needed then? That would be a pointless statement if they had more.
But weren't they underwhelmed, if I'm not mistaken? Because I'm mad nobody brought that point up, that the fucking grand jury was underwhelmed.
Yeah, they were asking for more evidence, all sorts of stuff.
So if they saw so much more than the PCA, then what the fuck is that guy talking about?
His hopes and dreams.
Exactly.
That's what it always is. Well, if they've done more of an investigation since then, okay, have you seen it? Like, I literally hope they have done an investigation further than the PCA, but have you seen it? Do you know it exists? But they think that it's all there and it's going to be exculpatory or inculpatory because they all think that he's guilty. It's all just bias confirmation, you know?
Daniel knows everything that exists, everybody that was there, where Brian was, and what happened.
He did say
bring
he's
Daniel in
psychic.
and just tell the jury what happened, and then it wouldn't even have to. It'd be over in like a day or two. Why not? He has it all figured out. Doesn't make sense to a fucking average person, though. I'm telling you right now, like, unless you're just against the system and shit, this motherfucker's not making any sense. Like, I believe in the system. I believe people should be prosecuted for shit. Like, I'm not against, but I'm against fucking corruption. I've seen corruption. Everybody has seen corruption. It exists. It happens. And now you're talking about a small ass fucking town that literally wouldn't exist without the university. Like, the university fucking makes that town run. And look how fast they knocked the fucking crime scene down to get it out of there so it didn't look bad, for all the new freshmen and shit every fucking semester.
Yep.
Spit on the fucking ground of the fucking university over there.
And they got...
What's that guy's name? He wrote a fucking book too, right? What's that dude's name?
Who?
The president or whatever the fuck his name is.
Oh, Green?
Yeah, that fucking idiot. Spit on his fucking feet. They're sick for knocking that down, dude.
Yep.
Doing that to the families like that.
I did pull up the interview room. They're just going over the change of venue document.
Like, I mean, nobody knows. Nobody knows the fucking future. What if that's the determination between guilt and innocence?
Well, it's all going to go their way, right?
No, I'm seriously. What if it comes down in the end, when this is over, if Brian's found innocent, okay, and jurors come out, and a couple of them say that a big issue was the fucking house came down and they couldn't go see the house. Then what? Then what?
I don't know. You'd think they would have thought about that.
Then the university is going to have to sell fucking Phoenix.
I don't even think they've bought it yet.
Huh?
I don't even think they've bought it yet. Like, that sale hasn't gone through.
Yeah, well, they better not buy it because they better fucking put some money away. I'm serious, bro. If I'm not, dude, listen. If I'm are you fucking kidding me? If that was my fucking daughter, and that fucking university fucking knocked the fucking shit down, I'd be in Green's office with a fucking switch.
Yeah. No, that'll definitely get interesting when it's all said and done. Cause
what is this?
That's Andrew Garrett.
Oh, is this the guy?
Yeah.
Keep calling him Garrett. His last name's Garrett, right?
I could never remember his first name. But yeah, his name's Andrew Garrett.
Garrett. It's official. He was on the case.
He says it.
I don't give a fuck what he says. I can say whatever I want. I got a fucking 18-inch dick.
Put it on camera, Willie.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, has anybody looked into this guy's fucking record?
I mean, I don't know how we would know that. Essentially, they had him come look at the data the prosecution used, and he left because it was bad. And then decided not to work with them once he saw a possible connection through the Garrett discovery or something. I don't know.
That sounds like bullshit.
It's actually really funny because like when Psy came out, they're like, oh, he's just trying to make money. He's got a company, blah, blah, blah. Well, he sold his company already and he's doing it pro bono. So that doesn't apply to Psy. But all this dude does this entire interview is like try to sell his programs. We actually have.
This guy can say whatever the fuck he wants until it's proven. I don't care.
Exactly. We actually have experts on our side. Just listen to us. It's actually kind of funny. Are you ready, Willie?
What, for this video?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And yeah,
I was gonna go on a little while.
One that we worked on. One was the social
No
media
worries.
stuff, and the other
It's
is the
10:30 here.
and the
Everyone
cell
has
phone
to go
expert is not
in a
correct.
while.
He's actually incorrect in a lot of areas, and I know this. The FBI's training school called Cellular Analysis Survey Team, their instructors are my business partners in another business.
The
We know very
cast
well
viz
what's
are
true
his
and what's
business
not.
partners.
And what you have is you have an industry of experts, so-called claimed experts that are not engineers. They have no experience. They've read this stuff out of a book. They've never went out in the field and actually taken radio frequency measurements or tested cell phone towers, and they're up there in court testifying. And the individual they hired, unbeknownst to them probably, the software that he created has been daubered and others thrown out of court numerous times. They considered it unscientific. No, we in the industry do not use that software. The FBI quit using that software.
Hardy. What the
Everybody
fuck
did.
are you
It is
talking
well
about?
known in our industry. You don't use that.
What's that?
Talking to Angel. I saw her. I saw her there earlier.
Matter of fact,
I got
have
receipts.
testimony from FBI officers saying they don't use it because
I always
it's not
got
proper.
receipts.
And I can show you why, because I can explain all the theories behind what ZX does and why it's absolutely nonsense. And matter of fact, in an hour from now, I have one of the most leading experts for the intelligence community going to meet me here in my office. We're going through some stuff in another murder case, but we do things the right way. We don't get the luxury of being wrong. I mean, I have cell engineers on staff. My one cell engineer on staff is the guy who developed the technology that found Bin Laden. So we have absolute true engineers. The other two business partners I have are the head of the Wireless Information Center of Excellence for all 13 carriers. They have over 100 patents in their name. They have a PhD. They teach wireless engineering. They help write the 3GPP standards for the industry. They do dry testing for the FBI, and the FBI's actual Gladiator autonomous receiver. That's
found Bin Laden
tool
with
they use
it.
in the field to do dry testing, text cell phone networks. They are the
Psy
owners,
went to
designers of
Iraq
that
and
product.
found
So,
roadside bombs.
without a
We've heard
doubt,
about that in court. Yep, we've heard about
I'm
that.
real experts here. They're, that what you're hearing in court is individuals that have attended the school that are taught by my business partners, and we own
Which
a
he's
school
talking
called
about
Seven Measures
Maori right
Sailor
there.
Academy, where we teach this stuff. There's only a few lawyers that have ever been to that. It is a hardcore engineering school. It's a complete graduate program, condensed into a couple weeks. Well, when you talk about like how do you vet something, like when it comes to experts, unfortunately, I'm in the world of kind of like Wild Wild West. We don't have a non-vendor, in other words, a vendor-neutral association per se. You have law enforcement associations, and you have one that recently converted into a little bit of non-law enforcement because they're running out of money. But typically, what you have is you have experts that get certified in the use of a product. But the real test of your skills is in court. The judge allows both parties to put their experts forward. They both sometimes don't agree to certain things. Most of the time, 85% of what they say they agree to. Both the prosecution and the defense experts say yes to many questions, and they're pretty much the same. Then about 15% they say, no, you're wrong, right? And that's when the battle comes in. And the judge is
Angel, he's the jealous type.
So there are processes used to determine whether somebody's an expert, and that is through what's called Dauber or Fry hearings. It's where you get to test the expert and say, are they actually an expert?
Angel, we can never be in the real world.
A lot of individuals that say they're experts and they can go to court. The court will agree that they're an expert and they let the judge, the juries kind of sort it out.
They get too jealous from me.
You would probably agree with me if you've seen underneath their CV that they're not an expert, right? You know, just because you mowed the lawn once doesn't make you a lawn maintenance expert, right? You know, so you see a lot of that in our industry, and there's a reason why. If the prosecution's expert is really bad, right, and they have just a little bit of training, we want them on the witness stand. Why wouldn't we tend to them as your expert? Please pick them up there. So we'll crucify them, right? Well, absolutely. So a lot of times,
if the expert is bad, we don't want them on the stand or off the stand, but they've tried to get Cy removed. Doesn't that mean that he's not a bad expert? Judging by that logic?
Yeah. I don't fucking know what this guy... I don't know, dude. I really don't know what's going on. I'm going to be honest with you. Here's what I know. Here's what I know, right? Where the fuck is the evidence that Bryan Kohberger committed this crime?
Fucking nowhere.
These guys have had 2 years now to fucking find shit. I mean, every other case, headlines come out, they found this happens, that happens. We didn't hear shit. Nothing. Ain't find a fucking damn thing. Ain't find a knife in the woods. Ain't find a sock. Ain't find a piece of fabric. Nothing. Ain't find nothing.
They're definitely not going to find cell data placing him there, so... That's why I think it's just so funny. These people are like...
These news channels shouldn't even fucking report on this shit. Because nothing new is happening. Nothing. You could try to push down my throat that Bryan did this all the fuck you want. Anything. For fuck's sake. Find something.
That's why I haven't really been going live or anything, because like there's nothing going on.
You don't understand the feeling of knowing somebody that is being fucked by the system like this. Like this is royally. This ain't just somebody that that might have did some yada yada yada. A couple people know about it. The whole fucking world knows about this shit. And like, I want to have faith in the system. How can I, when this man is going on 3 years of his life is going to be gone, career gone, everything he worked for gone, everything fucking gone, because he went for a drive one night. I have to live with that. I have to live every day knowing that. And I gotta I make sure, I'm not in places at weird times and shit where later on, I'm not touching a lot of shit when I go places and stuff because, so this is fucked up, man.
Now they're going to say you're trying to avoid leaving your DNA because you're committing crimes. I mean, that's the thing. They literally try to make
anybody can say what the fuck
stuff.
They want about me. People say that I fucking, I care so much about Bryan being innocent because I did it or some shit. Yeah, track my fucking data. Call Cy. Call whoever the fuck you want. Tell them to track where the fuck my phone was and tell me where I was. That fuck, because I don't even know where the fuck I was. So you guys tell me where the fuck I was, right? Because I think Bryan, didn't do this shit. Fucking, that's what they do. They attack everybody. They think he comes at you and says, "Oh, you were staring at Bryan the whole time." Like that's the reason you think Bryan's innocent. Like,
so what if I was?
They don't get it, bro. They don't get that the reason is only because we just want the fucking justice system to do the right thing and for it to be correct and legitimate. And it's fucking just not. It's not. In some cases it is, but not 100% of the time.
They act like they're sticking up for the family and getting justice for the victims. What if you got the wrong guy? And you lied to the parents the entire time?
I knew this dude's mom, bro. Like fucking every other day I saw her in the fucking hall. Like, I knew these fucking people, dude. It's fucked up. So, and then I get to a point where I'm like, shit. At this point, his life's fucked anyway. I hope they do find something where, I can kind of say, all right, well, at least they got the right guy and he did it, and they have the sufficient evidence to show it. No, no, they haven't come out with nothing, and he's still in jail. He's still in jail.
Yep.
That's crazy to me. And then you have these idiots going live, just making up whatever fucking stories they want as evidence. I mean, all these hours of talking, the only thing that was brought up, and you gave Daniel, was the DNA. Nothing else has been said that law enforcement has backed yet that has shown anything different than the PCA. Nothing.
Nope.
So what the fuck are we doing?
I don't know. I have no
now
idea.
You understand why I haven't gone live.
I'm the same way.
Because it's crazy to me. It's just crazy to me. That Brian's even still in there. It's just, yeah. I thought they would find something, bro. Like, maybe he stashed a knife somewhere or fucking... No, man. They got the wrong guy. And, we have to sit here and watch them try to railroad him all these different fucking ways. It's a disgusting feeling, dude.
They have a car.
The individual on top of it is just gut-wrenching.
Yeah. They have a car that's white on camera driving by the house. But that's the wrong year. Cell phone towers that cover areas that they needed him to be driving back from Moscow. DNA, I guess. I have a hard time even thinking it'll be his DNA.
What if tonight somebody robs the fucking gas station down the road with this fucking kind of mask on, right? And fucking somebody reports that I was live with this mask on. I'm in jail. The whole world sees that I wore this mask. There's a fucking robbery down the road. Hey, it looks like I did it, right?
Yep.
So just like that, you could fucking be in a position and the wrong person. And I think, in my opinion, that's what happened to Brian.
Pretty much.
Unfortunately, in a quadruple homicide, not a fucking, robbery.
Yeah, I mean, either way, that's bad, for citizens and our society.
But I'm just saying, that's what they did. They took a little piece and they said, fuck it, it's him.
Yeah.
How can you do that, man?
I don't know.
He had no right to a fucking fair speedy trial. A speedy trial was never possible because the prosecution still doesn't have all their fucking ducks in a row. So how the fuck were they going to get their shit in a row in 6 months? So that was never possible. And then they didn't even give him a preliminary hearing. Just handcuffing this dude more and more of what he should be able to do in our legal system, and he's not, because they want to run to a grand jury because they got spooked, not by Bethany, but they got spooked by fucking what's it called? The data.
The cell stuff?
Yeah, they got dude, listen, Bethany's not what spooked the fucking spooked them to fucking go to a fucking grand jury, in my opinion. I believe it's the other information that and fucking brought up, and they were like, fuck this.
For sure.
Because the defense can't argue anything with the grand jury.
I'm sure what they did in the grand jury too was show the tower coverages and then Payne's possible route.
So when you have a preliminary hearing and the defense can argue and they have shit showing toppling your shit that you fucking deleted, right? Yeah. Then obviously you don't want to have a preliminary hearing. So everybody went right to, because of Bethany. What the fuck does Bethany have to do with anything?
Supposedly she has exculpatory evidence, but who knows what that is,
Yeah.
And she might. I don't doubt it, but they were definitely scared before that thing started coming around. Their case is so good. Why didn't you do the preliminary hearing? Why'd you hide from it? You could have shown the whole world, what you got.
Yeah.
They didn't want to.
Take a leak.
It's wild.
Yes, it is. I gotta go take a leak real quick. Be right back.
Do it. How is chat doing? Yeah, I mean, they say that the first time they had him on camera was at, 326 on Indian Hills Drive? And they don't even have the route for that. Where are the cameras at showing him passing by? They're not going to have that. Well, go on, Miss Potts. Chewing? I don't know, drunk kids running across the field? Or is that the runners? I don't think so, because the last thing I ate was right before I went live. I just think you're hearing things. What do you want, Brian? Hey, she's interested.
I just want to say Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison for trafficking to nobody.
To nobody?
Who's she trafficked to?
I mean, I don't know.
Exactly. Protect Senator Kennedy at all fucking costs, bro. That dude should never leave his fucking chair. I want him in his position forever.
Oh, from I saw like something, a clip he was talking about.
I watch all of it. I watch hours of him, bro.
Yeah.
I love that motherfucker. I wish he was like my grandfather. Oh, dude, he hates the fucking government. He's like, I want fucking answers to everything.
As he should.
Oh yeah, dude. Protect him at all fucking costs.
We'll never get that list.
No. He said something about it. And they fucking, dude, you should have seen the panic in the fucking FBI's eyes. They were like, yeah, what the? That's fucking sick, man.
It's all crazy.
It's just wild that they choose to protect people that do that shit because of money, because of fucking paper, bro, because of shit that you and I couldn't print ourselves.
Right.
Wild. Wild.
It's like everything, though. It only has value if people give it to it.
Exactly. That's why, like, you know, I just look at money like it could get you shit that, you know, you could do shit with. But if you fucking learn to self-sustain, you don't need a lot of money unless you want to fucking go, you know, do wild shit forever. But you see, like, how many athletes go broke and all kinds of shit because they do everything that you think you can do with money, and then that's
They
it.
waste it all.
Yeah, the smart ones just live and fucking chill and invest, and you know.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, well, at one time, money didn't exist.
I know, you just bartered and stuff.
Yeah, if you like something I had, I like something you had, we fucking trade something for it, you know, like. And then all of a sudden people were like, oh, okay, so now these coins are, but it made sense because you know, gold is still worth, you know, just think about it. Gold and silver are worth money. But at one point, gold and silver were money. And then at one point, our dollar was backed by silver, correct?
Gold.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are
It's actually kind of funny. Is like back in the day.
Are you sure on the dollar it doesn't say backed by 1 ounce silver and shit?
Oh, you mean like on the dollar itself? Well, you could like exchange it, but the dollar was backed by gold until Nixon or something in the 60s or 70s. I can't remember.
Gotcha. So you see how it was backed by the shit that now is worth more than the money itself. Oh boy.
Yeah.
A lot more. So,
well, that's what I was saying. Like, you used to get like you'd use like a gold coin to buy like a loaf of bread, and now you could like buy a house with a gold coin.
Yeah, exactly.
Because gold is so expensive now, you know.
Yeah. So I got to figure out, dude. You know, I'm actually going to look into that because if I'm going to go out and fucking start camping and shit, I got to see if maybe there's some areas I can see, you know, if there's some gold. You know, I could do a little bit of fucking, what's that shit called? Fucking
mining?
No. When you got the fucking, when you got the fucking thing and the water's running and shit. Dude, even if I find a little nugget, even if I find the fucking microscopic nugget, I'll bug out, you know? That'll be just cool and fine. Yeah, I don't know what we got here in PA. I'm going to look to see, like, you know, if we got shit I can, like, crack open and find, like, those geo fucking things, you know, that are fucking sparkly.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff you can find.
Oh, I'll
should
do all
go
that
out.
stuff. I'm ready.
Should go out and find like whale vomit. Apparently, that's really expensive.
Yeah, no. See, I'm not going out there like fucking trying to find a needle in a haystack, though. I'm going into a fucking whale's. I thought about something, right? Think about this. Maybe, you know, if you ever want to just try this, you know, if you got like a week or two, we can just rent a boat, big boat. We need a big boat. So we get a whole bunch of bait, right? Like big ass fish, obviously. Like we would need buckets, right? We'd be pretty heavy going out. And we put a whole bunch of Iptec, I think it's called Iptec, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like a fuck ton, like barrels full of Iptec with the fucking bait. And then we pour it into the fucking, like we put the Iptec in pouches into the fucking fish. And then we dump the fish into where, like, you know, whales are and shit. We'll find a location, attract them. And then once they eat that shit, then they'll start fucking puking everywhere. And then we gather it.
That'd be sweet.
You know what I'm saying?
Just give it something to make it puke.
I mean, if you want whale vomit, I mean, that's the way I'm going to go get it. I'm not going to fucking go out there and try to find some shit floating around the fucking middle of You know how big the ocean is, bro?
It's
I'm going to make a Will puke no homo. You know?
I do know, or I heard of a place, I don't remember where it is, but somewhere, I think it's more in like the Midwest, but you can go mine diamonds.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If I was still in Arizona and shit, I'd fucking be looking at all that shit. There gotta be some out here in PA. I don't think so though, because I met this weird dude that he fucking collects rocks, but he sees like shapes in the rocks, and he thinks that like all rocks were like carved by like ancestors and shit. It's a dude I bought the fucking uncut Jordan card from, so he's a weird dude. But anyway, so I pretended to fucking, care about what the fuck he was talking about. And all of a sudden he goes upstairs and I look on his back fucking patio and he has like 1,000 rocks out there, dude. And I'm like, so like, can anything in PA be cracked open and found like inside? And he said no. And I think I'm going to believe him just because of how many fucking rocks he had. So I don't think there's any of those like geo crystals out here in PA, I believe, in this area, but I'll do my best to try to find something.
I'm sure there's something. I know in like Montana there's gold in the mountains.
Yeah.
But it's just like finding it.
I don't give a
That's
fuck,
the
dude.
hard part.
Why not? But listen, the whole time of finding it, you're fucking, chilling in nature and like, I mean, that's living. Chilling on the beach, chilling in the fucking woods, camping, chilling fucking,
Yep.
out of this fucked up society that we turned into.
Yeah, it's like only getting worse too, which is kind of scary.
Think about it. We'll think about like Woodstock, right? Woodstock would never be able to happen today. There'd be fucking shootings, fights. There'd be fucking riots. There'd be fucking all kinds of crazy.
Woodstock '99, it would be even worse than that.
Yeah, but okay, I understand people went nuts, but like the way people would go nuts now, it's just a different time. It's just a different type of nuts. It's to the extreme. They fucking shoot up fucking schools and they shoot up fucking, like that dude in Las Vegas. Everybody doesn't want to talk about anymore. That fucking let off bullets, into the crowd and shit. Whatever happened with that guy? That guy took like 50 guns into a fucking casino.
Well, they just stopped talking about it.
Remember that shit?
Yeah, it was nuts.
Jesus.
And then the mayor of Las Vegas or something is like the governor of Hawaii when all the fires happened. What? Coincidence? I don't know.
Some other weird shit happened about Hawaii. Someone like fucking Oprah. Was it Oprah? Oprah and somebody else. I forget what the fuck it was, but yeah, I think they gave the survivors, or not the survivors, but like the victims of like, fires and shit, like $20. It's disgusting what we do, bro. Like I saw a video today of like how much like these illegal immigrants are getting and shit, bro. It equals to like 13,000. Like they're getting like thousands a month in food stamps, bro. It's crazy. And then there was a veteran, this disabled veteran that they videoed, and he gets $23 a month in fucking food stamps. Like we are so ass backwards and headed in fucking a wrong direction. I don't give a fuck who they pick in November. We're too far gone, bro. Like Social Security is not going to be around when I'm, when you're older, when I'm older, we're not going to have any Social Security. If we don't save, we're fucked. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Well, I think either way, because like, what if you save and then they devalue the dollar or something?
That's why I said that's why I like to invest in assets and shit that people always want. But then if they devalue the dollar and people have money to spend on that shit, that's why I'm thinking about gold. But gold's been going up so much because of that. I'm waiting for the economy to get better and gold to go down, and then I'm gonna fucking just buy a fuck ton.
Yeah.
Because
how do you carry gold over borders though. That's the thing with like gold though. It's like
What?
you can't. If you want to leave to Greece, how are you carrying that on the plane?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Gold.
In my luggage?
Yeah, but gold is heavy, bro.
Okay, how about this? I'll drill a hole through it and stick a fucking chain through it and put it around my neck like fucking rappers do. What the fuck?
You have to get it through metal detectors if they even let you. You know,
Bro, you're
like
allowed to bring gold on a plane.
But in like war times and stuff, they like took everyone's gold, and it was like illegal for you to have it.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm saying you can bring. I brought gold on a plane. You can bring gold on a plane.
I know that, but if they're taking it all, then how would you bring it on the plane?
Yeah, but in what situation are they taking shit?
In like wartime and stuff, they've done it before.
Well,
in like
if they're
World
trying
War
to take my
II,
shit, then we're fighting.
in like World War II, they took everyone's gold.
Well, I mean, they can try to do that shit today, baby. It's different times today. Everybody got guns, so nobody's taking shit. I'm just saying, if I go to China, or if somebody from China comes here and we try to use each other's currency, it ain't gonna work. We got to exchange it, do this, that, and a third. But if I go to China, or somebody from China comes here, and we each have gold, we could buy some, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why not?
I think that's the cool thing with like Bitcoin, because you can take that anywhere in the world with you. You just have to know your numbers.
But what if the grid goes down? See, I like a tangible fucking item.
No, I'm with you.
You know, I mean, you saw what happened with the fucking planes. What's crazy is, like, again, my mother's a dick, but it's just funny how, like, you know, when she flies here, the one day she chooses out of the fucking couple years to come out here, that fucking happens and the whole fucking grid gets hit. She gets like a fucking 9-hour delay. She's like, I had to sleep on the floor of the fucking airport. In my head, I'm like, good. And I'm like, aw, that sucks.
When
but
that internet thing was down, I forget what
when
that
the airports
program
were
was. Yeah.
Yeah,
That stuff's
dude,
wild. That just shows
that's
like
fucked
how dependent they've made the system on it. Like,
we all are.
What if it goes down? Well, I mean, like, I don't want to be.
Where do you check your fucking bank balance? Where do you fucking pay your bills? Where do you? It's all on your. So but here's the thing though.
My point was, that's not my choice.
I ain't paying my shit.
Right. That's not my choice, though. I didn't decide to make that. They've designed the system to be dependent on it.
Exactly. Believe it or not, I still have a debit card that is backed by the FDIC without a chip in it. Believe it or fucking not. And they keep trying to send me one with a chip in it. I won't fucking let them until 2025. But anyway, aside from that, yeah. So if shit goes down and we can't fucking pay bills online, yada yada, that's on them. Fuck it. We just living.
Right.
I'm shutting my phone off and just fucking not paying nothing. You can send me, and then they're gonna try, and then the mail system's gonna start again, and then it ain't gonna fucking work. So, yeah, that would cause mayhem, bro. But like I said, it just happened. It happened in a small manner. Imagine a huge manner in like a war fucking time thing. You know, if like Russia or China hits us.
That's why it was so funny when they were talking about like shutting things down for COVID. I'm like, do you know how fast that society goes down? Like even like a week. Our grocery stores only hold like 3 days worth of food typically.
Yeah, well look at China. They tried it and they almost fucked themselves.
Yeah.
They were locking people in their fucking apartments.
No, they were like locking their doors like with chains and stuff so they couldn't leave. That was wild.
That's what I'm saying. They put like a fucking like. Yeah, well, I think what they did is they would put like a fucking like, imagine like a tape thing like across the door where your door meets the wall, and if that thing's fucking breached, when they come back and check, then they come in and fucking take your ass to a camp.
Yeah,
Australia was getting there.
Australia was wild too.
They were like, yo, let's fucking make fucking camps and shit for people that fucking. I was like, yo, what the fuck? People need guns.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds nice, but America had guns. They let it happen.
No, what do you mean? I didn't see anybody getting put in no fucking camps. What'd they do? I mean, what they do? Nobody went to work, okay?
There were still like.
No, seriously.
I think there were like, Hawaii had, like, if you flew to Hawaii, you had to stay in a hotel or something for a week or two before you could go out.
Well, I understand the quarantine, but I'm talking about them trying to fucking force us into fucking camps and shit. I didn't see that going on because there would have been shots fired and fucking shit would have went down. But in other countries like Canada, Australia, and listen, I'm not bullshitting here, so I'm not looking at chat. So if anybody's mad, whatever. But I'm just going by what I saw on video.
No, there was a bunch of crazy stuff going on all over the place.
Fuck yeah, dude. You kidding me? They should talk about those 2-3 years forever. How the whole world got fucking tricked.
Yep. Lockdowns, couldn't go to work. They're talking about like literally locking down everything for like 2 weeks at the start. And I'm like, you guys do understand grocery stores don't have food. So who's shipping the groceries across state lines or to your grocery store? Yeah. Like people are so unprepared for everything. Like I remember growing up on the west side and, the entire time growing up, they'd be like, Mount Rainier could blow at any time. Like you need to have a week's worth of food and water in your house just in case.
That's why people are pissed at me. Like, sorry, it's fucking supply and demand. I put a box of fucking, like a box of 20 N95 masks on eBay and they'd bid up to like $450, bro.
Yeah.
Like no bullshit. And then eBay stopped allowing the sales of N95 masks. Everybody did. Fucking Facebook Marketplace, eBay. So I had to literally. So how I did it was I was making eBay posts, basically the header saying, "Don't fucking buy this. Look at the description," and then in the description would be my website. And then you went to my website, and I was selling them for like I don't know, $300-$400 a box, whatever the fuck they were, and. So the whole time everybody's freaking out, I'm in my fucking crib, fucking just packing boxes, shipping out N95 masks, fucking all over the world, dude. It was great.
Yeah, that was wild. There was some dude from New Mexico or Texas, I can't remember, but he drove like all around the states and bought like all of the hand sanitizer.
Yeah, see, I didn't fuck with that because that's alcohol.
But he was marking it up and selling it, and eventually like the FBI shut him down or something like that.
Yeah, because it's
everyone
alcohol.
was freaking out.
Because it's alcohol. So, price gouging happens everywhere. Every time you go to the grocery store, every time you go to Walmart, every time you go anywhere. Obviously that company's getting it from a company that's getting it from a company that's making the fucking shit, right? So, I was just putting it on eBay and I put it for $1 and then 100 people would bid it up to fucking $300-$400. I'm not fucking bidding it up, right? Yeah. So I let the public decide the cost. And that was the average market price at the time. So I wasn't doing nothing wrong, But Trump kept talking about fucking masks. I freaked out and I stopped selling them.
Try to mask.
Every other day he was talking about fucking N95 masks that they need more and more and more. And I'm like, fuck. Like, I know where to get a whole warehouse full. I ain't telling nobody. Oh, shit. I don't even know where I met this dude, but I met a guy that fucking knew a guy that had a whole fucking a quarter of a warehouse full of them, and I was paying like $25 a box, I think. Yeah, $25 a box, and I kept going back to the dude, and I show up with more and more cash, and he was like, "What the fuck are you doing with these?" I'm like, "Don't worry about it. Just fucking give me the fucking bag."
I got to use a lot of masks, bro.
Yeah, dude, a little Jewish guy from Strasbourg. Nice guy. But yeah, because I knew everybody was going to freak the fuck out. That's exactly what happened. It's crazy. I'm not I don't say I'm a psychic or nothing, but I can see when shit's going to hit the fan, and I knew it from how Italy was acting. They were bugging out over there, bro.
I saw Italy and I was like, yeah, why are we worried about this?
They were like, 80,000 people are dying a day here. I'm like, oh fuck. They're making up the numbers. we're about to do it too.
That was crazy. People just went along with it. That's the problem, though, is because people will believe what they're told. And when you tell it to them, the first person that tells them is what they'll believe. That's why a lot of people think that Brian's guilty, because they were told it originally.
Well, I figured, okay, if this shit, if this shit's that contagious, then everybody's fucked anyway because of money. So we're all fucked because we all touched money today. So, and all of a sudden they said it's not on surfaces. Oh, imagine that. So then they put up fucking barriers where you're talking to somebody through a glass and then you're handing them money that you just touched. Like, what the fuck? That's nuts, dude.
It is.
That's
it's super nuts. It's so easy to manipulate most people.
It's just nuts that it happened, because if we talked about some shit like that going down, we'd be laughing and joking about it. And this shit actually happened, bro. And Fauci fucking is nowhere to be found. So sorry, I was wrong.
He shouldn't be. No, that's literally everything about that was just nuts. I couldn't believe people fell for that shit.
I can. What do you mean, bro? If they fucking said an asteroid was coming in 26 days all over the news tomorrow, everybody's bugging the fuck out. So what do you mean you can't believe people fall for it?
Everything is crazy.
Not crazy. It's all about information and how it's fucking.
No, it's just like how human psychology works. And this is the thing when they base it off of like a popularity contest. Essentially, that's what voting is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But most people are easily manipulated. So you just manipulate the people the way you want.
Yeah. Well, that's why it's like, I'm not either, bro. I'm not a fucking Democrat. I don't register as anything. I just fucking register to vote, And but I'm also in the reality of I've lived under both administrations and my life was better under one of them. So when I go to the booth, I'm going to vote for when my life was fucking better and I was making more money instead of how I feel. And if we all do that, who knows? We might get on track. But, dude, I'm telling you, bro, we might be fucked. I might get out of here. No bullshit. Because like you said, when our money's not worth anything in countries that it's worth the world to, then we're in trouble, bro.
Oh, yeah. And that's coming.
Of course it's coming.
When they started letting the BRICS form and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is like our leaders are just dumb. They're not dumb, but because they do it all to benefit themselves. And then when
dumb, it's just we're in with so many other countries. It's fucked.
When society collapses, they'll just leave anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll have fucking cities inside the mountains and shit.
Yeah, they have the money, It's all about sucking up all the money from the poor, and then you devalue it, and you're like, well, whatever, I'm out.
What's crazy, dude, I watched a crazy fucking movie. You gotta watch it if you haven't seen it. I swear to fucking God, you will not fucking regret it. It's called 13 Sins. Have you seen it?
13 Sins?
13 Sins.
SINS?
SINS.
Yeah, I have not.
Please watch that movie. It will blow your fucking it has an amazing fucking storyline, but the general plot is kind of like what me and you are speaking of now. But that's not like, I'm not gonna fucking say anymore. You just gotta. I know you don't watch a lot of movies, but bro, you have to fucking watch this movie.
I'll see if it's on my box.
I mean, he is a sort of well-known actor. I just can't think of his name. He was in the movie Rampage, which I don't know if you ever seen, where the dude goes nuts and he fucking shoots up the town and shit like that with Kevlar and all kinds of shit.
I think I have seen that.
Yeah, it's that guy. But Great movie, bro. 13 Sins. Fucking. I put it in my top 20 now. Fantastic.
I'm listening to a Gak video right now. He said twizzle stick or twizzle dick. Oh
Twizzle
man.
dick.
I think that they think like it bothers me or something. I don't know.
What you mean? Twiz watches movies. Twiz
Twiz
don't know too many
let's
movies.
cover this first. Twizzle stick or twizzle dick is reading this. Okay,
Who's
this is
that?
important. So this is the part that's important in my
Gak, get a clue.
related to this. It's
Oh, yeah,
it's
this
Jason
motherfucker
LeBar's
has a
statement.
problem
He
with me.
read
I
the whole
never
thing. I
talked
don't
to
think
him.
the whole thing needs to be read, and the part related to the GPS needs to be read.
It's so funny.
It sounds too. He sounds too much like Jeff.
If I can
But
find
yeah,
it.
this motherfucker's talking shit on me. The one day Dickie showed me, I'm like, I never even spoke to this person.
Well, that's, I mean, he was talking shit on me. I mean, I guess I did go in and call him an idiot for talking shit to Heather.
Oh, here we go. So, Kohburger.
But that was
arrived in
actually
Pennsylvania
after
in
he
mid-December,
copied my
LeBar
towers.
said.
So
His father. Now look at how she keeps saying
Sounds like a
LeBar
moron,
said,
bro.
LeBar said, LeBar said. His father.
Yes,
So
your
everything
mother
here
said.
is what LeBar says. So unless LeBar
Your mother.
said something that Kohburger said, like Kohburger said this, then it means that just it's LeBar saying it. That's the way you need to understand that with this interview, okay? So Kohburger arrived in Pennsylvania in mid-December, LeBar said. His father flew to Washington to make the drive back with his son in what LeBar said was a trip planned before the start of the school year. LeBar said father and son left Pullman sometime between December 13th and December 16th in an effort to beat the incoming snowstorm. Bryan isn't denying he was in Pullman through mid-December, LeBar said. He also said he assumes law enforcement has his GPS data available through his mobile phone.
Why
So
is he
that's
talking to
LeBar
his
saying
fucking
that. It's not
people like
Bryan
they're
Kohberger
retarded?
saying that. So Jason
'Cause they
LeBar is
probably
saying,
are, I don't know.
She should have said here, LeBar said,
It's like he's talking to a 3-year-old.
LeBar said he assumes law enforcement has Bryan Kohberger's GPS data
And the
available
kitty
through his
jumped
mobile
out of the
phone.
tree.
That's LeBar conjecturing that. It's not Bryan Kohberger saying that. Okay, so I think everybody's misinterpreting this. Bryan Kohberger, there's no evidence from this. There's no evidence that Bryan Kohberger said that. There's no evidence that Bryan Kohberger told LeBar, hey, my GPS.
he also said he assumes. That would be LeBar saying he assumes law enforcement has his GPS data available through his mobile phone. In my opinion. The wording is weird, though. It can go both ways.
My mobile phone will show them where I was. That doesn't say this. It doesn't even say Bryan Kohberger said this. It says LeBar said this. And so LeBar's just conjecturing.
But what did he say the sentence before?
So I think you got that wrong, folks. And another reason I think you have it wrong is because of Ann's alibi document. Now, I truly believe that they don't have the GPS data. And if they don't have the GPS data, I don't think it's because law enforcement is withholding it from them. I believe they don't have the GPS data because it doesn't exist for that early morning. And the only reason it would not exist for that early morning is because his phone was powered down. And this is the segue into Swamp Rose's, coverage of Clue Streak's old video. Was because Clue Streak said at the time, because he didn't
GPS turned
a
off?
year ago or 8 months ago. It was a year ago. It was about a year.
It's amazing how they haven't figured
Clue
out.
Streak didn't realize about this alibi.
I don't really know what
document that Ann put
Get a
out,
Clue
that
thinks about
Bryan Kohberger was out driving around in the early morning.
Bryan's
And
innocence
I
or
don't know
guilt.
what this person thinks at all. I just know the shit they said about me, and they can fuck off.
Had thought that
So they can think he's innocent, guilty,
C-H-A-I,
amazing.
not C-H-I.
Fuck this person.
This is your host, Special
Cocksucker.
Agent Kent Papa Bro Packerberger. Your
Kent
favorite AI
Paka
Will better be, right?
Bro Cockaburger. I don't even know what he said.
Cocksucker.
I have to address this with Swamp Rose here. I think Swamp Rose at this point is just playing with me. Okay, so this is just play.
Oh.
And I don't know why, but I guess this is what she considers fun. So, okay,
I hope
we'll have
she's
fun. Let's
fucking
have
with
fun
you.
with this. You want to have fun. So, I keep seeing that she's referencing me in my mentions. Otherwise, I really don't go to your channel, Swamp.
I'm just curious what else he said
but
about
I see
me.
you're unmentioned, so I go to your channel.
I'm sure he does go to your channel, Swamp.
And I guess unmentioned, so you can stick me up there kind of like Amicus Curiae did, so all the trolls on YouTube can come out and pillory me like they do, the cowards that they are. So I'm looking at your commentary to your video here, to this video, and it's just
they're not cowards if they're coming out and saying shit to you.
Issued threats against me. I see you're in another video with A.R. Hayes, who has issued threats against me. Not cool, Swamp Rose, not cool. Have I been critical of you at my venue? Yes, I have, but constructively. I've done it constructively.
Cool, constructively. Well, maybe they just were constructively wanting to rearrange your face. That is construction, right?
Like that. I strictly discuss things you're saying and doing. Okay, and that's it, because that's fair game. But these other jackasses that you have and you hang with, they're scumbags. Okay, they are scumbags. They are cowardice.
Ooh, scumbags
and harassers.
And this guy sounds like a drama queen, bro.
And for those of you who want to know, Swamp Rose is in the commentary here too to this video, telling people, well, maybe you better think twice about going to his channel, which is fine. I don't want them at my channel, Swamp Rose, believe me. But
well, sorry, we didn't get the memo.
It's really triggering on a scale of 1 to 10. Giving it a 10 is triggering. What was so triggering about it, Swamp Rose?
This guy sounds like he has some issues, bro.
That made about the Palestinians? Is that what was triggering about it? Because you feel offended that I would take umbrage with somebody saying that Palestinian women and children should be buried beneath rubble? You think that's triggering? That's something terrible for me to say?
That's fucked up.
What exactly was triggering about the video? The rest of the video, aside from that introduction related to Puberati's disgusting commentary related to Palestine, was about the sighting of Suspect Vehicle 1, or allegedly Suspect Vehicle 1, per the probable cause affidavit 244
War is ugly, but
on the Washington State University campus.
Who the fuck would ever say some shit like that?
And you say that's triggering? Whatever. But it's fine. I'm actually glad you dissuaded them from coming to my comment section. Not that they're not already there.
Whatever, bro.
So just so you know, folks.
He sounds like the whitest dude I've ever heard in my life.
I know Heather Fitzgerald. I love comments here, but I don't believe you, Heather.
Oh, there you go, Heather.
You have no ill will against me. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You hang with Twizzle Dick, and that dude is a troll of the highest order. Right? He is an absolute troll of the highest order. I can't stand that mofo.
Oh no, he can't stand me.
Mofo.
He's a scum. So
Scum mofo.
I believe you're janking on me. I believe you're screwing with me like so many others.
Brand new toothpaste.
That's what you kind of people do. That's your character.
And it's sensitivity and gum.
That's your character. So be it. Accept it. At least acknowledge it. Jesus, don't hide from it. That's why you're cowards.
We're cowards. I don't even watch his shit. How am I a coward?
That's what that means. Substantial countervailing on it. I have no doubt Swamp Rose down with it because she considers this triggering.
Hey, do we have his email? Because I'll invite him
on.
on.
Triggering for all of them. So whatever. But let's go over your video, Swamp Rose. Swamp Rose also has her defenders that come into my comment section and say she's not a guilter. I've been labeled a guilter by my detractors, which is ironic to anybody else who has.
Translucent put out a post saying "Twiz Gang." Got to watch out for Twiz Gang. So we're a gang now.
More than I can listen to fucking what's his name.
For two reasons related to this video. So the first part of the video, she and her friend Twizzle Dick here goes over the
Twizzle Dick here.
LaBar statement. Jason LaBar statement about what Bryan Kohberger, about Bryan Kohberger. I have the.
Your mother.
So he reads this effectively, and I think that they potentially misinterpret this, and I think especially so since now we know what's come to light with Ann's alibi document, because all clue streaks analysis and my analysis too related to that document indicates to me that they do not have GPS data.
No.
Which indicates to me that either his phone ran out of battery or it was powered down for the period of time that law enforcement said it was powered down for that 2-hour period of time. Which is curious. That doesn't make him guilty of the crime, but it is curious. I mean, it does slightly raise a bit of an eyebrow for me. Okay, I don't take it to the full extent that the Turkey Show Daniel does. But nonetheless, I mean, if I were to do an analysis on his phone for all these night drives that he conducted, would I see that he powers down his phone? And if I never saw any indication that he's powered down his phone before or the battery went out on the phone before during his night drives, and then yet this is the one night that it does, that would raise my eyebrow a little further. Would it make him guilty? No, but as an investigator, it would raise that eyebrow a little further. But that's as far as I would take it. I wouldn't say in my mind, he's the killer, then he's the killer. He must have done it, because look at his phone really was off. I mean, no. There'd have to be so much more. And that so much more is not prevalent. It's not here. We don't see it. It's not revealed. And I don't believe like folks like Viviana, another guilter, who says, the PCA is only 10% of what they really have. Nonsense. That's bull. We'll cover that in another video, by the way.
Ooh, I want to watch that, actually.
But anyway.
I like Viviana. She's dumb as hell.
Swamp Rose found some old footage of clue streaks that I have in my operating system. But
so he actually thinks Brian is it.
So of clue streaks, old footage. So
what the fuck? I'm so confused. This problem is that
I have no idea where he stands.
Was reading this. Okay, this is important. So this is the part that's important, in my opinion, related to this. It's Jason Labar's statement. He read the whole thing. I don't think the whole thing needs to be read. And the part related to the GPS needs to be read.
I like that part. They read the whole thing, but the whole thing doesn't need to be read. Just read the GPS part. I literally asked if we should at the start of that, so.
Oh, here we go. So Kohburger arrived in Pennsylvania in mid-December, Labar said. His father, now look at how she keeps saying Labar said, Labar said, Labar said. His father, so everything here is what Labar says. So
oh my God.
Labar said something that Kohburger said, like Kohburger said this, then it means that it's Labar saying it. That's the way you need to understand that with this interview, okay? So Kohburger arrived in Pennsylvania in mid-December, Labar said.
I actually couldn't understand that if he didn't explain it.
And what Labar said was a trip planned before the start of the school year. Labar said father and son left Pullman sometime between December 13th and December 16th in an effort to beat the incoming snowstorm. Bryan isn't denying he was in Pullman through mid-December, Labar said. He also said he assumes law enforcement has his GPS data available through his mobile phone. So that's Labar saying that. It's not Bryan Kohberger saying that. So Jason Labar is saying, she should have said here, Labar said he also,
Bryan isn't denying he was in Pullman through mid-December, Labar said. He also said, but it was Labar saying it before, that he assumes law enforcement has his GPS data available through his mobile phone. So, I don't know. It could go both ways, though. The wording is really weird.
Labar said he assumes
it just seems more likely to me, because, like, why would Labar assume he had his GPS data?
Kohberger saying that. Okay, so I think everybody's misinterpreting this. Bryan Kohberger, there's no evidence.
Well, Sigma Chai is the smartest person on the planet, so I guess we're wrong.
My GPS data on my phone, through my mobile phone, will show them where I was. That doesn't say this. It doesn't even say Bryan Kohberger said this. It says Labar said this. And so Labar's just conjecturing. So I think you got that wrong, folks. And another reason I think you had it wrong is because of Ann's alibi document. Now, I truly believe that they don't have the GPS data. And if they don't have the GPS data, I don't think it's because law enforcement is withholding it from them. I believe they don't have the GPS data because it doesn't exist for that early morning. And the only reason it would not exist for that early morning is because his phone was powered down. And this is the segue into Swamp Rose's, coverage of Clue Streak's old video. Was because Clue Streak said at the time, because he didn't, this was, a year ago, or 8 months ago. It was a year ago. It was about a year ago. Clue Streak didn't realize about this alibi document that Ann put out, that Bryan Kohberger was out driving around in the early morning. And when Clue Streak found that out, he was floored. He was floored because theretofore Clue Streak had thought that Bryan Kohberger was in his apartment the whole time. And here come to find out he's out driving around, which raised eyebrows, 2 eyebrows for Clue Streak. So that was before Ann released, well before Ann released any kind of alibi document. So, about him out driving around. So Clue Streak thought, well, one thing that can prove this on his phone would be the metadata, okay? So, but not just the metadata. So the metadata can be confusing because the metadata, so Clue Streak went into this long explanation about what metadata was. He found articles that explained it. And metadata is just data about data. So the metadata of the phone, for example, will be able to tell whether or not Bryan Kohberger shut his phone off, powered it down, in other words, during this 2-hour time frame. It will be able to show, if he didn't do that, that the battery went dead instead. It will be able to show that. It will be able to show if he put it in airplane mode during this time. Okay, or be able to show that it wasn't any of those and that it was just, it was just active, and therefore it must have been out of cell phone range, because that would be the only other reason it could be on and active, just not communicating with cell towers, because it was out of cell tower range, which is easy to do around there from what we know. So, in that area.
True.
So, I surmise that his phone was not in airplane mode, and instead was powered down.
Powered down. Got it.
Because there's no GPS data. And because otherwise there'd be some kind of, the metadata has to show it one way or another. It's interesting that she keeps she's so
Why not the
cell
phone timing data?
VIA, the gag order. I mean, if this was a Karen Reed case, we'd know this now. But we don't know it because of Ann. We don't know it. She's being so cagey. And this I'm going to tell you, folks, this bothers me.
Ann Taylor's being cagey.
It is bothersome to me that she has this gag order in place and everything is so obscured. And I know a number of the guilters, but I think, pro-burgers think this too, that, everything will be revealed at the trial. I disagree. I think that's a myth. Think about the prosecution for the Karen Reed trial. If you took that tack and said everything will be revealed at trial, nothing was revealed at trial that anybody didn't already know. That was a myth. There was nothing more revealed at trial. What was revealed at trial is the prosecution didn't have a case against Karen Reed for the most part. And what was revealed at trial by the defense, which was they were saying all along, is that these taillight pieces were planted. The evidence was planted. So I think it's a myth And it's illogical to say, oh, you have to wait for the trial, everything to be revealed then. No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think we know more than would ever be discussed at trial at this point. Seriously. So if you think that's going to be the case related to the trial, you're going to be sadly disappointed. Sadly disappointed. It's going to be a major letdown for you. So Swamp Rose here in her video, well, I don't know if she's hiding this at this point, but in explaining airplane mode to people, I was using an article, and in the article they discussed a sleeve you can put your cell phone into. It was a device that they were, it's called a Toka, I think. This article, it was almost like an advertisement at the same time, but it was informative as well. So it's kind of like an infomercial for their product Toka. And they were describing how, like, even if you put your phone in airplane mode, it's still, it won't communicate with cell towers, but it still communicates with satellites. And so their product, therefore, would help you with that. You know, and my thinking at the time was, well, why the hell wouldn't you just, if that's the case, why the hell wouldn't you just, just shut your damn phone off? You don't want to be tracked. I mean, what's the point of buying their product? I still don't get that. It doesn't make any sense to me why you would want to fit. It's effectively a Faraday cage for your phone, this product, Toka. And there's many knockoffs that do the same thing. So they're right here, as a matter of fact. You see, there's so many of them. So at the time, months ago, Swamp Rose took that.
Do it. Have a good night.
She was full on.
All right, bro. I checked tomorrow.
At that time.
All right,
so she took
good.
this and ran with it. And she's making fun of me at the same time. In the video. You can see the little captions.
Good night.
She's making fun of me. And she's making fun of Bryan Kohberger. She's got him in the jumpsuit always, as always. And people said, oh, no, she's switched sides now. I don't agree. I think she's a little softer now, but she's still the same. She keeps playing this video proudly, so I don't think it's changed that much with her. Okay, she's softened on her guilt, but she's smoothed the edges of it, but she's still leaning in the guilty direction. So she claims another way that this could be done, that his phone goes dark for these 2 hours and doesn't have GPS data and isn't communicating with cell towers, is that he bought one of these sleeves, these Faraday cage sleeves, for his cell phone. Now, I remember at the time when she did this video, I just thought, this person's not serious. I'm not going to take this person seriously. It's just ludicrous. It's like this happens with guilters. If you come up with a challenge to them in any way, the retort that they come up with is one step closer to absurdity. Okay, so they double down on absurdity. And I'm sorry, but that's just absurd to me to say that he would have taken a sleeve. That you're saying that he planned all this. That this was all planned. And then you get into the whole thing, well, if it was all planned, why did he make so many stupid mistakes he did? And then they have to come up with an absurd explanation for that. Well, because he can be all things to us at any given time. We need him to be whatever we need him to be. And they become just a ball of contradictions. And I'm not going to do that. I don't want to be a ball of contradictions. I do want the truth here. And I'm telling you right now, I'm pissed at Anne because I can't get to the truth. And I don't think I'm going to get to the truth at trial because she has her client's best interest at heart. And so if the truth of the matter isn't in her client's best interest, then she's not going to reveal the truth. So we're not going to get the truth. And this is what I don't like about attorneys. I will always not like this about attorneys. And so I know, like many of you, we want the truth here. It doesn't mean he's guilty and we can face this truth. But was his phone powered down? Right now, I'm going to say I think it was. I don't think it was a Faraday bag. I think his phone was powered down. And that could be because of battery or it could be because he powered it down. One or the other. I'm going to say I find it hard to believe it's battery. Because I believe he was in his car. You know, when it stopped communicating with the network at 2:47 a.m. I believe he was in his car. Well, if you're in your car, your phone's not going to be powered down. You can power it up in your car.
What if he didn't have a cord gack?
And he seems like a fastidious guy, so I think he'd be one of those people that, had the accoutrements to power up his cell phone if it went dead. So, therefore, I believe he powered down his cell phone for 2 hours. And only he knows that, and I don't even know if his attorney knows this at this point.
AT&T records know that too.
The metadata. So this is why Clue Streak always said, and I'll say it too, I don't know of what kind of value Cy-Ray can be here.
Oh.
If the phone was powered down for 2 hours, how is Cy-Ray going to show him as being somewhere else during this time frame? Through historical cellular data analysis. That's impossible. It can't show an alibi if his phone was powered down.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
There can be no alibi then. I mean, the only possible way that I can think of is that because remember, the video yesterday that was so triggering for Swamp Rose, and she has to warn, these freaks, these bipolar freaks in her comment section, not to go there because it's triggering. That video that went through the analysis of, is this his vehicle at 2:44 a.m. and 2:53 a.m., and how that the state's saying it is, and the state's narrative, the state's case is a chain of events, right? And so if it's a chain, it's only strong as its weakest link. And so if Anne can somehow miraculously prove that he was actually in Wawawe Park, or close to Wawawe Park. I would say in Wawawe Park. At the time of 2:44 and 2:53 a.m. when they're saying that the state is saying that he's on campus at Nevada Street and Stadium Way, if she can somehow prove that, I don't know how she could prove that without the GPS data. She couldn't prove it to me without the GPS data. I would tell you that much.
There's fucking cameras.
And then once again, you have to consider, well, then is law enforcement lying about the cellular resources that captured his phone at 2:42 a.m. near Steptoe Apartments? Resources, like Viviana said, which, you know, it's not clearly saying tower, it's saying resources. And then again at 2:47 a.m., consistent with it traveling south through Pullman, and then it goes dark. Is Ann going to be able to prove that that means he was, you know, near Wawawe Park? I kind of
I
doubt
thought
it.
this homeboy was smart.
I doubt that. So sans that, it means that he had to be close to where that cellular activity was, I suppose. I don't know, but somewhat close. And so therefore, he's in his car and powering down then. Why? You know why? But either way, you can't provide an alibi from that. Unless, like I just said, they can prove he's so far away when the state says those, you know, that cellular activity is 2:42 a.m. and 2:47 a.m., and then the vehicle being captured at 2:44 a.m. and 2:53 a.m. if it's not Bryan Kohberger's, if they're claiming he's somewhere near Wawawe, and there's no way since he was near Wawawe that he could get from Wawawe if he left then all the way to Moscow in time to, you know, be captured on video in 787 Indian Hills Road at 3:23 a.m. or something like that, 3:25 a.m.,
3:26,
yeah, something to that
buddy.
effect. At the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive. There's no way you could get to Wawawe Park to there if he's, you know, he would have to leave right then. I don't even think he could make it in 40 minutes. So, yeah, I don't think he could do it. There's no way he could have done it. So, But Faraday Cage, no way, Swamp Rose. No way, Swamp Rose. But let's watch it.
She's not even saying that Daniel is.
So now
He
that
says it
we've
in a little
listened
bit.
to that article, and I will link Twiz's channel below in the comments and in the
Yeah.
description. So please go.
Hey, thanks
visit
for the
his channel.
shout out,
He's got a lot of
Gak.
great content.
Right, he has great content. Great content. And he's not triggering. All right, he's not triggering. Twiz is all for the genocide of the Palestinians. He's not triggering. How could anybody not be for that? How could anybody say anything about the genociding of the Palestinians? That's so triggering.
The cast, and like I said, he does cover the hearings live, so he kind of has an inside look at what's going on. But I'm going to move on to another clip by another YouTube creator that goes by the name Sigma Chai. His handle is Brent Kohburger, and you might know his voice.
No, it's Kent Papa Bro Packerberger, and I'm a special agent, I have you know, all right? So come on, Swamp Rose. How many times? How many times before you get this right, all right?
Yeah, your
Special
name's
Agent
not that
Kent
important.
Papa Bro Packerberger. Please get it right. Good grief. How come you got Twizzle Dicks right?
He formerly had a channel called.
How are you going to complain about your
now
name
called
and then say
Goncalves,
mine like
and
that?
all of his videos are private. However,
No, it's not. It's not called that. It doesn't exist any longer, okay? And all the videos, sans the Nevada Street video, have quite literally been deleted. Delete it.
his new channel, Sigma Chai, is really good. It's a little bit more edgy than his last channel, and I'll link that in the description again below, and I will also link it in the comments section. So Get a Clue did a rebuttal video regarding a metadata video I did several months back. I think it is.
It wasn't. So that's you're not remembering that correctly. I never did any rebuttal video to you. It was just I did a metadata video, and you did a video lampooning it.
Well, we'll look now. It was 8 months ago. But his information is so relevant and tell you the story and tie that in some of the things we were talking about when it comes to motive. So we're going to begin with Get a Clue. And
So I'm waiting for the doggy. I do love her doggy. I love dogs. Okay, I'm sorry. I love dogs. I love doggies. And
Oh,
she
we
has
have
a
something in
really cute
common.
starting with his Substack article, and I've linked the Substack and his YouTube channel below. Let's hear what he has to say. With the
There it is. Hey, look at that cute doggy.
metadata theory.
So I would assume they turned that over, but she's got a little smile on her face. She's being coy, and she's like, his metadata theory, his metadata theory. Okay, whatever, Swamp Rose. I don't know if I can assume anything related to this case any longer. Can you? What is phone metadata digital evidence? Simply put, it's ironic, Clue Streak saying that. I don't know if I can assume anything in this case anymore, because Clue Streak did assume. He assumed during the time of this analysis that he provided that Bryan Kohberger was in his apartment the whole time, and clearly he wasn't. And he assumed that Bryan Kohberger would, he was speaking to GPS data too as well, so it wasn't just metadata, it was GPS data as well. And he assumed that Bryan Kohberger would have had this GPS data. And so these assumptions, as we have shown, are now incorrect. That's why you have to keep refining, folks. That's why you have to keep refining and keep checking yourself, all right? As time goes by, we were able to rethink something and say, hey, we had that wrong, or we are availed of new information, and so we have to adjust our findings, okay? So this has changed somewhat. Metadata is data about data. A phone's metadata describes key facts about an individual data file, such as phone calls, photographs, texts, etc. With this data, you might reveal habits, activities, and interests, or even uncover a lie. So wait a minute, I gotta go back, because she's doing look at the little coy thing she does here. So it's, I'm just gonna say this is sneaky. This is very sneaky, Swamp Rose. It's not cool, right? It's not cool. Look at all the orange.
But his information is so relevant and tell you the story and tie that into.
So look at, you just had there. Let's talk motive.
Well, we'll look now. It was 8 months ago. But his information is so relevant and tell you the story.
Look at, she's doing subliminal. She pops these things up real quick. Let's talk motive. No, let's not talk motive. Why would we talk motive? I know you.
Why are you talking about motive? You're supposed to be talking about metadata.
You love to talk motive. I don't. That has nothing to do with the factual evidence. So I look at at the time. Prius. The jumpsuit once again. Look at, she's just everything's funny to her. Bryan Kohberger with the jumpsuit on and is saying and a double image. If not that, it would show that. And such a flattering picture, right? This is when she was hot and heavy into, she thinks there's a cut on his hand here. So she thinks this is in Pullman. Phone is with the vehicle, the suspect vehicle 1 and the phone are one and the same for all intents and purposes. They're one unit. And this is per the state's case. They are one unit. Meaning, and I agree with Clue Streak here that the state's case is car with the defendant with the phone. They are all one and the same. That trinity is one and the same.
Yep.
Okay, one and the same.
Somebody let True Crime Time know that.
This is Sundays for Dogs. Sundays is human-grade, air-dried dog food.
How about
90% meat.
I was mentioning dog, and it comes up with a dog commercial. Can be shown as to not being in Moscow or Pullman at the time of massacres because it's in a place of no cell coverage. Then that means suspect vehicle 1 is not the defendant's vehicle. You don't even have to identify it at that point. And if the defendant's vehicle, therefore, is not suspect vehicle 1, as the state believed it was heretofore, then the defendant was not there during the time of the massacre. He did not have opportunity. They want this ex parte with the judge so they can say, listen, this case should not go forward. This is a travesty of justice. This is a waste of the court's time. And of course, they never did have that ex parte with the judge. So that tells me that they don't have GPS data to prove him elsewhere. And I'm sorry, all these people that want to jump on Cy Ray's bandwagon and think that Cy Ray is going to prove an alibi, you're wrong. There's no way historical cell site data analysis is going to prove an alibi. GPS would. CSLI will not.
Okay, so I'm just going to pause here. So Get a Clue is doing a really good job.
Oh, these are two doggies. These are good doggies right here.
But he wasn't aware of one addition. If you remember back to the Sigma Chi video, we talked about that. Because when he was reading his Substack, he got down to the comment section, and that's when...
Oh no, Drunk Turkey Show is pushing this. That or the phone is in a dark bag and can't connect to towers, etc. Remember, the phone lost service in Pullman, where service would be strongest. No, we don't know for a fact that it lost service or that it stopped communicating with the network in Pullman. That we do not know, DTS, all right? I would like to see Cy Ray's analysis related to this to see what he says, where he thinks the phone was when the PCA says that the phone was using cellular resources consistent with the defendant being at Steptoe Apartments at 2:42 a.m. And then shortly thereafter at 2:47 a.m., showing it using cellular resources just south in South Pullman. So I would like to see Cy Ray's analysis of that to see how he repudiates that or refutes that or interprets that in another way, if he possibly interprets that in another way. So you're making an assumption there. And I think you're making a false assumption at this point. I think it's clear now, and this is the value of Cy Ray. Cy Ray, so far, is saying that their analysis appears faulty and that he cannot recreate what they did because he doesn't have all the data, but from what he's seeing so far, it appears faulty. Okay, so you can't make this assumption, Daniel. You do say some things that are right, but not this.
You can, in fact, not make
Daniel,
that assumption.
If you put it into the bag, theoretically, it's not communicating not only with cell towers, but it's not communicating with satellites either. That was the point of the article that I showed. Swamp Rose, and she cut the rest off, but she's the one that put forth this idea, and now she's allowing Drunk Turkey Show to run with it rather than herself because she's soft guilt now, remember? So now you can get proxies to lead the way with guilt rather than you leading the way with guilt.
A representative from Toka Pouches had left that comment, and I actually went to Toka after he made that, and I took some footage of their website and I included it. So if you rewind this live stream, you can go back to that and see. Yeah, Too Fast says, okay, it is true. If you stick your cell phone
This is bullshit, by the way. It's all bullshit.
in your sock and then wrap a
No,
little
it's
cord
not.
around your leg, it creates a
That's
magnetic field
100%
that the
real.
cell signals can pass through, nicknamed dark bag. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. If the metadata was in favor for BK, we would be hearing about it from them.
So I agree. I'm going to say I agree with Daniel here. Okay, I hardly agree with him on anything, but I agree with him on this. So Daniel says if the metadata was in favor for BK, we would be hearing about it from them. I think they would have mentioned it. You're right. I agree with Daniel. I think they would have mentioned it in that alibi document. And clearly from reading that alibi document, it seems to me that
Oh my God.
the metadata, and they don't
These guys
GPS
have
data.
no idea what Anna's doing. It is hilarious.
I think they have to have the metadata related to whether the phone was on or off or all that. But they don't have GPS data because the phone was powered down. So that's what I think, Daniel. The fact we don't means it's in favor of the prosecution. Well, no, that doesn't necessarily mean it's in favor of the prosecution, Daniel. Okay?
You can't stop Daniel from making up his story and assuming stuff.
But not just because it's not in the favor of the defense doesn't mean that it just swings to being in favor of the prosecution. It just means it's neutral. So if his phone's powered down, it's just neutral. I don't think that you can consider that favorable to the defense. I mean, to the prosecution. In my opinion, you can't. Right? However, it would have been favorable to the defense if, so let's call it GPS now. Let's separate out GPS from metadata, okay? There's overlap there, but they are distinct as well. Okay, so the GPS data, because the metadata is more than just GPS data, okay? So it's it can be more than that. So like I said, the metadata can be information that shows that you powered down your phone versus the battery went out, okay? Whereas GPS data is a form of metadata. It's just a form of metadata related to other data on your phone. This picture was taken at this location, okay? That location is data about that picture. And so I disagree with you there, Daniel. Daniel, it doesn't mean that's in favor of the prosecution. And because the defense is relying on cast, it says their case is weak. That is, well, not case is weak. It's certainly not as strong as they would want it to be. I wouldn't say weak. I'd say it's. Let's put it this way, Daniel. You're right in a sense. This is not. If they're relying on the cast, which they clearly are, and even if he uses his own track software, Cy Ray, it's not going to prove an alibi. Not like GPS would. GPS would be solid proof of an alibi. And I know you would concede that, DTS, right? Would you concede that, Daniel? Would you concede that?
No, because the GPS is only going to make him
who was
guilty.
Genuinely interested in truth and justice for all, you'd have to concede that the GPS would be a solid alibi. Now, I don't think you would concede it. I think you say, oh, well, he wasn't necessarily with his phone. He could have left it somewhere. Really? Really, he could have left his phone somewhere. Really. When if you think about that, Daniel, that wouldn't have made any sense, would it? Let's say the GPS data showed him at or around Wawa Park. Let's say, at or around Wawa Park at, let's say, 3 o'clock a.m. Do you think he would have just driven to Wawa Park, left his phone there, and then traveled all the way back to be captured on video at the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive at 3:20 something? You think that could be possible, Daniel? A drunk turkey show? I'll tell you right now, it's not possible.
I was going to say.
So you couldn't come up with
definitely
that excuse.
not
What
possible.
other excuse would you come up with then, Daniel? Would you come up with some of the crazy excuses that people said? Well, he gave the phone to somebody and then told that person to meet him south of Pullman in approximately 2 hours so that he could, see what I'm saying? You can't refute it, Daniel. You're not going to be able to refute it. I think it's irrefutable. I know you would try, and others like you would try, but it's irrefutable.
Somebody give me his
GPS
email
data
address
would
and
be a
I'll
solid
invite
ally.
him to like a shit on Daniel
But I agree
show.
with you. I don't think the defense has that. I think they have the metadata showing what was going on with the phone at that time, meaning was it powered down? Did it run out of battery? Was it in airplane mode? Was it, well, it could have been in airplane mode. It had to be powered down and run out of battery, like I said, because I don't think they have the GPS data.
The fact that we don't means it's in favor of the prosecution. And because the defense is relying on the cast, their case is weak.
She doesn't even know how to refute this. I don't think she even wants to. Because, like I said, I think she's soft-guilter. And this person is saying, yeah, it's true about Daniel Drunk Turkey Show. No, it's not true.
Does that say drunk turkey or too fast?
Jeff says he could have attached his phone to a dog. Maybe they have dog harnesses that you can put your phone on a dog. Maybe the data will show that BK was arrested in certain trees in the neighborhood. Well, I understand that it is a sarcastic comment, but I do want to remind everyone, you can't fake that. Your phone has a signature. The way you hold your phone, the way you answer it, the way you do your text messages, it has a unique signature, more unique and statistically more unique than your fingerprint. So if you did put it on the dog, the metadata would instantly say, this isn't BK, this is Nanook, your whatever, your husky.
Well, your husky. That's interesting you said that. Nanook, who's Nanook, your husky? Where'd you get that from? Ah, I know where you got that from. You got that from Translucent, didn't you?
Nanook is Jeff's dog.
Oh. Translucent is out in left field, Swamp Rose, okay?
Whatever, Jeff. I don't have to be Siri to answer that one. Because I listened to Signature. No, I found that one out on my own, I will admit. BK, this is Nanook, your whatever, your husky or whatever, Jeff. I don't have to be Siri to answer that one. Because I listened to Signature.
Okay, so I guess you get the point, right? I mean, I don't think the defense has the GPS data. And since they don't have the GPS data, there is no alibi. That doesn't mean that Bryan Kohberger is guilty. It just...
There's no alibi.
What it means is it's unfortunate for the defense because had the GPS data been available, it would have been an alibi and it would have proven definitively, in my opinion, that Bryan Kohberger is innocent. But I don't think they have that. I don't think they have it. So I'm almost 100% positive at this point they don't. And that's why they're relying on Cy Ray and the CSLI, which is absurd in and of itself because, like I said, you can't show, you can't do CSLI if his phone was off, all right, for that 2-hour time period. It's not communicating with cell towers. So there is no historical cellular data to analyze for 2 hours if his phone was down. See where I'm getting with that? So, this case. I just think Ann's confounded it with the gag order. So it's just made it worse. She made the whole thing worse. Anyway, that's it. I needed to cover this and get it out of the way. I'm sure you'll let me know what you think down in the comment section. So until the next video, everybody, peace out. Take care. Goodbye.
Later, Brent Kent Kohburger. What should we do next? I do not know. What you guys want to do? When will you come down? I don't know. I have no freaking clue. It's like a quiet Sunday night, you know? Jay Embry's got a video 11 minutes ago saying new info about the DoorDash. It'll blow something. Oh, stay live until BK is free. Unfortunately, that's going to be a long time from now. Even if it's just like a few weeks. That is pretty true. It helps when, you understand the technology that Sai talks about. But if you don't understand the technology, then you might think that he's dumb and doesn't know what he's talking about. Play what? Oh, of course the interview room's guilters. Those guys are a joke. Let's talk about Daniel. Okay. I'm always down for that. Fine. Fine. Let me find it. Oh, that's a year ago.
To ministers, welcome to the interview room.
Finally, I think I can see clearly. I'm in love. You almost like I'm in love. You from
Have you guys been playing nice?
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the interview room. If this is your first time, we want to welcome you here tonight. This is a victim-focused
Victim-focused channel.
Tonight we remember Ethan, Maddy, Kaylee, and Xana. That is the reason we are all here this evening. And as we go through this evening together, we make sure that if we could to each other, please remember each of these young 4 lives that was taken and that were taken. They lost their lives as beautiful college students in their prime. They will always be either 20 or 21. Their parents, their family members, their brothers, and their sisters will forever be locked into that age. It'll never go away. These 4 young college students deserve justice. They deserve to be remembered. They deserve their families to have peace.
So let's just take the accused out back and shoot him tonight.
To have a venue of jurors in their community. They deserve love and appreciation from the system. They too have rights. And tonight we're going to talk about, as the survey said, and I've brought on tonight my sweetheart of many, many years. And you'll know that I married way up. My Karen. How are you, hon?
I'm great. Hey, everybody. It's great to be with you. That was a very powerful opening. I do want to give a shout out as we begin to one of my BFFs, Rachel, and her sweet daughter, Mia. I love you guys. That was very powerful. And we always wanted to make sure that the victims never get forgotten when we talk about this case. And we try our best to do that. And our prayers go out to their family members, too, at this time. They have been waiting a very long time for justice. They've been waiting a very long time for the trial to get started. And we're not there yet. And so we always want to remember them and their families and keep them in our hearts.
Yeah, and it looks like this may get a little more complicated for Bryan Kohberger's attorney, Ann Taylor, because she just picked up another case, another death penalty case, Skylar Meade, who shot it out with the cops. And Miss Taylor, as you can see right there in the photograph, is going to represent him as well. So she is going to be extremely busy. And I'm just wondering how in the world that's going to impact the families and the victims in the Kohburger case. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out ultimately, because now she has 2 extremely high profile cases in the state of Idaho. And we'll just see what's going to happen. So tonight, if you're new to our channel, we want to thank you for being here. Karen and I are appreciative of each and every one of you. We love not only our channel members, but our Patreon
Chris, if you actually cared about the victims, you wouldn't lie to their parents.
And we are eternally grateful for each and every one of you. No question about it. And we ask one thing. The only thing we ask as you go through here this evening, if you have a question, feel free to throw it up. If at some point we'll get to that. Typically, it's at the end of our presentations. So don't lose patience with me. I haven't forgotten or if you highlighted something, I didn't miss it. We will come back to that. But we just ask one thing, and that is that you please share this video, hit that like and that thumb button. And if you've not hit the subscribe button, please hit the subscribe button. That is all we ever ask on this channel. So that said, I want to introduce you to probably the greatest young woman that ever came into my life many, many years ago. I married her in Hawaii, and they rode on the beach just Maui'd.
Oh, that's so
she is
cute.
One of the most intelligent women I've ever met. And I'm not just being biased here. I mean, she is a force to be reckoned with. And she was an investigative journalist, started out at the LA Times, and then ultimately ended up in San Diego County working for a daily. And her editor is a great war hero. His name is John Streikemeyer. They call him Tilt. And he wrote many, many books, the SOG Chronicles. Those of you who are familiar with Special Forces, he is the real deal. He's been on all those podcasts with all the Navy SEALs and the Special Force guys. But he used to tell her, go over the wall and get the story. And, Karen took that to heart and at numerous occasions had gone over walls and had come out with the story. So tonight, she's going to give us a presentation. I'm just going to kind of follow along here about what she has learned in this latest motion and this change of venue. It's a 314-page motion for the change of venue, and she said she can sum it up in 3 words. So, Karen, what are the 3 words?
You guys ready? Blame the media. That would be the summation of 314 pages from Kohberger's defense attorney on this change of motion. So as we get into this, Chris and I were talking about this before, and I really thought that going through this, so I read this, and I got to tell you guys, I was waiting for Ann Taylor to pull out and to show me all the times and all the places that the media got it wrong, that the media wrote inaccurate information and all this stuff. And I got to tell you, we got to the end of page 314 and we still never saw it. So I don't want to do a spoiler alert here, but I thought it was really important to spend some time and go through this document, if at the very least, to give you guys hope for justice. And as a journalist for so many years, my job was to present both sides. And that's ingrained in me. It's not one-sided, it's up the middle, it's both sides. And to let you, the viewer, or the reader, decide, make that decision for yourself. But with this document, we thought it was really important to point out a number of things. We're not going to go through every single page, but so also this document is going to be the basis for an upcoming hearing in a few weeks. The hearing is scheduled for August 29th. We don't know if it's going to actually go as scheduled on the 29th, but regardless, it's supposed to come before Latah County Judge John Judge on August 29th. So instead of you guys going through the document, we thought we would do it for you and with you. And so a number of things stuck out to us.
You had some advice.
I think in order to show the full true crime comedy, I've been on here too long, I can't even talk. But we have to show them all, right?
As the saying goes.
Because he's a part of them.
She blames the media throughout this document. And we can only hope that common sense will prevail and that the judge will see through this and will balance both sides and will come to the right and correct decision in this case in terms of, do we move this venue or do we keep it exactly where it is? So with that, so let's go to page 2. And while you're moving over to page 2, several things stuck out. So I think that the most important thing to know about this document is that the defense is building their whole case for a change of venue around the telephone survey, the paid telephone survey that we all heard about.
Paid
in the spring
telephone survey. Who thinks she put that in there randomly? Paid.
That is the basis, as you'll see, for this document. They claim that the jury pool is tainted and that Ann Taylor's client, that his due process is violated unless they can get a change of venue. I want you guys you decide, you make up your own decision in listening to this tonight. They also claim the media put out, quote, inaccurate information on the case. Yet, as I said at the beginning, we fail to see any examples of this. I'm not saying they're not out there.
You fail to see a lot.
And
she
that's his wife, Sarah.
Because so the defense paid this social scientist. His name is Brian Edelman, and we'll talk about him in the survey that he did. They paid, and he has over the years been hired by many other people. It's a whole genre. It's a whole career path to do this. Hey, Gary. Gary's reading along the document. Okay, so they blame
hey, the moron is there.
Examples of where the media allegedly gave inaccurate information about her client. So let's jump in. Let's go to page 2. And so Ann Taylor, she writes that her client can't receive, and I'm following along here on my laptop too, that her client can't receive a fair trial due to, quote, extensive publicity that's been ongoing, inflammatory and inaccurate and highly prejudicial publicity, and inadmissible information. So that's all her claim on page 2.
That's the issues.
That's what she's claiming. Yep. Okay, moving to page 3. She says, quote, the media focus on Mr. Kohburger has been relentless and highly inflammatory. So I would ask her, well, what's been inflammatory? Okay, this is a case about 4 beautiful college students that were killed while they were sleeping in their sleep. Obviously, this is going to be highly emotional. It's going to, this isn't a case where people, kind of sort of feel one way or the other. No, this is a very emotional case. It's a quadruple murder. Okay, so I'm not sure what she's calling inflammatory. Is she saying the public doesn't have a right to be outraged and horrified? So I'll leave that for you guys to decide.
Yeah, and here's a good point here. That LS says the media is only to get hotter for BK wherever he goes.
Exactly. And what's interesting is she writes in this document somewhere that as the trial is delayed and as there's a longer time before the trial, she would expect the media coverage to wane, and the attention and spotlight on her client, she would expect it to wane. Heck no, that's not the way it works. So, okay, let's see what Van says. I see her client claiming that he was stargazing that night is inflammatory. Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. Okay, so again, she's trying to make the case that her client can't get a fair trial in Latah County. So let's go to page 5, if you're good with that, Chris. And again, you guys, we're not going through every page, but there's a number of pages here that I think are pretty interesting and can kind of give you an idea of what's in here and what's going to be before the judge for him to decide. On page 5, she says that this case is, quote, an extreme case where Latah County is utterly corrupted. Those are her words, utterly corrupted by press coverage. Okay. And further on, she cites all of the press releases that were done by the authorities in this case. And she summarizes a lot of the coverage. But, you know, you guys judge for yourself. Do you think the press coverage has been inflammatory, or do you think it's been more or less fair? You know, that's for you guys to decide. So she says, the continuous nature of media coverage, often inaccurate and misleading, the impact of the media coverage, and the small size of the community make the case against her client extreme. So, Chris, just this is a thought. You know, as I'm reading this, just that whole like idea of the spaghetti analogy of you throw it all up on the wall and you see what sticks. I really got that sense reading this document. How about you? What did you think?
Absolutely. It's every death penalty case is extreme and inflammatory. The fact that the person's behavior was so extreme, it inflamed the emotions of the community.
Does that mean you get to lie about who did it?
Chose to put death as a punishment onto the table. So it does not matter in, you know, a community. Now, if there were not enough jurors, you know, maybe she could have, you know, some really solid ice to stand on. But unfortunately, there are a lot of jurors.
Yeah, let me jump in. In her own report, and again, this is from her. This is not any independent assessment. So she claims that it's roughly population of 41,000 people in Latah County, and she says of those 41,000, about 25,000 people could be eligible for jury duty. Obviously, over age 18 and living there and to be able to serve. She also says that, and we'll touch on this later, but she also claims that two of the largest employers, which are law enforcement and the University of Idaho, I digress. We'll get there later. Those are the two largest employers. So University of Idaho employs about 4,300 people, and then law enforcement maybe accounts for 300 or 400 other people. Okay, so if her numbers are accurate, she's talking about 4,800 people who may have a built-in bias on this case, and you'd have to kick them out. They wouldn't be eligible. Even if you subtracted that from the 25,000, you still have, yeah, exactly, AJ, you'd have to move the trial overseas. Yeah, which, yeah, they ain't doing. You still have about 20,000 people in your jury pool. So the judge
There's still the Amish.
Too small. Anyway, I kind of digress and got
ahead. We could find Amish in America.
That's larger than a lot of communities.
It is, and there's plenty of murder cases that have been tried in small communities from coast to coast, and the defendants have had a fair trial. So it absolutely can be done. Should we move on to page 6?
Sure.
Chris? Okay, let's go to page 6.
Okay.
So she continues on this theme that the media has put out inaccurate information. And she says, quote, the media content is not benign. Rather, it's inflammatory. She keeps going back and using that word. Emotion evoking and often misleading, false, and poorly sourced. Which I kind of chuckled at that because, yeah, she's trying to take a jab at reporters.
I bet you did.
Again, she doesn't cite any examples where these were poorly sourced. Yeah, thank you. So you guys can kind of see, if you can read the screen, you can kind of follow along on this.
She has Daniel logic, so you know that's not going to be very good.
Won't decline, but will continue.
She didn't show an example, therefore it's a lie.
Yet she's created arguably lengthy delays in the case. She says she needs more time to prepare. We all know about that. So it now seems that she's blaming the media for covering the case pre-trial, and yet at the same time asking for more time, and she's been getting it. So that was kind of interesting.
And now with this latest situation with this Skylar Meade, I mean, that really could backfire onto Bryan, because now she has to split her time. Both of these cases are going to be very high profile.
You know what I find really funny about that statement? I think the only reason why Anne took that case on is because she knows she has free time for it.
But let's hope that if she does try to get more time, because now she's picked up another case, that the prosecution would be all over her and not allow that to happen.
Yeah, let's hope.
So let's hope. We're going to have to wait and see on that. So further down on page 6, she talks about her paid survey with the paid results.
Paid survey, paid results.
I'm reiterating that. Again, if we're thinking that this person is objective, they're not. They're hired specifically by defense teams to come in to survey communities where these high-profile murder cases take place and present their findings to the defense, and the defense uses them in court to try to get the location of the trial moved. And
yes, CB, that's correct. She can. She can raise her fees. And of course, that makes sense too. Remember, if you followed our channel, I said over a year ago, this is a career case and it's a money move. And now that she's left the public defender's office potentially and gone out on her own, she's still going to get paid by the state because she
left the public defender's office because her position doesn't start until October, November.
So yes, she can set her fees. They may go up. We don't know, but it's possible. But the court may have already capped them. So we won't know the result of that just yet until we'll see what she's going to charge the state.
God, I hope these guys show up on the 29th.
Because she'll be getting another $1 million, maybe $2 million there. So just think about it. Within the last 2.5, 3 years, she's become a multimillionaire.
And we're not saying that defendants don't deserve, in general, a vigorous defense. Of course they do.
Sounds like that's what you're saying.
That's not what we're saying. We're just pointing out to you guys, and you can see it on the screen there, that this Brian Edelman of Trial Innovations, he has a PhD as a sociologist. He's the guy who did these surveys. Thank you, LS. Yeah, we totally agree.
She already has. This is a great point by Ryan.
Yeah.
Skylar didn't put a, guilty or not guilty. The court put it in for her. He remained silent. He just stood there quiet. So the games have begun.
It's like the same playbook is being used on that case at the beginning because it's, Chris, wouldn't you say it's very rare for a defendant to sit there silent and the judge has to put in his plea? You don't see that all the time.
I mean, how many murderers that you've seen me work, Karen, and it's like, they get right up there and the judge looks at them, what do you want to say? Not guilty, Your Honor. Okay, thank you. Next. Let's move on, set some dates. Pretrial hearings, that kind of stuff, arraignments, yada, yada.
All right, so jumping back to this change of venue motion. So Ann Taylor calls it her community attitude survey, and this PhD, Brian Edelman, is the guy who conducted the survey. She claims, now this was interesting, she claims 70% of the people that they phoned and spoke with believe that the defendant is guilty. She also claims that the survey guide showed, quote, predisposition against him in Latah County. They also did phone surveys in neighboring counties, and they said a lower
they
number
just
of people
changed
in these
what
other
people
counties
answered.
Followed the case. Therefore, that's part of her argument of getting this thing moved.
The prosecution claims Bryan Kohberger did the crime.
Population. Okay, yeah, so you can read
Are
that.
they paid to say that as well?
On, Chris?
Nope. Where are we at? What page?
So let's go to page 8.
Okay.
Let's jump ahead to page 8. And this, I already brought this piece up, but she makes the point here that the jury pool is about 25,000 people. Many folks are connected to the university and law enforcement, and that's where she breaks out the potential jurors. And so the pool, it might be closer to 20,000 people. Okay, so this is one of the points that she's making, that she claims that Ada County has 12 times as many potential jurors, and therefore her client can get a more fair shake. Yes.
Wouldn't it be
Thank you,
ironic?
Idaho, Charlie. Boise is Ada County. Okay.
Wouldn't it be ironic if Skylar Meade was moved to Latah County and BTK or Bryan Kohberger was moved to Ada County? Now that would be an interesting shift. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we don't know that, but all right, let's jump to page 9. This really stuck out to me. Let's see if you guys, it's probably midway down the page. Yeah. So she says, jurors sitting on a trial in Latah County will have no anonymity. In a town where calls by a surveyor result in reports to the prosecution and police, there's no doubt that everyone will know
and
who
dropping
the jurors
the
are,
facts.
and if this trial's not moved. Okay, let's hard stop there for a second. So what's she doing? If you guys remember, back in the spring, her paid survey taker started to call people,
survey
and
taker.
people didn't know. The people in Latah County didn't know, were they getting scammed? What was this? So they called the prosecutor's office, and I think they called Moscow Police Department, like, hey, someone's calling around, asking me about this case. And so she's calling those people out right here in her document. She's saying that because they narked on her survey taker, that she's blaming them because they reported her. And if you guys remember, sequence of events. So the prosecution was shocked, caught off guard that these surveys were even going on in the county. It goes before the judge. Judge says, time out, stop the surveys. Okay. 8 weeks later, he rules from the bench, you can continue the surveys. Okay. So all that happened with from I think it was end of March, April, May, in that time frame. So what she's doing here is she's calling out the people who said, hey, we don't know what's going on with this. They didn't even hear about it. So I thought that was kind of interesting. And she's also, she's saying that the people who sit on the jury will have no anonymity. Really? That kind of sounds like a scare tactic to me. How about you, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, how does she know that? I mean, you remember part of the argument was in one of the hearings where she was saying, we want to find that, that person, that farmer.
I don't know.
Never heard of anything. They haven't heard of a single thing. Well, okay, but now on the other side of the coin, you're saying, yeah, but that person may be known to everybody in the community because it's such a small community, and therefore there's going to be immense pressure on that person to give a guilty verdict of death. Remember, there are two trials within a trial here. The first one is whether or not he committed the 4 murders. And then the second one is, should he be given the death penalty? So which one of these two is she talking about? Is she talking about the initial verdict, or is she talking about giving him death as the punishment verdict?
She's talking about both.
Right.
She says it right there, to reach a guilty verdict and then death verdict. So what she's doing, it's a scare tactic. She's saying, well, it's such a small community, everyone's going to know. No, they're not. Their faces will not be shown on television. They're not going to know. They're supposed to not talk about the case, whoever's going to get picked. And it's like, wait a minute. On one hand, you don't have faith in the system. And, now
because small towns wouldn't be able to figure out who wasn't at work
that your
and
client
talk about
isn't
it.
getting a fair trial in this county.
Remember the doctor and the lawyer that went golfing, Karen? And they're out there on the putting green, and the doctor's phone rings, and he answers it. And he's like, yeah, okay, well, just take 4 of those and, make sure, you get the appointment and get in there, yada, yada. And he hangs up the phone, he looks at the lawyer, and he says, hey, doesn't it drive you crazy? Do you get a lot of these calls and stuff like that? And he goes, yeah. And the doctor says, well, maybe I should do something about it. And the lawyer says, yeah, maybe we can talk about it later on. Okay. 3 days later, the doctor got a bill. $460, classy laughs. Right there. Okay, let's keep moving.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. Okay.
Where
Let's
we
move along. Let's
Yep.
move along to page 11. And
My favorite.
yes, would you like to go over this one, Chris?
Scott Green's book included a chapter on the murders published last year before the trial. I said it was a stupid thing when Green did it, and I'm still saying it today, and at some point it would bite him in the butt. And guess what? Karen, back to you.
Yep. So the defense says the impact
Just
of the
wait
message
till
from
the
community
lawsuit,
leader,
buddy.
the highly emotional atmosphere,
You're getting
creates
one
a level
too.
of strong potential for bias non-existent in other places. In other words, when the leader of the university writes a book about this case, she's trying to make the argument that, well, the whole community is biased if he's writing, which is really a stupid argument. It's dumb. It doesn't really make sense. What she should have said was, and I told Chris, I could make the argument that Scott Green's book, because it's available on Amazon, went out to the world, and all the counties in Idaho could be equally tainted by the same book as all the counties in America and all the counties overseas. So again, I think it's just kind of a sneaky way for her to put that in to remind the judge, hey, somebody's making a profit off of this case before the trial.
Yeah, including herself. She was utilizing the gag order and the motions to get around the gag order by putting out the flow of information.
How does she
into the
make money
community,
off of that?
Limiting, just holding back because she can't say anything publicly, but she can sure write a motion. And I said that would be a defense tactic as well. And isn't it amazing that today she puts in here a good example specific to the population of Latah County comes from the University of Idaho President Scott Green. He published a book with a chapter entitled When Evil Visits Your Campus. He dedicated the book to the victims and claims the proceeds from the book are being used to create a memorial garden. In his book, President Green tells of the great fear that existed on campus and in Moscow. He writes about self-defense classes and counseling that goes on to this day. He expressed how the community came together, bringing several thousand residents to a candlelight vigil. He explains how his close work with law enforcement during the months after the crime helped him make decisions. He shares in writing his theory about Mr. Kohberger's guilt. You heard it, everybody, all of you, our family members over here. We said, not a good, not a close one there, Professor Green, because it just
He's
came
not
back.
a professor. I don't want to insult any professor out there. He's not a professor. Doesn't have a PhD.
Well, he's got a piled
You have to have a PhD to be a professor now?
This is making
I don't think she knows what
news.
PhD
And which we
stands
said
for.
And what's kind of cool is she's smart enough to use it against him.
I know, but her argument, if you follow it through, doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
It
Because
doesn't?
His book wasn't just kept in Latah County. His book has gone everywhere. Okay, that's my point.
Okay.
Yes, he's a leader and he lives in Latah County. That's her point. But when you're talking about a book, it's feathers at the ocean. The feathers scatter everywhere. That book can go everywhere. It's not going to just stay in Latah County. So I think there's two sides to that argument, and I think she was looking for an opportunity to put that in the motion. Hey, the University of Idaho president wrote a book, and talked about this case before the trial. And I think this is just the vehicle that she's doing it with.
That's a solid point, Karen. It really is. And I love your analogy of the feathers. I mean, you know how I like little stories about the young man that was, having problems bullying other kids. And his grandfather said, I have an assignment for you. And he gave him a bag. And the little boy looked at the bag and he said, what is this, Grandpa? And he says, do me a favor, look inside. And he opened it up and it's a bag of feathers. He said, now go to all of your friends' houses and put a feather on every one of their porches, the ones that you've offended today. And so the little boy does that, and he comes back about an hour later, and he says, Grandpa, I did just what you asked me to do. He says, wonderful. Now, what have you learned? He says, well, I don't know. What have I learned? He says, now go and gather the feathers. And he says, but Grandpa, the wind has come in and taken them all away. And he says, you have learned the power of words. You have learned that once they leave you, they can never be gathered again. And this is why when people write books or when people say things and they just sit behind a computer screen and arbitrarily
what the fuck is he doing right now?
Ideas or stories, we have to be conscientious of our words. And Ann Taylor, I have to give her credit, Karen, has done a really good job of manipulating the motions in this trial. And we said that in the very, very beginning. And the other thing that she was really good at getting done is getting that house torn down, which is
I can't even go there with the house right now. Let's just kind of set that aside.
Okay.
I totally agree with you. Obviously,
words can come back to bite you, huh, Chris?
That's her voice getting out there about the defendant, and she knows darn well the prosecution cannot respond. It's a one-way conversation with the community, with potential jurors, with the public. And you're right. We said it we called it from day one. We saw her doing it. And here we are. The longer that trial is pushed aside, pushed back, the more she can do this.
So Ann writes, what does she write, Karen, at the top of the page there? Impact of the message?
Yeah, she says the impact of the message from a community leader, meaning Scott Green, in a highly emotional atmosphere creates a level of strong potential for bias not existent in other places, is what she's saying. Now, we have the book. We read what he wrote. He was fairly careful about adjudicating the case in his book. He talked about fear. He talked about what was going on with the campus. He talked a lot about how his non-law enforcement admin folks had daily updates with Moscow Police Department about the case, which is really highly unusual, very highly unusual, not seen, especially for an ongoing, quadruple murder case. We can set that aside. But she's done a really good job of, keeping the one-way language going on. But again, I still think this was her way of getting that book in this motion. Okay, we're coming up to the part here in this document where I just think it's like silly. This is like
silly,
highly silly stuff going on here.
Highly silly stuff.
Hang on, before we get to that part, Chris, I have in my notes that logistics is not a reason for a change of venue. So Ann Taylor lists the reasons why she thinks the trial should be held in the larger Ada County.
Is it a reason to change a trial date? Should we have to wait until the summer so there's parking across the street?
Has adequate space for both prosecution and defense and overflow space for the public to watch the trial. Okay. Oh, now they want the public there. Okay. Wow. There's been so many gag orders and the hearings haven't even all been televised, but now she wants overflow space for the public to come in and sit.
Oh, she was asking for them to be televised. That was the judge who said no.
I'm pretty darn sure that cannot be considered. She's got it here in her motion. Second thing she mentions is a larger airport. Boise has a much larger airport for witnesses to fly in and testify at the trial. And I thought, size of the airport? Is this a quadruple murder? Or is this like some event she's planning? Okay, I was like mind blown on that. She literally mentions the larger airport and she says the local Moscow Pullman airport has much fewer direct flights for people to come in. Okay, so those are logistics.
You can't make that.
You can't make this up. Again, we are hoping
it's right here. The Moscow Pullman Airport has few direct flights, especially in the summer months. What is she inviting?
She's planning a wedding? What is going on here?
Here, let me put it up here. Right there. And this is on page 12.
Dang, they got her.
I mean,
they got her.
Up and then she goes into here.
I mean, they are kind of right. I thought it was kind of dumb when they said that too, but it's not
and
wrong.
Rent a car to drive to Latah County Courthouse. Well, here's one.
But we have to have a summer trial because there's not parking for the students.
What about the family members?
Oh,
do they have
the family members you lie to constantly?
What will they have to do, Your Honor? Judge, please, hopefully somebody will show this to you. What about their family? The real victims here. Not the
real victims.
Orange victim in the jumpsuit.
Okay? Oh, well, he doesn't wear one of those.
What do they have to, how many hoops do they have to jump through before it becomes, something that catches the court's attention? I mean, she even goes on to cite that Chief Fry, and does anybody know if he won the election, by the way? But she cites here, just in case, another consideration for the court is that Chief Fry running for Latah County Sheriff. He's a witness in this case. He is engaged in extensive media statements. If he's elected, his position statutorily gives him power to summon jurors if directed to do so and to be in charge of impaneling the jury. The judge and the lawyers will impanel the jury.
Let me interject here real quick. So this is an if he wins. Okay, what if he doesn't win? Guess what? No issue. Here's the second thing. The longer this woman delays the trial, the longer other people can get in other office, and her witness list is could go wonky. Okay, this again is
she's delaying the trial.
I did.
Interesting.
It's really, I mean, again, I'm thinking about the victim.
Did she withhold the evidence for the prosecution, or
somewhat upset?
Is that not how this works?
Emotional about this. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. Why would one witness who is running for a different office, why would that figure into anything about a change of venue motion? I'm sorry, she didn't make the case on that one. It's silly. I told you guys, this section of this document is ridiculous and silly. And I'm hoping John Judge does the right thing here and says, no way, nice try. Again, to me, that spaghetti analogy is just coming back in my mind. Like, how much can you throw against the wall and what is going to stick?
Absolutely. I think it's total wonkiness.
Total wonky.
Oh, politics. She mentioned politics, which was the chief.
We just covered that. Yeah. Yeah. We touched on it.
She includes the Moscow police and the U of I press release sent to the media in this case. And then she goes to list them all. And we talked about this too a long time ago. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Okay. So what struck me as on, this again, change of venue motion, she's throwing in the kitchen sink. What she has here for like 130, 140 pages of this document is a regurgitation of all the press releases that went out to the public, to the media, from Moscow Police Department and also from University of Idaho. Okay, here's what I think. So what? Okay, it doesn't prove anything. Of course, there's been enormous media coverage of this. Of course, there's been enormous public interest in this case. It seems strange to me as a reporter who's covered many, many of these in the past, why you're going to just take 135 pages and include all the press releases. But she does.
And I didn't like it.
Yes, and so and remember, we talked about it, TIR family, about if these press releases only deal with emotional impact on the community and not to the investigation, that it would backfire. Okay, and what they ended up doing in these press releases, and Ann Taylor and this other guy, this other PhD, Piled Higher and Deeper, have pulled out the impact of all the emotional steps that the police were dealing with. And, having stood, I mean, did you do the Brandon Wilson stuff? Aaron, I can't remember.
I didn't.
Or did Dave? Dave did that, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this was a little boy that was murdered in a bathroom, made international news. It was everywhere, absolutely everywhere. And we stayed with the facts. We did not talk about the emotional impact that it had on the community. And the reason for that is for stuff like this. Because once you start doing that, then you lose focus of the family and you lose focus of the victims. And you put all the focus on the community. And you see here,
so let's kill the guy locked up tonight to make them feel better. We don't have to actually find the right guy.
I talked about this a long time ago. This was just a huge mistake, in my opinion, because what it did is it took the focus away from the victims. And now the defense is using that as emotion to Bryan Kohberger.
Explain that a little more. Explain that more to people, what you mean by that.
Well, what she's doing is she's turning that emotion into empathy for Bryan when the community had no empathy.
He wouldn't. He doesn't deserve any.
The police and the focus of the investigation was all about, touchy-feely. And, the mayor here is a perfect example. He expresses condolences to the community under the press release of the police department. Okay. Well, what she's saying is because he did that, the community has no empathy towards Bryan Kohberger, and therefore he cannot get a fair trial. Okay. When this press release should have never, ever gone out, because then it led into other things like, okay, well, let's go ahead and start controlling the narrative in terms of rumors and all this other stuff. In a homicide, who cares what the rumors are? You are the case agent. You are the investigating agency. You have all the facts. You don't have to keep, putting out there, that we have, 4,000 leads and, 2,000 touchy-feelies. We got, Idaho State Police doing snowmobiles and, down the hills with the kids and, having snowball fights with all that stuff. Remember, all of that happened. I was so frustrated when I saw all of this stuff.
And, I can speak to being a public information officer as a civilian for a police department. When I saw these press releases, this is amateur hour. I could not believe it. You never in a million years do you ever put this kind of stuff out. You don't have to. And, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. And there's a way that the police department can come across as empathetic and doing their job and to be able to give media updates for the public.
I mean, look at this. This is absolutely word salad. Okay. Moscow Police Department. We have 4 detectives, 24 patrol officers, 5 support staff. From the FBI, we have 22 investigators right now in Moscow, 20 assigned agents out of Treasure Valley, and the list goes on, 2 from the Behavior Analysis Unit. Who cares? Who cares? What does that have to do? Okay, by telling the community, you've got all these resources on here, going here. This is like, hey, we're doing something. Well, no kidding. That's what you're supposed to do. That's your job. If LAPD or San Diego or my agents, if we were to put this stuff out, the community would laugh at us and go, "Are you serious? Oh, well, wait a minute. We have to update some information and give you clarification because they engaged in a word salad game with the community and with social media." Okay. Well, actually, there wasn't a 911 call and yada yada, and they go through here, and here's the sad part. This is in her motion for Bryan Kohberger. He's using this to defend Bryan Kohberger. I don't know. I got it right. I'm batting 1,000.
Oh, are you?
I don't think when they were writing these press releases, and I do believe it was the university, the public relations team, I don't think it was the police department in totality because this was such a big deal. The university stepped in. In fact, Scott Green has a chapter in his book about it.
You should go to the part of the press release where they literally have a topic called rumor control.
Yeah.
Okay. Why would officials be even giving credence to rumors? You don't. You ignore them. They don't affect your case at all. They don't affect the investigation at all. So what? People, of course, are going to talk. Rumors and speculation. I'm reading it. Rumors and speculation continue circulating about the ongoing investigation.
Right there.
Yeah.
Cautions the public not to rely on rumors. Well, then get up in front and say, right now, we have 4, deceased. Their names are boom, boom, boom. The type of weapon utilized was a knife. We are ongoing in this investigation. We are looking for a white Honda Elantra as a possible, whatever it was, word salad.
White Honda Elantra?
Suspect vehicle. Instead, they're worried about YouTubers and Twitter and, hey, all this other stuff over here. And to your point, Karen, okay, look, this is good stuff. We're looking for surveillance videos, blah, blah, blah. Hey, but then at this time, they do not believe the following individuals were involved in the crime. The 2 roommates, the male at the grub truck, private party. Okay. You don't have to tell the public that. You don't have to tell the public that. Okay? Just go about and catch Bryan Kohberger. And then tell the public, all that other stuff that you guys are worried about. Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Not the criminal. You just said his name.
This whole paper trail for the defense to utilize in this motion. And you know what? Kudos to them, because in my opinion, it was the 2 investigators, the former homicide guys from California, that said, well, let's just use it against them because, we don't do that, right? I mean, there's enough out there. And it just gets
God, I hope they're there on the 29th.
Because, look at here. They're updating how many police they have involved in this. I mean, it's just amateur hour. No, and I support the PD, but tearing down the house, doing stuff like this, not removing those cars right away, letting them sit outside for days and days and days. Okay. No, you can't tell me how much you pat yourself on the back that the defense isn't going to have a field day with some of this stuff.
And I would also throw in there the way they've treated the victims' families, from what we have been told, just the indignation.
But he thinks they did a good investigation.
All of it.
If they are this incompetent, why are you so?
Yeah, no, I concur, Karen. I concur 1,000%. This is about the victims. Okay, this has always been about the victims. It has not been about. It's not been about the Moscow PD, the FBI, or the Idaho State Police. Do your job. And the same thing with the shooting. In Maryland.
If it's that bad of an investigation, why do you think it's Bryan?
I may be old school, and Karen knows I still work every day. I wake up and go to a job, and I work murder. I'm not going to tell you where, because I don't want to have the trolls. Okay? But this is not about them. This is about the families. And this whole case got discombobulated, okay, because of stuff like this. And in my opinion, it's because the university got in the middle and they interfered in the investigation of one of the highest profile murders in the United States at the time.
But the investigation is good.
Got lost.
Oh my God.
In the word salad.
The college got in the middle of the investigation, but you believe the investigation, bro.
Where do you want me to go?
Yep. Let's go down to page 154.
Here's the word.
So,
salad.
All right. Well, while Chris is getting there, this is the part of the motion here where we
what the fuck is going on?
The paid survey taker. Okay. Again, this is this Bryan Edelman,
paid survey taker.
And he did phone surveys. And by the way, I just have to add this in because you guys know I love to do research. I kind of can't help myself. So I did some research on Bryan Edelman, and you can see he, again, let's remember that the defense has built all her arguments for this motion of change of venue around the survey results. Okay. And so what's kind of interesting, and I want to
these people are agreeing with it.
If you Google him, Go do your own search. Don't take it from me. You can go do this, find this yourself. He wrote a paper, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. It looked like for some kind of society for trial consultants. And in there, he talks about how online surveys are far better than phone surveys. I just kind of laughed a little bit. I'm like, oh, so this isn't even the most, I don't know, ideal or technical or the most ideal way to gather the truest picture of information. According to him, he authored the article.
15 years ago, maybe things have changed.
And the whole theme and premise of like the next, I don't know, 200 pages is that, hey, all the people we called in Latah County knew way too much about this case, and the people that we spoke to in Ada County knew less about this case. Therefore, we can find a more impartial jury in Ada County. So that is basically the sum of it. And Enoch, there are the survey questions, I believe, are included in this document as well. So I'm going to just kind of do a high-level overview here on this. And so, you know, this is background on the survey taker. I guess I could talk about his wins and losses. I was going to save that to the end, but maybe we should jump into that. Okay. So again, you guys, I love doing research. That's just my thing. And I took a look at the other murder cases where he was brought in by defense to do phone surveys to try to give some ammo, no pun intended, to the defense to put in a change of venue motion. Okay. So I looked at the 7 cases that came up on Google. I don't know if it's a limited search. You know, I was digging as much as I could. I got 7 cases. I think you guys will be really interested to hear the results.
And there may be more, but we found...
yes, right. There could be a lot. There's probably a lot more. I'm just saying what Google gave me for an initial few hour search. This is what
Google
came up.
For everybody means go ogle. But go ahead.
Okay. So
hey, Chris,
again,
you should try to Google
hired and
something.
paid to do phone surveys.
It might help.
Again, to try to get the change of venue for the defendant. In 6 of the cases, a judge came back and said, no change of venue. No change of venue. And what were these cases? Let me just give you a brief synopsis. One was the murder of a toddler by the father. Judge said no change of venue. And by the way, these people were convicted. Okay. The second one was the very high-profile Officer Van Dyke, who shot and killed a 17-year-old, a black 17-year-old. That was back in 2018. No change of venue. The Pittsburgh synagogue shooter case. No change of venue. The case against
is this supposed to be evidence that this
back in 2002,
this shouldn't have a change of venue?
The judge denied the change of motion, again, based on this Brian Edelman's research. The Aurora, Colorado theater mass shooting, that was back in 2012 when that happened. The shooter killed 12 people. He's serving multiple life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge denied the change of motion from his work in that. And he also did work on the Flint water crisis. And we know all those cases fell apart. No one has ever served a day in jail
Chris
for
didn't
that.
want that
Yes,
comment
the
up.
governor of Michigan
I wonder why.
is in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge denied the change of motion from his work in that. And he also did work on the...
Personally, I think the prez of the university made this terrible crime about the universe him. He pulled the attention to himself by inappropriately writing a book before the trial. He wants power. Oh, Chris didn't like that one.
Water crisis. And we know all those cases fell apart. No one has ever served a day in jail for that. Yes, the governor of Michigan at the time was convicted. All of that overturned, all of it dismissed. So that, you know, that travesty, if you will, all that fell apart too. The one place where he did have a win was when he was called in for a federal, this looked like a federal financial fraud case. This is former Baltimore prosecutor Marilyn Mosby. She did the failed prosecution of police in the Freddie Gray death case. And he was successful. A judge said, okay, we'll move her trial from Baltimore to Greenbelt, Maryland, which is a suburb of Washington, D.C. And by the way, she was still convicted. Okay, so that's like a quick synopsis of how some of his recent work, how it's gone over in court. So, oh, you guys are so sweet. You're very kind on your comments. So I have to tell you, after seeing that, I was like, okay, maybe I have a little more faith in the system. Maybe John Judge will, you know, allow common sense to prevail and will make the right decision here in the case. Okay, so all of that is this Brian Edelman. Okay, we don't know exactly how much he was paid, but we will find that out at some point. But again, when you do a paid survey, I think that yeah, everybody, it does have a right to a fair trial. Of course, we believe that. So,
including
including the yes. Well, I think she's talking about a defendant.
Well,
the defendant has a right to a fair trial.
Absolutely.
Yes, we wholeheartedly believe that. What we are doing here is we are pointing out
on trial.
the points in this document, this legal document, this motion for change of venue, and we're telling you guys, what do you think? You make the decision. Okay,
right.
You guys decide. What do you think? Okay, so we've got many pages of Mr. Edelman's background and, you know, essentially what he found on the surveys. Okay, and you know, we'd be here all night if we're going to go through every question and what he found. So we just really have to kind of sum it up.
So where do you want me to go? What page on?
So on page 154.
Okay.
Back to that. Right here at the bottom of 154, he says, it's my opinion that the residents in Latah County have been exposed to extensive, prejudicial pretrial publicity and social media surrounding the murders of Kaylee, he names the victims, Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. Says the coverage of Bryan Kohberger included the interviews with former friends and students and old posts from his social media accounts dating back to years. And then he kind of goes on to what some of the media coverage was. And you guys can see that for yourself. He also goes on to say, quote, the media also saturated the jury pool with potential trial evidence and details, some of which proved to be false or misleading that created a presumption of guilt. Now, I would argue some of the misinformation that came out early on, I think it's been corrected. You know, I think something like the University of Idaho.
When your husband is saying that the 12 prior pings are in the neighborhood, I don't think that's true.
In this case. Well, obviously that's been sorted out. And, you know, that was, I would argue that was limited.
Okay, Granny, what's up in the comments?
Sane people in the media would never report that. So I think some of this sorted itself out, but I also challenged them, show us where it was inaccurate information in the media. Cite me the article. Show me the quote that's wrong. Show me all this, okay? So I don't think, in my opinion, reading this, that they can make the point, but they haven't provided any evidence or proof of this. So he talks about speculation on social media before Kohberger was even arrested. So we have, you know, some of that. And then, of course, he talks about post-arrest. And, of course, all this is pretrial. So I also wrote down here that the defense is trying to make the point that due to fear surrounding the area after the killings, before the arrest, that the community was scared. Okay? And that's a fact. Yeah, of course there was that out there. So it really doesn't make the argument of pretrial that it was unfair for their client. I mean, there was fear before he was arrested. I want to go to the quote where she talks about this, and she includes a quote from one of the victim's sisters in her motion, which, I'm sorry, that was in very, very bad taste. Unnecessary and in very poor taste. Chris, are you able to find that?
Which page one? Is it 155?
I think it's further down, but let me go back to 155.
Well, and
yeah,
here,
here we go. It's in the middle of 155. Yeah, it's right there. You just had it. Yep, okay. You're right there. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. She said, one of the victim's sisters encouraged students to go home rather than risk their lives. They're talking about immediately after the killings, before there was an arrest, there definitely was fear on the campus, and the university gave students a choice. You can either stay here or you can go home. They closed the campus for a while. You can finish up your stuff online. That's the context that this is being talked about. But wait a minute. Ann Taylor has to include this on page 155 of this motion? Let me read it again. She goes, one of the victim's sisters encouraged students to go home rather than risk their lives. Why does that have to be included in this? Okay. And she goes on, the quote is right here. It says, quote, to the students at the University of Idaho that are still staying around campus, leave. Your grades are severely less important than your lives. Okay. That was Kaylee's sister. And it's further on in the document. I was like, wait a minute, time out. Time out. You do not throw victims' families under the bus to try to get your client, making the point that your client is not getting fair and an impartial justice here, that the jury pool's tainted. What do you guys think? She's quoting Kaylee's sister in her motion to get the thing moved out of Latah County.
Yeah, that's messed up. But, the other thing here is, she's, as CB says, when she puts her arm around him and says, my client is innocent. Oh, okay. Prove it. But
you don't have to prove your innocence.
So she can say and do whatever she wants.
You prove
with a gag
guilt
order in place. So what she's doing is influencing the jury by circumventing the gag order in a motion.
Exactly.
To move the change of venue. That's what she's doing. And simultaneously, she's saying
that's what she's doing
by having this PhD write this, story. She's citing
is that a professor
of saying
Professor Edelman? Because that's what PhD means.
The pot with fear. When in reality, it really wasn't her sister. Because to go down here, it really was the police chief. Again, we get into this, why feelings should be left in the closet, and they shouldn't be out into the community. Because Police Chief Fry tried to reasonably reassure the public that everyone was safe, and the University of Idaho drastically increased campus security. Right? So it was more about, we have to keep projecting this. And when we got there, remember when I walked around the bar, Karen, outside, and I was filming? We can tell the audience now. Do you want to tell them what happened when that door opened?
So that would be the owner of the bar came out and was starting to scream at me and Chris.
Yeah.
What's the name of that bar?
I don't know.
Somebody throw it in chat.
I'm not going to
You guys
mention
know what I'm
it.
talking.
Corner Club.
The guy went nuts.
He started screaming at Chris. He yelled, get out of here. But we were on the public sidewalk.
Yeah, he says you don't live here. You don't know this community. And I was
Corner
like,
Club. There you go. Thank you, Maui.
yeah, it is Corner Club. Yeah. And I was like, and what's your point? He said, well, you don't understand the feelings of this community. And I said to him again, I said, well, what's your point? He said, my understanding the victims were here in your club down here. What's the deal here? Over. Okay. And that told us a whole bunch about, man, this thing's going to catch fire, and it's just going to keep going. And she's using it in this motion right here. Ann Taylor is using that emotion against the citizens of Moscow. Just remember, every time you yelled at the news coming into your town, she's using it against you right here.
I also want to make a point. Chris, stay right there. No, don't move the page. Go back. You have to go back. Go back to where you just were.
Right here.
No. It was about the house coming down.
Oh.
Yeah. Hang on. You didn't go too far. This just jumped out at me. Something else had just jumped. Yeah, go up. Keep going real slow. A little bit more. And stop. Look at the last sentence of the page. The King Road home where the victims lived was demolished based on requests from the student body. Okay, time out. Okay. Really? Was it request from the student body? Or was it some kind of a backdoor deal with Scott Green and the owner to deed it over to him so the university could make it go away?
Good catch.
I find that fascinating. Request from the student body. Well, guess what? They're students. A student is going to spend 4 years or whatever at a university and move on with their life. There's no, I mean, she can say that this happened. She says, quote, we heard from students in the area that they were ready for the house to come down. Okay, Chris. Yeah, it's beyond ludicrous, whoever said that. Yeah, Chris, in all the murders you've worked, okay, have you ever heard a bold lie? You guys, we have to call this out. This is a lie.
Ooh,
it is
bold
a
lie.
non-truthful statement that the student body wanted the house to come down. And you know what? They may have, but who made the final decision? Oh, that'd be the owner. Oh, that would be the University of Idaho.
That right there that
So
I'm
the
reading, and I
students
missed it,
told
and you
the
caught it. Great
university
job.
they wanted
look
the
at what
house.
she said.
What I'm reading
That
here.
seems far fetched.
However,
I
the
don't
decision
know.
was met with
Seems
criticism and
possible.
fomented another round of speculation and misinformation. Really? I would debate that with her any day of the week. Let's have an open debate. The decision was met with criticism and fomented another round of speculation. What speculation? People who've worked murder, like Chris, have said if you tear down the crime scene, there could be problems in trial, which is a common, like, hello, common sense. Okay. Fomented another round of speculation, and therefore her client is getting an unfair trial. That is what she said.
Oh my God.
What do you guys think?
I hope you guys saw that comment on the
this is
screen.
I'm
This
reading,
document is
I've read
cuckoo,
the document a couple of times. I missed that.
in my opinion.
Wait, so what's she saying?
That is what she
Oh, damn it. I missed it. Why is nod to Bundy knife. Cops couldn't pin that one. Dr. Gary, genius for catching that. Yeah.
said if you tear down the crime scene, there could be problems in trial, which is a common, like, hello, common sense. Okay. Fomented another round of speculation, and therefore her client is getting an unfair trial. That is what she's saying. What do you guys think?
This
Crazy.
I'm
This
reading,
document is
I've read
cuckoo,
the document a couple of times. I missed that.
in my opinion.
Wait, so what she's saying is the King Road home where the victims lived was demolished based on request from the student body. So what she's saying, she has information that students got hold of either the university or the police and said, we want that house taken down. That's what she's saying here. I want to see this evidence in court because we heard from students in the area that they
We
were
want to
ready
see the
for house to
evidence
come
that Brian
down.
did it in court.
They were ready for the house to come down. Wow. And however, the decision was met with criticism and fomented another round of speculation and misinformation. Wow.
Heather
Wow.
Truth
What do you guys
Exposes
think?
in their
I
chat.
mean, I've never, mind you, not every jury wants to go to the crime scene. That is a given. Not every jury wants to go to a crime scene. But when they do, then you hope with the last place these 4 victims were taking their last breaths is still around. Is still around.
Who did it?
I'm telling you, that is going to be one of the biggest days in the trial when they introduce the processing of the crime scene. Mark my words on it. everybody on TIR, our family here, that will be one of the biggest days in the trial. Because all of a sudden, people are going to come to the aha moment and they're going to realize it's gone. It's gone. So, Your Honor, yeah, the reason it's gone is because, we heard from the students and they said they wanted it torn down. Okay. Did anybody hear from them? Did anybody hear from
their parents? Their parents spoke up. At least 3 of them. At least
No, I
3 of
know.
the victims' parents spoke up. Were very public about their choice. What they wanted, and it was ignored.
That I'm telling you. Well, I've beaten a dead horse. You know how I felt about this from day one, Karen.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. So in this paragraph of her document, she's blaming the students. The students wanted it torn down, right? Everybody to blame everybody else. Blame the media. Blame
Welcome,
the police,
JB.
Blame the victims' families. Blame the students. Okay.
No, Tim, I respectfully disagree with you. And the only reason is DNA is great, yes, okay, and I appreciate your opinion. However, working over 500 death cases, 300 of them murders, that house is very significant.
And it's let me interrupt. It's so significant that the defense put it in her change of venue motion.
Yeah, amen. Yeah, it pops up again in the change of venue motion. Isn't that interesting? It pops up. Well,
why would it not? Why would it not be? Why would it not be significant? Of course, it's significant.
Well,
you can have a different opinion than us. That's fine.
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
We're saying that Chris is saying, get ready because when the trial happens, this will be a key aspect that will be fought about.
Well, and if they do change venue, it gets worse. Do you know why? Because the people in Ada County have never seen it. Never. 0. And guess what? It takes one to say, hey, can we do a field trip and go up there? We'd like to see where this took place. And the court says, okay, let's get the sheriffs and the marshals, get everybody. We have to protect this jury, put them on a bus. We're going to drive them all the way up there to see the dirt lot.
A flat dirt lot that has no
lot.
sign of that the oddly configured home with the straight view in the back that is the fishbowl, but you can see all the different levels. You can see what people are doing in the house. Long gone.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's Susanna, and thank you. The local bar reaction, I think that's kind of cool because that's the kind of guy you want to get on the stand or get in the box and voir dire him and flush it out. You want those hard questions. You want those people who are emotionally attached out of the jury pool. And you want the other 25,000.
But that's like 98%
in Latah County.
of Latah County, according to the survey.
You only need.
But it was a
plus maybe
paid
3
survey.
alternatives. I don't know.
So
I don't know how many they're going to pick, but a total of 15. So yeah, that could be a 2-edged sword for sure. That could be a 2-edged sword. And we'll see what happens. But I will submit to you that if it does go to a new county, they're going to want it back in Latah that day, because all of those people that have never seen anything, didn't see the house, didn't see none of that. They're gonna want to go see it. They're gonna want to see the hill that he came down. They're not gonna want to watch just the video or the faro or the 3D scan.
Well, here's another point. If you live in Ada County, if you've never been to King Road, it's very hard to get a real flavor of how the road is configured, where cars ingress and egress. If you live in Latah County, you may have already driven by this place out of curiosity. And even if you haven't, okay, so it's closer. You could get a feel for the neighborhood and how kind of secluded this house was on this particular road. So, I think you can make an argument either way on this. I think it goes back to the fact that she includes it in her change of venue motion. Again, as one of the spaghetti strands that's going to be thrown up on the wall to see what sticks. And, the judge will end up deciding.
Few, Dan, few.
Very few.
In fact, realtors have to disclose whether or not somebody died in the house.
Depending on state law, it varies from state to state. A lot of states do make them disclose that.
And so the house was a crime scene, and that crime scene can get worked and processed, et cetera. But at the same time, it doesn't mean you're going to get everything. And let me give you a simple example. See those 3 cars out front there? Okay. Those are the victims. Those cars belong to that house.
There's victims. Kill Bryan Kohberger
on Thanksgiving Day. If I was a smart defense attorney, the first thing I would ask the case agent when he got up there is, can you tell me whose Range Rover that is right there? Oh, that's so-and-so, such and such. Can you tell me why it's parked there? This was, what day did you guys tow it? And this is just a simple homicide. And the California Penal Code is 187. Okay. You have not lived until you have been grilled on the stand. And I've spent as long as 5 days on the stand, continuously. We like to call Detective McDonough back. And I got, we had, as you guys, Karen knows, we had 3 juries, 45 jurors with 6 defense attorneys, and every one of them got a shot at me. I can guarantee you, the day I got there, the first thing I would have said is, who belongs to these cars? Well, those are the victims, sir. Okay, let's get the tow up here, get them photographed, get them furrowed, get them measured, get the spot where they're sitting here, get them out of here. Okay. Work the case from the street forward, from the street forward, from the side road in, from the back parking lot in, from the chain link fence over, and then you get to the door, and you work into the house. But those cars are out of here. Day 1. The trash can that sat out there, or day 2, the trash can that sat out there, even when we got there on Thanksgiving Day, out of here. Take it back, put it in a secure location, check the contents after you photograph everything, and dust the can. Make sure it's all cleaned up, nice and tight. And then you assign a second evidence team to process the vehicles while you are working the house with the evidence team. In my opinion, they should have called the FBI. They called Idaho State Police. They should have worked both. They did it in Daybell, where the kids were cut up in the backyard. They should have done the same thing here. They missed an opportunity.
But you still believe them.
That's how I would have had this crime scene worked.
You still
that I took this picture
them.
on Thanksgiving Day, and those cars are still sitting there, that's a red flag. And the fact that now she's coming back and saying, well, yeah, the students want the house knocked down too. That's another red flag. That tells me that 2 years of the experience of that police officer that was involved in this, the FBI was involved. Yeah, I know. But all they were was a support mechanism. They didn't do the evidence collection. They came back. Remember, they came back just before they were going to tear the house down. Remember, they guaranteed that the house was processed correctly? Okay, then why in the world did the FBI come back? Here they are.
So your argument is, if they did it right the first time, why would they have to come back almost a year later before the house is torn down?
And you see that little device right there? That's called a furrow. It's a 3D measurement tool. And that's an FBI agent. Okay? Because right here it says, FBI returns to King Road House for further investigation. Well, I thought it was buttoned up and it was tight. Now they got a phone call from the FBI and said, hey, did you guys do A, B, C, and D? Oh, dang it. Okay, well, we'll be back with our equipment. And there she is standing right there. Ann Taylor, get the popcorn out that day. Get the popcorn out. And guess who was there the same day? Look at this. The facilities group from the university.
They would have nothing to do with evidence collection. They're not law enforcement. They're not trained for that. It was an odd sight to see, wouldn't you say?
I thought this was just bizarro. The fact that the university took possession and control of anybody who came in and came out of that house, and they had to be there when the FBI was there. And that's why I wrote up there, who controls the scene? Is it the FBI or is it the university? Well, and then you see stuff like this.
Truth Exposed said nobody knows when that glove was dropped on the ground.
Huh. She's got something right in here somewhere. There's something else going on here. So, there's words for it, but I'm a Christian man. My wife's in front of me, so I'll never use them.
Well, let's jump to page 168.
Okay.
Page 168 and 169 of, again, the motion.
What do you got?
So, okay, I want to make sure everyone's still following along with where we're at. So, these are smaller points, but this one jumped out at me. I'm really curious what you guys think about this one. Page 168, right in the middle, says the department also addressed a rumor. Now, this is back, I believe, before Kohberger's arrest, that the homicides are somehow connected to an incident that occurred last month, so that's October 2022, in which a couple of dogs were found skinned in Moscow. Okay, that stopped me in my tracks. Here's what I remember. I remember one dog.
Blame it on
named
Brian, please.
Buddy, break my heart, 3 miles away from the university on a large piece of property that an elderly couple had. And the story was they woke up one morning in October and their dog had been skinned. Okay. And that was a Latah County Sheriff's Department case. Okay. And we as reporters and journalists were trying to get a copy of that case. And I remember back one of the UK newspapers got a hold of the couple and they made some statements. And then there was a clampdown on all media on covering that. Sheriff's Department said, oh, we can't release it. Talk to Moscow PD. It's part of their homicide case. And we were like, what? Huh. But I heard one dog. I didn't hear multiple dogs. Ann Taylor, in her writing, clearly says a couple of dogs were found skinned in Moscow. What do you guys think about that? Chris, what do you think about that? Do you think that's accurate? Do you think it's accurate? So there's more than one.
Remember when we got out there and we found out that there was a dog that was skinned like that? And, you know, the distance was a little bit out because it was kind of in the country, but there was another program that did interview the family, the mom and dad, or it was an elderly couple about the dog. And then Dr. Bercato, Dr. Burgess, Greg, myself, we all thought from an investigative analysis aspect, and of course from, you know, a forensic aspect with the docs, that was a huge problem in that neighborhood, or at least even in the vicinity, that you have animals out there that are being...
Wasn't there two dogs?
It's
just everyone freaked out about Buddy?
Skinned, based on the information that was presented and the fact that we went after the reports and they denied them to us. We thought within ourselves, man, there's going to be something more here on this dog. And the other red flag was, remember the car, the break-in behind the house or to the side of where the victims were, there was a young lady who had her suitcases removed.
That was 6 months earlier. That was in March of 2022. So that would have been 7 months, before the murders. Yes.
But
before Brian was there.
It's coming out now that we don't really know where he was because he was online for some of the classes. And so I don't think anybody has been able to eliminate him as, you know, a possible problem with that particular circumstance as well. But he has
Brian flew across the country to steal a girl's underwear
interest in
before he moved
situation.
here.
If the timelines lined up, and, you know, Dr. Gary and I have talked about, and here he is right here.
These guys are fucking idiots.
The offender may have killed an animal, but probably not a person. And so there's Dr. Gary right there weighing in. And that's what I love about him. But the young lady, the girl in the car, where her underwear was removed out of her suitcase and put into her door. And then you hear about a story of one of BK's friends who had some things really suspicious in her apartment, and BK steps up and says, "Oh, well, I can help you there," and he installs a surveillance system. Okay. And then it was kind of like, you know, when I was talking to Dr. Bercato, he's like, "Well, that would be consistent with, you know, he's trying to put a fear in somebody so that he can come in and be the helper." Okay, and that helper in of himself will also give him into intrusion. Now, I think here's something that I think folks were not paying attention to. There are 3 major pieces of evidence, maybe 4 or 5, that were recovered at his apartment. Remember the defense investigators.
Oh, Gary Mercado's such a fucking moron.
And I'm going to ask
love it.
Our audience here in the chat, what did they remove at his request? You guys remember? Go ahead and hit me up in the chat over here so I can see.
Now be specific so they know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, so when Ann was first assigned, there it is.
Fire stick.
It was a smart TV.
Yeah.
Okay. Why would the defense, after talking to their client, go and
Extreme Blonde, Dr. Gary B, do you think the panty dog incident could have been testing out police response?
I can't wait. I'm getting some popcorn that day on that smart TV. Thank you, California Dreaming. You're right. And then the other thing
panty
that
dog
they pulled out of there was 2 areas of what appeared to be blood. One on the pillow and one on the bedspread. And also some dog hair. They found some dog hair. Now, we don't know right now, right? None of us know. None of us know what's gonna you know, kind of unfold on those things. But everybody is saying, well, they didn't find any blood. They didn't in the car and all this. Okay, yeah, okay, fine. We'll find out for sure if they didn't find any blood. That's just what the defense is saying. Okay, but the defense is also saying
he just doesn't believe anything that the defense says, but everything the prosecution says is correct, even when they've already said in court that it wasn't correct.
And if he didn't have blood, we're gonna have to explain that.
This is fucking amazing.
Explain that. Okay, and you know the fact that these may be out there. Okay, I love this sentence. I love this sentence right here. The fact that it may be out there. Online reports created immediate speculation that implied there was a link to this incident with the ongoing, you know, homicide. And look at this. Investigators have looked into the claims that, you know, Kaylee's family may have had a stalker, but have not been able to find evidence corroborating those statements. I disagree with them. And you'll find out why when the trial comes. But if you listen to Steve and his sweet wife very carefully, and you listen early on what they said in the very beginning, I think we're all going to be in for a big surprise.
Well, and speaking of that, if you go to the next page, on middle page 169, leave it to the defense that she's trying to blame the victim's father for his statements to the public. It's on page 169, and you can see it starts as the investigation continues. You want to read that, Chris, and then tell us what you think?
As the investigation continues to go unresolved, the father of one of the victims spoke to national media about his frustration with the investigation. Steve told Fox News that the public should be looking for a sadistic male. He was correct, because the information he received from Lake Bell County Coroner Kathy Mabbutt, somebody was mad that day, indicates the killer is a strong individual. Okay. Wow.
So why would she include that? Why would she? Is this another point that she says that was put out to the environment and therefore it's unfair to her client?
Well,
does it create bias?
He goes on to give bullet points about other things that he said publicly.
Go ahead, read
the victim's allowed to do that.
Yeah, how many victims have you interviewed
The
in your
defendant
time?
is allowed to have a
And put
fair
their statements
trial
into the
in a
newspaper.
non-biased community.
And did you ever have a defense attorney call you out like this?
Never. I've never seen it. Never seen it.
Read,
I just think it's in such poor taste. Listen, these are the victims' families. Leave them alone. Make your arguments, and the crux of your arguments and your evidence have nothing to do with the victims' families. It's about your phone survey. Okay, so why are they included? It seems unnecessary. It's just terrible. It's in horrible taste, and it really shows that anything goes for a defendant. Well, that's not the essence of how our system works.
Oh, it's
I'm sorry,
not?
you don't get to tear down the victim families in order to build up your defendant.
Oh.
Am I missing something, Chris?
No. No. And we've said this
The family is all over this.
If he didn't do it, is he not a victim himself?
Yeah, and I think Callie Dime here, she says, Anne will do what she has to win.
Oh.
You know what a defense attorney's job is? It is to represent the client, no question, with the truth.
What's the prosecution's
That is
job?
the defense attorney's job.
What's your
Tell the
job?
truth.
Is
Because
your
the truth will
job
set
to
you free.
lie?
It is not to blame the family for your client sitting in jail just because of something they said. This is all smoke and mirrors. And I hope the judge sees this.
It
and I
is
hope the
smoke
judge
and
blows
mirrors.
past this.
Chris.
Because, as the survey said, this whole thing comes down to blaming the media and the family. That's what the whole thing comes down to. It doesn't come down to, okay, there's no way my guy did this. Because if she had my guy didn't do this, okay, then she wouldn't have to do stuff like this. It's ridiculous. Okay? It's just, and now she's going to be really busy again with Skylar Meade.
Well, let's make another point here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's talk about this artificial gag order that was placed on the family's attorney, right?
Yep.
Okay, and prosecution and defense. Well, she gets to write all the motions. Let's look at the time frame. Okay, the arrest happened December 31st, 2022. At the very earliest, June of 2025.
Could the prosecution not also give us this evidence they have pointing to Brian's guilt with court documents rather than sealing them from the public while the defense laughed at them and said, we've already responded publicly?
Come on. Again, common sense, folks. Common sense here.
Also, Bill Thompson was
Families
arguing
have every
for
right to
the
speak about this.
last couple
Before
of
the trial.
hearings with Mallory,
And
Payne, and
during
Cy
and
Ray
after the
to be closed.
So to put that
And
in
Taylor
motion
wanted
to
them
blame
open.
them as one of the talking points of all the reasons that their defendant's not, unable to get a fair trial in Lake County is just pathetic.
It's pathetic.
It never made sense to me that the family wasn't allowed to talk to the media or to anybody. That
Who's
there was
the
a gag
dude
order.
kissing Kaylee in that picture?
What in my
Or
experience
painting
has shown me,
or
you just
drawing,
sit down with the
whatever that
family, and you say to them, look, here's where we're at. I can't tell you everything. You understand. I know you do. Okay. However, I need to ask you a favor. What's that? The more we talk into the public, the worse it becomes for the investigation. I would ask you if you could please work with me. And I promise you, I will work with you and we will find justice for your family. And if I run into a roadblock or I clog the wheel in any way,
Hey,
shape, or
Chris,
form, let me
tell
know.
the
Just tell
truth.
me. I'll try to
Tell
correct
the
course, or at least
truth.
I'll give you an understanding of why there is a course correction. Every family I've ever talked to along those lines, in some way, shape, or form, okay, I said, okay, find justice for my child. Okay. And if a family in the very beginning is expressing to the public, look, there's this, I'm seeing this, I'm talking to my friends who have experience in this, and they're seeing this, if they went to the agency and the agency said, you know what, we're not interested in what you have to hear, or what you have to say. And that in of itself creates this adversarial relationship. I don't know if you guys remember in Maya Miliote's case where Richard, right? They were having a problem with the police department and they reached out to us and the Cold Case Foundation, and I was able to bridge that relationship with the agency. And when they got him in custody, which he's going to court, the first thing the chief said down there, and was Chula Vista Police Department, said, we want to thank the Cold Case Foundation and their involvement in this. And behind the scenes, there was a lot of, can we just work with the family?
It's literally scary that Chris and Braccato are on the cold case.
And lo and behold, Larry Miliote was arrested. And now he's going to trial for the murder, of Maya. And that's not rocket science. And when we forget, when law enforcement forgets the two words on the side of their car that says protect and serve, well, that's what they're supposed to do. And that also means the family. And so when the judge gets the defendant in front of them,
oh my Lord,
the judge has to remember that he represents a middle of the road balance, the Lady Scales of Justice. And then on one side, these 4 college students and parents, aunts, uncles, everybody.
They're not on
and then
trial,
on the other
sir.
side, your defendant, aunts, parents, uncles, over there, okay? But it shouldn't be this. It should always be this. Always. That's why Lady Justice carries scales and why she wears a blindfold. Because she doesn't see. She does not see.
I mean,
And
he's
that
not
is
a
the
judge or
officers of the court,
anything, or a
including
lady
the defense.
of justice.
They are
but,
sworn to tell the truth.
He's a wee bit biased
on behalf of their client. And if they think they have it, well, then defend it and do it. But don't use the family as, some other dude.
The family
to say
are
that the father
immune.
went out there and said, hey, I got problems. Or to say, this or that. You ever notice when you don't have a strong case as a defense, immediately the cops go on trial. Immediately the family goes on trial. Immediately the evidence goes on trial. Immediately the house goes on trial.
How else are you supposed to defend
Immediately
yourself?
the
What the
community goes on
fuck?
trial. The media goes on trial. Well, guess who's not on trial yet? Is the defendant. Okay? Let the court of public opinion roll on YouTube and social media. Let people do whatever they're going to say or do. Gives them something to do, actually. Okay? Because when the
Wow.
evidence really does come out, whatever that is, and we don't know what that is.
This fucking guy. I really hope he shows up on the 29th.
Beyond reasonable doubt, or not. And he gets the high five and walk out of the courtroom. Okay? But don't put the family on trial. I refuse to do that. I will not do that on this channel. That's just how I roll. Okay? Now I will call
Well, you
out
roll like a
the
piece
problems
of
if I see
shit.
them. You guys know me. But, not all the time. Where do you want to go, Karen? We're almost 2 hours into this.
Yeah, let's go to page 183. Can you guys hear me okay, by the way?
Yeah, you're fine.
Sadly.
My earbuds stopped working.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me. I apologize.
Well, you too, honey. If you guys can hear me, we're wrapping this up. There's a couple other points I just wanted to make with this to let you guys know. So on page 183, the defense continues to blame the media. I'm gonna let you get to that page and then we'll read it.
Okay, I'm here.
It says the media has also kept this case in the public's consciousness by providing constant updates on court proceedings, no matter how trivial. These hearings have covered a range of topics from the court-imposed gag order to evidentiary disputes. As part of the coverage, the victims' families and the public have been critical of perceived efforts by the defense to delay the trial. You can throw us in there too, okay? There was also significant coverage surrounding the defense's change of venue survey, which came to light after the government filed an unsealed motion to stop the data collection process. This resulted in another deluge of prejudicial coverage and discussion on social media and YouTube after 2 hearings were streamed on court TV and watched by thousands. Okay? To that, I would say, so what? Media's doing their job. This is exactly what media should be doing. Okay? I'm going to continue on. The media drew on prosecution's court filings,
Kill
court filing and
Bryan
arguments during the live streaming
Kohberger.
procedures, accusing the defense
Kill
of spreading misinformation
Bryan
and tainting the
Kohberger.
jury pool. Okay? That's what the prosecution, if that was their stance, then that is their
Oh.
stance. They have to argue that in court and convince the judge. This coverage fed the public perception that the defense was
Braccato.
trying to undermine the judicial process or get her client off on a legal technicality and further undermine the court's effort to stem the flow of information to prospective jurors. She has picked apart the entire synopsis of the last, 2 years here, 2.5 years, and she's trying to use it to make what I think are weak arguments to the judge about, again, how unfair this whole system is to her client. So there isn't any aspect of this case that she hasn't put on paper and is trying to turn it and spin it for her benefit. And guess what? That's a healthy, robust defense. So for all you folks out there who think that we're being too one-sided, we congratulate her. She's got the kitchen sink in this motion, in these 314 pages. I don't think there's anything she's left out. But again, a judge with common sense is going to see right through this. I wanted to touch on also page 184, where she even throws John Judge under the bus, in my opinion, in her effort to get a change of venue. Well, how does she do that? So she's citing the back and forth in open court that we saw where the judge expressed his frustration about the survey because he didn't know about it until complaints were made. And he tells her this is a big deal. So
the prosecution said there might be problems with this.
Again, she puts that in there. And
we feel like there might be problems with this survey, Judge. Please stop it.
Evidence, again, that her client is getting an unfair shake in Latah County. And she tries to use even the judge's statement to her advantage. It's the paragraph that says, the judge expressed disappointment in the survey. Let's show everybody that. I think is it up top? Oh, the judge expressed disappointment in the survey by saying prosecution and defense have, quote, worked so hard to protect a fair trial, which was the point of the non-dissemination order. That's the gag order. He is concerned that the survey will inject prejudicial information into the jury pool. That's what the judge decided. Now, look how he ruled. He eventually said, okay, defense, you can go ahead and finish the surveys. Okay? So Chris always talks about balancing those scales of justice. Okay. He didn't like it, but he allowed the defense to continue. I think if we, I want to jump to page 199 and then we can kind of talk about some other points. But this one for me was like kind of the cherry on the cake in terms of, wow. So on page 199, one of the questions that the paid survey guy asked the folks in Latah County, I think it's page 199. Yeah, here we go.
I wonder if she ever worked for free.
One of the questions they asked was, what if, hypothetically, the defendant was acquitted? What effect would that have on the community? Now, wait, time out, okay? They presented the survey as, quote, what have you known, seen, or read? Remember, we heard all about the survey questions? What do you know, seen, or read?
No.
Okay, so the fact that, like, the last question here is, what kind of an outcome do you think will happen if this guy's acquitted? Okay, purposely it draws out immense emotion in people who are asked the question. So, of course, they're going to respond. And some people said crazy things. Some people said, oh, this could lead to riots. Some people said there'd be uproar in the community. Okay, so they're asked the question, and then she puts in here, see, you guys, I told you my client can't get a fair shake in this.
Pause that. That's golden. Dr. Gary Braccato. I'd be willing to bet his family suspects him.
In this county. And she sees it as undue pressure by the jury to convict. Instead of saying, okay, well, people are going to my jury is supposed to judge based on the evidence presented to them. I know. Can you believe that, Babs? The question on the survey is hypothetically. No wonder the judge didn't want the survey to go on, and they act like, oh, well, these are harmless questions or whatever. You ask a certain question, you draw out a certain answer.
Yeah, that's the point.
Others reported that Bryan Kohberger would be killed if he was acquitted.
Even if it was true.
Have you ever known an acquitted defendant murdered after they were acquitted? I mean, look at the heat in Boston right now with the Karen Reed case, where it's a hung jury, and she's out walking around. She killed, according to the state's case, they accused her of taking out a cop. So who's supposed to be, so there would be another killer going after Bryan if he was acquitted. Is basically what they're trying to say here, right? And you can frame a question any way you want. And I just think the fact that they used this inflammatory language like this.
Well, Chris, here's a what if. Okay, hypothetically, what if this is moved out of? Scroll back down. Yeah. What if it was moved? It's okay. We don't
scroll back down.
What if it was moved to a different county? And what if he was acquitted? It wouldn't matter what county you had the trial if that's the outcome. So I'm
actually very impressed with Dr. Gary Braccato
outrage
on how dumb he is. When his name has PhD attached to it.
They would think the jury failed. I think we would all be heartbroken all over again. So that's, again, feelings and feelings. Fear's the opposite of faith. would probably rise in us again. See, it's about us, the community. It's not about the victims. See, this is a paradigm shift here. I don't think we would be okay with a not guilty verdict at all. Who cares what you think?
Who cares what you think?
You know, seriously. And this was fed by those press releases. It's like, you know, what do we always used to say? Feed the beast, okay, i.e. the media. Feed the beast, or they will eat you. Okay? It would be very hard for our community to accept. And it would be, well, it wouldn't be that hard because you guys accepted knocking the house down. And you're on your lives now. You know, you're out and about doing your own thing. Okay. And it would be difficult for us to move forward and feel safe in our own community like we once did before this horrible tragedy. Well, there's a lot there now. Is it just a dirt lot? Okay. Oh my gosh, I would be so afraid.
That's the community.
Riots. Yeah, headlines: riots in Moscow, Idaho. Bryan Kohberger walks. Who's rioting? What are they doing? Throwing zucchini at each other? You know, cow dung. Let's see here. We would be disgusted.
I think they'd be pretty mad at the cops for letting them live there,
believes he's
not
guilty.
knowing that they were
this guy has
kind
a
of in
PhD?
danger.
So this was all done to elicit strong emotions. She's trying to prove her point here, right? And we're calling it out, saying this was manufactured. If you're asking
If he is not
extremely
guilty,
leading question,
prove it.
That may never happen, just to elicit emotion, and then point to that emotion and say, "See, we told you he can't get a fair trial here." It's self-serving. It's bogus. And, you know, we hope the judge is going to see right through it.
Yeah, you know what? There are so many people in that community right now that doesn't think he did it. Just look at some of the YouTube channels. I mean, they didn't talk
Say
about
it.
it. They didn't put all that in there.
Say twizzle dick.
There are people in the chat right now that are saying there's no way he's innocent. He's not the guy. Okay, great. Well, we don't know that. Nobody knows that. But you know,
You don't know that he's guilty, but yet you seem to say a lot of shit that sounds like he's guilty.
You know, he's innocent. Well, you weren't obviously asked in the survey. They missed you. Somebody needs to get Granny into the survey over here. Okay.
Albert doesn't live in Lake Todd County.
Probably. You know, but it doesn't matter. But the point being, there are people like Granny and others, many others, hundreds, maybe thousands, tens of thousands, okay, that do not believe he didn't do this. That it was a Green Beret, or there were tunnels under the house that went under the university, and the suspect snuck up into the house, and or it was the cartels, because one of the kids' mom had a narcotics problem, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Well, here's what we used to say in homicide: we don't get to choose our victims. I can't tell you how many prostitutes I've stood over, transgenders, you name it, I've stood over them, and they're dead. They've left this world and gone on to another place. Apparently, this guy doing the survey didn't think it was important enough to go to ask the people on YouTube what's going on here. Okay, because I think they may have gotten, you know what I mean? A different survey here. Crazy conspiracy theories, exactly. I mean, the tunnel theory, that was a good one. I love that one, the tunnel theory. Remember that one that was up there early on in this thing? Everything. And yeah, Cemetery Larry, exactly. They're still human beings, and they got murdered. I had one. If you go look in the look me up, there I had a caper where a transgender was on the phone, and this guy pulls up, and boom, capped him with a .44 Magnum. Right here, big hole, dropped. I caught the murderers. I didn't get to choose my victim. I didn't care. I cared about the victim. I still do. I still care about the victims' families. And the defense had a field day.
Why don't you want the right guy
with the
then?
suspects? Wrong place, wrong time, not our guy. You must have done it, detective, just like everybody else. But we haven't lost sight of these four, excuse me. We haven't lost sight of them, and I'm not going to. Because they deserve justice when stuff like this is floating out there as smoke and mirrors. And I hope the judge sees through this. This isn't balancing the scales.
This is the smoke and mirrors.
By moving this case. It's not balancing the scales. Because they're going to run into a much more conservative area in Boise. A lot of people don't know this, but did you know that within the law enforcement community, the Boise area, that whole Ada County area, et cetera, they call that the blue dot. Right, Karen?
They sure do.
There are more retired cops from California and all around the United States there in Coeur d'Alene than
Boise.
You can imagine. And I think they're going to be booting. They're going to be booting jurors left and right. So what did you do for a living? Well, I'm retired out of LAPD homicide. Okay, we'd like to excuse juror 5. Next, et cetera, et cetera. So be careful what you're begging for. Be careful, Ann. You don't know. You should go out. You should go over there and Do the demographics, figure it out. Look them up. Look at this.
Well, the whole reason that it would not be a good idea to move this is the two main reasons is number one, it could buy, again, the defense more time and delay this trial even further. And number two, the families may not be able to be there. It's even further away for the families. And to me, those have to be overriding considerations for this whole thing.
Oh,
and one of the reasons of breaking this down and presenting this to you guys is for when the hearing on this, it's scheduled for August 29th. Like so many things with this case, it doesn't actually happen that day, but it's scheduled just a couple weeks away. We wanted you guys to be informed of what's in the document that the judge is going to make a ruling on. And again, we keep saying we hope that he can see through this. We hope he has enough experience on the bench where he knows that there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, as Chris says, on this, and we hope that common sense prevails.
Yep.
It definitely might if you guys had
you have the anything else? You have the last word for this evening. Great analysis. I'm very proud of you.
I would just end with how we began. Again, the trial is it's something that the families we know have been waiting such a long time for and still have a long wait to go. And we always want to remember Ethan, Maddy, Xana, and Kaylee. And our prayers go out to their families. We pray that the right thing is done in the courtroom that does serve justice for the victims. And the defendant is going to have a fair trial. He is. It's going to be that way. But as far as this point in the procedure and process, we hope that common sense prevails and that the judge does the right thing and does not grant the change of venue motion.
Yeah.
But you're not biased.
And I think
if the evidence is there, it doesn't matter where the trial's held.
I guarantee you that emotion and justice and mercy, all three of them can work together for good. And that we remember there's a family out there, 4 of them, 5 of them, including Bryan's, who are suffering right now. Because after this is all over, either way it goes, all of these families are looking for something, and that's called the truth. And they're hoping that the system will work in their behalf. Have a good night, everybody. Aloha. Karen and I love you guys, and we're grateful that each and every one of you sit with us on a Sunday night. Have a great evening.
Good night, everybody.
Wow.
Hard working every day.
Wow. That is crazy. Just a little scary. Not a lot.
Now, Pavarotti was a good friend.
Hello. Welcome to The Revealing. I'm your host, Pavarotti.
I'm told I'm talked about in this too.
As a disclaimer, big disclaimer, this channel's for entertainment purposes. These are my opinions. Okay, I am not here to slander anyone. And in this episode, nothing I'm going to say should be taken as anything other than speculation, because I am going to speculatively expose a lot of things in this episode.
Speculation.
You might want to pay attention to this one. But it's purely for
Raymond George,
purposes,
thank
okay?
you.
I'm not here to hurt or slander anyone. Now, with all that being said and understood, let's get started. Okay, folks, today, and this is what I've been putting off doing for a while now, but I think it's the time for it to finally be put out there. Okay, this episode, I'm going to focus in on some of those theories and speculation that's been kind of infiltrating the YouTube community and the Idaho4 community, and discuss some things that are true, speculatively, and some things that are not supposed to be out there in the sphere, and misconceptions. And then I'm going to finish it off with blowing them out of the water like I normally do. But you see, when somebody like myself follows this thing as close as I do, turning over every stone, well, I'll come across a lot of information that, frankly, kind of blows me away all the time. So whenever I hear things, and I hear people starting to get scared over things or new information supposedly coming out, you can bet I've already been through it upside down, backwards, and reverse, because I have. So what I'm going to do in this one, and it's not an easy thing to do, but there are a lot of, I'm not going to mention any content creators' names. I am going to show an excerpt from, a recent interview that I just watched. But other than that, I'm not going to mention anybody's names. But, there's a lot of folks out there.
I thought somebody said he said my name.
That started out questioning everything. And then at some point, they became convinced that Bryan Kohberger was guilty. And there has also been a lot of speculation out there that they became convinced of this because one of the family members of the victims,
is he talking about Daniel too?
Some secret information is always given to them.
He's talking about Daniel.
They base their new opinion and then they go in a completely different direction. And we've all seen it happen. You see, that can't happen to me because old Pavarotti will not put any contact information out there for anybody to contact him. If somebody wants to contact me, whether it be creator, inside source, anybody, there's only one way to do it. They got to go through my comment section. That's it. You can ask any of my commenters over a long period of time. A lot of people have tried to get my contact information. I'm not giving emails. I'm not giving phone numbers. I'm not contacting people on WhatsApp. I'm not doing any of that. I don't want to contact anybody directly outside of the public sphere.
He cried on AR's comments, though.
So when I put this stuff together, it's not because somebody has magically given me some information. It's because I've investigated it. So when I hear about it, I already know. And ask anybody. Anything that you want to know that I know.
What up, Robert?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Just chilling, having a fun time. What are you up to?
Not too much, man.
Nice.
I had to go get the little one enrolled in school today online, so yeah.
Fun. Off to school soon.
Yep, she starts back Wednesday, so that means my vacation begins again.
There you go. More YouTube time.
Oh, yeah.
You can
right on
them in my comments. You can go to my comment section. Anything anybody's ever told me, it's, I don't delete comments. A lot of people out there say, I put comments up and they've been deleted. Folks, that's got to be YouTube because it isn't me. I told you there's only 3 people I've ever blocked from my channel, and it was just simply because they were disrupting my other people's conversations. So other than that, I've never deleted a message, ever. So with all that being said, I'm going to expose some truths to you. Things that I've known for a while that I didn't want to put out there because I read the court docs and I understand the implications of putting it out there. But again, this is just speculation. This is just entertainment, right? So if you want to know the big secret that keeps getting told to these content creators that turns them from trying to seek the truth and turns them into Kohburger did it, plain and simple. They're told that the DoorDash driver is a witness in the case. And not only a witness in the case, but they actually had seen Bryan Kohberger sitting in his car as they were delivering the food, and they're identifying him, and they're a witness. And I can tell you that when you go to, for instance, I use a lot the Steve G texts. Okay, in the Steve G texts, there's a couple of different things mentioned. Several of them is the confidential informant that the FBI is protecting. Okay, that's not the witness, and I'm going to prove that to you in this. That is a confidential informant. That one's totally different. But the other person that testified, and by the way, the grand jury members that Steve G talked to, they would not give information about the confidential informant because they would have been made known for sure the difference between a confidential informant, a cooperating witness, or a confidential source during that grand jury. So they wouldn't give information. They may say there was one, but they wouldn't tell them about it. But the confidential source, which is a witness, is one that they would give information about because they wouldn't go over how much privacy is involved with that during that grand jury. So when you see Steve G's text and one of them says, have you heard about the cooperating witness? That one is referring to the DoorDash driver, in my opinion. The other one's referring to the confidential informant. So these people are two different things, okay? And I've already let the cat out of the bag on the witness that's against Mr. Kohberger. The defense knows all about him. That's why they have listed in their records that they're going to use their witness as Kohberger's verification of his alibi. So I'll let y'all figure all that out from there because we've already been through it. I've told you who it is. But when we get to, like I just watched the Drunk Turkey show and his interview with Forensic Frenzy. And one of the things that they had discussed in that, it seemed like Forensic Frenzy had actually decided that Bryan Kohberger was the DoorDash driver again. And Drunk Turkey, he believes otherwise. He believes the DoorDash driver, in my opinion, I'm not saying that, this is what I took from their interview. In my opinion, he believes that the DoorDash driver is a female and she's just a witness.
It's even like stupid when he says it. Not that he believes it, but it's just when he says it.
The prosecution is a woman, however, she believes something something different about that witness that came forward. She believes Bryan Kohberger is the DoorDash driver. And they talk about,
Bryan Kohberger turned himself in a few days after the murders, and they just didn't figure out it was him for a month and a half.
I think he has, I like his style. He has good points that he makes. He is, kind of blinded to Kohberger's guilt, and I blame the situation I'm talking about right now to that. But one thing that I am going to get on to him about in this one, I'm going to go ahead and do it. One thing I'm going to get on to him about is the fact that he keeps pulling back on one thing. And I think if he actually watches this video, he's going to know what that one thing I'm talking about is, because I've noticed him do it in the past, and I've seen him do it again in this video. You see, when Forensic Frenzy is talking about the Twilio app, she's assuming that Kohberger has that app and he's using it for DoorDash. Well, Drunk Turkey don't think that. He thinks that he's using that Twilio app for something else. Let me show you the clip from the interview.
I've seen that, and I thought, if he has a second number, what else could that be used for, though? What are those numbers primarily used for outside of Uber, or is that what it is, Uber Eats, Uber Delivery, stuff like that?
You see, Drunk Turkey knows what I know. That's why I say everybody hates the Drunk Turkey, but in some points of view, him and I align. One is the fact that Mr. Kohberger was using again, but he was using a stimulant, not the H. And he knows that, or he very strongly has the opinion of that. And I know he does, because I've listened to his stuff in the past. But for some reason, like right there, Drunk Turkey, you started to hammer down on the point that people were using that Twilio app for illicit substances, and you backed up again. Come on, man. Just if you think it, say it. Get it in the conversation. But anyways, I'm going to move past that point because I think it's important. Now, I'm going to show you here in a minute through the court docs and through other avenues why this DoorDash driver thing is legit. They've been hiding that from you for a long time. The DoorDash driver is a material witness supposedly against Mr. Kohberger, and it makes a ton of sense. Let's listen to the rest of that interview real quick, and then I'm going to show you why they believe what they believe, because it's easy to see why they believe what they believe. Then I'll show you why it's not right and what
BS on that.
What the speculative truth really
There's
is.
a lot of BS going
So let's take a
on.
look.
Some of those things. You mentioned the DoorDash driver. I know that you mentioned the Twilio number. The only thing that my question comes up is, because I know that you thought maybe there's a possibility that Bryan Kohberger was a DoorDasher. Is that true?
Yeah, so I used to believe that maybe he could have been the DoorDasher, and then I let it go, but then I found the Twilio number, and it just reignited it, so that's why I asked.
Yeah. Well, I don't think so, just because it says in the PCA that the DoorDash delivery drivers reported the information about the DoorDash delivery. So I don't even think law enforcement knew about the DoorDash delivery until the DoorDasher came forward and said that there was a DoorDash delivery there at that house. But yeah, I had seen that, and I thought, if he has a second number, what else could that be used for, though? What are those numbers primarily used for outside of Uber, or is that what it is, Uber Eats, Uber Delivery, stuff like that?
So let's say either one of us, right? We just talked about owning businesses. So we're running a business, and instead of our cell phone number, we want our clients or customers to have like a discrete number where they can still reach our phone at any time, but they don't have to have our actual personal telephone number. So we actually can't use this service, but it's literally provided to DoorDash, Uber, Grubhub, Lyft, like stuff like that. Even like the Spark driver, when they send you the text messages, if you get like Walmart Spark orders, but they're assigned to those kinds of people, and it's meant to keep their identities in their phone private from you as well.
Yeah, I'll just spend 4 hours on my lap. I can't get back a 4-hour WWE SummerSlam replay.
Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it. All
Could have been
4
here.
hours of it.
Could have been here.
You're waiting at the restaurant for your food. Oh, we're on our way. Sorry, it's taking a little bit longer. We're getting those messages from a Twilio number, not from the DoorDashers number.
Interesting.
Okay, now before I destroy that theory, I'm going to have to first back up why they believe it, because I don't believe these people are believing something because it's far-fetched and dumb. I think these are very smart people, and they're believing things because they can go back and look at things, and it certainly seems to appear that way. So before I demolish it, first let me back it up. Okay, now these are out of the court documents for the DoorDash warrant. Now remember, the DoorDash warrant was not issued until December 6th, 2022. So I'll call myself out. I did several videos about this DoorDash, and in those videos, I talked about the fact that they didn't file a warrant till December 6th. And I said, how could law enforcement have been so ridiculously out of it to not even pursue the DoorDash until December 6th? And a lot of people came to me and said that they had heard that the DoorDash had actually come forward within a couple of days. So, and I kind of took that and ran with it because it made sense to me. And in one of my timelines, I actually put, I think we all agree that the DoorDash came forward sometime between the first couple of days of the investigation. And another content creator called me out on it, said, I don't think that's true. I couldn't find any information about it, and said I was just making crap up and putting it on there. So my timelines going forward after that, I did remove that because they were absolutely right. I was just taking the general consensus and putting it on there as part of my investigation. So I was wrong for that. I mean, the facts are they did not pursue the DoorDash driver until December 6th. So once again, how could law enforcement be that dim-witted? I mean, considering you got FBI and everybody else, they didn't investigate the DoorDash order. But when they finally did, well, I think some things came of that, okay? And you can see this right here. This is back in March where they had a hearing to seal all the information about the DoorDash order and the DoorDash driver and everything. That's why you haven't been able to really get any information on this in a long time. Even though Drip Drop, I know a long time ago, said Bryan Kohberger was the DoorDash driver. So that isn't something that we haven't heard before. But this is why. This matter came before the court February 10th, 2023, on the court's motion to seal or redact pursuant to ICAR 32I. That's Idaho Criminal Administrative Rules 32I. We'll look at that here in just a minute. Okay, and this hearing was held via Zoom with William Wolford Thompson, Ashley Jennings, and they appeared on behalf of the state, and Taylor appeared on behalf of Mr. Kohburger. You see, and Taylor doesn't really want the information on the DoorDash driver out there either, because out there in the public sphere, if everybody knows that there is a witness against Bryan Kohberger, it's going to be prejudicial against Bryan Kohberger. That's why I haven't done this video. But now people are starting to get that information out there without any backup, and I have to do it. I have to expose it for what it is. All right, so the court reviewed the records, considering the arguments presented, weighed the interest in privacy and public disclosure, and announced its finding of fact on the record. Therefore, the court finds it's necessary to seal, in part, and redact the record related to the search warrant because the documents contain highly intimate facts or statements, the publication of which would be highly objectable to a reasonable person. ICAR 32I2A. So let's take a look at the Idaho Criminal Administrative Rules on that so that we're clear on everything. Okay, first we've got 32I. All right, other prohibitions or limitations on disclosure and motions regarding the sealing of records. Physical and electronic records may be disclosed or temporarily or permanently sealed or redacted by order of the court on a case-by-case basis. Any person or the court on its own motion may move to disclose, redact, seal, or unseal a part or all of the records in any judicial proceeding. And then when we skip down here, we'll see that it says it may be necessary to prevent harm to any person or persons. Okay, that's 32I. Now let's go to 32IA. All right, that the documents and materials contain highly intimate facts or statements, the publication, so publication, that means put it out there to us, of which would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person. Okay, so those are the statutes that they're citing when they redact and seal it. And I'll show you why that's important here in a second. Okay, here's another part of the warrant. And it says, based upon the motion to seal the search warrant related to documents filed herein, the court does hereby order the affidavit for the search warrant, including any exhibits, the search warrant, return of the search warrant, inventory seized, that they're all ordered confidential, exempt from disclosure, and are sealed pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1. Now, when they say sealed and exempt from disclosure on this, the defense has the disclosure on the DoorDash, all right? They have the disclosure on this witness. This isn't like the confidential informant. And they got it at 32G1, okay, for the reasons stated in the motion. So this is one that the defense knows all about. But let's look at 32G1. 32G1s are court records exempt from disclosure, except as provided in this paragraph H in this rule. Court records specified below are exempt from disclosure. Any willful or intentional disclosure, look at this, any willful or intentional, that's why I'm saying this is all speculation on Pavarotti's part, disclosure or accessing of a sealed, shielded, or exempt court record, not otherwise authorized under this rule, may be treated as contempt of court. So that means anybody disclosing this stuff that actually has access to any of these records, they can be charged with contempt of court. I don't have access to any of this stuff. Documents or records which is accessed is otherwise restricted by state or federal law. I have access to none of this stuff, but I can pick fly shit out of black pepper and figure it out. However, other people that have access to this stuff, well, they need to be real careful on what information they're putting out there. You can see the state of Idaho buying through Latah County Prosecuting Attorney. This is another redacted part of the search warrant for DoorDash. Pursuant to Idaho Administrative Rule that we just read, 32G1, and Idaho Code 74124, they ordered to seal the search warrant and all the items seized. So now, what do we got to do? Yeah, we got to look up 74124 because that's the state one. And you can see exemption from disclosure. And what are the reasons? You know, we see these all the time and we try to figure them out. Well, here we go. Number 4, I'm not going to read them all. I'll read you the ones that are important. All right, the second one, this is the one that's really important to the defense. All right, deprive a person of a right to a fair trial or an impartial adjudication. So they're saying that's part of the defense. They agreed for disclosure on this because they don't want out there in the public sphere that the prosecution has an eyewitness that's going to be testifying against Bryan Kohberger. So for anybody to have access to this knowledge, bad boy SG, and then disseminate it out there to, say, content creators so that they can shift their motives, well, that is bad. That is really contempt of court. And it's going to deprive a person of his right to a fair trial or an impartial adjudication. But then we've got the prosecution. Why would they want to keep it secret? Well, disclose the identity of a confidential source. Remember that. And in the case of a record compiled by a criminal law enforcement agency in the course of a criminal investigation, confidential information furnished only by the confidential source. Okay, now remember, For those of you that have been watching me close, I actually did a video just not too long ago explaining the differences between a confidential source, a cooperating witness, and a confidential informant. Okay, remember the confidential source was the one that would be used as a witness that doesn't have any involvement in other criminal activities. Okay, so the DoorDash driver is not a cooperating witness or a confidential informant. They're simply a confidential source. So don't get them confused with the confidential informant. It's different than the confidential source. But that's why they would want this stuff not to get out there. And when bad people put this information out there, it's going to deprive a person of the right to a fair trial and impartial adjudication. So by putting that out there, when you have inside knowledge on it, you are in contempt of court, in my opinion. But this is just an opinion thing. You know, it's my speculation. It's entertainment, right? So,
entertainment.
We've got the last piece that would really make somebody believe that this witness is possibly legit and really buy into this story. That's why I say these people aren't dumb. They look at stuff like this, I'm sure, and then they are able to figure it out, or they may be directed to stuff like this to figure it out. But this is the last part of that warrant where it talks about all the information related to the sales, deliveries, purchases, and transactions made to 1122 King Road in Idaho for the period of January 1st through the present include, now look at this. It tells you all the stuff it includes, but I want you to look at this. From January 1st to the present. What in the heck, right? They just need the records from that night, don't they? No, remember when they got Kohberger's phone history, they went back to what? They went back 6 months, right? So what they tried to do was go back from January to the present.
They got his phone records December 23rd.
To times, DoorDash drivers were making deliveries to the King Road house.
This is from December 6th, right?
Kohberger's car there in the past when they have those records of him, you know, his history of his location, supposedly going to the house 13 times or 12 times, whatever. They tried to match it up.
Am I
with the DoorDash
crazy?
driver making deliveries that time of night, and then they're going to say that they witnessed him there on more than one occasion. This is why they believe that. Now, I think Forensic actually believes that Kohberger really is the DoorDash driver, which I'll prove that's not the case here in a minute. I'll also debunk this DoorDash driver being able to identify him here in just a minute as well. And then I will go into the real story. Okay, so there's that. Now, there's other reasons why.
What's that?
I said he sure likes to hear himself talk, don't he?
Sometimes. I mean, sometimes he's funny, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
They would absolutely think that the DoorDash, that Bryan Kohberger was the DoorDash driver. It's not easy to miss it in this video. Check this out.
So here's Nevada Street, like we're saying. Up here is like Stimson Hall, Neal Hall, Walter Hall, just a whole bunch of halls, and then Owen Science and Engineering, Library, Office of Academic Engagement. That's all that's up here. There's really nothing else. So I don't think it's going to any of the libraries or buildings. They're all closed up. You know, we're talking about 3:00 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Okay, so that's all closed up. So I would think, if anything, it's going to somebody's hall, right? Okay, this vehicle. And then what's south here on Nevada Street, where it's coming from? This is all kinds of campus housing. It's Yakima Village is campus housing. All of this down here is campus housing. Columbia Village is all campus housing. These are halls as well for undergraduates, all this. So that's really all it is. And so it's coming from this area, this vehicle. It's coming from this area, and it's going north on Nevada Street, going to another area, which is all halls, and then coming back to an area, which is all halls. So I'm going, when I'm looking at this, I'm like, if this isn't the suspect, if this isn't, Bryan Kohberger, then who could it possibly be? And I gave a scenario for that. So I said, what do you see? That's right, dorms. There were halls everywhere. This 2014 to 2016 White Hyundai Elantra was visiting these dorms. And if it was the arrested suspect, he had to have been there for a long time in order for his vehicle to not have been captured on video by the traffic cameras between Steptoe and this area on campus, meaning at least 8 hours or longer. Because you think they would have reviewed all that footage for that period of time. And they wouldn't have seen his vehicle making its way through it. So if it was the arrested suspect, and he was at one of these dorms, who was he visiting? He had to be visiting someone, right? That person would be his alibi. This is suspect vehicle 1. If this suspect vehicle 1 belongs to the arrested suspect, but since the defense has not submitted an airtight alibi, then I submit this vehicle is not the arrested suspect's vehicle, and I submit instead it's perhaps. Now we know that they did submit an alibi, but the alibi they submitted is implying, in my opinion, in part, that this very well may not be his vehicle, because it seems like they're implying that his vehicle, when it's engaging in this cellular activity for the cellular resources, that somehow Cyray is going to show that those cellular resources would put him not on the WSU campus when this cellular activity occurs, but south of Pullman. The southwest of Pullman. So once again, it's still not making the arrested suspect's vehicle. So I'm still right about this. So if it's not the arrested suspect's vehicle, then what is it? Then I submit this vehicle is not the arrested suspect's vehicle. I submit instead it's perhaps a DoorDash driver.
You can see how just looking at that, even though he wasn't saying that he was a DoorDash driver, you can see where somebody else would look at that and go, wow, man, he is the DoorDash driver. Oh my goodness, it's all made sense now. He's the DoorDash driver. Well, let me explain just real simple, real quick, why Bryan Kohberger is not the DoorDash driver. Number one, during the hearing, if Bryan Kohberger was the DoorDash driver and he testified, he went in there and testified on his own behalf that he was the DoorDash driver, and he did it. He seen himself there at the location. Ridiculous. Okay? The other thing is, the supposed statement of the DoorDash driver, if they're saying that they seen his car sitting there, in the PCA it says the DoorDash driver delivered the food at 4 a.m. Now, according to Frenzy, they're saying that he delivered the food, or maybe it was Drunk Turkey that said it, that he delivered the food.
He's still driving around like 403.
After delivering the food, or right before delivering the food, and they noticed that Kohberger was sitting in his car up there. Well, obviously that isn't the case. He delivered the food at 4 a.m. They're saying Kohberger's car didn't park until 4:06. So it's just not the case, folks. He's not the DoorDash driver. The DoorDash driver is Emma Bailey. There's no doubt about it. It's all speculation. I'm not 100% sure. It's Emma Bailey. And that is Kohberger's witness that is going to be cross-examined to verify his alibi. So both sides are getting played here. But when you watch that video just now of that content creator explaining those odd passages there in Washington before law enforcement says he got on 270 and headed to Moscow, we've already been through that. That it's not his car at Floyd Cannabis Shop, and they're not disclosing the Red Star Coffee footage that would probably exonerate him. So, but he was showing those movements of the car in that neighborhood, how it was odd, how it looked like a DoorDash driver. Well, let me show you what the PCA says, and then I'm going to show you what actually happened. Okay, so here we are on the PCA once again. It says investigators were given access to video footage on Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 on November 11th, white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, consistent in the fact that it's a white Elantra, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way at approximately, oh, no, that's the end of it right there, okay? So it's heading up. You see it at the intersection of Northeast Stadium Way and Nevada Street, and it's heading north on Southeast Nevada. And then at approximately 2:53, that is 7 minutes later, a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as Suspect Vehicle 1, which is not the case because down here it says that you identified it as a 14 to 16, so you know it's not the same car. But it's consistent with it. It's a white Elantra, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street towards SR 270, which connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. Okay, so I was watching that other content creator explain this, and he conveniently left out this part right here, towards SR 270, okay? So when we look at this, this is what really happened, folks. All right, here's Southeast Nevada Street and Northeast Stadium Way. It's saying at 2:44, that car was captured heading this way, north. And it's captured by these traffic lights that I could zoom in and show you. They've got really good lights, but I'm not going to. So it was captured by those traffic lights heading in that direction, north on Southeast Nevada Street. And then, for some reason, for about 8 minutes, somewhere up in here, we don't know, some time was spent. And then after that time was spent, the vehicle would have been coming back south on Nevada Street. And it said, oh, look at me, a little line there. It said it's coming back south on Nevada Street, and it's captured at Northeast Stadium Way doing what? It doesn't say Northeast Stadium.
What's up?
It goes, oh, look, I made a little line there.
Oh, yeah. Whatever program he's using kind of glitched. It happens.
Stadium Way heading towards Olympia, heading towards south this way. No, it says heading toward SR 270, this road right here. So when it says the vehicle's it's coming south and it's going to turn on, it doesn't say turn on Northeast Stadium Way, but it says the Northeast Stadium Way headed towards 270. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that the vehicle's turning at this light heading towards 270. So that means they're saying the vehicle came this way in the PCA. I mean, there's no doubt about that. This light obviously worked, or this is the camera they focused in on. It caught the car going this way at 2:44, and then it caught him coming back and turning this way at 2:53. Now, a good point was made by him that down here, I can't go down that far, but down here is Bishop Boulevard where there were other cameras, and they're not saying they caught him on the Bishop Boulevard camera. So either they didn't get the Bishop Boulevard camera or something else happened. Now, he maintained that chances are he didn't go this way, even though that's what the PCA says, that he went this way and took back roads down back to 270. But that would mean that if he did that, then he was on 270 and he went across to Moscow. So that's what I'm saying. They're trying to prove that he went across to Moscow, and they captured him on Floyd Cannabis Shop, and then probably on Red Star Coffee, and then they got rid of the camera footage, which they now try to say is, that camera wasn't there. Yeah, that camera was there. It was there during the time. It's captured the footage of the car that would exonerate Kohberger. They could prove it's not his car. That's why they're withholding that evidence. Good try, though, folks. But here's what actually happened, folks, because this is something nobody ever brings up to you anymore. They did a long time ago. But what is this right here? See this
Oh
thing I'm
my
circling?
God.
That is Coffee House Apartments. Okay, now who lives at Coffee House Apartments at this time? Because he was unalived at Coffee House Apartments, not, what, 32 days after the unalivings? Okay, that's where Brent Kopaka lives, right here. Right here. So the car was seen turning towards 270 off Northeast Nevada Street, Stadium Way, going this way at 2:53. So he didn't go this way. He came down and he went this way, away from Moscow. So they wouldn't even bother to get camera footage to prove he was driving away from Moscow. So what did he do? He drove right down through here. Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong road. He drove up, came down
I was
this
going to
road
say,
right through here
that's the wrong road.
to Coffee House Apartments, picked up Kopaka, and then they came back out. And the reason you don't see them on Bishop down there is because they didn't go that way. They went this way. They went this way after he picked up Kopaka. Here's what really happened. Okay, and this I'm just showing you again the route, right? The red route is him coming back down Nevada Street, coming around, going, picking up Kopaka right here. Here's Kopaka. And then the blue street is the route they took out. And why did they take that route out? Because they left there and they went to Wawa Park. And you can see by leaving there and coming that way, they would have avoided the camera at Bishop. And they certainly wouldn't be the one that's on 270 getting caught over here at Floyd Cannabis Shop and Red Star Coffee. Instead, they went this way down to Wawa Park. And you can see taking that route would take about 27 minutes. All right? Now, by taking 27 minutes, they last seen him at 2:53. By the time he has enough time to pick up Kopaka, call it 2:55. That puts him at Wawa Park at roughly 3:22, somewhere around there. So if that's the case, and that's all the defense really has to prove. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Let's see. Here we go. So if they're at Wawa at 3:22, show you this. At 3:22, if they're at Wawa. Well, if they took the fastest route known to Google anyways, this blue line is the fastest route. And that, if they're here at 3:22, they couldn't get here until 4:02 to the King Road residence. Now, I know what you're going to say. Oh, my goodness, Pavarotti, that would put him there right at the time of the unalivings. Well, not exactly, because 3:26, they captured video footage of suspect vehicle 1 on Indian Hills Boulevard. 3:28, they got the really good picture of him on Steiner, where he didn't appear he had a front license plate. The only place it says that in the whole PCA. So that is the camera to focus on the fence. That Red Star Coffee, you got him proved he's not going in there, and you got him proved he didn't go in the back way. But anyways, at 3:26, there is no way in God's green earth he could have been that vehicle if they're at Wawa at 3:22. Okay?
True.
Now you hear people trying to say, oh, well, he was in Johnson, and the towers were picking them up in Johnson, even though the law enforcement said they were south of Blaine, north of Genesee, so that could have happened. And then they could have went to Wawa after that and taken a screenshot of a picture and used the screenshot of the picture as the new metadata on the picture. Folks, Kohberger had an iPhone, okay? It's in the court docs. He had an iPhone. If you screenshot a picture of another picture, that iPhone will absolutely document it. So those arguments that you're hearing now are, I mean, those are really ridiculous. Those are more ridiculous than the frat boys on steroids, okay? In my humble opinion. No, they went to Wawa. I'm sure they've got a picture with metadata that can prove that they were there around this time, which means their vehicle could not be at 3:26 on Indian Hills. The fastest they could get there would be 4:02, but let me explain why that's not probable either. Because you can see these only two routes that would get there in that amount of time. This one 40 minutes, this one 40 minutes. Well, law enforcement scattered the area around the times of the atrocity and pulled up all those cameras. They got Floyd Cannabis Shop. They got Red Star Coffee, right? They got all these other cameras that they could have captured the vehicle footage on, and it would have been around the time of the atrocity, so they would have captured it, and they would have absolutely used it in the PCA as evidence. They wouldn't have held it back. So they didn't have the vehicles on those cameras going this way at those times, so they couldn't even have been there at 4:02. They're probably getting there around 4:40, 4:30, 4:50, somewhere in that area. And then, last but not least, here's the final truth to the matter. They probably left Shetland Court here between 5 and 5:05, and this is the more likely route that they took back because they just picked up things that were illegal to pick up, and they certainly wouldn't want to go the main roads where all the law enforcement are because you don't want to get pulled over. So
I love how no one can figure this part out.
To the network, probably somewhere in here at 4:48, which would have been on that same tower according to Twizzlestick, and then they head back this way and get picked up on the camera at Johnson at 5:25 a.m. And I haven't followed it back out here from Johnson. I will here going forward. I've done a whole lot here lately, folks. But I imagine if you follow the route from Johnson all the way up back to his apartment in the PCA, it probably lends plenty of time for him to stop back by Coffee House Apartments and drop off Brent Kopaka. In fact, when you go back and you look now, let's see, what makes more sense? They see him going northeast on Nevada Street up this way. He's up here for 8 minutes, which means he probably came from over here, which that could have been the way he took to get over there. Maybe not. Maybe he made a stop over here and picked up some money that was owed to Brett Kopaka. And then they see him go up this way. He's disappeared up here for 8 minutes, just enough time to pick up some more money that was owed to Brett Kopaka. And then came back down, went over, gave Brett Kopaka the money he picked up for him, and then both of them headed back out to get some more. You see, that's the truth in the matter, folks, according to my speculation. Oh, by the way, Twilio, the reason that Drunk Turkey was going to suggest what I'm dang sure, about 1,000% sure he was going to suggest, is the fact that if you did have a Twilio app, you can see it's used to send and receive messages. You can use WhatsApp, which WhatsApp is more for a business purpose if you did have a DoorDash. Chat messages, best-in-class communications, but people will get a Twilio account and use it to send and receive texts. And people in the narcotics community will sometimes use apps such as that to communicate so that they're not on the law enforcement's radar. However, there has been 0 search warrants issued for Twilio. So the Twilio app thing is not applicable to this case, so nobody freak out about the Twilio app. They never even issued a search warrant for that. So in the end, that is the big secret out there, that the DoorDash driver is the witness against Bryan Kohberger. Now you go and you look at all the content creators that were...
I'm pretty sure when I told him about that tower, I said, this is an example. That's not the tower that he used.
Well, folks, if you look close enough, that inside knowledge is nothing more than a tactic.
But at least it's not in between Blaine and Genesee.
Like I've been saying over and over, he probably didn't have a Twilio app. If he did, he was using that to communicate with people in that world that I was discussing. There is no warrant in the court docs for Twilio. Even if they come up with one, all they're going to do is find probably the same thing that they found when they got his actual phone, which was transactional things, if you know what I mean. The thing that they want to hide from you more than anything is the Brett Kopaka connection. But Kohberger's not the DoorDash driver. That DoorDash driver didn't identify Kohberger at the house. That's going to be exposed. And that's all I'm going to say in this one. Folks, I have a busy week coming up. I tried to get as much information out there in the shortest period of time this week that I could for you, and I know I put a lot of them out there. I'm probably not going to do very many this week. I've got a lot of things I got to take care of. I do have a lot more information to share with you, and we'll get in a lot deeper into the information I found on the Aryan family and how they pertain to this thing.
We'll give him a like.
We're close. We're close on everything. Please like.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah, I swear he likes to hear himself talk.
I mean, we're YouTubers. We're supposed to, right?
Yeah, but he talks more than I do.
Oh, man.
And he actually mentioned your name, Twizzlestick.
Yeah, I've been mentioned a little bit today. I think that Get a Clue video was from today. He mentioned me a lot. It was fun.
I haven't even seen it yet because I really don't watch Get a Clue.
Yeah, I mean, you're not missing too much other than him calling me Twizzle Dick a lot. It was fun. I liked it.
Twizzle Dick.
Yeah, that's what he calls me.
Now, is he the same one that changed his name to Sigma Chi?
Yeah.
Chi or something?
Yeah.
I used to watch, and when I first got into this community, I used to watch Chaos Sector. I watched Chaos Sector, and I watched Drip Drop, and then I watched a few others. I actually met AR on Tommy Jude's channel, and I met Swamp Rose on Pia's channel.
Oh, fun!
But now, but now there's very few creators I watch. I mean, I watch you. This is my first time tuning into you. I watch Swamp Rose. I watch AR. And, there's a couple others I watch. That night I was on Daniel's panel. That was the first night I ever freaking watched his show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You didn't miss out on much, if we're being honest.
Yeah, because I was invited. When Kiki still had her Discord, she said, "Hey, going on Daniel's channel tonight, Pro Burgers versus Guilters." So I went over there and I watched it, I had this, I had an urge to come on panel, and I was actually told, I was told, go ahead and give it a shot, and I have nothing against Daniel, nothing at all, but I felt kind of uncomfortable up there on his panel.
It's fun up there.
Tara just asked you, have you watched this guy, Jay Embry? So you've been going at this 10 hours, brother?
11. Have I watched this guy, Jay Embry? I mean, we just watched him, unless that's a code for something.
This Gordon Shumway. So there is no news. It's just YouTubers being YouTubers.
News. Well, you said you've been gone 2 weeks. Have you seen the change of venue document? You said you read documents. Change of venue, I think, is like within 2 weeks. Other than that, there hasn't really been anything new going on with the case. Other than the Garrett interview with Forensic Frenzy is actually pretty, has some good information in it, I guess is a good way to put it. But
You see what's weird is Too Fast, Too Fleas appears on this side in StreamYard, but on the YouTube side, I try to message her, and it doesn't show up on the YouTube side, only on the StreamYard side. That's weird.
yeah, that is weird. Heather, it has Garrett laughing at what the prosecution said Brian's cell phone did. So yeah. Like both of the cellular experts we have heard from have said that the evidence they used was pretty bad. Now, when I say it, I'm crazy. I haven't even seen the evidence, and I could tell you that it's stupid. He's seen it, and he said all we did was laugh. It's pretty bad.
And see, well, just like Cyrus stated in that one hearing, without the AT&T records of the cell tower data, and he picked up the cast report, and he goes, without the data, this is just a piece of paper. It's not evidence.
Yeah. It literally just shows the towers and where they cover. That's it. That's all it is. He connected to this tower. This tower covers here. Let's we need him to be at 1122 King Road, so let's have him there, and then this is the route he might have taken home. That's what they did. I don't have to see it to know it.
Yeah, I know Cyrus said this is the first time in his entire career he's ever testified for the defense. It's been mainly for the prosecution in all of his cases. But I don't think, watching it on YouTube, I never heard him say that once he sees all of the evidence, he could change his mind. I never heard him say that.
Oh, he says it, but they always forget like the part before. He's saying, if you hand over all the evidence, I might change my mind. It's just goading them to hand them the evidence. And there's nothing wrong with what he said, because if you see new evidence, your mind should change. That should be normal.
Yeah.
But all the guilters are like, well, that means he's not very confident. Okay. You could think that. I mean, they think a lot of stupid shit.
Yeah, see, what's weird is how the people who think Brian's guilty are labeled Kohburgers. why can't everyone just have their own opinions on
I don't know.
what they see in the case? We have the Vultures versus the Kohburgers.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it came down to. Show us the evidence. Where's the evidence that showed that he did anything? I haven't seen it.
No, because you have freaking Bill Thompson that sealing everything up.
Yeah. But according to the interview room, Anne wants the gag order. Anne keeps everything gagged.
I don't think Anne wants the gag order.
She doesn't. That's the funniest thing. Those 2 hearings, Bill wanted closed and didn't, and fought for them to be open to the public. The judge closed them down temporarily. But Bill also put in a response that was sealed from the public, and then Jay responded saying, apparently the PCA is irrelevant now. We don't know what the document that he was responding to said because the state sealed it. The defense didn't.
Yeah, I mean, and just like, to keep the IgG and the DNA, freaking Bill Thompson files a protective order for it.
Yep.
And in what cases have, I think in the history, do you have a prosecutor sealing everything up and filing a protective order?
I don't know.
I think this is the first case I've heard of that's done that.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't followed a lot of court cases, especially like pre-trial. I normally read about them after the fact, but I've never heard it, and it doesn't make any sense. If you have the evidence, you wouldn't be scared.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and see, well, just like in the Delphi case, Twiz, they have Richard Allen behind bars, but they're labeling solved crime. So
Yeah,
you have your man behind bars in prison he's being tortured, but yet the prosecution is labeling it an unsolved crime. So
Yeah.
is Richard Allen innocent and being held against his will?
I mean, I think they'd have to say it's unsolved until he's convicted. But can they convict him?
Yeah.
This case is literally just wild. I don't even know. I just think it's so funny how, like, the PCA hasn't changed. It's always said, he connected or utilized cellular resources that cover an area. People have said that means that he's there, which it's not. Garrett comes out and said, yeah, we looked at that and laughed because of how bad it is. Like, but these people think that they're right.
You look at the PCA, you have Dylan, she contradicts herself. She opens the door 3 times that night. The second time she opens it, she hears the sounds of Xana crying. But a paragraph later, she says, after opening the door for the 3rd time, after I thought I heard Xana Kernodle crying. And then she sees the quote unquote killer clad in black with a black mask walking towards her. So which one do you for the second time and hear Xana crying, or are you opening the door for the 3rd time after what you thought you heard Xana crying? So which one is it?
Who knows? That's what I think is so funny. Is like I can't trust anything that the PCA says. I don't trust any of it. It's the police's story. That doesn't mean that Dylan said any of that stuff.
I feel like she was pressured into saying it by Brett Payne. But I mean, even Brett Payne sitting there in that courtroom, I'll give my paper.
You're cutting out big time right now.
where he said, sitting in that courtroom, I give my paperwork to people who's smarter than me.
Everything about it is just nuts.
And he's supposed to be the lead investigator on this case, and he's saying something like that calls his smartness into question.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know who's calling him smart. There are some people like, I'm not. I think he put up a decent act. Like, he tried to act like he knew what he was talking about, but just how the PCA is written, like, that's not a smart person. You can see through the misleading statements in that.
Yeah. And I think that's why Ann Taylor's, when she made the statement, the PCA's full of holes.
Big holes. No, it's literally just insane. It's insane what people have spun the PCA to be. I mean, I guess you just have to add stuff to make it make sense, but it doesn't make sense for a reason.
And my whole thing is, you had all this activity going on around the house from 254 to 314. You had those 4 people, I guess, fast walking or running away from the house, and they were caught on body cam underneath the street light. But yet none of that matters. The only thing that matters is suspect vehicle 1 coming into the area at 329.
Yeah. I don't know. These people are nuts.
Yeah.
Well, he pinged in the neighborhood 12 previous times. Where the fuck does it say that? I haven't read it.
No, and see what's weird is the FBI has come out and debunked they said he was picked up in Moscow, but he was nowhere near the house. He was actually. So, I mean, if that was the case, and he is a vegan, and if he's pinging in Moscow, he was probably at the Mad Greek.
I mean, he could be anywhere.
Yeah.
The owner of the Mad Greek says that he wasn't there, though, so I don't think he was at the Mad Greek, but it's possible. That tower, I mean, at least one of the towers covers all of Moscow.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, no matter what, you could connect to that tower if you're there. That doesn't mean you're anywhere near the house.
Yeah, because isn't it the one, the cell tower that's right there by the 1122 King Road? That's the one that covers the entire town of Moscow.
There's one by the Blaine Tower.
Oh, the Blaine Tower?
Yeah, there is one close to the house. But I don't know. It kind of depends on what they'd connect to.
Yeah. See, what's even more weirder is when Ann Taylor asked Brett Payne about the head shop, and Brett Payne had to admit that his car was not picked up on video anywhere around the house or in the area.
Yeah. That's not what it says, though. No, he didn't say that car wasn't by the house. Okay.
I don't know, what did he say then in the court that day?
I mean, I don't know. The prosecution didn't clarify it when they had the chance to cross. So, I mean, what was said was said.
Yeah. Because I know Ann was asking him about being in some videos, and he apparently he admitted that Brian's car wasn't picked up in the spots that they said that his car was, or some crap like that.
What's that?
Ann Taylor was asking him if Brian's car was picked up on video in any of the spots that he had mentioned. I think it was in CA. He had mentioned that the car being spotted on video or something.
Yeah.
And Ann Taylor asked him if he's gone back to look at the videos and was Brian's car spotted anywhere in those videos, and he said no.
Right.
Like for the head chops and stuff. I mean, and I do agree with you. The prosecution should have elaborated a little bit more when they cross-examined him. It just felt like that they dropped the ball when it came to cross-examining Payne.
I mean, the only way they dropped the ball is if what was said wasn't true. Because what she says is there's no footage of the car, and he says, as far as I know, no, or something like that,
Yeah.
But if they wanted to say it was just him leaving south near 95 or whatever on that route home, which is what they had been talking about before, they should have clarified it, and they didn't. So, I mean, as of right now, it sounds like they just don't have pictures of his car.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you were sitting in court that day. I could have say, well, we do have.
You're cutting out.
But I heard James say have other suspects to look at, but I'm not for sure she actually.
Yeah, she said alternative suspects. They're using the grand jury indictments for alternative suspects, and it had something to do with phone numbers.
Heather just said in the chat, oh, just saw footage that shows there is no damn on the house across the street.
From what day? There is like some footage that seems like there might be one, but it's really hard to tell, so you can't ever be sure, but I don't know.
Now, I do have a question. What happened to that light bulb cam? Do the Goncalveses have it? Do the police have it?
I think the Goncalves had it at least at some point in time and then gave it to the police or something, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, there's another subject I want to steer clear from, because I mean, if you notice, brother, you have the Goncalveses, doing their little press run, but you don't ever see the Chapins, the Kernodles, or the Mogens, or the Laramies. You always just see the Goncalveses doing their little interview.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing's just weird.
Yeah, I just did a video. It was on Goncalves' recent interview there on Court TV.
Yeah.
It struck me odd that Steve said, to get the outcome that we wanted.
Yeah. I don't know. Those interviews are always just weird.
And I was talking to someone in Discord, and they said, well, the Goncalveses have been pressuring the prosecution because they're doing these interviews, and they're trying to pressure the prosecution into the outcome that they want, because the Goncalveses have already written out their victim impact statements along with some of the other family members, of the Goncalves family, and it hasn't even gone to trial yet, and they've already written out victim impact statements.
Yeah. I don't know if we should feel bad for them because people are lying to them or they're in on it somehow, like feeding these people bad information. I don't know. I'm super confused.
Yeah, well, I do feel bad for Ben Mogen because you hardly ever hear from Ben Mogen except for that one interview he did on the 1 year anniversary. And you don't hear from the Kernodles, and you haven't heard from the Chapins in a while. But yet, the Chapins and the Laramies are working on a docu-series. It's a day-to-day life of Xana, Maddy, Kaylee, and Ethan. But are they going to profit for this docu-series? Because if they do, I don't think it's right. I mean, they can put the docu-series out, but not take no money for it. But knowing the Chapins,
yeah, I don't know. It's odd. Everything about this situation is odd. I feel like. Well, everyone else is profiting off of it. Why don't we? I don't really mind it. Like if it's their day-to-day life and it doesn't have anything to do with Brian being guilty or whatever before trial, then whatever.
I know Echoes. It was their kids. She goes, "Hey, it's their kids," but I don't have a problem with the docu-series, but are they going to show up to the time that the kid's getting murdered? That's what I'm wondering.
I mean, if Bloom had written his book better, it wouldn't have been an issue either. It's kind of about how they do it, not necessarily what they're doing. But this whole Bryan Kohberger pulled up to the car or the house and they had to struggle with the strength of Hercules to get the key out of the ignition. Like, that shit's got to go. Brian was making bombs at WSU. That's probably got to go.
So that's the new story. Brian's making bombs at WSU.
That's what Bloom said.
Ay.
Yeah. And some people believe it.
And I think that's why Bloom's book is in the fiction section.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think it'll matter. If you're using names like that baby reindeer thing, which we watched a little bit about a while ago, but it's like this dude like wrote a story about a chick or something and people figured out who she was, even with a fake name, but like Bloom's dropping his name.
Yeah, I know there's a book coming out too by, and it's about the Idaho4.
Yeah, I think somebody said there's like 14 of them or something.
Yeah.
I might make like a short picture book for Brian's night on that night. See if that sells. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he went driving to the park and then went home. It's not a very good story. And like the picture would just be black. It would be dark.
Heather goes, Brett Norton needs new knee pads. Someone make a GoFundMe.
You'd think she'd be like kind of calloused up by now. Maybe she doesn't even need them.
Yeah, I have never even heard of her except for like a few times over the last couple of days. I never even heard of Brett Norton.
She's just some like TikToker, but she was the one that was going around getting information for Bloom, and the text message that was leaked from Steve G was with her. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that much about her, but she's crazy. But it seems like she was one of the ones that was like making up a lot of the stories.
Now, the first interview I ever saw with the Goncalveses was Chronicles of Olivia. Yeah, that was the first time I ever saw Chronicles of Olivia. Now you hardly.
Yeah, I've never heard of her. Except for there was like a interview done super early on with her, I think.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't know.
Well, just like that one the Chapins did with the local reporter, and that local reporter looks exactly like Kaylee.
Yeah.
Which is super odd.
Right? There's just so much weird stuff.
Well, hey, it's 1:30 in the morning here, brother. I'm going to jump down, and I don't know how much longer you're going to go.
Yeah, I might as well stay on here for 23 minutes and make it 12 hours, right?
All right, man. I'll text you in the morning, man.
All right, man. Sleep well.
All right. Bye.
Good night. What should we do? Pasty pics. I'm not Viviana. What? What, Tara? Watch breakdancing? Can I do that? Can I watch breakdancing? Boom, 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 boom. This is the new shirt. I think Too Fast said he's going to send it to Maury and Payne. Just for fun. I know the Olympics had a break dancing event, but I think it will shut the stream down. I think it will. But that would be a funny picture. If they do a trial and like we know that there's going to be some cell phone stuff coming up, I'll get it. I don't know. I have a feeling that this whole video will probably get taken down because like all we have done is watch other people's videos. It's been fun. But I just imagine that it will get frowned upon.
Hey guys, I'd like to talk about something today.
We can see what Robert was doing.
Was everyone released and cleared so quickly in the Idaho4 case? And why did Olivia Goncalves come out way before Stephen Christie in vouching for Jack? Why is that? I mean, yes, Jack was Kaylee's ex, but why come out so quick to vouch for him way before people were cleared immediately? And why were people cleared so quickly without even verifying their alibis? That's something that's really, really odd to me. I mean, you had a quadruple homicide with everyone a suspect. You know, Jack, you know, Adam from Corner Club, Dylan, Bethany, plus a wide variety of other people, but yet they were all cleared so quickly. And you have Olivia Goncalves coming out and vouching for Jack, just way before her parents did. And did everyone see the look that Steve G gave Jack at the celebration of life? It was almost like Jack was saying, I have your wife wrapped around my finger. And Steve G, you could clearly tell he was upset about something because he shoved his tongue into his cheek. Like he knew somehow Jack was involved, but he didn't know, you know, right at that moment off the top of his head that he was involved. But it was just a look that they gave each other, that very awkward look. And I can't explain it. I don't know how to explain it. It's just, everything in this case is so odd. And then, of course, you have this. From a few days ago.
Are you from Kansas? If so, you can get a free Dove samples pack to test. Simply answer a few questions to receive a free gift delivered to your doorstep. There's no need to
I
enter
am
credit
not
card
from
information.
Kansas.
Shannon, this is
Yeah, no, it's muted. Hold on.
Glad that you are there to help this family through this. What is your take in your investigation of the Idaho student murders? I think back to when this story first broke and the thoughts that went through my mind, which I think went through the minds of a lot of parents out there who have sent their children off to college. We worry, but we usually worry about things like grades. Will they get homesick? Will they make friends? Are people being nice to them? You know, worries that they're real worries, but they're not worst case scenario. And that's what happened at Idaho for 4 families. Here's the story.
4 students were brutally murdered in their home near the University of Idaho. Kaylee, Maddy, Ethan, and Xana taken away so young. And now their accused killer has been charged and is preparing for trial as prosecutors seek the death penalty. It is the case the nation is waiting to see and waiting for justice. But what about the victims' families? How are they dealing with our slow-moving system? We'll find out as Kaylee's mom joins us live as we continue to investigate the Idaho student murders.
Now, the families have shown incredible strength throughout all of this, but each family has their own journey that they're taking. And at one of the memorials that took place, we got to hear from the Goncalves family, Kaylee's family. I think it touched a lot of people. I wanted to show it to you one more time.
Where'd the sound go?
And that brings me to our...
Well, that's weird.
Now, guys, let's remember who we do this for. We do this for Xana, Ethan, Maddy, and Kaylee.
It's amazingly tragic, obviously, but then the story in the case moves into our system of justice. And that brings me to our question, which is, it's a big one. What is justice here? What is justice for the families? Let me bring in our special guests, the mother and father of Kaylee Goncalves, Steve and Christy Goncalves are with us, as well as the attorney representing the family, Shannon Gray. Thank you all so much for being here. I know this is never easy, but I think the nation has seen the strength of your family, Christy and Steve. And as you sit here tonight, what is justice for you? What is justice?
Kill him right now.
That's a hard question that we thought a lot about.
Kill Bryan Kohberger.
Sometimes I feel that there is no justice.
Sometimes she feels there is no justice. Now, what does she mean by that, guys? I mean, isn't the alleged supposed killer behind bars right now? Even though I don't believe that he did it. You know, there's a lot of other people that don't believe he did it. But what does she mean by, in her own opinion, there's no justice?
Nothing's going to bring the kids back. And therefore, the only thing that would be justice for me is for this person to be living in agony in the depths of hell.
What?
I know that there's a lot of families who don't actually get somebody that is actually charged for it. So I do feel that we are lucky in that standpoint. And a lot of detectives and investigators put in a lot of hard work, and we're lucky to have that, and we want to be appreciative for that. It's a long, slow process, but we're willing and we're ready to do that. We're ready to put in the time and the effort and get through this, and to show people that this is the way that we can see justice in action, see the truth being taken in place, and then the right outcome, and society gets back to normal.
Truth? What truth? You have somebody sitting in jail right now who is being accused of this. Mind you, he's only accused. He hasn't been convicted or anything like that. But in the eyes of the mainstream media, he's already guilty, even though it's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And mind you guys, the trial has not started yet. And you're going to hear from the Goncalves family that a majority of them already have an impact statement written for the day this guy is sentenced. And it hasn't even gone to trial yet. So why write a victim's impact statement before this has even gone to trial?
Shannon, this is a difficult journey, an absolutely difficult journey. That's why I'm so glad that you are there to help this family through this. What is your take so far on how our system of justice is doing in this case?
It's a tough question because, it's a small jurisdiction, working on a much larger jurisdiction where things move a lot faster. You think things are going to move a certain way and sometimes they don't. So it's been difficult for the family because a lot of times I'll say this is how A, B, and C should happen, and they don't happen that way. I have to explain why it didn't happen, and why it's taken so long, or it's taken longer than usual, or why the prosecution or the defense have done things that they've done. But I'm small compared to what Steve and Christy go through every day. I'm just thankful that they found me, that I can help them and answer any questions I can about them and ease their minds when their minds need to be eased about the criminal justice process and what's going on. I mean, they're always been part of my life, and I love them to death. So.
And I get paid.
Christy, what are the plans for the trial?
That's a paid attorney.
Well, we'll know more at the end of this month when the change of venue is heard and is decided. We plan on being there. We want to be there. There's about 10 of us in the family that intend on being there for most of it. Obviously, there's going to be days that we will not be there intentionally for, but we're hoping that it stays in Latah County. So, that's a 2-hour drive for us. The further counties that they're looking at would make it hard. So we would have to relook at things. But we want to be there.
Steve,
we intend to be there.
Steve, as you have been on this journey now, it seems like forever, I'm sure, for you. Do you see any light at the end of the tunnel? Do you see that, hey, at some point, this page will turn?
I think of it as this is a living example of how we get things right again. Latah County did everything. The reason this is so slow and this process is taking so long is because they tried to do everything exactly by the book so that the community could see the justice, they could see it.
Did it really did they really do everything exactly by the book? We're on our 16th motion to compel.
They did, in
16th.
fact, not do everything by the
Is
book.
that really doing everything by the book? And why is the prosecution not wanting to turn over the IGG? Is that doing it by the book? Is that why Bill Thompson filed a protective order for the IGG and the DNA? Is that doing it by the book? Come on, don't give me that by the book nonsense. I mean, even with the DNA, you have Chief Fry saying that they were in the bounds of the law. Now, so did they go outside the bounds of the law to get the DNA? Did they go outside the bounds of the law to get the arrest warrant?
Sure did.
I think they did. I think they went outside the law to get the arrest warrant, and only, and I repeat, only when they filed the arrest warrant and had this guy in custody, that's when they did the buccal swab.
And it wouldn't have to be taken, Idaho's a large state, it wouldn't have to be taken, 6-7 hours away. So I look at this as a living example of the way we correct things. When things go wrong, when things fall off the rails, like you said, you send your kids off to college, the last thing you should think of is anything other than your kid being a dumb kid and doing something embarrassing to get them on a camera or something that you're going to see at your employer the next day. That's like really bad. And for murder, for death, that's just not, that can't be new normal. That can't be something that we accept as a society. So I think we can be a living example for everyone how we can
As a society, though, we should normalize executing innocent people to make people feel better because they're victims.
We have to course correct. Now, if you heard what he said a minute ago, kids doing something dumb on camera. I'll even go back for you guys.
Did everything. The reason this is so slow and this process is taking so long is because they tried to do everything exactly by the book so that the community could see the justice, they could see it, and it wouldn't have to be taken. Idaho's a large state, it wouldn't have to be.
Now, if you listen to what Steve says here about dumb kids,
taken, 6-7 hours away. So I look at this as a living example of the way we correct things. When things go wrong, when things fall off the rails, like you said, you send your kids off to college, the last thing you should think of is anything other than your kid being a dumb kid and doing something embarrassing to get them on a camera or something that you're going to see at your employer the next day. That's like really bad. And for murder, for death, that's just not, that can't be new normal. That can't be something that we accept as a society. So I think
that can't be a new normal. So Steve knows something. He's dropping us hints. Because every time they do an interview with Steve, he has some new hint to drop. We just got to decipher it and figure out what it is, what that hint is. And he talked about dumb kids being caught on camera, and then your employer finding out about it the next day.
We can be a living example for everyone how we can course correct and figure this thing out and hold somebody accountable and show that this is just a one-off that won't happen and it's nothing new normal.
Christy, are there moments where you can have happy memories? Are there moments where you can smile and think about Kaylee?
Oh, absolutely. You can't think about Kaylee and not smile, and we have so many happy memories and so many videos and so many pictures. And I look at them all the time. It's those late nights that get you and you think of the tragedy that unfolded. And, it's terrorizing, it's traumatizing. There are happy moments. There are.
Steve, if this gets the conclusion that we're all hoping for, which is
kill Bryan Kohberger,
the truth comes out and there's a conviction, are you prepared to make an impact statement?
Yeah, I just know my family. I know my kids. They're all strong. They're all intelligent, super smart. Every one of them has already wrote it out. They've already got it set in stone. So
they already wrote it out. They already got it set in stone. But yet, this guy hasn't even been to trial yet. So with this statement right here, they're throwing it out. They're throwing it out to you. We think this guy's guilty. We